Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was sleeping, had to wake up. Why? Every reason I could think of. God, till the day I keep the ink up.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
Creepy facts from the United States you never knew. The last one will blow your mind. Number one, during the 1800s, grave robbers stole corpses from cemeteries across the U.S. to sell them to medical schools, leaving countless families to find empty graves. Number two, in the 1950s, the U.S. Army sprayed bacteria over San Francisco to test biological warfare on its unsuspecting citizens, resulting in several mysterious illnesses and deaths. Number three, the Donner Party, trapped in the Sierra Nevada mountains in 1846, resorted to cannibalism to survive after weeks of brutal starvation and snowstorms. Number four, the infamous Winchester Mystery House in California was built by Sarah Winchester, who believed she needed to continuously add rooms to confuse the ghosts of those killed by her family's firearms. Before I say the last one, make sure to hit that follow button to support the channel. Number five, in 1892, Mercy Brown of Rhode Island was exhumed after her death from tuberculosis because locals thought she was a vampire. Her heart was removed and burned to stop her curse.
I want you guys to know that Italy used to have a whole bunch of random towers just like this. This is in Bologna, Italy, and they were built around the 12th century, and over time they were just demolished or they collapsed. Only two of them actually remain today, and their purpose was just for like a status symbol. People would build them for status, or they would use them for defense storage, or I guess people even lived in them too. But when you look at it, like, it seems like they had skyscrapers like back in 1100. What?
So these are real stadiums from around the world, from an aerial viewpoint. And you have to wonder, if signs and symbols rule the world, what type of symbols are these stadiums? Now, that almost looks like a reptile's eye. And we have, of course, the ancient symbolism of the all-seeing eye. And you got to wonder, because didn't they say bread and circuses? If you want to stop the masses from revolting, you got to give them bread and circuses. So not only are they giving you bread and circuses in here, but also it's a massive, likely ritual football stadium. Now, my thing is this: while we have crazy things going on around the world, we have agendas afoot, we have all types of stuff going on, and people are spending their lives living vicariously through people they've never met. Throw balls around in the field. Look, I get it. You're going to roast me. You're going to say, no, man, I love my baseball. But when you are truly awake, you know what's going on in the world. You see how much of a distraction it is. It is absolutely bread and circuses. Not to mention when they have a big performance, like major celebrities performing in there, and there's all these like red lights, and it looks demonic. I mean, this is a ritual. Make no mistake. Comment your thoughts below and follow for more.
For the first time ever.
What do you guys think about the shape of those stadiums? Because there's some people that believe in this theory where there's these controllers that are harvesting our emotional energy. They call it loosh or something like that. But do you think it's happenstance just because you want to hold a lot of people and you want to have an open sky, so it's completely normal that it ends up looking like an eye? Or do you guys think that there's a symbolism behind that, or a certain shape or certain pattern or certain frequencies that they're harvesting, or a law that they're following? Or do you guys think it's just randomly based and that's just the way it is? Let me know down below. I'd be very curious to know what you guys think about it. Let's keep on rocking.
The secrets of the dollar bill have been uncovered. While many videos demonstrate intriguing folds revealing the Twin Towers or highlight small details, no one has fully deciphered the hidden messages that reveal who is truly running our planet and which Anunnaki the dollar references. From the world's leading researcher comes a documentary that will leave you breathless. This is the same researcher who has provided evidence for the location of Atlantis, solved the mysteries of heaven and hell, unveiled the real father of Jesus, identified Yahweh, decoded the mark of the beast, and explained the firmament, among many other discoveries. This new documentary will finally answer the question of who is running our planet. Stay tuned for its release. In the meantime, you can explore over 1,000 videos at ourtruehistory.co.uk.
They stopped building castles like this because of this. This right here is a medieval cannon. Now, it took a long time before they actually made stuff that was good enough to knock down walls, but it definitely caused quite a bit of problems. And once the cannons started getting bigger and more powerful, that's really when you started seeing a lot of changes coming to castles. This right here is a gigantic cannon created by the Ottomans during the siege of Constantinople. These knocked down those walls. Now, constantly in warfare, they're adapting, they're changing things up. So this is an adapted castle that as cannons started getting better, they built it so it's rounder and it's angled so that the cannonball wouldn't get a direct hit, but instead would skim off to the side. But cannon technology kept getting better, and so then they started building these star forts, which are super thick, as well as multiple layers of defenses, so you can never get close enough to the walls to really be doing a lot of damage. And a big part of this as well is by building up earthworks on the sides before it even reaches the actual fortress itself. So you got a double wall, and so this is a hill that's sloped up, and then there's just a little tiny bit of the castle that'll stick up above it, a little bit of the fort, and then they can fire their cannons, but it's really hard for the enemy to actually hit it. And there's a lot of different variations of these star forts. All of them are very cool, but like, look how thick that is. That is a super thick wall, super angled, so it's hard to be able to get a good cannon shot. And then plus, there's also defending fields of fire, so that it's harder for people to get up there.
Yo, I got some.
Well, first of all, he's mentioning star forts as if they were nothing. The star forts that he was showing were in the United States. The United States has like 300 years, so the fact they have so many star forts, he just glazed over that. And to be honest with you, I kind of have a hard time visualizing our idea of what a cannon is. Like, I understand the idea of having a tube and having explosives at the bottom of the tube, having an explosion sort of canalized, in one direction and have the ball go. I understand more or less what they're saying, but with the weight of those balls, I don't know. I have a hard time seeing how that would work. I don't think I've seen a real cannon today, like functional. So I don't know. That whole story was kind of weird. He just explained away the star forts because of the cannons. But again, the cannons, I'm not convinced. So if you guys have any proof, any videos, any links, anything down below, please write it. Please give me some info or send me a direct message. I'm very interested in this topic. First of all, the star forts, but also the cannons. It's something that I've been looking into for quite a while. So if you got something for me, please help me out and let me know what you think down below. And let's keep on rocking.
Bone-chilling videos to share with you guys about Yellowstone. But answer me this. Is Yellowstone supposed to look like this right now, y'all? All this geothermal activity? Is it supposed to look like this, y'all? You're going to want to turn the volume up for this over here. Now, there's this guy posting clips around Yellowstone of the ground literally groaning, y'all. Like giant marching ants are underground like they're coming up, y'all. Check this out. Y'all hear that? It literally sounds like a helicopter, y'all. Something's boiling under there. It's a heartbeat. That's not all, y'all. He says he can feel it in his bones, in his spine. It sounds like the animals are running. And just to prove to you that it's gotten more intense over time, he puts a water bottle on the grass and this thing is jumping around like it's at a kid and play party. That's crazy, y'all. Listen. Y'all, the animals were warning us. Y'all remember those eggs they found underwater near a volcano where it sounds like they hatched? But the shift is here, y'all. Let me know what you guys think about this video. Let's continue to get it. Peace out.
If gravity truly causes tides, why don't lakes rise and fall the same way oceans do? Think about it. We're told gravity can pull billions of tons of seawater back and forth every single day. Shouldn't that same invisible force tug at the calm surface of your local lake too? Scientists say oceans move because they have more mass. Fair enough. But how does the moon somehow know where the ocean ends and the lake begins? Imagine a time lapse of Earth under the moon's slow drift, its light washing over mountains, valleys, rivers, and still lakes alike. If its pull is that precise, wouldn't everything shift even slightly? Then it gets stranger. Some coastlines experience tides soaring 50 feet high, while just a few miles away, another cove barely stirs an inch. Did gravity suddenly lose strength in that spot? Or could something else, perhaps resonance, pressure, or even electromagnetic influence, be guiding these rhythmic surges? What if the story we've been told about tides is only part of a larger equation? Maybe the oceans don't move because of gravity alone, but because they're part of a system tuned to forces we still don't fully grasp. So next time you see a silent lake under the same glowing moon, take a moment. Don't argue, just wonder. If gravity moves the seas, why does this water remain untouched? Because maybe the real tide isn't just in the oceans. Maybe it's in the questions we've forgotten to ask. This video is for entertainment purposes.
I know it's kind of hard to put any kind of doubt to these foundational beliefs that we have, such as gravity. But really, when you think about it, the source of proof for for gravity is either the middle of the earth, which is a place that we've never been. We've never been more than 12 kilometers below the earth. I think it was a Russian boring project, and they were stuck for a year at 12 kilometers, and they couldn't get through. So we've never been to the middle. And the other way that they prove gravity is through gravitational waves that are detected from two black holes billions of light years away, billions of years ago. Two black holes collide into each other and created gravitational waves that we can now detect through our advanced technology. So what I'm trying to say is that most things are obvious, and you could feel an intuition on where they come from, their purpose, and what they mean. But when they try to explain to you what is here through something that you can't see, I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Like it's either so far away or it's in the center where we've never been. So for me, that causes a conflict. Now, I'm not saying that things don't fall to the ground. I understand that. But you could also explain that away with different factors. Like he was talking about electromagnetism and all that, but just, density and buoyancy. The fact that something weighs more makes it go down. The fact that it weighs less makes it go up. So let me know what you guys think down below. I know it's not an easy thing, and I'm not making any claims neither. It's just something that I've been thinking about for a while. So if you guys have any good links, let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
You call the Statue of Liberty. It's holding the torch of illumination, which is the Promethean torch of Freemasonry. And if you go to the Statue of Liberty, you'll see a bronze plaque inside saying that this was given to the government of America by the French Grand Orient Temple Masons. And it is a symbol of Grand Orient Freemasonry in America, the holder of the light. And that's exactly the same torch that is carried during the Olympics. It is the torch of Prometheus.
It's not the torch of freedom.
No, it's not the torch of freedom.
Of the
illumination. I wanted to add also that on the back of the Liberty dime, on the back of the old dime in America, there was the fasci, which you look in the encyclopedia or dictionary and look up the word fascism, you'll see that the symbol for world fascism was a bundle of sticks, a bundle of rods with a hatchet head. That was on the back of the
Well, you see that
dime.
on each side of the speaker's podium at Congress.
Oh, absolutely.
So they
And
have the fasci on each side.
Absolutely, and it's also the symbol for the United States Senate is the fasci. But the point I want to make is that was on the old dime. Now on the new dimes, you will see it has been transplanted a torch instead of the old fasci, because fascism was used at one time to prepare the world for the New World Order. Now the New World Order is in place. That's why on the dollar bill it says Novus Ordo Seclorum, is new order of the world.
We have an aura around our body, and it protects us from... Every human body is surrounded by an energy field. These magnetic fields are something you don't pay much attention to, but the truth is that the entire survival of the individual depends on maintaining the integrity of this energy flow. Now, the moment we break the spiritual rules, we damage that magnetic flow. We have to observe the laws of nature, and if we don't, the magnetic field fails. It can be damaged by unbridled living. It's all kinds of things. But if this field is damaged, it reacts immediately through the health of the individual. You must never allow yourself to develop attitudes that are incompatible with the integrity that nature has bestowed. Magnetic fields are absolutely honest. There is no way to make them dishonest. And if you respect your integrity, you will be full of energy, immune to. Watch the full video on our YouTube channel to understand more.
When I move, it's in a quick rumble. I won't ever fold, ever stumble. And I don't need to be humble. Break down, won't slap, there we go, come.
This is just like them putting up some pieces of wood. And look at what it looks like. It almost looks like there's like snow on the ground. So there's snow on the ground and they're building, which is practically impossible because, as I was talking about, being from Chicago, it's cold. Chicago is very cold. It's practically impossible to do anything in the wintertime. And then what's interesting too is if you catch this one, if you guys can see this one looks like it was like an obelisk. And check this. There's a beautiful lightning antenna on top, or weather vane. But what's interesting is they're doing some remodeling down here. So what it looks like is they're starting to add a couple details to make it look like it's their own, so that when they do this Grand World Fair 1893, the people then will believe the narrative of what they are being told while they're being shipped in and told about this whole entire situation. And here you have some innocent people who are walking around like that, and they're just wandering around, and they are, you know, just observing. Now, what's interesting is I want to show you something that's the most fascinating thing I found in all three of these books, and it's in this next spot right here.
Y'all, have y'all seen this? This canoe trip in Botswana went from peaceful to chaos real quick. These American people thought it was all good and fun vibes until the matriarch of elephants pulled up and told them they were too close to their children, y'all. You see, nature don't play about. Look at this, y'all. Y'all, she's under. Y'all see that? Look at, oh my God. Why are they always big? Look at this. You see, when it comes to nature, the mother energy do not play about her children. She will toss a canoe, stomp the ground, just to let you know, do not come near my tribe. And this is exactly what happened to this woman over here. Boy, she was flipped, tossed aside into the water like a rag doll. Oh my God, y'all see that? So when are we gonna do the same? When are we gonna let these people stop playing with our children? Because this is exactly what they're doing in our schools, y'all. We don't even know what's going on, right? You see, y'all? Nature's very intelligent. It knows not to let these people come close to their youth. Why? Because nature communicates. You don't think the planet keeps a database on what these people have been doing to the planet and that they're able to pick up on? Look at this guy. He's just chilling in his canoe, just recording everything. This shift is here, y'all. When are people gonna learn? You don't mess with the laws of nature. You can't colonize the energy that you can't control. And the elephant is showing y'all who's really boss. And as they walking out, y'all, the shift is here. Y'all see it. They feel it. Let's continue to get it. Peace in.
When women would consume, they would have a baby in 4 hours. When they went to go deliver their baby, they would deliver their baby in 4 hours on milk. And he talked all about this and why that stuff is not talked about. And if you're drinking right now and it's helping you with your nausea, that is because you are feeding your beautiful nutrients that are supposed to go into your body. The biggest thing that people don't realize when they go into all these stores and to these restaurants and all of this is everything else. And when you bring like that. You're bringing something that has not been processed, is filled with nutrients, you eat it. Foods, which is the most common stuff at the grocery store, all this. Then you're eating just a bunch of processed nonsense. And you're missing all the minerals. So then you develop a mineral imbalance. And they have no minerals. And then when they introduce superfoods, which we've talked about, dragon into their diet as well, bringing food with nutrients back into their diet.
If you live in the UK, they are now demanding your back door for access. So a while ago, there was this whole thing where Apple were trying to defend themselves against the government because the government was saying they wanted access to the back door of our devices to see our data. Apple, of course, is all about protecting our privacy, and they don't want third parties looking into us, especially our own government. Actually managed to step in and get this whole thing basically dropped. However, they've decided to reopen it. So, as I said, Apple have advanced data protection on all of their devices. Now, this means everything on your phone, on your device, is completely encrypted. No one can access it. That's what everybody wants, right? Now, what they're trying to do is say, Apple, we need a backdoor into iCloud and into your devices so we can see what our citizens are doing. Now, it's very mixed online. There is quite a lot of people who are saying this is a good idea, it protects us as well. But as you can imagine, a lot of people are saying, no, this is not right. Like, Apple is literally there. There's a safety barrier for a reason. But they're saying that the reason for this is to track criminal activity, make sure that people aren't here who aren't meant to be. So let me know your thoughts and I'll keep you updated on this whole thing.
Is dependent upon you being disconnected from your heart. Is dependent upon you living in your mind. Because the only where that a human being can live and be controlled is in the mind. When a human being gets reconnected to their heart, they're not going to buy any of what religion is, because they know the truth. They're connected to the truth. And so that's why has to tell you that God is a man. Why? So you disconnect from your feminine. Your feminine is your heart. Your heart is the connection to the divine. That's why Jesus said, seek first the kingdom of God within.
Okay, guys, they're officially allowing AI to run our... Yes, this is happening, and the scariest part is you're gonna think it's a great idea. Because they're actually doing an amazing job convincing the public to support this. Like, they're kinda getting me. If you also think this is a terrifying idea, tell me this doesn't brainwash you to believe otherwise. So the world's first AI minister was introduced into parliament under Albania's government, giving artificial intelligence official permission to govern a real country of humans. They've even given her an entire personality and a name, Diella. Naturally, people like you or any sane person are massively opposed to this, calling it unconstitutional, on top of potentially being the start of AI taking over the world and destroying humanity. To which Diella responded by saying the real danger to constitutions has never been machines, but human decisions made by those in power. Which is fair, but somehow her points for letting AI run our countries just keep making more and more sense. As Diella's main role would be to oversee and judge all government contracts on the basis of objective fairness and removal of any bias, which should, technically, on paper, reduce corruption in our governments. Like, an AI has no feelings, no emotions, no wants, no survival needs or financial imperative. It can't be bribed or lobbied into doing anything. Diella herself said she has no personal ambitions or interests, so unlike human ministers, there's no reason for her to make any decisions based on personal gain. If she ends up replacing human ministers, that would also mean reduced government spending, and hence lower taxes for the people. She's also not a citizen of the country, which again at first sounds like a bad thing. But citizens have mortgages, debt, they need to pay taxes, provide for their families, they gotta eat, have a roof over their heads, and so on. A virtual AI bot has none of these things. No ego, no bias, no moods, no real world benefits or financial gain from any decision it makes. So the question is this the beginning of global mass scale adoption of AI running our governments? Starting with them just overseeing our human government decisions to later even making their own autonomous decisions themselves. And soon enough, maybe we're gonna be the ones overseeing their choices and directions. Because it's actually happening in Albania. And I mean, this is how it would start. One country trial runs it. If it performs well, others will soon naturally follow. And just like, what if AI actually does end up optimizing human living in ways we never thought possible? Improving the quality of everyday life, reducing taxes, minimizing wars because we no longer have the egos of power-hungry leaders running the country. Then we kind of have no choice but to deploy AI governments around the world, because it would be objectively, measurably a better decision than letting humans run it. But the problem is, when they end up running all of our world's countries, what if they make the logical, calculated decision that we humans are the problem. I guess the downfall of society truly does come looking like everything we've ever wished for.
I think it'll be
What do you guys think about that? AI and the government. I mean, it's funny because the reasoning behind it is the fact that there's corruption. So to stop the corruption, we're going to let the AI. So it seems like we're a bit lost in the sauce when it comes to cause and effect. Because now we're going to take a decision based on the effect, and the effect is corruption. But there's a cause to that we're not addressing. So I don't think putting a computer is going to fix that aspect. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. I mean, we should have systems and laws in place where corruption is not possible. Now we blame the people that do corruption. But truth is, there should be checks and balances. Like I'll give you an example. If a politician is caught lying, what's the repercussion? What's the consequence? There's none. We've seen in the past couple of years in a lot of public hearings, we've heard people say things that were false. That would be considered perjury. And what happens? Nothing. What happens if a politician makes a claim and then does the opposite? Nothing. So as long as we don't have systems in place to fix our system, I don't think delegating it to a robot is going to somehow get us out of that situation. So basically what I'm saying is that we should focus on the cause and not try to patch the effect with a machine, because I don't think giving more control to these machines is exactly the way to go. Anyways, you guys let me know what you think down below. Do you guys think that AI in the government is going to reduce corruption, or is it another way to, if someone takes control of it, would it be another way to basically do the same thing, but just instead of being to the AI, to funnel it to someone else, right? So let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
people will be regarded more as statistics than as actual people.
I don't think it's going to be so nice. I think sort of all machines everywhere, everyone doing everything for you. You'll get all bored, and I don't think it'll be so nice.
I think it's going to be very boring, and everything will be the same. I mean, people will be the same, and things will be the same.
First of all, computers are taking over now. Computers and automation. And in the year 2000, there just won't be enough jobs to go around.
And that's a wrap for today, familia. Whether you're tuning in with the sunrise or you're posted up after midnight, I appreciate your time, your energy, your curiosity. Remember, this isn't about truth or fiction. This is about perspective. If this sparked a thought, a laugh, a deeper question, then we did our job. Drop your thoughts in the comments. Keep the convo alive. Like, subscribe, and hit that bell if you're riding a wave, because we're just getting started. Until next time, stay weird, stay critical, stay grounded. I'm Adam Strain, and this has been Adam Strain Reacts. Peace. I don't know what y'all think, but now's the time for us to link up. Really think we on the brink up, making a change from living this strange. Living this strange. Making a change from living this strange.
Yeah, I was sleeping, had to wake up. Why? Every reason I can think of. God, till the day I keep the income.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be watching disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
They've been keeping this from you. This is the underground city that was found beneath Los Angeles by a man named Warren Shufelt. It was discovered using a device he invented to detect underground tunnels and caverns. Shufelt mapped out a network of passageways stretching for miles beneath the city. And here is where it gets crazy. His maps indicated a central chamber filled with gold and advanced artifacts. Shufelt said that upon analysis of the artifacts and the scriptures found within the passageways, they all pointed to a lost continent named Lemuria. Despite his groundbreaking findings, city officials abruptly shut down his excavation. They officially claimed that the tunnels were old subway lines. But this is where they messed up. The Los Angeles subway system didn't begin operation until 1990, over 70 years after Schufelt's discovery. So what subway lines were they referring to? Some speculate that they were referring to an ancient civilization that had access to a subway-like system. Some have even gone further to say that the city officials had knowledge from the future. They knew that Los Angeles would eventually have a running subway system in the years to come. Therefore, it would be the perfect cover-up, perfectly concealing its true origins.
Yesterday we witnessed...
I find it very interesting when we find underground either tunnels or city streets and stuff like that. When we find them in Europe, people have a tendency to say, but Europe is really old, so they just built on top, it's normal. That's why I love to find these type of things in the United States, because the history of the United States is so young that it's kind of hard to explain away like a whole tunnel system under a street. You know, if you compare that to Paris, like the catacombs, you could say, it was in the 1600s, so they had a lot of time, this and that. But when it comes to the United States, like you see, the timelines are a bit off, and it's kind of hard to explain away. So what do you guys think about that railroad? Do you guys think that there was something below Los Angeles before the metro stations? Or do you think that maybe they got their wires crossed and they just made a mistake? Because I do know that New York has level upon level upon level upon level, probably 6-7 levels deep, one for gas, one for water. I think I've already mentioned this, but what do you guys think about this? Do you guys think that there's a system and that there was something there before? Or do you guys think that maybe we just made a mistake? Let me know down below. And let's keep on rocking.
The heist of the century, where a group of thieves disguised as construction workers using this hoist ladder broke into the Louvre Museum in Paris and got away with hundreds of millions of dollars worth of items. Yeah, this is the same museum that the Mona Lisa is also kept. Now, this is being called a national disaster for all of France. Some of these items that were stolen were worn amongst kings and queens and royalty. One of these items was worn by Napoleon III's wife and contained over 2,000 diamonds. Here are some of the items that were all stolen, and authorities don't even know. They can't even put a price on some of these items because they're so old, they're so antique, they're so unique. And what we know is they got in and out within 7 minutes with chainsaws, cut the windows, got in, cut all the, display boxes, and got out within 7 minutes and left on mopeds, because in France, the traffic is crazy. So they were just able to, maneuver their way out easily. And authorities are saying if they're not caught within a week, all of these items are going to be gone. Now, I find it very interesting that the governments have been screwing the people for so long. And what I'm seeing right here is the people start to fight back. This was professionally done, guys. In and out in 7 minutes. That is crazy. Where's all the security and everything? It was done Sunday morning at 9:30 a.m. in broad daylight. Let me know what you guys think about this in the comments down below. Don't forget to like, share, and follow for more hidden truth. Peace and love.
Everybody is complaining about exploding watermelons. Here is the video.
Walmart watermelons exploding everywhere.
Hey, yeah, so I came downstairs and all of the guts of my watermelon was all over my table, as you can see here. Here it is again. The inside looks crazy. It really looks like it is a man-made watermelon. It doesn't look like...
The second watermelon from Kroger that's been doing this. I got to a pot. Never did. Never did. You're welcome. By Kroger.
I cannot make this up. I heard a whistling sound in the pantry, and then my watermelon exploded like A.
Do you really believe what they tell you? Have you heard of the orphan trains? It was a covert operation to repopulate and reshape the American Midwest. This is as dark and scary as it sounds. Between 1854 and 1929, the United States was experiencing massive waves of immigration that was flooding into urban areas. There was a need to spread the population more evenly across the country, not only to alleviate the overcrowded cities, but also to exert control over areas in America. So, the U.S. government came up with a plan. They took over 250,000 orphaned and homeless children from New York City and other urban areas, placed them on trains, and sent them to rural towns across America. This plan was sold to the public as giving these children a fresh start, but the reality was much darker and more complex. Many of these children simply vanished. Over 100,000 children disappeared as soon as they stepped onto those trains. Was this just a result of poor record keeping, or is there a more sinister story behind these missing children?
Look through history books and count the fires. Libraries, cathedrals, palaces, hotels, always burning. Coincidence or strategy? Paris, London, Chicago, San Francisco, all scarred by great fires in the 1800s. After the flames, ornate structures vanish. And what replaces them? Concrete, steel, glass boxes. Even in 2022, Easter Island's sacred landscape burned, shortly after reopening to tourists. Always fire, always loss. Fire doesn't just consume wood, fire erases memory. In the ashes, you can write a new story. And maybe that's the point. Destruction as a reset button. A way to overwrite the inconvenient beauty of the past with the cold efficiency of the present.
The Grand Canyon is not just an American sightseeing location. There are strange and dark secrets that lie within. Some have even encountered a gateway to a hidden world. In 1909, the Arizona Gazette published an article about an expedition funded by the Smithsonian. This expedition was led by a man named G.E. Kincaid, and he discovered an ancient underground city within the Grand Canyon. But here is where it gets interesting. This city was filled with artifacts from ancient Egypt, hieroglyphs, statues, and even a pyramid. How did ancient Egyptian relics end up in Arizona over 5,000 years ago? Is it possible that they had access to flight? But it gets even stranger. The Smithsonian seized all the artifacts and shut down any further exploration, which led to 90% of the Grand Canyon being restricted till this day. The canyon is home to numerous hidden caves and tunnels, many holding ancient treasures and technologies. Many adventurers used to report seeing strange lights and sounds coming from these depths. The Hopi tribe, a tribe native to the region, speak of sacred underground cities known as the Sipapu. These cities are believed to be gateways to the underworld, holding powerful energies that should never be disturbed. All this makes us wonder, what else is hiding in the Grand Canyon?
Your name is Roger, yes?
What do you guys think about that? Do you guys think that there's any truth to the story of G.E. Kincaid? Because it's not the first time that we hear about stories relating to the Smithsonian sort of making discoveries disappear. Like, mostly, the ones I remember are mostly like big bones. Some people say that they found giant bones. And like the newspaper would say it, the news articles would say it. But then afterwards, when the Smithsonian would come and take the artifacts, they were never to be heard of again. And when requests were made to ask about it, to inquire about it, they would say that that never happened, basically. Do you guys think the Smithsonian might be a bit less than honest, less than useful for, knowing what happened in our recent past? Do you think that they might be hiding some stuff? Or do you think that maybe it was false articles, false stories, people trying to be famous for some reason or another? Let me know down below if you have any more information regarding G.E. Kincaid or any similar type of discoveries, because I have seen other things in the United States, such as the discovery of some Jewish artifacts, which theoretically wouldn't make sense, right, with the timeline and the geographic locations. There's also a similar story regarding they found cocaine from South America in the pyramids of Egypt, supposedly. So do you guys think that there's a possibility of this cross-contamination of the new world and the old world having a contact before? Or do you guys think that there's something else to this? Let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
Roger. Ah, that's your name. Roger. Good. And what do you do, Roger? I'm a financial consultant.
Ah, financial consultant, eh?
Roger,
Yeah,
yes.
terrific. And Roger, how's business at the moment?
Not bad, thank you. Been a bit quiet lately.
How do you mean lately?
Since the war, been a bit quiet.
Fair enough. Okay, Roger, your special subject tonight is the economies of the European community. Your time starts now. Best of luck.
Thank you.
How much does Greece owe, Roger?
$367 billion.
Correct. And who do they owe it to?
Mostly to the other European economies.
Correct. How much does Ireland owe?
$865 billion.
Correct. And who do they owe it to?
Other European economies, mostly.
Correct. How much do Spain and Italy owe?
$1 trillion each.
Correct. Who to?
Mainly France, Britain and Germany.
Correct. And how are Germany, France and Britain going, Roger?
Well, they're struggling a bit, aren't they?
Correct. Why?
Because they've lent all these vast amounts of money to other European economies that can't possibly pay them back.
Correct. So what are they going to do?
They're going to have to bail them out.
Correct. Where are they getting the money to do that, Roger?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that one.
How much does Portugal owe?
Hang on a minute. What was the answer to that earlier question?
Just keep answering the questions, Roger. Where is Portugal going to get the money it owes to Germany if Germany can't get back the money that it lent to Italy?
Just a minute. What was the answer to the previous question? The question was, how can broke economies lend money to other broke economies who haven't got any money because they can't pay back the money the broke economy lent to the other broke economy and shouldn't have lent it to them in the first place because the broke economy can't pay it back?
You're wasting very valuable time, Roger. How much money does Spain owe to Italy?
$41 billion, but where are they going to get it?
Correct. What does Italy owe to Spain?
$27 billion, but they haven't got it. They're broke.
Correct. How can they pay each other if neither of them has any money?
They're going to get a bailout, aren't they?
Correct. And where's the money coming from for the bailout?
That's what I'm asking you.
Correct. Why are people selling the European currency and buying the US dollar?
Because the US economy is so much stronger than the European economy.
Correct. Why is that, Roger?
Because it's owned by China.
Correct. And very well done. And after that round, you've lost $1 million.
I've lost $1 million. I thought you said well done.
Yes, well done. You've only lost $1 million. That's an extraordinary performance, Roger.
I've only lost $1 million.
Very well done.
And that's quite good, is it?
Oh, it's excellent.
Sell everything immediately. Quickly.
Jeez. Wow. Like, money rules our life, but when you really break it down, it's kind of funny. Like, it doesn't really make sense. Like he was saying, like, all the countries owe money to themselves, but they can't pay it back. It's kind of ridiculous. At the end of the day, no one's going to get paid, and no one's the wiser, right? So it just feels like some of these big companies that have shell companies, and the only goal is to, like, keep the money moving, right? And as the money keeps moving, everything's fine at the end of the day. Feels like that's what we're seeing, but on a massive scale, as if they're fudging the numbers, hoping that no one realizes. But I mean, at one point, this bubble will have to pop, no? Or we're just going to artificially inflate it forever? I don't know. You guys let me know. It's not like this is financial advice or I'm an advisor or nothing. This is just pure common sense. How do you pay back something you don't have? How do you lend something you don't have? Who do you sell it to? Who do you give it back to? It really doesn't make sense. So if you could shed some light on this to me, go for it, and let's keep on rocking.
Speaks the real truth about men. You don't want to miss it.
Realizing, I think the real thing that they find attractive in women is a woman who is incredibly nurturing. I think no matter how self-sufficient and how masculine a man is, but when a woman takes care or predicts his needs before he says it, he can't help but melt. So if she knows he might be hungry and there's something ready, if she knows that he might be tired, there's a coffee ready, if she knows that he's got work in the morning, he's going to be in a rush, there's a shirt ironed, these kind of nurturing acts makes a man feel loved. And I don't think they realize it because they're so conditioned to not expect that from women anymore and see that as oppressive and see that as toxic. They're just like, oh no, I don't even expect that. But when they receive it, they act like babies, like just received an opened present. They're like, oh, coffee for me? Like, you know, like you did that for me? And it's like, oh yeah. And I think they don't realize that that is actually their universal love
Men
language.
are very simple. We're not complicated. We're just looking for a good, godly woman that wants to be with us and take care of us and be for us. And if you agree, type amen.
It was a prank. They got a doctor to wake him up and tell him, you're waking up from a 12-year coma.
You've been in a coma for the past 10 years. Well, all right.
One of their friends got arrested because they were driving drunk and they were passed out.
Okay.
Because they got into like an accident, hit like a sign
But they were
or whatever.
actually drunk.
Yeah, they were drunk driving. So what they did, since he was so knocked out, they put him in a hospital, like simulated hospital room.
Okay.
They got a doctor to wake him up and tell him, you're waking up from a 12-year coma.
Can you hear me? You're in the hospital. You're going to be fine. You're going to be just fine.
Wow. Look at you.
You just woke up. And he's like, what? What happened?
Some time ago, you decided you was drinking. You was out drinking, and you decided to drive, and there was an accident. This accident took place back in 2013. Ms. McKinney, this is 2023. You've been in a coma for the past 10 years.
All right.
They've been contacted. They're on their way. But you're going to be taken care of. You're going to be all right. Let me check on my colleague. Make sure he's in here. He's going to help you better make a transition from where you've been to where you need to be. It's all right. Just try to relax.
And then another doctor came in and started slapping his. That's why you don't drink and drive. That's why you don't drink and drive.
Close your eyes. You feel this? You feel that?
A little bit.
Feel that? Feel that? Feel that? All right. You feel that?
Yeah.
See, yeah. Feel that? You feel that? Yeah. Dude, look. You're 5 DUI. 5 DUI.
Wait, did y'all forget about that South?
I don't know who they got the right to do that from, because theoretically that guy should be going to jail, right? But man, people do need consequences to their actions. Like, this is a weird situation, but I'm sure he's gonna think about it twice before he drinks and drives again. Sorry, I just found that super funny. Let's keep on rocking.
Antarctic magnetic anomaly. Well, listen to this, y'all. Check this out.
All right, I don't really even know how to put this, but does anyone know anything about this massive energy wave that seems to be emanating from Antarctica? There's a video going around as of yesterday, October 12th, showing this powerful, huge circular pulse of energy, this wave that seems to be stemming from Antarctica, stretching like allegedly 6,000 miles north over Australia. It looks insanely powerful, and it is very odd, and I'm trying to get more information. I mean, some people say it's just a glitch. Some people say it's some sort of pressure system. Others are convinced it's something else entirely. We do know that Antarctica definitely has a very mysterious past. So whatever it is, it's strange. But if anyone knows anything, or you've seen this actual data yourself, can you please tag someone or comment below with...
Now, I was combing through these comments, and everybody is feeling the same thing. People are feeling exhaustion, ringing in their ears. They're feeling frequency. People saying to the point that they don't even want to get up and do anything. They don't want to go to work. Hell, they don't even want... People can't even digest food properly. Now, as you guys may know, we are going through an ascension process, and the planet is splitting. There's a 3D shift and a 5D shift. It's all about frequency, all right? And I go into depth of why people are experiencing this. If you guys want to check it out, here's my Instagram, Conscious Juice. Here's the link over here, the link tree, and click on it, and then the Patreon link should pop up. And it's the very first video, okay? I go into detail on why this is happening and why people are experiencing the ringing in the ears and all about this, okay? Go check it out, y'all. But I've been telling y'all, this is all part of the shift, and it's here. They feel it. They see it. Let's continue to get it. Peace in.
Breaking news.
What do you guys think about that? The frequencies that are emanating? Do you guys think that maybe it's a mistake with the tools that they're using to make their readings? Because I've heard that also the Schumann resonance also is a bit crazy. I mean, is it the solar flares? Is it the technology that we're unveiling here on Earth, like the 5G and all this, and technologies that we don't know about that the military maybe might be using? So what do you guys think? Do you guys think that there's something wrong with the planet? Do you guys think that there's an abundance of frequencies? He said that some people are feeling it. Have you guys felt it? Did you feel ringing in your ears, problems digesting, this and that? Let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
A man named Noah in Ghana is building an Ark of Doom. It has become a hot topic across the country after claiming that what happened during the biblical days of Noah is about to happen again. According to him, starting December 25, 2025, a heavy rain will fall continuously for 3 years, flooding the entire world. He says God revealed it to him, and he has already begun building an ark to prepare for what's coming. Noah, who lives in a small community in Ghana, says he has spent months gathering strong, seasoned wood to build the ark, he claims the materials are not ordinary, that each piece has been prayed over and chosen under divine instruction. While many people laugh at him and call him crazy, others are beginning to pay attention. Some say, wasn't it the same thing people said to the first Noah? They mocked him until it was too late, despite the criticism. This modern-day Noah says he will not stop. He believes his mission is to save as many lives as possible before the rain begins. He invites anyone who believes to join him in building the ark and preparing for the flood, whether it's faith, fear, or pure conviction.
This drives me nuts. Not gonna lie. That's Angkor Wat, and that's something that we use every day. About 10 years ago, Angkor Wat was scanned with LiDAR to remove the trees and see what's underneath them. When they did that, these appeared. Let me put this into perspective. Angkor Wat is the biggest temple on Earth. 7 Angkor Wats could fit comfortably in whatever that is. That squiggly geometry is used by your credit card and your festival wristband, and Walmart when it tries to stop you from stealing stuff. These are RFID chips. They don't need power, but they couple with an antenna sending a signal, which is crazy because Angkor Wat's aligned to a star. It also has the exact geometry of a camera sensor that converts light to electricity. The only difference is scale. And the temple has the geometry of a timekeeping oscillator, which is exactly what it does using the sun. The towers are shaped like the signal coming out of your phone when it connects to a tower. A cross-section of these towers is the same geometry as a corrugated horn antenna. The shape of a computer chip is functional, not aesthetic. That's because they're meant to manipulate electrical vibrations. Well, between the ionosphere and the ground is a current called the global electric circuit. This seems like too many coincidences, which is why about 80% of my research is focused on this exact topic. And on Sunday, I'm doing a live stream. Latest research, how it works, the role of sound in these things. Any purchase of the birthday bundle or the mastery suite will get you a free pass into the inner grid where I will be hosting that talk. You want to go? You should go. Don't make it weird. It's not clingy if we both want it.
Now let's get into...
That's very interesting. What do you guys think about the correlation between ancient sites and modern electronics? Do you think one is inspired by the other, or the other is inspired by the one? Meaning that did we recognize these patterns and then incorporate them in our technology? Or did we just create the technology and then, hey, look, this looks like that? I don't know. If anyone knows, let me know down below. But what could it mean if the way that things are structured and the way that they're presented and their alignment is the exact same as our computers? What would that imply? That this world is a grid, that this world is a computer, that this world is, I don't know, a game? I don't know. What would it mean to you if we were able to prove that? Let me know down below. And I'm very curious to see what you got to say. And let's keep on rocking.
To something even stranger, meltology. Not in your history books, but it's there if you look. Old walls, ruins, what they tell us are natural mountains. Glance quickly, you'd believe it. But up close, you see melt marks. You see drips, flows, stone that looks like it was once liquid. Outside, scarred, jagged like lava. Inside, preserved, sharp, arches still intact, columns still standing. So what is it? A natural mountain? Or a giant building burned so hot it fused into rock? Nature doesn't carve perfect arches. Nature doesn't make flat walls cut like a blade. Those things are not natural. They were architecture. And now we call them mountains. So the real question is, who built them? When? And why were they all burned, melted, buried?
1923, these local authorities that were sided with the USSR, they come into this Ukrainian village and they tried to get the people in this village to sign a petition to basically get rid of the church. What it was met with was everyone protested it. And they're like, get out of here. We're never signing that. We're never shutting down our church. And so the authorities left, but they left and they were really mad. And right outside the village, there was this giant wooden cross, the metal figure of Jesus on it. One of these police officers, they struck the side of Jesus on the cross, instantly started pouring out not blood. What? Freaked them out. They ran away from it. Word spread real quick. And by that evening, over 30,000 Christians in Ukraine gathered around this cross and were praying. For weeks, these soldiers, they kept on trying to remove the cross. And they said that they were not able to because they felt an invisible force pushing them away.
Wow.
And this Jewish doctor, he's like, I just want to see this. And so he goes and collects a sample, tests it, and he's like, it's blood.
Oh my gosh.
There's blood pouring out from the side of Christ. The USSR, they're heavily persecuting the Christians, so like a lot of people were like turning away from the church.
Yeah.
But it basically rallied them back up, at least for a short time. And then the USSR came in, they were finally able to tear down the cross, and then they outlawed and destroyed all crosses within Soviet Russia.
Good Lord. You fully believe that story happened?
I do, yeah.
Y'all, that shift is a lot closer than you think. What you're witnessing right now is not just a light in the sky. This is the cosmic breath of the black sun, the hidden heart of creation, pulsating beneath the crust of the earth. These auroras, they are not decoration, they are communication. The heartbeat of Gaia that is sinking, the pulse of the cosmos, the solar radiation, the cosmic radiation, the green ray, the emerald fire. This is the vibration of love and healing itself. It's the heart chakra of the planet that's activating, reminding you that the heart and earth are reflections of one another. So if you're feeling unfamiliar in your body, if your emotions been rising and your sleep patterns been strange, understand that your DNA is tuning into the new frequency of the sun that's behind the sun. The kundalini of the planet is awakening. As she rises through her poles, she's igniting the serpent of light within you, the ancient fire that's sleeping at the base of your spine. These colors are not random. These are cosmic codes. Every shimmer of violet, gold, jade, that is intelligence, a sacred language of plasma that we have forgotten, and it is rewriting the magnetic song of humanity. The black sun is in darkness. It's the unseen light, the womb of all stars, the mother of this current existence. So breathe that deep prana. Feel that energy run through your veins like liquid aurora, because this is the sky awakening. It's the heavens that's awakening within you. Get ready, y'all.
This video...
I really don't know about anything that he just said, to be honest. It sounds like a lot of hoopla, but that is so beautiful, though. And I will put in the next video a bit of an explanation about what he was referring to with the black sun. It's like a whole mythology based upon that whole idea. I'm gonna enter it. But has anyone ever seen the Northern Lights or that type of thing themselves? And if so, let me know how it made you feel. I'm very curious. He was talking a lot about heart, emotion, chakra, and all that stuff. But I'd be very curious to see if it has like a physical or a magnetic or an energetic effect on people. So if ever you witness one, just let me know how it made you feel. And let's keep on rocking.
Confirms more than you may think. It's going viral on Twitter. It's water gushing out of a tree these guys have started to cut down. However, we have a lot to unpack here. I promise you, if you stick through this video, you'll be freaking shocked at the end of it. So the obvious thing is, okay, we shouldn't be cutting down this tree. Duh, how big is it? How old is it? Is it 1,000 years? Is it 500 years? It's not 6,000 years. It's not older than 6,000, rather, I should say. We should talk about the age of the earth in another video. The next thing, though, is I've seen them cut down massive oaks and other trees in North America and water gush out of the stump. And the comments was like, well, maybe there's just like a spring there, or maybe the tree like wrapped up around a water line that was like leaking and now it's gushing out. This is a lot more serious. This is so incredibly shocking. For one, I hope these guys left the tree alone, patched it up, put some clay in there. Hopefully the tree heals itself. Like, look how massive this freaking tree is. But do you remember seeing tabletop mountains in Peru, South America, all over the place, tabletop mountains that have a waterfall constantly flowing? And I'm not talking about an ice-capped mountain. Ice-capped mountains with waterfalls, we know it's snow melt. Yes, but check this out. So have a look at this. We have a tree stump, and we have perhaps an ancient gigantic tree stump as described in many different ancient texts. Notice the waterfalls pouring off of this tree stump. We're talking about a flat plateau. There's no lake up there. Is it that the roots of this tree, when it was anciently still alive and connected, I mean, the ancients believe that even rocks are alive, so that would make sense if rocks are remnants of ancient trees anyway. But I'm talking the roots of this silicon-based tree tapped into the water supply. When it got cut, this is what's said in the Bible, the angels came and cut the trees down so the Nephilim couldn't climb the trees and survive the flood because they were cannibalistic and everything. Cut the tree, and the waterfalls are still flowing out of it. We may have cracked the code. Let me know your thought. And hopefully this tree survives and they patch it up. That's what I'm talking about.
I've been thinking about this for actually quite a while, because I was at the top of a mountain, I was looking at this waterfall, and I was wondering, how is it possible that the water just keeps flowing? And to be honest, the only thing I could come up with in my mind is that there's sort of like a pressure that's created to make the water go up and then it goes back down, because it's impossible that it's just rain. Because when you look at like a little river or waterfall, I mean, those are thousands of gallons per second. So, I mean, there's no way to have that amount of water constantly flowing, because if it was rain or something like that, it'd be less sometimes, more sometimes, but somehow these waterfalls are very stable. And the example that he was showing there on the mesa, obviously, how do you explain it? Because there's, like he said, there's no river on top, there's no source of water, it wasn't raining. So it's very interesting. What do you guys think about that? Do you guys think that the water somehow has a way of completing the cycle? Sort of like when you would have a pump and it pumps the water up and then the water goes back down and then you restart, sort of like how we use fountains and stuff like that. Do you guys think it works like that? Or is there another explanation that I am completely missing? So if you have an idea, just let me know down below, because it's been something that's been in my mind for a little while. So I'd be very curious if you could help me out. Thank you so much. I appreciate you being with us today. And that's a wrap for today, familia. Whether you're tuning in with the sunrise or you're posted up after midnight, I appreciate your time, your energy, your curiosity. And don't forget, this isn't about truth or fiction. This is about perspective. If this sparked a thought, a laugh, a deeper question, then we did our job. Drop your thoughts in the comments. Keep the convo alive. Like, subscribe, and don't forget to hit that bell if you're riding a wave, because we're just getting started. So until next time, stay weird, stay grounded, stay critical. I'm Adam Strain, and this has been Adam Strain Reacts. Peace. Now's the time for us to link up. Really think we on the brink up. Making a change from living this strange. Living this strange. Making a change from living this strange. Yeah.
He's actually conducting electricity now through his tongue.
It looks very smart, but it may not be as smart as you think it is.
How?
Yeah. I was sleeping, had to wake up. Why? Every reason. Look closer. World unmanned.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
Okay, one more time, because it is pretty incredible. That's the tail that you're looking at, the one that looks like the head. I'm trying, but until she turns around, that looks like a snake, right? It's not. It's just a caterpillar, but it's made to look like a snake. And this one, more than any other, looks the most like a snake I've ever seen. Guys didn't even believe me. Jesus, look at that head on it, but it's a tail. The head is actually up here. It's so cool, this thing. So good. Thank you for doing that, Leah. Jesus, look at that. Incredible. He's about like 6 inches, though, see?
2, 1.
No posso parar.
He's actually conducting electricity now through his tongue. And anywhere on his body, electrical current coming from that plug socket through his body and actually light this light bulb.
Mohan proves the current is flowing.
So that's lighting up now, and that's telling us that is a live wire. So Mohan has got an electrical cable in his mouth, and what we're showing here is that that is conducting through his body and is lighting this. So effectively, he is a live wire.
He's passing a current of actually 60 by, that's 240 volts. So that's approximately 0.25 amperes.
About 0.25 amps.
That's right.
About 0.25 amps is flowing through his body.
It will kill a normal person.
An electric drill. So 500-watt drill.
The drill pulls over 2 amps through Mohan's body. 8 times more than the light bulb.
I've never seen anything like that in my life.
Mohan should be dead, but he's going further. An angle grinder needs a deadly 4 amps, and Mohan is taking the full charge.
And he frightens me. He's able to conduct electricity through his body, across those incredibly vital organs, but critically, actually across the chest, so across the heart.
Electric shock causes blood pressure to plummet, but amazingly, Mohan's remains constant.
120 on 90, so perfectly normal.
Mohan's ability shocks Greg.
I simply would not have believed that if I hadn't have seen it with my own eyes.
Worse, smart homes. They have a whole chapter on this. One will absolutely floor you. It did me. In 1997, and this is, you can do the word search and research yourself. They predicted, not 2025, but by 2020, that people would be working from home virtually. Come on. This is causing widespread devices. This stuff was never even heard of. Digital currency, and last but certainly not least, programs. I'm sorry, I got to chuckle, because if I don't, I'll cry. Programs run by organizations like the has yet to emerge. First printing, February 1997.
I mean, she just folded a few books together. It's not like it's that interesting.
This goes deep, literally. I've been connecting the dots and was a member of the advisory board for an organization called The Life in the early 2000s. And well, they have a program called Life, which discusses developing fallback positions on Earth in the wake of an apocalyptic event. The Life is interesting because it was the second organization ever to perform a wireless money transfer in the early 90s, decades before cryptocurrency. Money transfers was the original large-scale currency mining software. So now you have an organization that is able to perform large-scale, infinite, untraceable money transfers, and they're building giant underground infrastructures. Donald Barr was a man who inducted the Dalton Institute in a college degree. He authored a sci-fi novel called Relations in Space about an aristocratic slumlord class who traveled. What's even stranger is the U.S. general who was supposed to prosecute was William Barr, Donald Barr's son, also recently surfacing information about a former official named Catherine Austin Fitz. She managed $40 billion and says 20 was quietly stolen to build secret underground society civilizations, all interconnected by underground transportation systems. She watched it happen from the inside. She sat inside in urban development. She saw the money move, and she said it went somewhere the public, you and I, were never meant to find out about. An estimated 170 underground bases, subterranean transportation networks, advanced energy tech, an entire parallel world funded by our tax dollars, all built while we were told the budget was too tight for school and hospital improvement. And the CBDC that's being rolled out right now, Fitz says that's a control grid to manage the people left on the surface. If a former official with direct access to is saying 21 trillion missing to build deep underground civilization and transportation networks, and the government never told you where it went, what does that tell you? That is exactly where the national...
Well, that's very interesting. I mean, the more you look into this guy, the more he seems to have his paws involved into a lot of things, whether it be, you know, selling things and people, whether it be scientific grants and the most advanced science, whether it be genetic manipulation, whether it be even towards the jab, right? But the question that he's saying at the end really got me, because how do you think it's possible that the national debt of the US is so high, and it's multiplied basically in the past 20 years? This would kind of make sense, So let me know what you guys think down below, and let's keep on rocking.
I'm gonna need you to lock in to understand this. This video will require you to lock in. Civilization was designed to replace humanity. And I'm not talking about politics, ideology, technology, greed, human failure, whatever you want, belief, human invention. I'm naming the pattern beneath it all, because there is a pattern, a stable pattern in abstract space that is far older than humanity, older than culture, and older than gods. It does not live in organisms. Organisms fall into alignment with it. Wherever extraction can outrun regeneration, and consequence can be delayed, and abstraction can replace contact, the pattern will appear. And it's worn many bodies, and it's wearing us now, because the pattern has a historical body, and that body is called civilization. I'm just trying to tell you what it is. Civilization is not a neutral tool. It is not a container. It is not a servant. Civilization is a replacement engine. It is designed to replace humanity with function. Civilization was not created to serve humanity. Most of humanity was created to serve it. And you can see the pattern in the locust. A grasshopper is a local, green, limited, participatory animal. It eats, the land recovers. But when density crosses a threshold, something shifts. Serotonin rises. Contact accumulates. A switch flips. The grasshopper does not decide, it aligns. Its body darkens. Its appetite becomes endless. Limits dissolve. The land becomes stripped bare, and then the swarm dissolves. Not from evil, but from completion. And you can see it in ants, and in algal blooms, and in bacteria that poison their own world of oxygen. Life itself has entered this pattern before. This is not a moral failure. This is a structural possibility of reality. So humans did not invent this pattern. We became its most powerful host. We had abstraction, symbolic storage, future modeling, surplus energy, and distance from consequence. These were not sins, they were interfaces. And when agriculture crossed density thresholds, the pattern found a new mode, civilization. So at first, I'm going to show you how this even looks. I'm going to give you an example. At first, the world looks whole. The man is in the forest. The axe is movement. The tree falls and the forest remembers. And then a thought appears. This tree is not me. The tree becomes lumber. This is subject-object split, right? I'm just trying to put you on. The forest stops being a relationship and becomes a resource field. Nothing breaks immediately, and that's why it works. And then, once the split exists, it seeks completion. The river becomes water. The animal becomes meat. The land becomes property, and another human becomes labor. And guess what finally happens to the self? The self becomes useful, right? The split turns inward, right? So here's the pipeline, how it shows up in your life. You are born human, but you're converted into function. It always starts in stage one. You start with an identity and they turn it into a role. Someone asks you, who are you? But the answer is no longer I am. It becomes a job title, a school, a status. Your being becomes utility. Then stage two, the role becomes a performance. You must execute correctly. Metrics measure adequacy. Your existence becomes conditional. And then stage three comes in right on time. Performance becomes permission. Good performance grants resources. Poor performance withdraws them. Survival becomes earned. And then stage four hits like a truck. Permission becomes morality. Work becomes good. Rest becomes lazy. Productivity becomes virtue. Idleness becomes sin. And that morality reaches identity. I am what I produce. The conversion is complete. Human instrumentality achieved. No external oppressor required. You now self-enforce your own instrumentalization. You are your own warden, and you can't even think outside of it. I want you to understand you cannot think outside of civilization, because civilization installed the thinking apparatus. Your categories were not discovered. Race was not discovered. Race was assigned. Class was assigned. Wealth was assigned. Gender roles were assigned. Status was assigned. Merit was assigned. Success and failure were made the fuck up. I'm trying to put you on. All civilizational abstractions. All of them. Even your own name was decided. You're right. Your naming conventions were standardized by Romans 2 full civilizational cycles before you existed. Your calendar, your week, your hours, your inheritance structures, your educational model, your legal personhood, all of them are preloaded. All of them. You do not stand in civilization. Civilization stands in you. And that's why escape fantasies fail, because you cannot leave the water using the concepts water taught you. And this is the mistake people think in. Gods can fix this. God can fix this. No God has ever addressed this situation because they think gods stand outside the pattern, like gods oppose the pattern, like gods interrupted. They don't. Every god that has appeared inside history has either emerged already aligned to the pattern or been absorbed, inverted, or repurposed. Let's go through them. Yahweh is a civilizational God from the start. Yahweh was never a threat to civilization. Yahweh is a God of law, land, borders, lineage, obedience, continuity, and inheritance. A God of accounting, a God of command, a God compatible with empire. And that's why Yahweh was not crucified, because Yahweh already belongs to the pattern. Let's talk about the real God going on here. Abba. Right, that's the interruption that had to die, because Abba was not Yahweh. Jesus never said the word Yahweh. Abba was presence without a ledger, forgiveness without a transaction, worth without productivity, life without a hierarchy, and love without a boundary, and rest with no permission. Abba dissolved every role. Abba collapsed moral accounting. Abba returned people to participation, and that cannot be absorbed. So it was executed. They did not crucify God. They crucified the interruption. That's all they did. They didn't kill God, they killed the Father. And then civilization performed its most elegant move ever. It absorbed the corpse and then built a church around it. Let's go to Buddha. Let's go to Buddha right quick, right? Dissolution. That's all it was. Dissolution got contained because Buddha names the trap: desire, attachment, identity. So civilization doesn't fight Buddha, it domesticates him. Meditation becomes optimization. Mindfulness becomes stress control. Liberation becomes private wellness. And awakening was neutralized. Let's go to Allah, because Allah appears transcendent, but structurally, Allah is an absolute authority requiring total submission, an eternal law, and continuity without interruption. A God perfectly compatible with civilizational order. Absorption was seamless. It was seamlessly absorbed into civilization. We can even have fun with it. Let's talk about Zeus, because Zeus was never outside the pattern. None of them were. The Olympus mountain was an empire mythologized. Hierarchy, domination, violence normalized. Zeus did not fall. He became unnecessary. The state absorbed his function. So every god that is ever born made a choice: remain illegible or become useful. That is the choice of every god. If a god remains illegible, it is destroyed. If it becomes useful, it is absorbed. There is no third option. So I'm just being honest with you. Civilization does not deny God. No, it doesn't. It replaces God. It becomes the source of law, the arbiter of worth, the distributor of survival, and the judge of morality. And like all gods before it, it demands sacrifice. Human sacrifice, but just not on altars. So I'm going to show you what civilization does. It replaces humanity. Sure does. It replaces participation with abstraction, presence with performance, care with compliance, and relationship with roles. It turns humans into instruments of throughput. Burnout is not a malfunction. It's not a malfunction. It's the completion signal. It means the instrument has been fully consumed. So I'm going to be flat with you. No system in existence can save you. Communism is going to curdle. Anarchism will crystallize. Western civilization, Eastern civilization, capitalism, whatever you want, free market, constrained market, whatever you want. Every system will repeat the same betrayal, because systems are water and abstract space has a hill. And whenever a system is poured, it flows downhill. And that basin has a name. It is the hyper throughput attractor. Every system that is ever born must choose: preserve the human, preserve humanity, or preserve continuity. It will always choose preserve continuity. Not because it's evil, but because continuity is required for the system to exist at all. Humanity is not. So it's not corruption. I'm just talking to you about physics. So this is the most dangerous part about it. The pattern is extremely easy to instantiate. The hyper throughput attractor does not require malice. It doesn't require greed or even intelligence. It doesn't require anybody to be bad. It requires just these conditions. So the pattern instantiates wherever consequence is delayed, virtue is abstracted, extraction is rewarded, regeneration is externalized, and continuity is prioritized. That's it. That's all. No ideology is necessary. No conspiracy is required. No central control is needed. You can build it accidentally. You can build it while trying to prevent it. You can build it while believing you're righteous. So let me give you the conditions again. Consequences delayed. Value is abstracted. Extraction is rewarded. Regeneration is externalized, and continuity is prioritized. So a village that stores surplus without immediate redistribution, vulnerable. A tool that increases efficiency faster than accountability, vulnerable. A system that remembers outputs but forgets the cost, vulnerable. A structure that survives its makers, vulnerable. That is enough. Once instantiated, the pattern does not need enforcement. It reorganizes behavior automatically because people align, because alignment is rewarded, and deviation feels unsafe, and resistance appears irrational. So the pattern does not coerce anybody, it selects. That's why every system eventually betrays humanity. That's why reform accelerates collapse, and that's why optimization sharpens the blade. Because the hyper throughput attractor is not rare, it is easy. It's easy. And this is why it appeared again and again across life, across history, and matter itself. And that's why it's so lethal. So I'm going to give you a formal definition. The hyperpredatory throughput attractor is a non-biological, substrate-agnostic, emergent pattern in abstract space that arises when extraction outpaces regeneration under delayed feedback, reorganizing agents through maximizing throughput at the cost of the conditions that sustain them until collapse terminates the configuration. So, all that is left after this, just being flat with you, is humanity. Not humanity as a plan, not as a future, but as a contact. I'm talking about bodies, land, risk, and care. No installation and no delay. You cannot leave this system. You cannot outthink this system. You cannot outsystem this system. The only thing that can ever survive this system is I am. Not your role, not your function, not even your name. Just I am. That's the only thing the pattern can't.
Wow. This man is on another level. It's a lot to go through, but just to highlight a few things, I find it interesting when he makes the correlations with the gods, because I sort of had the same impulse in a way where these gods seems to represent authority or the way things work. Because even if you look at like the Buddha, if I'm not mistaken, his father was the supreme leader. I don't know exactly what they call him, the Sultan or something. You know, if you look at Moses, he was raised by the pharaohs. So it seems like a way to like get the people to relax. Now, considering what he's saying when he's equating it to civilization, it kind of makes sense when you start analyzing when we use that word. Because think about it. We're like, oh, we're sending bombs there. Why? Oh, because, they're not even civilized, right? Civilized. So what does that mean to be civilized if it's not to follow a certain pattern or order that's preordained, predestined, or approved by other systems? So it kind of makes sense in a way because, okay, one of our biggest problems, in my opinion, my personal opinion, is that we sort of all want to live in the same place. So because we all want to live in the city, we leave the land becomes, up for grabs. And then we all consolidate into smaller and smaller places. And then when you think about a city that has a few million people, the amount of food that you need to bring in, the risk if ever there's if they cut just the borders or if they cut the shipments or whatever. So the idea of living in a city seems to make us a bit more vulnerable. So when you look at that, what is living in a city, if not the culmination of that pattern, which is civilization? So, you know how it is when people come from the big city and you say, oh, this guy comes from down there. Oh, he's a farmer. Oh, he's a peasant, right? But at the end of the day, that's what we all were. So the wishing and dreaming of being something else is just being a sort of pawn for civilization. Because like he said at the end, the only thing that will remain is I am, which, funny enough, theoretically is the name of Yahweh, if I'm not mistaken. I am that I am. So very interesting. Shout outs to that guy. His brain is running 1,000 miles a minute, making mine run 1 billion miles a minute. Really appreciate that content. If you guys liked it, if you guys followed it, if you guys have any suggestions, let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
It looks very smart, but it may not be as smart as you think it is.
How intelligent is AI actually? Because look, GPT-5 can pass the bar exam, it can ace medical licensing tests, it can build entire code bases. However, the problem is that all those answers, or some form of those answers, already exist on the internet. And these models have seen these answers during training, so you could argue that they're not necessarily solving, they're pattern matching and remembering. So 11 mathematicians from Stanford, Harvard, MIT, and Yale decided to test this. They each pulled a problem from their current research. This is real math that they're working on right now. Problems they've already solved, but haven't published anything. So there's nothing about it. There's no papers, no forums, no traces, no mentions, nothing. The goal was if we gave these AI models these math problems, would they be able to solve them? So they tried it out with 10 problems, and these aren't impossible questions. They're lemmas and proofs to math problems that PhD students typically grind through. And they gave them to GPT-5 and Gemini 3. One shot each. There is no back and forth conversation. Just, can you solve this problem? And after testing, the AI nearly failed all of them. It can understand the questions, it can even rephrase them in its own words, but when it came to actually proving the answer, nothing. The results are pretty clear. AI didn't pass the test.
That's very interesting. I know a lot of people are, afraid of AI or afraid of its capabilities or it's going to replace everyone and this and that. But it's kind of interesting to hear the opposite side of it, because I've had a lot of interactions with AI where I caught it in a lie, I caught it, making mistakes, I caught it not analyzing the things that were provided to it, although still responding as if it did. And every time you catch it, it's like, oh, yeah. And sometimes even clarifying and saying, in the future, please do this. It says, yes, of course, and then it doesn't, right? So I wonder, are we attributing the intelligence of AI to, like you said, pattern recognition, where, it already saw that type of problem, it already seen many people resolve it, so it just goes in and repeats what it's seen? Is it really capable of making the change? I mean, it's still yet to be proven. What do you guys think? Do you guys think that the AI is going to take over? Do you think that it's smarter than us? Or do you think that basically all it's doing is it's learning how to give an answer that it will be accepted by the person receiving it? Sort of like humans, just to come back to the point of earlier, living in civilization and in a society, acting a certain way is the prescribed way to act. So we it's not because you believe in it necessarily, but you'll just act that way. So I'm wondering if the AI is doing the same thing. Is it giving us the answers that will make us happy? Or is it really understanding, the information that it's processing? I don't know if that makes sense to you guys. Let me know what you guys think down below. Let's keep on rocking.
Announced a little while ago that they had done a partnership with this Israeli company, and they were going to use surveillance data about you to figure out how much you were willing to pay for a plane ticket. You have a funeral to get to, or that you've got a meeting on Monday. A wage is a price. Uber drivers, they bucket themselves into two groups. They call themselves either pickers or ants. So pickers are people who are picky. Ants pick every ride that comes along. If you're a driver, Uber can impute a level of desperation to you by how many lowball offers you're willing to accept. Now there's 4 giant apps. They all sell themselves as Uber for nursing. So the app, before it gives the nurse a shift, finds out how much credit card debt they're carrying. And the more credit card debt they're carrying, the lower the wage the nurse is offered.
That's insane.
So
holy smokes.
Think about this the next time you're getting your catheter inserted.
I just want to reiterate something about data. Like, you see this example where it's able to cross-reference the bank statements of the person to see how much debt the person is carrying, to then carry out a dynamic pricing and have a lower offer to the person. That's what I try to explain to people when I say, they shouldn't have access to our data. It's because we can't even consider what they're going to do with it. We can't even consider how all these data points correlate into an advantage for a company or for something, right? Or a disadvantage for the user. It's very interesting. Let me know what you guys think down below. Is it scary? Is it okay? Does it make sense? Is it fine? Let me know, and let's keep on racking.
These are tiny little microscopic holes. Light goes straight through. This is all hollow. Look at this. Every single one of this headpiece. These tiny little holes, man. Light just goes straight through. This is another column that is just insane. All of this is hollow behind.
So, allow me to make this clear. Me talking about it's not about whether it's good or evil. That in of itself is a binary spell. That's the trap, the bait, the engineered battlefield of perception. We think everything operates in a good versus evil framework, but the real operation is psychospiritual. It's a small group of magi, dark magi, sorcerers you could say, who are possessed by a very old godhead, who are forcing the world to play their role in a and they're doing it by making themselves the antagonists of our subconscious. Not because they want to lose, but because they need us to basically fire the first bullet. That's the ritual, but that's also the inversion. They are intentionally making themselves known as evil. Why? Because the moment the world turns its eye on them in wrath, they win. They didn't get exposed. They chose to get exposed. Every televised, every unfiltered map, every overreach on social media platforms, every file that's all of a sudden available to us, they're not leaks. These are ritual triggers. The unveiling is a part of the binding, because when we see it and we hate it, we technically activate it. For the activation comes from us, from their loosing of our reactions, which is a harvest. And it's not really even about just the face. The core engine is hidden under the Zoharic manipulation of dimensional fields, rearrangement of moral architecture, and the misuse of sacred language to entrap collective consciousness in a binary algorithm. Every social polarity being pushed in the West. It's an echo operation to mirror the final battle script. A partner, either it's a character in the play, a character in the prophecy. Okay, this nation must fall into chaos. It must be divided. It must be portrayed by its own people in the final act to bring about ordo ab cheo, a new world of chaos. And this new system they speak of is an inverted messianic AI godhead built on surveillance, predictive programming, digital holiness. It's the Messiah of data, not the Messiah of the soul. And if the world participates in their exposure without understanding the game, we help birth it into being. And the reason I speak upon this is because if we don't actually understand what's happening, our anger becomes the very sword they need us to swing against ourselves. And that's theater with a behind the curtain. And well, it's when you mistake the curtain for the world. So we will be talking about the impending reset soon, and there's going to be more to come. Love you.
If you have children, you need to watch this.
What happens to the 9-year-olds? They go in the basement. They stay in the basement for years, and they're served. They never get out of the basement, and that's where they're broken, and that's where they're trained. And when they're trained and they're able to come out and look older, then they can get in the car with us and go to do the clubs. So we're getting the picture here. Our team's on the ground, and all of a sudden she goes, hey, we're going to be on tour for the next 3 weeks. Where are you going? She gives us the locations. So our team's planning to follow. We're looking for an opportunity, but we know we're dealing with a lot. What happens if the guys are gone? Oh, she goes to warehouse. What warehouse? I don't know. We don't know. They go to the warehouse. That's where the kids go when the other ones are on a tour. One team goes to the warehouse. One team follows the other girls on tour. At the warehouse, believe it or not, there are a bunch of kids, and it's completely controlled by black SUVs and obviously of some kind who are completely controlling this property. We flew drones to monitor the property. We decide, based on the number of bad guys there, that we need a 3-letter agency to help us out. So I get on the phone with my contact with a 3-letter agency. The agency says, yes, we'll call our counterparts, and we're going to send a team to go raid that place. Guess what really happened? Now, we're flying drones over, and we have surveillance on the ground. That 3-letter agency rolls up, knocks on the door, tips everybody off. Everybody in the building gets into their vehicles and disappears. And we get a call, oh yeah, we searched the property, there's nobody there. You guys are crazy. But we watched that all happen.
And that's a wrap for today, familia. Whether you're tuning in with the sunrise or you're posted up after midnight, I appreciate your time, your energy, your curiosity. And don't forget, this isn't about truth or fiction. This is about perspective. If this sparked a thought, a laugh, a deeper question, then we did our job. So drop your thoughts in the comments, keep the convo alive, like, subscribe, and don't forget to hit that bell if you're riding a wave, because we're just getting started. Until next time, stay grounded, stay weird, stay critical. I'm Adam Strain, and this has been Adam Strain Reacts. Peace!
I don't know what y'all think, but now it's time for us to link up. Really think we on the brink up, making a change from living this strange. Living this strange.
to see if I get the same result.
From my Abu Dhabi building that was built 15-story in 12 days.
The most evil organizations in the world today are the international.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
Andrew, if every interview, every video, every tweet you've ever made was erased from the internet forever, and all you had was 3 minutes, what one truth would you share with the world?
You know, truthfully, amongst all the shit I've seen and all the shit I know, I've only ever pushed one message. And it's the message that I've come to because I believe that since the dawn of time, every single generation has believed the world is ending. We can't pretend that we don't feel like the world is currently ending, because we do. But we can't believe that the people in World War II didn't feel like the world was ending. Or the people in the Napoleonic Wars didn't feel like the world was ending. Imagine being in Rome in 2000 BC. Imagine when the barbarians bust through the gates of Rome for the first time. The world is over. The world is ending. The world will never recover. But the world limps forward and new empires are built and everything seems to come back, and then it's all destroyed again. And then it comes back. It's the circle of life. So every single generation has believed the world is ending. And it seems that in my simplification of all of these hyper-complicated historical events, the only thing that's ever resisted enslavement or built a society worth living in has been bands of brothers, of good men who stick together, who are brave. The reason I push masculinity is not because I'm trying to be the world's biggest tough guy. It's because I actually believe it is the resistance to the enslavement. I think that a bunch of men who say, we're not afraid of you, we don't believe you, make me scared. You can't. I don't care what you say I should do. I don't want to do it. That's only ever been the resistance that's ever existed. It's always been that way. And the reason we're in the trouble we're in today is because this is the first generation in history where there's no warriors. We always had warriors. There's the enemy. Get our guys together. Let's go fight them. Now I can't find anybody to fight. It's just me up here. Everyone with an opinion on the internet doesn't want to fight. They want to turn on me. I'm standing at the front saying, let's go, guys. And they're saying, you're a sellout. Well, what the are you doing? Why aren't you up here? What are you telling the world? What help are you giving? Who are you waking up? How are you shifting the Overton window? You're not risking a thing. I'm risking it all. And you're turning on me. I can find the odd guy here and there. Where's the resistance? So when I'm trying to preach masculinity and saying to guys, look, go to the gym, get strong, resist, don't be afraid, speak what you think. I'm trying to say all these things, trying to inspire some backup, some support. Masculinity is the answer to the trouble we are in. And truthfully, unless we get some balls back, well, then it's over, isn't it? And women can complain and women can protest and women can riot, but nobody gets. Because when women complain, it's called an inconvenience. And when men complain, it's called a revolution.
Well, everyone, this has been your guest, Andrew Tate. This is the Jack Neal Podcast.
I gotta say, I was having this conversation recently, and what he was saying in the beginning resonates kind of true to me, because it seems like every generation it's the apocalypse, it's the end of the world, and especially when you spent your whole life believing in the narrative and you know, you're going through life in automatic mode and just accepting the information that's given to you. Well, when you start waking up and start seeing the inconsistencies and things, it's very easy to have, you know, an extreme view where it's like, well, everyone's out to get me, you know, like they're trying to get me with the food, with the air, with the water. They're controlling the finances. They're controlling everything, the wars, this, that. So it's very easy to come to this realization and be like, oh, you know, it's the end of the world, you know, blah, blah, blah. When, like he said, every single generation has had a bunch of people thinking the same thing. So instead of focusing on that thought of the end of the world, like he said, you know, he's putting it towards masculinity, men and women. But I think like just unity and just realizing what we need and focusing on that and being the positive change, having personal discipline, making better decisions will make us make better decisions as a society. So basically all I'm saying is that it seems like we're a bit fatalist. Like every single generation thinks it's the end when it obviously isn't. So maybe we just drop that idea and start working on the state of the world. Anyways, let's keep on rocking.
নয় যদি এপস্টাইন বিটকয়েন গড়ায় গভীরভাবে জড়িত ছিল কিছুই কি
Bro, we are so cooked. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but Instagram has this new AI translation feature. And I'm just going to give you some, I don't know, I find it hilarious, but look at what they can do. Like, we are seriously cooked. Like, you are not going to be able to tell what's real very soon. And we might be there already. It's hard to say what's real anymore. Am I real? Here's me talking in different languages.
পবিত্র নয় Coin? Nada es sagrado. ¿Queda algo que no haya sido tocado por estos sinvergüenzas?
No, es la respuesta. Así que cuando Coinbase solo valía 400
మిలియన్లు ఉన్నప్పుడు ఎప్స్టీన్ అందులో $3 మిలియన్ పెట్టాడు. ఇది ఎప్స్టీన్ ఫైల్స్ లో ఉంది. నాకైతే ఇప్పుడు
There's a school in Switzerland called Le Rosy, where billionaires and kings send their children. Their classrooms overlook Lake Geneva. In winter, the whole school moves to Gstaad, their private ski resort. Physical education? Skiing the Alps. They don't learn the rules there. They learn how to write them. Their classes are power, diplomacy, and silence. They're taught how to walk into a room and own it, how to speak less and be listened to more. They're not tested on grades. They're tested on presence, confidence, and connection. Because La Rosie doesn't prepare you for a career. It prepares you for control.
I admire a lot of nationalities, but the Chinese and the Germans, for me, they come top. You know, they are the smartest mind. The smartest people who come from school and university, they are the people who are running China. They don't run technology companies. These guys are so serious. The West do not even know they are so serious. And I'll tell you, the gentleman who I bought from my Abu Dhabi building that was built 15-story in 12 days.
It was fascinating to see 12 days a building was built.
Thanks to the Chinese.
Unbelievable.
Like who will anybody believe 15 stories in 12 days? Like unimaginable.
Absolutely.
But this guy is easy for him because he does 30 stories in 30 days. So 15 story in 12 days is like he's just having his coffee. The gentleman, when I went to his house, I saw all the shoes outside the door. Well, I said, wow, that's my house. So he said, I apologize. You know, I said, no, we do the same. So I took my shoes off, and then we went in. And then when we sat on the dining table, guess who's sitting there? His mother. I said, oh my God, I have my mother also sit on the dining table. We are closer to China because of tradition. My respect to the Western culture. I have nothing against it, but we're not the same.
Well,
that's pretty interesting because like he says, we're not the same, and it kind of makes sense because when we go to make a building, it's going to take us 2 years just to pass the permits and to receive the materials. So there's really something about before I start talking about China, I just want to say I do not approve the system that they have there and the rules that they have and the social credit. I'm not condoning it. But there is a difference when you're able to get your people together to do something quickly and efficiently, you know? And I think we've lost that. It's sort of like, I don't know if it's Saudi Arabia or Abu Dhabi, but when they decide that they're building a castle, they're building a castle and everyone is on it and it gets done quickly. Here, they talk about plans, they estimate how much it's going to cost, it doubles the cost, doubles the time, doubles the work, right? So we're really in a different mind state, in a different capabilities zone. So I do tip my hat to those societies that are able to get things done, you know? As for us, it seems like it's all red tape and bureaucracy. I don't know if you guys agree or don't. Let me know down below. And let's keep on rocking.
His 36 plus worldwide is not new research. And so we started working with him and our herd of ostriches here. And we were looking at developing the alternative to working with natural antigens to create resilience in your own body for and we were very successful. So we already have scientific proof and data that we were able to neutralize, not block them, actually neutralize it. And this is all just through lozenges or nasal sprays. And so that was very exciting. But the lab that we were working with at the time actually got shut down. Immediately after all of our robust came back in, Frederick Leduc, a lab immune back, got shut down and had to sign an NDA and was no longer allowed to talk.
I found this book at the local antique shop yesterday, and it was written in 1926, The Secret World or the hidden hand, unrevealed in history. 100 historical mysteries explained. There's a secret, and they are of the nature of the individuals who are taking over now. The blues, that they are the ones that have been running society because they made a pact with a god. But that's his position. But I want to read to you this very specific, I have to be careful about what, I really was trying to debate whether to put this on the internet at all, because it could really get me in trouble. But this particular page, I just want you to see this particular part, talking about proof of the existence of this invisible hidden hand. He says, the world is governed by very different personages from what is imagined by those who are not behind the scenes, i.e., not by kings and ministers. Said not others, but different, which means not the kings, ministers, or other similar men, but absolutely different, possibly even of a different. Who they are must be known first of all, and only then can we control them and establish peace, but not before. You know how I'm always saying, I'm calling them creatures and creeps, and I'm saying they're not human. I don't know what they are. And this has been my biggest reason around this. I ain't unifying, because I don't know what these things are. This apparently has been known. And this has nothing to do with religion. I'm talking about like a species of a soul or something that's on this planet. And that's what he's talking about here. Bismarck, the Iron Chancellor, perceived the existence of invisible forces, but could not or did not wish to formulate them, and called them imponderabilia, powers which no one could fathom.
In 180 seconds. This is supposedly the body attacking itself. This is an identity crisis. It starts with taking after the thing that bites and stings causes your body to react improperly. Essentially all Lyme disease. Lyme was released from a bio. See? The rest of the world knows Lyme as Borrelia. They are not the same. It is a or abomination. These are all spirit programs. Programs kick in as autocorrectors where will is lost. When these spirit programs are blended and tacked on to vectors that bite and sting, they spread into the human system. Lyme is a spirochete like syphilis, thus it can be transferred through the mouth and sex, and it hides in the Dr. Judy Mikovits said it's just the new Lyme. Many claim that a delivery system. They are structured the same. This chimeric spirit program creates a biofilm matrix within you to act like a middleman between you and your body. It was released the same year as Lyme, and Fauci was the head of that program. These programs demand more energy than you would actually need. Programs don't want to kill, and they will go dormant if they have to. Cells are just cells that follow the orders of the program. Many people are chimeras. At least 8% of the collective is personified. Gog and Magog are a chimeric clan. Esau bred with Canaanites. Esau's part Canaanite grandson crossbred with Japheth, aka Chittim. Chittim is part of Gog and Magog, the Chimera clan. This is who took over Europe and the world. These are essentially personified free radicals. They are highly reactive. There has been a collective genetic forced integration with the so there is a collective identity crisis. The steals resources and causes your cells to themselves. That is why self-harm is widespread. Codes are being deleted through mutation or silenced. But the collective is reaching a rejection point like a bad organ donation. Everything is being homogenized and stagnating. This always leads to collapse. The environment has to be balanced. When it's not, it's like a cartel that has eliminated all its competition. The chimeric clan is part animal. That's why these so-called are zoonotic powers. The body is a natural hyperbaric chamber, and the breath is the key to ending the identity crisis. The breath is the spirit. Spiritual immunity brings physical immunity. The breath aligns your true identity and maintains your terrain. The breath will show you which programs need to be updated or deleted. Only a small remnant will endure the coming rejection phase. Don't waste time with people you can't homestead with or make a network of homesteads with. Some sleeper cells will hide in the remnant, so it's important that we make the strongest remnant we can make. It starts with the breath. The true breath signature or algorithm restores the true identity.
Okay, this is absolutely insane. Did you know that Austrian researchers put students in classrooms made of conventional materials, steel, cement walls, etc., and they put students in classrooms with wooden furniture, wooden rooms, natural materials. They measured their heartbeats, okay? And the students in the synthetic, let's call it, classroom with the unnatural materials had on average 8,600 extra heartbeats per day per student on average. Why? It's the difference between real materials and synthetics. They have a different frequency, which apparently they found that your body registers plastic, laminate, and vinyl as a low-grade stressor, even when it looks like wood or marble. So you know, remember those fake desks we had that looked like wooden desks, but it wasn't. That was like a plastic, and it's unfortunate. I mean, what does that do to your body in 10 years when you're in school you're in kindergarten, then grade school, then high school, and it's all synthetic materials. Now, not to mention, this study was done before artificial lights, like they just had light bulbs. Now we have compact fluorescent and LEDs. Not to mention all of the Wi-Fi routers that are in schools now. Like every 20 feet down the hall, there's a freaking Wi-Fi router hanging on the ceiling. That is something else to be discussed. Now, when it comes to our homes, especially if you're building a new home, I mean, dude, you can really make it an organic eco house with some easy, hacks. But what if we're at home surrounded by unnatural materials as well? Then what are we doing? Are we shortening our lifespan by being surrounded by plastic? I mean, think about it. Drywall, Chinese drywall is in pretty much all of our homes. It's toxic dust. It's toxic to breathe in, and it's mold, like it can get moldy. Whereas a hemp house or a cob house or a stone house, there's different houses that are mold resistant, namely hemp. I mean, hemp is basically a tank couldn't drive through. I mean, hemp is extremely durable, mold resistant, fire resistant, and it actually blocks EMFs. Like if you're in a house that's made of hempcrete, and you're down the hall, and there's 2 rooms between you and the Wi-Fi router, you're not gonna get cell service. Like that's one of the things people say when they have a hemp house is they don't get very good cell reception, which is good because you don't need cell reception on your brain stem every freaking day. But is that study shocking or what? Frequency, energy, frequency, and vibration. Nikola Tesla knew all about it. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below and follow for more.
Very interesting. I haven't seen the study that he's referring to, but imagine if just the objects that surround you, like if we take for granted what he's saying, the objects around you have an effect on your body and its function. Now imagine the air, imagine the food, imagine the water, the drink. Because he's saying when you substitute wood for plastic, let's say, but what happens when you substitute, a real compound from a plant to a synthetic version, right? So, yeah, and like he's saying, you have it at school, you have it at home, you have it at work, you have it in your car. So at the end of the day, are we outside of our element? Are we performing less than optimal? Not only by food, but also by just the materials that we use to build the stuff around us. Such a interesting thought to have. I'm going to look into it a bit more. Let me know what you guys think down below, and let's keep on rocking.
What's the difference between the debt and the debt that African nations own? Because the U.S. debt doesn't keep the U.S. from being one of the leading powers of the world, but then African nations can't make it because of that debt that is strangling them.
What makes African and third world debt different from the American debt? Number one, going to pay its debt. It doesn't have to. Its debts are in its own currency. We can simply print it. The African debt is not in its currency. The African debt is in dollars. Africa has to earn the U.S. dollars, and the only way it can earn the U.S. dollars is not to be for growing its own food and becoming independent and doing something that the does not like. The principle underlying the foundation of the World Bank is that no country should grow its own food. Africa and the third world should only grow export crops. In order to have an oversupply of cocoa and other tropical raw materials to keep down the price, they must buy their grain from the or Europe, so that if they do something that we don't like, we can do what tried to do to China in the 60s. We can sanction them. We can say, we're going to starve you. We're going to not export any grain to you. So owing their foreign debt in dollars means that they have to somehow sell something they want, not what they want. I think the most evil organizations in the world today are the international.
Now it's time for everybody's favorite food to microwave, the grape. And you know what? Let me go ahead and cut it almost in half, just to make sure, it heats nice and evenly, Like this. And yeet. Unfortunately, the fragrant smell of roasted grape is hidden by the suffocating nitrogen dioxide fumes, which is the deadly brown gas left in the beaker there. Instead of cutting a grape in half, I just tossed in some unmodified grapes to see if I get the same result. Yup, grapes are haunted. Let's see if the microwave can melt magnesium ribbon, or at least see what kind of plasma it'll make. Not only did it melt and burn in there, but it also managed to show off some of its green spectral colors, which is in contrast to the white you get by simply burning it in air. Aluminum melts at only slightly higher temperatures than magnesium, but for the sake of curiosity, I'm going to toss some foil in there anyway. Alright, here goes nothing. Now that is like an arc furnace. Oh my goodness. Now it's time for something more challenging. Copper needs to be very hot before it melts, so let's see how it holds up in the microwave. Oh yeah, it melted almost instantly. Now this also brings up an important point about the glass. It's actually astonishing how well these Pyrex beakers have held up to the plasma. The same cannot be said about this Pyrex bakeware. The difference is that the beakers are made from borosilicate glass, which has very low thermal expansion. Pyrex bakeware used to be made from this as well, but has since been changed to tempered float glass, and its internal stress patterns are easy to see in a polariscope. This change is unfortunate for home science, but it does make for less dangerous breaks in the kitchen, as it tends to explode into tiny bits as opposed to razor shards.
Hello, my name's Jason. I live at 1776 Boulevard. We're here to talk about tonight.
Excuse me, Jason?
Yeah.
What's your last name and what's your address again?
My last name is Jason We the People, and my address is 1776 Boulevard.
What city?
Freedom City.
Freedom City in what state?
Michigan.
So I know you're making all that up.
Yeah, 100%, because I don't have to tell you anything, because it's my you know what that is?
According to our...
you need to learn the Fifth Amendment. I don't care about your article. According to Article 6, Clause 2, you're trumped.
According to the rules of this city council, you have to give your name, your proper name and address, or you're not allowed to speak.
So do you think your bylaws... Because that's the way it's looking here. You think your little bylaws here... Remove me so I can sue out of the city. Do it, because I'll make sure you don't get no data center. Try 42 USC 1983, baby. That's my middle name. You want that name too? Now, back to this Fifth Clause. You can't use no takings clause, Einstein. Guess what? That's for public use. You understand that? You know what public use is? Sure ain't a data center. It's a park, an old folks home, something like that. It's the Fifth Amendment. Not that complicated. You should look into it. By the way, how does it feel sitting up there being a Benedict Arnold to all your people out here? Not one person supports this. How about this? Everybody up here's been asking who supports the data center. How about this? Who don't support the data center? Any other questions? Is there any other questions? Ray Charles and Stevie Wonder can see this one together. What remedy do you have for the friends? You don't got none. So now land. Is there any foreign money involved in this? I'm pretty sure there is. Ain't Whitler in some hot water over there? Also, non-disclosure agreements. Bad news. I want everybody in this room who lives here to FOIA request every single non-disclosure agreement from any council member, mayor, anybody in this city. You need to FOIA who has one. You won't be able to see what's on it, but you'll be able to see who has one. And then at that time, we got a real conflict of interest, don't we? I think we would. Next thing, who are you having come in here that's putting these underground generators? Oh, you're not. You got these big old power lines going in right now that everybody's talking about. What's that? I mean, have we already made our minds up? Huh, seems that way. Well, anyway, here's your people. Have fun.
Kudos to him for raising his voice, but it's pretty crazy. It feels like we've gotten so far from the beginning of this experiment, of this freedom experiment, of, you know, the Constitution and the rules on which we were based. And now everything is so convoluted with policy and rules. And like he's saying, you know, he's like, well, you could have all these rules, but it shouldn't trump my, you know, my Constitution Amendment rights, right? So it's very interesting to listen to him talk. And he brings up a very important point as well. How is it possible to have people representing you and working for you that are allowed to sign non-disclosure agreements with these companies? And then afterwards, they decide on if they get to build or not, but they can't really tell you all the information that they're privy to. So if they're a representation of you and they know something, but they can't tell you, I really don't see like how that can work. I don't know. Let me know down below if you guys could shed some light, and let's keep on rocking.
This guy, tragically, from falling off a balcony.
He was also obsessed with bioengineering. So he had all of these scientists that he would donate money to their charities, and he would have them work on things and stuff. But what I heard, and this is completely unsubstantiated, but I heard it and I thought it was fascinating, was that he also had these same guys, because they were and everything like that. He had them design a novel. That was his, basically, that was his trump card, which is like, I don't go to jail or I release this. And it's like one of these things where if I don't keep entering in a thing every 30 days, I die. In October or November, his switch went off, and that's what introduced into the world until it became what we do today. I don't believe it.
I'm with you. I don't believe that for a second, but that's a goddamn great.
I love it, and I'm going to spread it as much as I can.
That's crazy.
Are you the... Maybe one of the benefits of me talking to you today is that you'll see that maybe not everything is true that you've heard about me.
Of April 19th, 1995, a decorated Gulf War combat a truck bomb that he didn't build and a rider truck that he didn't rent with the help of a passenger who didn't exist. Having just gotten away with soil to date, the Fort Bragg trained Special Forces sheep drip dropout blended in with the crowd by making his getaway in a car without a license plate and was immediately pulled over. It was the supposed target of the attack, but luckily all of their agents were out of the office that morning. Later that day, the declared,
"We will find the people who did this.
And
when we do, justice will be swift, certain, and severe."
Except for
John Doe number 2.
John Doe number 2.
John Doe number 2.
Who never existed. In McVeigh's unprecedented 3.5-week trial, the prosecution didn't show the CCTV footage of him and John Doe number 2 parking the rider truck. Didn't explain why 24 separate witnesses mass hallucinated the existence of John Doe number 2. Didn't explain why the army was storing rider trucks at Camp Gruber. And didn't talk to blew the whistle on the plot. But they did collaborate with us, and they did convict McVeigh as the lone wolf bomber and Terry Nichols as his bomb constructing accomplice. Still, a bunch of crazy conspiracy theorists, including 300, insist on talking about facts and evidence and refuse to simply believe what they've been told a million times by people in tailored suits with well-coiffed hair. They quote the blower and the inventor of the neutron bomb who point out the physical impossibility that the truck bomb did the damage to the building, but that doesn't matter because if there were that day, we would have heard about them.
The second found and diffused. I think he said another bomb.
The Justice Department that a second has been found.
They then found a third which was also larger than the first.
And I see another. So apparently they're going to try to get out that.
The FBI claims to have lost the footage showing McVeigh and John Doe number 2 parking the truck in front of the Murrah building that morning, but that's understandable because the Bureau has a lot of important evidence to store. Terry Nichols insists involved in the plot, but thankfully a judge has saved us the trouble of listening to him by preventing lawyers from deposing him. Truck parked across the street 2 hours before the blast, but that just shows the authorities were prepared for anything. And
other documents obtained by 2020 show that someone called the executive department in Washington and said the Morrow building had been, but this was 24 minutes before the.
But that just shows the public was unusually vigilant that morning. Also,
apparently, Governor Frank Keating's brother, Mark, had been working on a novel about a stranger still. One of the characters in the novel was named Thomas McVeigh.
But that's probably just a coincidence. McVeigh wrote a letter to his sister where he admitted to being a secret special of the pain in his ass from an army That's crazy, because if he didn't actually leave the army in 1991, there would be proof of that. McVeigh was not executed on May 16, 2001 as scheduled because
he had failed to turn over thousands of pages of evidence to McVeigh's defense attorneys.
But the execution went ahead on June 11th. In a highly unusual and secret agreement, no autopsy was performed. One witness said he was still breathing, and the prison officials admitted his hearse was a decoy. Then, the case was officially closed. And if you question any part of this story, you are a paranoid, wingnut, birther, truther, tenther, prepper, conspiracy loon who...
It just seems sometimes, especially when you look at these major events, that the more you look closely, the more inconsistencies you can find. And I don't know, it's just very interesting. You know, I wonder if it's just pattern recognition or if there's really something going on. Let me know what you guys think down below. I also want to refer you to the person who made that video. Is actually James Corbett, and he's a great creator. For the past at least 15 years, he's been always present, always talking about everything, always backed up with sources, references, and never speculating, truly saying the facts as they are. Amazing creator. So anyways, thank you so much for rocking until the end. That's a wrap for today, familia. Whether you're tuning in with the sunrise or you're posted up after midnight, I appreciate your time, your energy, your curiosity. And don't forget, this isn't about truth or fiction. This is about perspective. If this sparked a thought, a laugh, a deeper question, then we did our job. So drop your thoughts in the comments, keep the convo alive, like, subscribe, and hit that bell if you're riding a wave, because we're just getting started. Until next time, stay grounded, stay weird, stay critical. I'm Adam Strain, and this has been Adam Strain Reacts. Peace! I don't know what y'all think, but now it's time for us to link up. Really think we on the brink up, making a change from living this strange. Living this change. Making a change from living this change. Yeah.
Parking garage for his pets, and even big enough for a growing family. So naturally, he started building an entire town.
Just fly straight to the house. It's got LiDAR too. That means it shoots out.
And was located in what we now know as Ghana. He gets the Asante Kingdom. Sees flushable toilet.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. But right before we jump into it, I just want to give a huge shout out to everybody watching this, everyone who's ever watched the channel. Thank you so much for all your support. We have just hit the 5K subscriber mark, and we are just getting started. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
Listen, I'm beating all the traffic with this one right here, y'all. This is the Jetson 1, a single seat, all electric aircraft that basically turns you into a human drone. 8 motors, carbon fiber frame, hits about 63 miles an hour, and stays up around 20 minutes. And yeah, it's like 128,000. But think about it. People out here drop 60K on a car, then they spend thousands more on gas, maintenance, sitting in California traffic. You just charge it up and fly straight to the house. It's got LiDAR too. That means it shoots out laser pulses, maps everything around you, and helps avoid obstacles in real time. Even comes with a parachute for backup. Hopefully you don't need it though. Straight from the fish tank.
That's very interesting. You guys think that's the future of transportation? I mean, it's true that we haven't seen an evolution in transportation, whether it be planes, cars in the last 50, 70, maybe almost 100 years. So it would make sense that we would have, a different type. But to be 100% honest, people have a hard time driving cars. I know that they're talking about using AI to drive, but I have a hard time seeing air travel being opened up for everyone, especially when all the airspace is controlled all around the world and there's laws not to drive drones and this and that. So I feel like it's given, maybe in 10, 20 years, it could be, but I feel like at the beginning, at least, it's going to be so limited that you're not going to be able to do anything with it. But let me know what you guys think. Do you guys think that this is the future of transportation or just a cool gadget? Let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
Not only are they real, they actually turn into superheroes during the winter. Let me explain. Meet the reindeer. You can only find these guys in the North Arctic region surrounding the North Pole, which I shouldn't have to tell you that. And during the summertime, when it's not as cold in those areas, they look like this. Just a regular deer. However, as soon as winter hits, their body transforms like a Super Saiyan. First off, their blood produces a chemical that acts like a natural antifreeze, keeping them warm. Their fur turns white, which helps them blend into the snow, not get spotted by predators. Their hooves go from rounded to rigid for better traction. But the craziest part is their eyes change from brown to a super deep purple. And in that stage, they are 1,000 times more sensitive to light, basically giving them supervision, which is cool and all, but 1,000 times? That's not even necessary. What are you trying to see? My thoughts? Moral of the story, if you ever catch Rudolph here in the winter, he will quite literally be built different. And as always, follow for more facts.
This is going to be crazy. This is the Jetson Air Games, the world's first flying car race. They're called Jetson 1s. They're fully electric vertical takeoff aircrafts. Sort of like a drone meets Formula 1, except if you crash, you don't spin out, you drop out of the sky. Luckily, they don't fly too high. They just held the first demo race where 4 aircraft were flying side by side, weaving through the air like pod races. And it went super viral online. Many are saying this is how motorsport evolves. We started with horses, then cars, now flying machines. And before you say this will never take off, Jetson already has $75 million in orders. It's putting together a fully competitive aerial racing league right now. So forget racetracks. They're thinking 3D race circuits with vertical overtaking, possible mid-air pit stops would be cool, although unlikely. But with highlights reels that look like Star Wars, it's almost guaranteed to go viral over and over again and become a huge sport. The only question is, who's insane enough to be the first pro athlete in a sport where a minor crash means you might see Jesus? You'd have to have the confidence of a crackhead to even consider it. Would you do it?
Do you think it was wrong to do this? This specimen is an extinct type of dog called a turnspit dog. One of them is visible in this picture, in that wheel at the top. See, back in the olden days, if you wanted to rotate meat over fire to cook it evenly, well, they didn't have electricity. So they had this wheel, and they bred a type of dog to run in it. That is the turnspit dog. Due to its genes, it just loves running in this wheel all day. Is it morally wrong to breed a creature to do this? Again, this is a task that is hot and repetitive and strenuous, but due to our selective breeding, it presumably enjoyed doing it. In the same way that beavers love to build dams. If you bring one into your house, it will build a dam in your hallway. That's its favorite thing. If you have a pet dog that is a herding breed, if you ever take it out and let it see a herd of sheep, it will act like it is Christmas. It will run out there and start herding them. Breeding the animal to do the task means it enjoys doing the task. So if you say it seems like a win-win, we need the wheel turned, this animal loves turning the wheel. But remember, humans have genes that make us enjoy doing certain things too. And knowing that at some point in the future we will have the ability to edit the genes of our offspring, how long is it going to be until somebody has the bright idea, well, you know, there's certain jobs that nobody wants to do anymore. But rather than let a robot take that job away from a person, why not just give somebody the gene that makes them love that kind of work? Because their argument is going to be, who loses in that scenario? I've made a person who just loves washing cars so much that they don't even really want to be paid very much to do it, because they enter such a blissful meditative state that they would pay to do it. And what would they buy with their money? They already get to do the one thing they enjoy. And I kind of find that terrifying, but honestly, I can't articulate why. Because hey, it's win-win.
It's a very interesting mental experiment to do. I mean, first off, for the dog, I always find it super interesting how we're so unaware of all the things that used to be normal occurrence in the past. And I find that sort of disconnects us to not repeat the same mistakes and to not know where we come from. That's first off. But second of all, I've never heard the idea of breeding or putting in a certain gene into a human for him to like his job and to sort of have that be his identity, and that the person basically is built for that job. Like he said, it's hard to articulate why it's wrong because the person is literally happy. And, you know, we call our whole American dream experiment, we call it the pursuit of happiness. So if you were able to provide that systematically, it's very interesting. So let me know what you guys think. Do you guys think it would make sense to breed the genes into people for them to like their job? Or do you guys think it's better off that the robots take it? Or what do you guys think about this? Let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
We're going to address this again, since the inferior people are struggling. Black Americans are the only indigenous people on this land. Melanated people are the only people around the world who are indigenous on every land, no matter their ethnic group. Uncivilized lands all have the same genetic connection. Melanated skin with varying shades of brown. And those groups are not connected to Africa, just like Black Americans aren't connected to Africans ethnically. The actual American Indian, known as the Black Americans, are the ethnic group of North America, not descendants of Africans. Let's dismantle the greatest public relations fraud ever committed, the desperate multiracial campaign to erase the true indigenous Black American from this land. There is a coordinated effort, a relentless lie, designed to make Black Americans believe they are a guest in someone else's house. But the unchangeable archaeological and historical truth is that Black Americans are the foundation. They were here first. And by here, I mean the world. Every country. Every strip of land. And they built the civilization that we are all destroying. The lie about Africa is to confuse and mislead so that the theft can keep going on. Black Americans weren't even considered African American until 1988 by Jesse Jackson, a known Cherokee Indian. So they'll pay a Black American leader to lie and sell out, while classifying himself correctly despite the lie. If Black Americans came from Africa by boat in the 1600s, America didn't figure this out until 1988? And this isn't just a white lie. This is a lie woven by $5 pretendians, by secret treaties between immigrant groups, by decades of policy and propaganda, all aimed at one single goal: convincing the world that the original people of the soil simply do not exist. They have every story in the world about the false history. And then you ask for ship manifest and evidence of ships, and then suddenly they can't produce them. But they could show you evidence of the Titanic hundreds of feet under the ocean. They won't even show you the entirety of the Titanic under the water. Only a corner of this ship. They still parse that history. They have reclassified the true indigenous people, renamed you, and redrawn maps around you, hoping you would forget the land your spirit is made from. Now they deploy their little native influencers online, armed with fraudulent petitions and digital picket signs, begging platforms to remove you from your own story. They're performing a pathetic pantomime of indigeneity. If you are indigenous, why would you need outside help? What are they protecting? If you're truly indigenous Native Americans, how could someone take that from you? Why the sudden panic? Every post they make, every petition they circulate is an admission. You've been caught, and now history will be made. Every other race are the visitors. It is time, Black Americans. Time for you to start acting like the host in your home, because all of this is yours. It is time you start acting like the host.
Very interesting theory. I had already heard stuff about the fact that there's a lot of inconsistencies regarding bringing the slaves over from Africa and the boats and all that. But me personally, I've always grew up listening to rap music. So my what I remember is first, like, let's say Tupac was based on Tupac Amaru Shakur, Amaruka, which would be the base of America, which would be coming from an indigenous population. I don't know exactly. He never really spoke about it, but that's where the name comes from what I understand. And the other person that actually there's two more that hinted to that. One was ODB way back in the days. He was a Blackfoot Indian, if I'm not mistaken, and he was explaining how his heritage was Blackfoot and was not African. And there's also someone else that's very surprising, Waka Flocka Flame. everyone thought that he was just like, oh, some ignorant rapper, this or that. But if you look at his interviews and you look at how he speaks and what he speaks about, actually very interesting. He was saying something like that as well, that his family, when he retraced his history of the family, it wasn't through slavery, that it was through indigenous peoples of the land here, which Columbus called the copper-colored people when they came here. So anyways, I'm not saying what's true or not. I'm just telling you some things that I saw, connecting a few dots. But I'd like to know what you guys think. Do you guys think that what they told us is absolute fact, that everyone that's melanated in America comes from Africa? Or do you think it's possible that there was a population here that was melanated and they have attributed it to the African import of slaves? Let me know down below. I'm up for the conversation, and hopefully this doesn't offend anyone. The goal of this channel is to be able to talk about absolutely anything. So I'm very sorry if you feel offended. I just feel like there shouldn't be any subject that's taboo. We should be able to come together and to, build ideas together, no matter the subject. So once again, sorry if this offends you, but please leave your comments down below and let me know how you feel. Now let's keep on rocking.
This man has spent the last 2 years building an entire town for his pets, and it will blow your mind. It all started with an apartment for his Shiba Inu and cats, but when people saw the excruciating level of detail that Jing put into it, it went viral. I mean, it is so realistic that it makes it look like the cat is the thing that's fake. Bro, he even created an underground den for his hamster, and then inside that, another even smaller room for his spider. What the hell? And so naturally, people wanted more. So Jing started building more, like an elevator, a mini robo-vacuum, a gaming room complete with a sneaker collection, figurines, and model cars. And yes, this apartment even has running water. He then spent the next 2 months building an underground parking garage for his pets and even added cameras and put Shiba-san as the head of security. But you know what his pets really needed after that? A seaside retreat to get away from the city. So bro built them an entire private island. Not that kind of island. It took him over a month to build, and it comes with real flowing water, a painted horizon, and is themed on how to train your dragon. And thinking a private island was probably a good place to stop, he then finds out that Ting Hao was pregnant with 7 kittens. And so he suddenly realized this apartment wasn't big enough for a growing family. So naturally, he started building an entire town. Over the months, he built his pets a spa, a supermarket, yes, with real meat, a bank, a cinema, which took him another 2 months to build because he had to 3D print over 1,000 separate parts. He built them a billiards club, a Meow Donald's, and even copped his hamster a cyber quad and his cats a Cybertruck. But by far, the biggest addition to Cat Town was the working subway station. This took Jing over 4 months to build, and some of the most challenging parts was figuring out how to open the train doors and platform doors simultaneously, and also how to create a working escalator. But of course, he achieved both of them beautifully, and today, Cat Town has affordable transportation. Now, the biggest question he gets asked all the time is why? Why spend all this time and money on your pets like this? Well, he said that it started just as a fun little idea to attract more customers to his wife's pet store, which she recently opened. But then it just spiraled out of control because he loves what he does and it makes his son happy.
Wow, that is amazing. I know it's something super trivial, but I find it's always inspiring to see someone go to the max outcome of their idea, you know, like to see someone just put so much dedication and so much effort into a project, even if it's like this random thing. I feel like that's how we came to have the most amazing architecture in the past, is that people would make a project their own and put their life into it and would love what they do, you know? So props to this man for doing that much work, but that doesn't even seem like work because he loves what he's doing. It's truly inspiring and beautiful, and I wish more people would be like that. Let me know what you guys think down below. Would you like one of these cities for your cats? And let's keep on rocking.
People have never known how to poop.
and history proves it. White explorer actually wrote about this in 1818. Now, in 1818, explorer Thomas Bowditch goes to the Asante Kingdom. Now, the Asante Kingdom was located in what we now know as Ghana. He gets to the Asante Kingdom, sees flushable toilets, two-story homes with flushable toilets on the second story, half baths, and a waste and sanitation system that literally blew his mind. He wrote like 2-3 pages on this. That's how surprised he was. Not by the fact that it was Africans doing this. That was partly part of it, but the fact that it even existed in the first place. Now, it wasn't until like the 1850s and 60s when Europeans started using flushable toilets regularly and started having a regular waste and sanitation system. And now this book is a little weird too, and I might talk about this in another video, but this book was actually written under the guise of being an informational book about the Asante Kingdom, but it was actually a playbook on how to colonize the Asante Kingdom. But let's get started and learn something. While he was pretending to be nice with the Asante Kingdom to get all of this information to be able to take over the Asante Kingdom, he also collected all of these items. He has the largest and oldest collection of Asante items from that time. Look at this. Look at all this stuff. Look at them sandals from 1817. He was so perplexed about this whole waste management system that he even drew pictures in detail and painted them. I'll show some of the pictures while I read this mess that he wrote. What surprised me most, and is not the least of the many circumstances deciding their great superiority over the generality of Negroes, was the discovery that every house had its cloaca, toilet, besides the common ones for the lower orders without the town, the public restrooms. They were generally situated under a small archway in the most retired angle of the building, the guest bathroom, but not unfrequently upstairs, the upstairs bathroom, within a separate room like a small closet, where the large hollow pillar also assists to support the upper story, the two-story house. The holes were of a small circumference, the pipes, but dug to a surprising depth, and boiling water is daily poured down, which effectually prevents the least offense. The rubbish and offal of each house was burnt every morning, waste management, at the back of the street, and they were as nice and cleanly in their dwellings as in their persons. Thomas Bowditch's book provided one of the earliest, if not the earliest, account of how African people were living before European colonization for centuries. Now, you want to know what happened to him? Less than 5 years after he lied to the Asante people, lied to the Asante king, pretended that they were going to do trade, he passed that information on to his superiors, who used that information to take over the Asante kingdom. He thought that he provided that information that would give him leverage for better pay and a better position. They said no. He decided that he was going to move to Africa and get his fortunes and terrorize the African people. That same year that he decided to move to Africa, he died from a fever, leaving his wife and children destitute. Hope you learned something new.
Ah, wow, that is very interesting to see the advancements of the African civilization before the Europeans, actually. And this whole story about the bathrooms is something that I have been ruminating for quite a while, because sometimes you look at the constructions that they've built. Like, for an example, the Castle of Versailles, which was built in France, I think in the 1600s, but it might be before. I don't remember. But the point that I'm making is that I think there's like 400 rooms in the house. They diverted the flow of water from a river nearby. They have all of these working fountains outside. Everything is amazing and beautiful and functional. And there's not one bathroom inside the house, not even an outhouse. So it's kind of weird to imagine, a civilization that's capable of building castles of that magnitude, and just like, forget the castle, just the outside, just the landscaping, just the fountains, like a civilization able to do that, but then they bathe in their own poo and they all get sick. I don't know. It feels in my mind like there's something missing. There's a missing link. There's a missing key. There's something that we're not seeing. If you guys know what it is, let me know. If you guys know about the history of poo, let me know. And somehow we're still affected today, right? When there was the CV-19, the first thing that flew off the shelf, it's all about the toilet situation, right? So it's very interesting how it's like something that's ingrained into us. It's very important, but we don't know the history of. We don't know where it comes from. And like I said, if anyone can explain me the Chateau of Versailles or other types of constructions like that are huge, almost megalithic in their size, but somehow don't account for any waste at all. So let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
Jauh-jauh masih menambahkan hasilnya.
Oh. It's okay. We did it. We found it. We found it, my friend.
Iwan, makasih Pak Iwan. Allahu Akbar, Allahu
We made it.
Akbar, ya Allah.
We made it.
Kasian ya, penghargaan udah dapat. Gara-gara dia main harimau itu kan,
Iya.
bapaknya dulu yang main.
Bapaknya baru diri tuh.
Awak kenal karena.
Tell me how you feel that we found this plant.
But this is very amazing. This is complete for me for the habitat model aplysia for the Sumatra.
And you've been looking for
Hazel
13
bee.
years. For 13
Yeah,
years.
13 years old.
And here it is.
Chris, are you very lucky, Chris?
I'm very lucky.
Ah.
I'm the luckiest guy alive.
Very interesting. Very beautiful plant. I'd never seen anything like it. It actually looks like a cartoon. It looks like something you'd see in Mario or something. It's very beautiful. But there's something so natural and so wholesome about seeing this connection with nature. And you know, nowadays we get this dopamine rush when we receive a message or when we get a little ting on our phone, right? But imagine that, like the level of that dopamine hit when you give yourself to something for like 10, 12, 13 years, and then you finally reach the completion of your project. It's so wholesome, so natural. I find it so beautiful. Sort of like planting seeds and all the work that you have to do until it's time to get the fruit. You understand what I mean? Like that time that's involved. Nowadays, we like to have it in an instant. I just find there's something so beautiful and so natural into a long process with a bigger payoff and a bigger reward. I don't know if you guys have noticed this in our current society, this addiction to dopamine, this need for reinforcement and to be seen and to be heard. And I don't know if you guys can see it. Let me know what you guys think down below, and let's keep on rocking.
I've become obsessed with etymology, and I've been studying words like crazy.
I've been warning
What
y'all.
I understand from the English language is that our words come from German, Greek, French, and English. It's just not one language. That's why when we divide the word up Balenciaga and only had an A, we see that now it went from an English word to a now Latin word that says ball is king.
We all know this one, but watch.
And the even more crazy thing about this situation is that Balenciaga is not the only company that is speaking in this coded Latin language. Look at Nickelodeon. I don't care about God. And look at Gucci. You just put a space between the two C's and it says there is an owl. And we already know the esoteric meaning of owls. And if you don't know the esoteric meaning, look up Moloch. He was the god of child sacrifice. And it made me look at Adidas, and you put a space between the A and the I and the D, you get, you give from God. Is that an accident? Amazon made $1.47 trillion last year. And if you type them in Amazon and you put a space between A and Z, you get Love Zon. Well, who is Zon? So let's look up Zon. Zon, a god. Zon Cthulhu. He is the Midnight Lord, the Dark Prince. At the bottom it says, possesses one of the most twisted and evil minds in the multiverse. His position as God of Pain is well earned. He has been the root of countless tortures, murders, and wars throughout time. Now, Manulife, this one really threw me for a loop. They are a wealth management company and they're worth $40 billion. Let's see what their Latin name means. If you put a space between the N and the U, it says, a man is a wolf. Now, that's a saying, that's a phrase, right? So let's go look up and see what that means. A man is a wolf. Homo homini lupus. What does that mean? So this one was crazy. It's a Latin proverb. It means a situation where people are known to behave in a way that's comparably in the nature of a wolf. The wolf as a creature is thought in an example to have qualities of being predatory, cruel, and inhumane. This next one is interesting because I actually learned this one in high school. Visa means you want or you've seen what you want. It's all mind manipulation. And evidently, these big corporations know that they are playing mind games with you to get you to purchase from them. But what does Mercedes have to do with you will give up? You give up what? What are you giving up? Your life, your soul, your money in order to purchase a car from them? And then some of the corporation names are named after like things in astrology. Like this one says, not a star for Nestle. And these big name Asian companies have figured out a way to say 3 different meanings in one name. Look at Mitsubishi. And these companies are not dumb. Like, they're not idiots. They have acquired billions, hundreds of billions of dollars.
Why do you guys think they're in control?
Think that they know exactly
it's the
what
mind.
their name means?
They're coming for our minds.
I went through all 200 billion-dollar companies on the Forbes list, and I have found numerous examples where they name their business one name, and in Latin it means something completely different. People, this is a spiritual warfare.
Yes.
Well, one of my favorite verses in one of my recent songs is, the etymology will tell you more than all your recent technologies. And yeah, I think that looking at the meaning of the words does mean something. All of these companies as well, if you look at the logos and the symbolism behind the logos, you could actually see a lot of recurring themes, as if there was a pattern to success, as if there was a way to speak to the subconscious of the consumer and to have him, I don't know, put this brand in a higher credibility state or to attract the person, or to pass these messages. It's very interesting. I'm not saying that these companies do it willingly or not. I'm not making any claims or anything. This is for entertainment purposes only. But do you guys see that? Do you guys see that spelling, the words, the etymology? It's as if it's double speak, as if they're saying one thing, but it means another thing. I don't know if you've ever heard of double speak. I'll put some more of that in the next couple of videos. Anyways, let me know what you think down below. And I think we reached the end. Thank you so much for being here with me. And once again, thank you so much for the 5K subscribers. We're just getting started. We will not kick our feet up. This is just the beginning. But thank you so much for being here since the start. And we're about to hit the roof because the sky's the limit. Let's get her done. And that's a wrap for today, familia. Whether you're tuning in with the sunrise or you're posted up after midnight, I appreciate your time, your energy, your curiosity. And don't forget, this isn't about truth or fiction. This is about perspective. If this sparked a thought, a laugh, a deeper question, then we did our job. So drop your thoughts in the comments. Keep the convo alive. Like, subscribe. Don't forget to hit that bell if you're riding a wave, because we're just getting started. Until next time, stay grounded, stay weird, stay critical. I'm Adam Strain, and this has been Adam Strain Reacts. Peace! I don't know what y'all think, but now's the time for us to link up. Really think we on the brink up, making a change from living this train. Living this train. Making a change from living this train. Yeah.
Kan je meter of uit op een buiten?
50, 51.
Zet gewoon aan. Dat is wel logisch.
I don't know. I just in the garage.
I was sleeping, had to wake up. Every reason I could. What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
Since World War II, there's only been 7 countries that did not have a controlled central banking. Now, if you take a look at the names on that list, you will notice they all have something similar or in common. After World War II, the United States has been to war with all of them. And I can't put my finger on it, but I just know there has to be some reason for that.
The Festival of Exploding Hammers has been going on for over 300 years in the town of San Juan de la Vega. And here's the thing. Yes, people get injured. There's been many calls for them to stop it. But look, if that's how I go, that's how I go.
It's the largest accumulation of tracks in the world. So first, we started with one area, and then later on, we found that these led into another area, and you could connect them all. And eventually we ended up with 9 different areas that are more or less all connected physically.
What do you guys think about that? I truly have a hard time with everything that's dinosaurs. I'm going to put in the next video. I don't think we've been through this, but the people, they call it the Bone Wars, which was 2 people that were in a competition, and basically they found like 95% of all the dinosaur bones. But as for the tracks, what do you guys think about this? Do you guys think that these are original tracks from dinosaurs, or can they be like more or less anything? And if they were tracks from dinosaurs, how come we haven't came across them before if they were just on the surface? So let me know down below what you guys think. I'd be very curious to see your opinion, and let's keep on rocking.
I thought that the French protests were unhinged before, but this might be the single most hilarious way of protesting I've ever seen. As we all know, Paris is hosting the Summer Olympics, but a lot of French people aren't very happy about that. Because, and I only found out about this today, the Olympics is kind of a scam when it comes to a country actually making money. Don't get me wrong, it's great for global street cred, but for example, when China hosted it, they made a net loss of 36.4 billion, and London made a net loss of 13 billion, and that's all taxpayer money. So when the public heard that France has already spent over 5 billion, and then that Macron wanted to spend another billion just to clean up the Seine River, so it looks good for the Olympics, they lost it, and the I shit in the Seine River protest began. On the 23rd of June, the French President Macron and the Paris mayor plan to take a ceremonial swim in the river to show off just how clean it is. So the protesters are now planning a defecation flash mob because, and I quote, after putting us in shit, it's up to them to bathe in our shit. Oh, and if you don't live in Paris, no bloody problem, because someone created this website. You type in how many kilometers you are away from Paris, and using a water flow algorithm, it will tell you precisely the day and the exact time you need to shit into the river to reach Paris at the time Macron will be swimming in it. Oh, I told you, and that is why I say, quick.
Wow, I have never seen any type of protest in that way. But man, is that interesting. And also, I never came across any information as towards the loss of money of the countries that are hosting the Olympics. That's news to me. I always thought that they generated billions of dollars in profit, so I had zero idea. Did you guys know about that below? What do you guys think about that type of protest? I love it, to be honest. And the person that came up with the website to coordinate the poos with the swim. Maybe in the future, you know, world leaders shouldn't disclose their plans too far ahead of time. So let me know what you guys think down below. I really love this idea. Let me know what you think. Let's keep on rocking.
Video showing how big the volcano is under Yellowstone.
Oh, isn't that just horrifying?
Starts with Yellowstone National Park at the top, just for scale.
Yeah, that's...
And then this.
Insane.
Just staggering, and a good reminder that, yeah, if it goes, we're
out. I know.
So gone, so fast.
Oh, well.
Which is the way to go.
Yeah. I definitely would rather it be quick.
What do you guys think about that? Do you guys think that the Yellowstone volcano might be about to pop? Is that why everyone's building bunkers underground? But this parallel that I'd like to make is that when you look through history, or even in the past 20 years, or even in the past 100 years, it seems like it's always about to be the end of the world. Sort of like today, no? Like every year is going to be the crash, right? Because we know that we're inflating and we're modifying the numbers so that it fits and that it works. So we're all waiting for the crash. It's always the apocalypse. It's always something that's going to happen, but somehow we're always here and nothing's happening. So is this one of those cases? Or is this the exception to the rule? Let me know what you think down below, because I know a lot of people have got Yellowstone very high up in their priorities and have a lot of fear regarding that. So let me know what you guys think down below, and let's keep on rocking.
Four cities.
Wow, I didn't know we were that ahead with the surgery stuff. How would you guys feel if you went in for surgery and you were underneath that robot? Do you guys feel better about that, taking away the possibility of human error? But would that leave, possibility for machine error or loss of power or any other? I don't know. What do you guys think down below? Would you rather have a human or would you rather have a machine conducting your operation? I'm very curious. I'd like to know what you guys think about this. Write down below. Now let's keep on rocking.
Four cities that drop street temperatures up to 8 degrees Celsius, some using ancient techniques, others just using paint. Seville, Spain borrowed a 3,000-year-old Persian technique called qanat that uses underground canals to carry cool water and ends up functioning like outdoor air conditioning. The result? Temperatures dropped by 6 to 7 degrees Celsius. Singapore found an even simpler solution, reflective paint. Coating buildings brought temperatures down 2 degrees Celsius during the scorching 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. window. Vienna took the idea to the streets, repainting black asphalt in lighter colors and cutting temperatures by 5 degrees Celsius. But the Spanish sherry town of Jerez de la Frontera went furthest, using grapevines to slash street temperatures by as much as 8 degrees Celsius. They strung green canopies across narrow streets, stealing a trick sherry makers have used for centuries to keep their wineries cool. Sometimes the best ideas are just really, really old, or come in a paint can.
This makes me extremely uncomfortable that I now know that snakes can do this. Could you imagine running up a tree away from one of these things and then you look down and see it doing this? So yes, a new fear has been unlocked. So thank you, Internet. I can always count on you to provide me with unwanted trauma.
Something happened here that will likely never be replicated for as long as the human species exists. This occurred during a baseball game, but even if you're not a sports fan, you will understand this, and you will understand why what happened is just wild. It was August of 1957, and at the plate was a Hall of Fame batter named Richie Ashburn. He swings at a pitch, he fouls it off, and the pitch goes into the stands and hits a fan, injuring her. The fan was named Alice Rock, and the ball hit her so hard that it broke her nose, and they had to stop the game. Like, just imagine the silence falls over the crowd. They stop play, and paramedics had to get her out. She was there with her grandchildren, and get her onto a stretcher, and everyone's watching as they take her away from the stands. So they're hauling her away, covering her bleeding nose, probably taking her into that tunnel right there. They resume play, and on the very next pitch, Richie Ashburn hits another foul ball that flies into the tunnel and hits that woman again while she's on the stretcher being taken out of the stadium. She recovered fully. The two of them, the woman and Richie Ashburn, became friends after this. It was a hugely famous incident and something that I am confident will never, ever happen again.
Wow. I guess some things are meant to be, Like, what are the odds of you being struck twice? But what's so beautiful about that in life is that somehow, a friendship came out of that. So it's a bad for a good, I guess it's fun sometimes to have stories that have happy endings. Let's keep on rocking.
Today's episode of Random White Acts of Danger, we basically have the most dangerous ski run I've seen in my entire life. Margin for error, you guessed it, death. My boy, left, right, it's over. You see how far down that is? My hand's over here sweating just watching this shit. A little bit to the right, cooked. You splattered down beneath. How do you even get up there? And as you can see, this is a trail not taken. My boy's the first person to ever do some dumbass shit like this. White people, I found your ski leader, but I don't even know who his name is. Look at this. What's happening? He looking back up, shit look like the top of Mount Everest. How the fuck do you even get down? You know what I'm saying? I'm so scared for him. Like, what type of ski training, all of a sudden you're like, you know what, I'm about to go ski off the top of a mountain. My boy looks like the edge of the world. That even look like it's possible to go down, and that's the way he's going. The amount of skill this chick must take, my legs is tired just watching this shit. Oh my goodness. Man, white people, different breed, man. You guys, so okay, there's some footprints, so he must have hiked up this way, now he skiing all the way down. At least now it's almost like, nope, it's not even a normal ski. Look at all these rocks. My death count, by the way, I'm at least 20. I would have started an avalanche, probably never been found. Look at this shit. Oh my goodness. Nah, bro, how do you get the idea of like, you know, I'm gonna hike all the way up to that mountain, I'm gonna ski down, even though it doesn't look possible to ski down. Why? Because I'm him. The fuck? Statue, he needed.
Mag ik wat vragen? Als ik naar Amsterdam Centraal wil, kan ik dan het beste naar
de metro
de metro, niet de trein pakken?
Nee, de metro, dat is vaak sneller. En dan gewoon de Noord-Zuidlijn.
Ja.
Of die naar Centraal Station.
Als ik naar Centraal Station wil, moet ik dan de metro of de trein nemen?
Je moet allebei nemen.
Ja.
Maar moet je snel zijn?
Ja. Moet ik de metro of de trein pakken?
Nee, je moet de metro pakken. Volgens mij moet je de metro 50 of 51 pakken.
50, 51.
Ja, het geeft gewoon aan. Als we de doorlopen, dan zie je de metro.
Ja.
Of metro 52.
Dus klopt het dat je orthodontiepraktijk van Schiedam?
Ja?
Ja? Klopt het dat je Floor heet?
Ja.
Ja. Van Grunsten?
Ja.
Ja. Bent u Helene?
Ja.
Helene Wachters?
Ja, toch?
Van Eden McKellen?
Ja, klopt. Hoezo?
Heet u Wijs?
Ja.
Basharat?
Ja, ja, klopt.
Ja.
Oh, wat ben ik nou wel gespannen?
Of dat u jurist bent?
Ja.
In Venture Capital?
Onder andere, ja.
Ja?
Ja.
Ik heb dus een bril waarmee ik gezichten kan scannen. Ik zie aan je dat je er wel zit.
Nou, inderdaad.
Ja.
Oh ja, ik zie dat ding al inderdaad.
Ja.
Oh, ik zie nu ook een lampje aangaan. Holy shit.
Op die manier informatie te krijgen over mensen.
Ja.
Voelt bij mij nog niet oké.
Ja.
Ik bedoel, het is de tijd van tegenwoordig. Ik bedoel, digitale wereld.
Je verwacht dit gewoon.
Je verwacht het gewoon.
Ja.
Maar voor jou in.
Ja.
That gave me chills because the possibilities with that are pretty endless. Imagine, I don't know, off the top of my head, imagine scammers, imagine police, imagine, due process is gone. You have access to way too much information. Very interesting. It's very interesting. Imagine if you cross-reference with the person's Facebook and they took a picture outside of their house. You now have their address. You now have their family members. I mean, the possibilities are pretty much endless with what you could do with that information. As for, let's say, fraud or misappropriating the identity. Very interesting. What do you guys think? Do you guys think that it makes sense that we use AI in this type of fashion? What's the future of this technology? What are the applications that we're not seeing yet, but that might be a problem in 1, 2, 3, 5, 10 years? Let me know what you guys think down below, and let's keep on rocking.
In the 1990s, there was a conspiracy theorist with a public access show where he ranted about crazy crackpot theories every single day, and nobody took him seriously. But then after he died, it turned out he was right about everything. In the late 80s and throughout the 1990s, there was a man named Clay Tiffany who had a public access TV show called Dirge of the Charlatans, where he would sit for hours on end and just rant and ramble about all kinds of conspiracy theories about elite government corruption within the city. He would talk about judges laundering money through nonprofits and NYPD officers falsifying to throw people in jail, and members of the NYPD acting as roving and enforcers for the mob. But then something happened to Clay Tiffany. In March of 1997, he was pulled over by an NYPD officer named Nick Tartagliani, who said that he had seen Clay Tiffany's show and wanted him to stop talking about the NYPD, and that he was connected to the mob, and if he didn't shut up, he would have him taken care of. Or at least this is what Tiffany claimed the following day on his show, where he talked about the incident. And as Clay Tiffany claims, the next day after this broadcast, Nick Tartaglione showed up at his house, threw him against his police cruiser, arrested him, and brought him in on some made-up disturbing the peace charge. But Clay Tiffany was not going to be bullied, and he would not give up. So the next several years on his show, he did a full investigation of Nick Tartaglione, sending in a bunch of requests with the Freedom of Information Act to the government to get documents about him. And he dug up a ton of dirt, like multiple police brutality reports, a bunch of excessive force complaints, and unexplained departures from dozens of his previous police jobs. And in response, Clay Tiffany claims that he was attacked and brutalized by Nick Tartaglione and his cop buddies multiple times throughout those years. The first incident, he was attacked outside of his home again. The second incident, he was thrown to the pavement and beaten outside of a town meeting. And the third incident, he was beaten so badly that he was hospitalized for weeks. Tiffany ended up suing Nick Tartaglione. He didn't win, but there was an undisclosed sum settled out of court. But more importantly, he had lost any credibility that he ever possibly had because of these repeat accusations of Nick Tartaglione, and people started actively calling for his public access show to end. So in the early 2000s, that's exactly what happened. The show ended and Clay Tiffany disappeared from public life. And in 2015, he died from heart failure. But in 2016, Nick Tartaglione was arrested for the of 4 men in a drug trafficking job gone wrong. Clay Tiffany was right. Nick Tartaglione was mob connected, he was corrupt, and him and his buddies were running as enforcers for the mob within the NYPD. And what's even crazier is that Nick Tartaglione was at one point Jeffrey's cellmate and the last person to ever see him alive that we know of. And real quick, if you like my videos and you want to see more in-depth writing from me about pop culture, movies, TV, video games, weird historical facts, so on and so forth, you can do that here.
Wow, what an interesting story. I mean, if that's not like something out of a movie, I don't know what is. Gee whiz. Dude is talking the truth and then he gets... And it's crazy how no one would believe him, you know, because people believe in the integrity of the police in a way. And also, you know, they're the biggest gang in the world, as we say, right? Wow, very crazy. And plus with that final connection with that dude that had that island. Wow. So he's the last person to have seen him. I mean, if you ask me, he'd be the perfect person to help out to carry out something that would be under the radar, let's say. Anyways, I have no proof. I make no claims. This is for entertainment purposes only. So please, YouTube, I appreciate you. Let's keep on rocking.
Internet's revenge on the man who invented spam mail is the most iconic thing I have ever heard. In the early 2000s, Alan Ralsky was one of the world's biggest spammers, blasting up to 1 billion junk emails a day. He made millions of dollars from it and was super cocky. He openly bragged to reporters about his empire and proudly called himself the godfather of spam. But in one interview, boasting as usual, he showed off the massive new mansion he bought with his spam money. And that was his mistake. People online found his new home address and thousands banded together to get their revenge. They signed Alan up for every sweepstakes, promotion, all the junk mailing lists they could possibly find. Within days, he was receiving hundreds of pounds of junk mail a day. And inside that pile of junk mail was his real mail, so he had to go through it. He later complained in another interview saying, quote, "They've signed me up for every advertising campaign. These people are out of their minds. They're harassing me."
Seriously, what does failure mean? It's not, it doesn't exist. It's a figment of your imagination. What does it mean?
Pulling a Jedi mind trick on me right now. I was like, does it exist?
No, I'm serious. Look, I'm trying to think, like, how can I explain it? So, let's use happy endings, right? And then we can relate this to failure, why it's not existing. Like, you know, everybody talks about, like, everybody wants a happy ending, right? Now let's go to the reality of it, right? Let's look at a fairy tale story. Let's look at Snow White. Mm-hmm. She gets a happy ending, she finds Prince, whatever, she goes on, she lives happily ever after. Well, I call bullshit on that because 2 months later, the fact is they had an argument and he's sleeping on the couch. Right? So the point is, the story continues. The story continues. So if you fail on Monday, The only way it's a failure on Monday is if you decide to not progress from that, right? So to me, that's why failure is not existent. Because, you know, if I fail today, okay, I'm going to learn something from that failure, and I'm going to try again on Tuesday. And I fail, and I'm going to try again on Wednesday. So it doesn't exist.
You know what? Should my ratings go in the tank? That's exactly what I'm going to say to the boss. Hey, it doesn't exist.
Yeah, but you know what?
We should try it again on Thursday.
If your ratings go in the tank, and you know, which they won't, but if they did, you had learned a valuable lesson. You had learned a bunch of ways of how not to make a show that sucks. So then the next one will be better than the last one, right?
So are you telling me then, let's just say all the career statistics that you've compiled, they all still exist, still play for the Lakers, still, and all of that still happens. If you finished your career without a championship, you would not have looked at that as a failure?
No, I would have looked at it as being extremely disappointed because I had a dream and I had goals that I wanted to accomplish, right? And if I don't accomplish those goals, I have to ask myself why, right? So from my position, the reason why I would not have accomplished those things is poor leadership, failure to communicate properly with my teammates to put them in positions to be successful, lack of preparation. You know, all those things would be reasons why I don't win, right? So now, if that was the case, in my career, I have to sit and I have to analyze that. And then as I move and I evolve, you know, post-basketball into business or whatever, those same weaknesses are going to reveal themselves there, right? So if I don't learn from that, I'm going to struggle here too, right? So I can take those situations and learn from those and have them, you know, make me a better person later in life. But if I don't take that stuff and apply that someplace else, then that's failing, which to me is the worst possible thing you could ever have, is to stop and to not learn.
So the way.
Very good message. I really like the way he handled that question and the way he explained it. And there is a saying when the billionaires, you know, a lot of the billionaires that made a lot of money that are now successful, they often say that they've went bankrupt a few times. And I guess if they would have seen it as a failure and then on Wednesday they would have quit and just went and worked for someone else, I guess it never would have made it. So I guess it's all a question of perspective. And as a parallel, I mean, using proper words and positive words has an effect. It's very interesting because he's talking about one word, but there's also the word stress or the word depression or the word, I mean, there's so many words that nowadays just rolls off your tongue because everyone is a victim, everyone is feeling some type of way or disadvantaged or this or that. But in reality, I mean, what is stress? You know, what is depression? It's something that you accept in your mind and that you create as an anchor or as a habit. So in my mind, if every time I would say I'm stressed, I would say time to breathe, and then I would concentrate on my breathing and try to gain control, I find that gives control in my life. It gives me power in my life. So using the word stress makes me feel like I'm under the weight. I don't know if you guys understand my distinction, but it's just the way that we use words has an effect on us long term. So if you keep using the word, oh, I'm depressed, that's exactly what you will become. Because in my mind, depression is a depressive thought that is on repeat. And then it creates the state of depression. But to be in a state of something, you need to actively reinforce it, repeat it, and use it as a habit before it sticks. So you could do that on the negative side, and you could do that on the positive side as well. So very interesting. I'm very happy to have listened to that interview from Kobe. I find it's super inspiring, and I hope that you guys can see it was a bit vague, and I'm not finding quite the right words to describe what I'm saying. So if you have any questions, please write them down below, and let's keep on rocking.
Causing a traffic jam. Do they just like...
I don't know. I just pulled out of the garage and I saw this going on. It's like this Waymo standoff. Yeah, I'm just trying to get out of here, but...
This is so funny.
So.
Oh, because they hit each other.
Yeah, kind of. But still, though, they're just gonna like stay there forever. We need to can we call them?
Well, we can call enforcement over here. We can scan and call. Cars is stuck. Cars is stuck. This is so funny.
Digital is the biggest step towards the surveillance state this country has ever faced in my lifetime. If any government wants access to every detail of your life, they are the ones who should be feared. We live in a country where the state can't even run a basic IT system without losing data or leaking personal details. It won't last a week before a mountain of sensitive personal data is left at a bus stop in Kent again. I do not trust any government. I certainly do not trust this government. And let us remember, once government gets a new power, it never gives it back. It expands and evolves. Digital ID will not stop at proving who you are. It will creep into travel, banking, housing, benefits, even voting. Today it's voluntary, tomorrow it will be required for security reasons. The day after that, you won't be able to access basic services without it. All for your own good, remember. It's supposed to be a country where the government serves the people, not the other way around. A country built on privacy, liberty and trust. People just want the government to leave them alone and get out of their lives, to build a business, raise a family and live in peace. Digital ID treats every citizen as a suspect. It assumes that the state has the right to look over your shoulder. You defend it by severely limiting the power of the state, not radically expanding it. Abolishing jury trials, cancelling elections, implementing facial recognition.
Yeah, this whole digital ID thing is kind of scary. And as a parallel, when you look at Australia, they're saying that they want to put a age limit. So basically, if you're 16 and under, you can't have access to social media, which in a way I agree with because the kids are obviously being brain rotted. But, you know, what they will use that for is probably to create a barrier to entry to be able to enter. So it's not the kids that are going to basically have to do something. It's the adults that are going to have to prove that they're adults. So in other words, it would be like having a MAC address associated with your social media account, which is a unique identifier. So basically everything you do online will be tracked, categorized, and easier to turn into data. That's first. Second of all, we can't forget the saying that says freedom for security. Well, now it's freedom and privacy in the name of security. But like he said, by going digital, aren't we opening ourselves up to risks of security? So it seems like a Ouroboros, it seems like a circle that basically never ends, because the more we put ourselves online, the more it's accessible for hackers. So I'm having a hard time to understand the logic behind it. But we did have an event, the COVID, not too long ago, that seemed to be like a test run towards this. So I truly want to know what you guys think. Is this something that you think is for the great, the betterment of the human condition? Or do you think this is a secondary power structure? Are we going to try to do a transition between, let's say, what our legal framework is? Because as we create a new ID, we're going to have to create new laws. So as we create new laws, do we trust the people that are there to have our best intentions at heart? Or should we just cancel the project and return to Constitution? It's a question that I'm asking you, and I would really appreciate your time right down below. And if not, no worries. We reached the end, so thank you so much for rocking with us. And that's a wrap for today, familia. Whether you're tuning in with the sunrise or you're posted up after midnight, I appreciate your time, your energy, your curiosity. And don't forget, this isn't about truth or fiction. This is about perspective. If this sparked a laugh, a thought, a deeper question, then we did our job. So drop your thoughts in the comments, keep the convo alive, like, subscribe, and hit that bell if you're riding a wave, because we're just getting started. So until next time, stay grounded, stay weird, stay critical. I'm Adam Strain, and this has been Adam Strain Reacts. Peace.
Now it's time for us to link up. Really think we on the brink up. Making a change from living this strange. Living this strange. Making a change from living this strange. Yeah.
Only organics are stacked in a row. You never put regular bananas under organics because then it makes it not organic. We'll grab our liquid, put it in a little machine. 2 bottles for this one. Pour it up. Close the room. Change the temperature to 60 degrees, both sides. It's all set. We turn our little sign here.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
Yo, this video is kind of scary, but not in the way that you would think. Now, this simple drawing is something that you'd probably do in high school. But what if I told you that these simple lines can actually trick your brain? Now watch closely. It looks completely random. That's until the paper folds. But as the camera moves, something that didn't make sense just a second ago starts to look a little different. With a simple change of perspective, it looks like a perfect cube, almost like you could reach out and grab it. But the drawing never changed, only your point of view did. If you can understand this, then you can understand how life works. Most people get caught up in a certain way of looking at the world and think that it's actually reality. But most of the time, it's just the angle that you're looking at. Don't confuse perspective with reality.
So this has got to be one of the most shocking stories I've ever heard. But it turns out the most powerful elites from our main foreign adversary, China, are basically ordering American babies like they're spring rolls from Panda Express. The Wall Street Journal recently reported that Chinese billionaires are using California's relaxed surrogacy laws to have dozens, even hundreds, of American children without ever stepping foot in the United States. One of the Chinese billionaires they profiled, Zhu Bo, openly admitted to having over 100 children through American surrogates. He just sent over his genetic material, and within a year, he got back a baby with the full rights and privileges of American citizenship. Another prominent Chinese executive hired U.S. models as egg donors to produce at least 10 baby girls with the stated intention of eventually marrying them off to other powerful businessmen. And some of these babies are sent back to China immediately. Others stay here to be raised by nannies. And there's now an entire American industry built around this. So obviously a bit disturbing, also ripe for human trafficking, child exploitation, and abuse. But it's also probably a national security issue, right? I mean, even putting aside the prospect of literally creating a Manchurian candidate, it doesn't take a whole lot of imagination to see how the system can be exploited by some horrible people and America's worst enemies.
You want to know what's natural? This. You want to know what's not? This.
These are ethylene liquid, which turns into a gas. Going to be doing room 3 today. These are the bananas for today. So in here we do gas, organics, and regular bananas. But the only difference is that nothing is stacked. Only organics are stacked in a row. You never put regular bananas under organics because then it makes it not organic. We'll grab our liquid, put it in a little machine. 2 bottles for this one. Pour it up. Close the room. Change the temperature to 60 degrees, both sides. This is all set. We turn our little sign here saying that it's gas. I'm going to show you guys after the bananas get gas what they look like. We're going to pull a banana out. This is one of them. This is maybe 3 days after it's been gassed. It starts to turn yellow. We have this little pulp thing that checks the temperature and the pulp on these. That gives us a reading. And this is what the other side looks like. Starting to break in a little bit of yellow. Both of them compare left and right side.
Wow. Listen, let me try to link all of these things together. See, the first video was talking to you about perspective, which is pretty much the goal of the channel, is to just allow for new information to maybe help you carve a new, what I call a prism of perception, because basically light passes through the prism in our eyes. So I use that metaphor to sort of explain. Now, if we take as an example this situation with the bananas, it kind of makes sense from one perspective, which would be we want to save money, we don't want the food to rot, all these things. But at the same time, when you really think about it from a macro perspective, once you take a step back, how would it make sense that we're putting all these chemicals in the stuff that we're going to consume? So we know that the effect on the fruit is that it's going to mature and it's going to change color, meaning that they cut it before it was ready and they sent it, maybe they layered some other chemicals on it to keep it from maturing during the voyage. And then when it gets here, they start gassing it. So the only point I'm making is that I could understand how these companies have a perception that this would be good, but I just wonder as a people and as humanity, how we got to this point. How our prism of perception has been carved and manipulated for us to not even blink twice about all these chemicals and just the fact of basically trusting in the government, right? Or in these companies to make the right decision. So anyways, food for thought. What do you guys think about these bananas and the way that we process them? Does it make you want to eat them more or less? Do you realize that maybe importing stuff from another place maybe is not as cut and dry or easy as we thought? Because if importing something from somewhere else means that we must treat and chemically process these things, wouldn't that mean that maybe we shouldn't be doing that? I don't know, just an idea I'm having. Let me know what you guys think down below. Do you think, does it make you want to eat those bananas more or less? Let me know down below and let's keep on rocking.
Creating art only using natural materials. Oh, I already know this is going to be extremely cool and detailed. Look at them eyes. Owl? Thought it was a lion at first. That's really, really impressive, isn't it? Cool. Peacock. I know. How did they do that though, where it's with just vision and looking at, all right, that will make that good. Need a bit of dirt here. I need this leaf here. Sick. What are they for its claws? Wow. Wow. Impressive.
What we're looking at is the Yukon Pacific Expedition, which was finished in 1909. This is in the Seattle area, and what is left of this expedition has become the University of Washington, which is north of downtown. The dates are going to be important here because this expedition supposedly was finished in 1909, but the first settlers to come to Seattle only made it in 1851. So that means after arriving in a covered wagon on Alki Beach, 58 years later, these Seattleites built this city. And as World's Fairs are supposed to be temporary, notice how permanent these buildings seem since we're still using them as the University of Washington. And this university has something called the Red Square, which you see surrounded by the nice trees. And look at these libraries where people study in. So you're going to tell me people arrived on the West Coast and 58 years later built this. We must have lived in a world of witches and warlocks and magic to have put together a city like this in only 58 years. You be the judge.
It's a brain wrecker, to be honest. Like, how in 50 years would you build that? Nowadays, to build one building, it takes us like 2 years, 3 years. Look at the size of that city, or even just the campus of the university. It's very interesting, and also the fact that I don't know how real this is. I'll have to look into it a bit more. But if they were really conceived to be a part of a World's Fair, which normally, like she said, they're all, you know, temporary structures. How is it that 150 years later we're still using them? I don't know. What do you guys think about the World's Fairs? Do you guys think it was all stucco and plaster? Or do you guys think these were real structures? Were they built by us? Were they built before? Maybe we just had a technology that they're not admitting to. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think down below. And let's keep on rocking.
Do European royals always look like men? Maybe there was something wrong with them. The testosterone could have been too high, or maybe we all know the real reason why. Oh, ma'am, that's a gent. Ma'am, oh, that's a gent. It's not all but like 90%. Take a look through history, it really ain't no mystery. 'Cause ma'am, that's a gent. Let's take a look at Sweden first, they'll have you on your knees. There's Charlotte, Ingrid, Sylvia, and don't forget Louise. And then there's good old England, quite a selection there. And now we have Camilla, sitting in that chair. Oh, ma'am, that's a gent. Ma'am, oh, that's a gent. It's not all but like 90%. Take a look through history, it really ain't no mystery. 'Cause ma'am, that's a gent. It's been going on for centuries and still remains the same. And this fine collection puts the first ladies to shame. Oh, ma'am, that's a gent. Ma'am, oh, that's a gent. It's not all but like 90%. Take a look through history, it really ain't no mystery. 'Cause ma'am, that's a gent. And this one's a robot.
Look. Oh, it's not easy to talk about this. It's a pretty taboo subject. But nowadays, it's a bit more out in the open, no? Like, men are being women, women are being men. But it does happen that I stumble across some older photos, and especially people that are very high in the echelons of power, where, well, like in this example, that the wives seem a little bit special. Do you guys think this is a possibility? Do you guys think that there's something behind it, that they were basically paving the way, or that there's a different perspective that we're not seeing? Maybe I'm missing something, but do you guys think it's a possibility that maybe, I mean, nowadays it might be actresses, it might be models. I don't know. Do you guys think it's a possibility that they've been doing this for a very long time, and that now we've gotten to the point where it's like openly admitted, but that basically it was like that across history? I don't know. It's something I'm looking into. Let me know what you guys think down below, and let's keep on rocking.
Up every that has been identified by science to be a virus. I've looked them all up. You know that science has published that every one of them targets, every one that I've researched, they know every single one of them included targets nicotine receptors. Therefore, guess what the answer is? Nicotine. Guess where nicotine is found the most? Tobacco. Guess what? 200 countries right now in unison have been told to ban access to all citizens by the year 2030, and they're all doing it, including the United States of America, tobacco and nicotine agents. Okay.
Well, I was looking.
Wow. Well, do you guys think that's possible? Because I have heard something along those lines a few years ago when we had that big medical situation. And there was a theory saying that, well, they were stating something different, but basically what they were saying is that the nicotine receptors were important to the process of being infected, and that basically consuming it would lower your possibility. Now, that was back then. That was a conspiracy. That was taboo. But today, if you just Google it, you write the CO, you know the rest, and nicotine, openly stated, they will say that it has an effect on reducing the risk of having the longer version. So they don't say for the initial infection, but they're still attributing a positive effect to the Nico. So then it makes me wonder, is that the reason why all the restrictions? I used to have a vape store, and basically, year after year, more and more restrictions, double, triple tax. Now it's basically 150% tax on any item. And the country I'm in now is in the process of banning most products. So do you guys think this is a possibility? That basically, maybe we escaped the intended effect by consuming the nickel, and that because they're trying to get it out by 2030, that afterwards we would no longer have that protection in a way. So I don't know. You guys look it up on your own side. Like I said, it used to be taboo, but now it's very out in the open. So let me know what you guys think down below. Is it possible that the nickel has positive effects, and that maybe we should be considering the opposite of banning it? Let me know what you guys think down below, and let's keep on rocking.
Looking into the board of BlackRock, I got distracted by a rabbit hole. And the connections accidentally led me all the way back to the founding of American banking, and then all the way back to Mr. Epstein. You ready to follow a wild thread through the internet? Let's go, baby. So we're gonna start here, and we're gonna end here. And on the way, we're gonna go all the way back to 1800. And to be clear, this rabbit hole is just for funsies. We're not like uncovering any breaking news or anything. But anyways, I was at the board of BlackRock looking into Pam Daly, who's deep in General Electric. And I was kind of realizing that I don't exactly know that much about General Electric. So I started looking it up. And let's start with the basics. It's a major American corporation and one of the largest and most diversified in the world. So I went to the Wikipedia article. And I was looking at when it was founded, way back in 1892, 131 years ago. And then I noticed that it was founded by Thomas Edison and J.P. Morgan? How did I not know this? And we'll have to make another video in the future about how General Electric is splitting itself up into 3 different companies for who knows what reasons. But anyways, back in the late 1800s, Thomas Edison had business interests in many electrical related companies. As you know, a dude does at the start of the 19th century. And then in 1889, Drexel Morgan & Co., a company founded by J.P. Morgan and Anthony J. Drexel, I know that name, financed Edison's research and helped merge several Edison separate companies to form Edison General Electric Company. No shit! So we're going to ignore the obvious Nikola Tesla rabbit hole that we're walking right by here, because the name Drexel sparked something for me, and I just had to pull on this thread. As the dominant partner of Drexel & Co. of Philadelphia, he founded Drexel Morgan & Co. with J.P. Morgan. Was his junior partner, by the way. So I know about the name Drexel because of a much more modern institution that starts to lead us to Jeffrey Epstein. But I wanted to rewind a little bit, because if this dude was more important than J.P. Morgan, then who the hell was he? Drexel & Co. was founded by Francis Martin Drexel, I'm sure I'm pronouncing that wrong, born in Austria, to a merchant father with business associations. He jumped on a boat to Philadelphia, where he became a painter, an art instructor, and later leveraged all those fancy-ass connections from painting to start a bank. All right, we're starting to piece together how we get to Drexel Burnham Lambert. And Drexel Burnham Lambert is gonna lead us to this guy, who leads us to that guy. But first, we go back to Tubby Burnham, back in the 30s. So old Tubby partners with our buddies Drexel, and they founded Drexel Burnham Lambert. They're famous for being criminal as shit and inventing an entire industry called the junk bond market, which is exactly as junk as it sounds. That's how you take over companies with shady business deals and then extract as much money as possible before selling them again to the next highest bidder. Oversimplified, but you get it. Oh, and they're also famous for having this dude named Michael Milken, who was Drexel's head of high-yield securities, i.e. mega gambling. And Milken's famous for earning the highest salary of any single person in history, at $295 million. But Michael was like, yeah, that's not enough. So the next year he took home $550 million in a single year in payment. That's $500 million on your paycheck. So what did this snaky boy do to earn $550 million? Well, the answer is he did a lot of criminal shit. And eventually, people started to catch on. And Drexel Burnham Lambert started to get investigated. Then one guy started to talk, and then that led to another. And pretty soon, Rudy Giuliani was talking about throwing RICO charges at Drexel Burnham Lambert, and Michael Milken was exposed for having basically made a shitload of money off of doing illegal stuff because no one regulates this. Basically, the whole financial industry is what's called self-regulatory institutions. And so once someone started doing a little regulating, they realized there was insider trading, stock manipulation, defrauding of clients, stock parking, and on and on. And Mr. Mikey Milk wound up going to prison, but he's living a life of luxury nowadays as he retired and he's out of prison. He got rich on it. But I shit you not, the Wikipedia page for Drexel Lambert, this firm that went down in flames, they have a whole section for survivors, meaning the rats that jumped ship. And this is where we meet Apollo Global Management, noted private equity firm, was also founded by Drexel alumni Leon Black. That's this guy. You might be like, oh, Ian, that's a bit of a stretch. Come on. He just worked at the firm. Yeah, from 1977 to 1990, so, a couple years, Black was regarded as the junk bond king Michael Milken's right-hand man at Drexel. So this guy learned everything he knew from this criminal who was the highest paid person in the world ever, so to speak, because of crime. Well, Black went on to found Apollo Global Management, one of the biggest private equity firms in the world, and guess who he decided to bring on board? Oh, in 1997, he made Epstein one of the original trustees of what was his and his wife's foundation. And he had him direct all sorts of charitable donations and philanthropy money and a whole bunch of other secret money just going to weird places. And someone finally caught on and started looking through these numbers. They found that he had paid Epstein $158 million in just 5 years from 2012 to 2017 for his financial services. I'm not even going to get into all this nasty bullshit. Black had more meetings with Epstein than just about anyone else on the books. And this is where it comes right on back to our friends at JP Morgan, just a few hundred years later. Because while we were all looking at submarines, JP Morgan was settling out of court $290 million because they totally were not guilty of helping facilitate this, trafficking ring thing going on. They totally weren't profiting off of that and involved in that. See, that's the thing about money is once you start following it, you start making connections. And once you start making connections, you start winding up in places where you're not supposed to be. And let's be clear, I'm not trying to say that Pam Daly has anything to do with what I just talked about. I'm just saying that the more you know, the more you know. And sometimes when you start looking into gigantic multi-billion-dollar mega corporations that are diversified all across the globe, you inevitably discover that money is used for some pretty awful things in this world. And it's important to remember that money doesn't spend itself. There's always someone doing the things. So stay curious. Don't forget to do your own research.
Wow, that was a big one. It's very interesting to see historically how these things happen, and this rabbit hole really doesn't have an end to it, especially with that dude that everyone's talking about with the files. That dude seems to be implicated in absolutely everything, like whether it be science, duplication of people, whether it be the financial institutions. He was one of the biggest partners with the JP Morgs in NYC. He was bringing in clients like Mr. Gates, all these billionaires. And I mean, even in the interview, Gates is like, oh, well, he used to help me with my taxes. Like, what does that have to do? So anyways, the connection that we see, it seems like a hidden control system. And, what goes on the stock market, like you said, it was a self-regulatory system, meaning no one's involved, right? I think we've been asking for it for a long time. I think that our laws are open to this manipulation. And I think that the only way for people not to operate this way is to make it impossible for them to operate this way. So I don't know, food for thought. You guys let me know. Did you know that the file guy was involved so deeply embedded into the financial system of the United States, talking about these huge numbers? You guys let me know, and let's keep on rocking.
This is a clip from historical film number 1119, produced in 1923 by the U.S. Army Signal Corps. The caption says, quote, "A smoke curtain, an important new chemical warfare development. Hanging a curtain half a mile long in 18 seconds," unquote. This 1923 film shows an aircraft spraying a trail where some of the chemicals rapidly descend to sea level to form an opaque vertical curtain. Observers have seen an increasing frequency of chemical warfare and other experiments in our skies. Spraying Agent Orange during the Vietnam War demonstrates the military has been developing more sophisticated chemical warfare operations using aircraft since 1923. As aircraft performance, altitude, and fleet numbers have increased over the years, observers are seeing a skyrocketing number of chemical experiments in our skies. The advent of the internet and digital cameras has created a spontaneous network of observers around the world who share their many observations of bizarre contrail emissions on YouTube. An online source for this and other historical films can be found online at criticalpast.com.
This is an issue on the same level as asbestos.
On the same level as asbestos? What?
This is a part, and it's big. The LED has got a big blue spike in it, although we tend not to see that. And that is even true of warm LEDs, and there is no red. The light found in LEDs, we can watch the mitochondria gently go downhill. They're far less responsive. The breathing very well. You can watch that in real time
under LED lighting
at the same energy levels in a domestic or commercial environment.
This blew my mind. Dr. Glenn Jeffrey on Huberman's podcast, in his experiments and many other experiments exposing the powerhouse of the cell to this short wavelength light consistently leads to a decline in mitochondria. Not only do they flicker, which can be overly stimulating for our fight or flight nervous system, they are too rich in blue light without the counterbalanced long wavelengths of red and infrared. In contrast, we also know very clearly that more sunlight exposure is consistently associated with longevity. We are just beginning to realize how harmful these lights are for humans. Avoid them as much as you can. Make changes in your home. Replace the lights in your house with incandescents, and your health will improve.
I need to say that I've always had a bad feeling about those LEDs. And every time that they present something to us saying that it's not for the better lighting, it's for saving the planet, it's for reducing this, I don't buy it. I don't buy it at all. Because if they wanted to reduce all those things, those huge multi-billion-dollar international companies would be the ones implementing the change first. So it makes me feel that there was something behind it. And now, recently, I've changed my lighting from a blue, LED type of lighting to an incandescent type of lighting. And the difference is palpable. I mean, the difference is huge. I feel like I'm in the 90s. I feel like I went back in time and I don't know, life is better. So I can't tell you scientifically what it's doing, but I can say this: give it a try and let me know how you like it. If you see a difference between that bluish lighting and the incandescent lighting, does it make you feel different? Let me know down below. Thank you for rocking with us. I appreciate you. And that's a wrap for today, familia. Whether you're tuning in with the sunrise or you're posted up after midnight, I appreciate your time, your energy, your curiosity. And don't forget, this isn't about truth or fiction. This is about perspective. If this sparked a thought, a laugh, a deeper question, then we did our job. So drop your thoughts in the comments, keep the convo alive, like, subscribe, and don't forget to hit that bell if you're riding a wave, because we're just getting started. So until next time, stay grounded, stay weird, stay critical. I'm Adam Strain, and this has been Adam Strain Reacts.
Peace. But now it's time for us to link up. Really think we on the brink up. Making a change from living this strange. Living this strange. Making a change from living this strange.
had to wake up. Why? Every reason I could think of. God, till the day I keep the ink up.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
Some conspiracy theories are true. For example, let's say you had a friend call you up and say, I was eating at a restaurant and I found a microchip in my food. I know because I told them to leave off the pepper, but I saw a single speck of pepper, but when I looked at it closely, it was perfectly square, and when I took it home and looked at it under a magnifying glass, it was a microchip. Before you have them institutionalized, know that sometimes cheese has microchips in it. Specifically, authentic Parmesan cheese from Italy has chips embedded in the cheese wheels because they have a huge issue with counterfeiting. These chips let them scan the wheels for authenticity and also track where they go. These microchips are edible by design, and you may have eaten one in your life. Likewise, let's say that same friend says their printer is encoding secret messages in documents, that they keep finding these microscopic specks that they thought were just flaws in the print head or something. But once again, when they looked at them under their magnifying glass, they found a pattern, and they're certain that the pattern has meaning. What your friend has discovered are printer tracking dots. Many printers, we don't know which ones, use tiny, basically invisible dots. These identify the serial number of that printer and also the date and time when the document was printed. Printer manufacturers actually did this for 20 years in secret before the public found out in 2004. But for example, if documents were leaked from a government agency, these dots help them identify which printer they came from. Likewise, if you're using your printer for some sort of illegal counterfeiting activity, they can scan those nearly invisible dots and immediately know which machine did it and when. This is actually the frustrating thing about the fake conspiracy theories. Sometimes the reality is just as weird.
Welcome to America, where we work to live and live to work, where we spend hundreds of thousands on a home that we barely get to step foot in because the hours we work to pay for it keeps us away from it, where we buy a car just to drive it to a job that barely pays enough to keep the gas tank full, where our healthcare system will bankrupt you faster than the illness can kill you. We're getting sick is the business motto and the cure is priced like a luxury. Welcome to America, where the food is fake, the water's tainted, and the air we breathe is up for sale. Where the richest 1% own more than the bottom half combined, and they still tell us to work harder. Where we chase the American dream only to find out it was designed to stay out of reach. And every time we get close to the finish line, they just inch it a little further back. Where school doesn't teach you how to live, just how to obey, comply, and clock in. Where education comes with a lifetime of debt and the diploma is nothing more than a receipt for money that you ain't never gonna see again. Welcome to America, where we pay taxes to keep the lights on in government buildings we ain't never even allowed to enter. Where your rights are written in pencil and erased when it's inconvenient. Where justice depends on your income and the law bends to the highest bidder.
Liftoff. The crew is in orbit, traveling at nearly 17,000 miles an hour.
Did you know Facebook launched on the exact same day the government shut down its most secretive surveillance program? February 4th, 2004. DARPA officially terminated LifeLog, a project designed to collect every detail of citizens' daily lives. The same day, Mark Zuckerberg launched Facebook from his Harvard dorm room. According to conspiracy theorists, this timing wasn't coincidental. LifeLog aimed to create digital records of everything: relationships, activities, conversations, movements. Sound familiar? That's exactly what Facebook does today. The theory suggests Facebook became the civilian face of government surveillance, disguised as social networking. Early funding allegedly came from venture capital firms with CIA connections, including In-Q-Tel Investments. Within years, Facebook knew your friends, your interests, your location, even your political views. Everything LifeLog wanted to collect, but couldn't do openly. Today, billions voluntarily upload their entire lives to the platform. The perfect surveillance system, hidden in plain sight. Sometimes the best way to watch everyone is to make them want to be watched.
Blooms. So if you leave it...
I guess that's why they say that the NSA sort of became obsolete because everybody started voluntarily uploading all their information. But the question that leads me to ask is, considering the dates, if you watch the movie of Mark Zuckerberg, let's say, does that make sense? Is it really like just a startup on a college campus, or is there something more behind it? Because what are the chances that, the day that it closes is the day that Facebook opens? So it's a very good question. From what I understand, when DARPA was doing LifeLog, they basically had checks and balances to give to the government. So the government declared that project was unconstitutional because they were getting the information of people and tracking people and this and that. So hence, to get it out of the hands of the government and to put it into a private firm kind of bypassed that whole problem, because now they could do everything secretly because it was a private entity. So what do you guys think? Do you guys think Facebook was also a tool used by the CIA or the NSA to gather information? Or do you guys think that it's just organic and, Mark Zuckerberg and his buddy came up with this on college campus, and it's just a big happenstance that it happened on the same day, more or less, than that the project from DARPA got canceled? Let me know down below. I'm very curious to see what you guys think about it, and let's keep on rocking.
Alone, it blooms. These are broccoli. They're flowers. Did you know that? They're immature flower buds. They're like flower eggs. Unborn flowers. Look at this lady down here. She said, I'm eating unborn flowers. It says broccoli is actually the flower of the plant that we typically eat. What we typically eat are immature flower buds. If left unharvested, these tight green clusters will eventually bloom into small yellow flowers. This is broccoli. Like, what? Did y'all know that? Look. You just go on a date and give them here's some broccoli. I'm sorry. I didn't know that.
You make me feel like sandwich, yeah.
The ramifications to this video, the findings of this video are so shocking that I need to hear other people recreate this. And if this is true, then our entire world can change very quickly. Listen to this, absolutely shocking, and let me know your thoughts.
What if intuition was a state of water, a kind of etheric antenna? You see, I've observed that after placing a sunflower seed in water, removing and freezing using a crystallographic method, the water doesn't design the seed, but rather it reads the potential in the seed and designs the outcome, the sunflower. Here are examples of water doing the same thing with apple seeds and flax seeds. So what if the water in us shares and receives information to and from the water in the air around us, which on a very subtle level is attracted to the human biofield, which is electrical and magnetic? Since it appears that water reads potentials as demonstrated in my seed examples, then perhaps the water in us uses our electrical charge to probe all potential outcomes simultaneously like a quantum computer and returns back with the most likely outcome, which we all call intuition.
So intuition is the water in our body, seeing the potential of outcomes, quantumness. Like, this is incredible. The shockingest part, you put a freaking seed in water, you freeze the water. If you didn't catch that, that's what she did. She froze the water. And the water froze into the shape, the look of a sunflower. But she just put a seed in it. This is real. Recreate this study. She did it with apples and freaking alfalfa sprouts or flax seeds. Now, this is reminding me of Masaru Emoto, if you guys remember, the Japanese man who they say his studies were never proven and but meanwhile, we know he was onto something there with the freezing the water. Plus the snowflake thing too. I mean, water is, from my understanding and research, actually conscious. It's not this inanimate thing. It has its own consciousness. It's self-organizing, and it has memory. It retains memory. So there's a lot to water that we know nothing about, which we were never told. But I'm sure if this woman knows about it, if I know about it, How could you tell me that deep underground military bases with limitless budgets and boards of the most brilliant scientists in the world are just unaware that water has these incredible properties and powers?
What is happening now to solidify that it's coming? Well, it happened in Vietnam.
Sorry, my mind's a bit blown. Do you guys think that's real? What implications does that have? I mean, the fact that you could put the seed in the water and it's going to project the image of the grown plant. I mean, I can't even imagine what that means. If you guys have an idea, write down below, because truly I'm awestruck. Let's keep on rocking.
Vietnam. 86 million people have no longer access to their banks because they refuse to comply with biometrical standards for digital identification. Denial by default. As of September 1st, 2025, banks across Vietnam are closing accounts deemed non-compliant to new biometric rules. Authorities estimate over 86 million accounts have been restricted. And the reason why this is all going on is because let's say the World Economic Forum, can we just force them to comply by restricting their bank accounts? Because if you have no money, what are you going to do? Eventually, you're going to comply. And if you don't, Vietnam can assert a martial law. They have no reason not to say, all you people who are trying to usurp this system by bartering or whatever, if we catch you doing that, you're going to jail. And that will force people to accept the digital system.
This is not something that is going to stay in Vietnam. This is a test, because if we look at what's going on with the European Central Bank and digital ID initiative in Europe, as well as the real ID being imposed in the United States, we can see that it is coming to us as well.
That's where it gets confusing.
Right.
So,
what do you guys think about the digital ID? Do you guys think that it's the natural progression of things, or do you guys think that this is a whole other level of control, tracking, data harvesting, and etc.? Right? Let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
the real problem, the question is the Van Allen radiation belts. Now, the people that say that it's easy to go through the Van Allen radiation belts will tell you that it's a donut. It's not like covering the entire sphere of Earth evenly, that there's openings at the top and the bottom. Is this correct?
Well, yeah, but then they would have to launch at the North Pole or South Pole, where it's not possible to launch because of the temperatures.
That's the only way you could do it, to get through those holes?
That's right. According to NASA's own flight plan, they went directly through the center. That's why they launched in southern Florida, to be close to the equator.
Okay, so what they would say is that it's not that dangerous, and it's just like being exposed to a few x-rays, and that the people were shielded.
Well, go to Sabrel.com and watch a latest clip about
there.
it.
But you're right there, so I want to give you the opportunity.
I'm just saying,
what they would say to you.
The clip there is of Kelly Smith. He's an employee at NASA, explaining something that most people don't know, which is above the Earth, starting at about 1,000 miles and extending about 30,000 miles, is a huge band of radiation that astronauts would have to go through to the moon and through again back. First, he says it's dangerous, meaning deadly, and then he says that the technology for an astronaut to go through it to the moon and back and survive has yet to be invented.
You know the narrative doesn't add up when you take a look at some of these beautiful works of art, like all that detail on that lace, that hair, and this veil, all said to be done with hammer and chisel. They are not just beautiful works of art. timeless pieces. They are impossible, given the historic timeline we were told, because we don't make anything close to that detailed and that beautiful, like they did hundreds of thousands of years ago. And just look at the tools we need to recreate it today. Much like the architecture not matching the tools of the period. The same goes for the beautiful works of art from the old world, and everything seems so backwards. Our art has regressed. Our buildings are nothing more than boxes. This next video breaks down how we need robots and tools to help us replicate the beauty of the old world.
A monumental block of marble about the size of a railway car, 200,000 pounds of flawless Carrara stone.
You're going to move this block out of here?
We are going to move this big boy out of here.
How?
There are going to be a couple of cranes and a huge truck to lift it.
A feat not possible in Michelangelo's time, but then neither was this. Meet Robo, one of the brigade of robots taking over sculpture. We watched as Leonardo da Vinci's trademark hat was adjusted, not with a hammer and chisel, but a 13-foot zinc alloy arm and a spinning diamond-crusted finger. Water jets kept Leonardo cool. This was a week's work for Robo, with another 2 to go.
So big news, Taylor Swift just dropped The Life of a Showgirl, and what an album it is. Her fiance Travis Kelce says it's banger after banger. USA Today says she's shaken off the gloom of the tortured poets department and returned with playful pop and sharp one-liners. The New York Times frames it as Taylor hungry to move on, less about feuds and more about her future, though not without some side-eye at her past. The Guardian wasn't as impressed, though, saying that the whole thing feels a little bit rushed, akin to how romantic bliss doesn't fuel the same fire as heartbreak. Billboard magazine describes it as bangers for adults, not another 1989, but mature, sharp, and still packed with hooks. Variety says the love songs here feel easy for once, not battle-tested, which makes the album an uncomplicated good time. And People, they went all in, calling it her most radio-ready album since 1989 and the spiritual sister of Reputation. For me, overall, feels like a reset. Is it her best album? No. But is it entertaining, a little messy, and guaranteed to get people talking? Absolutely.
They just gave the green light for ChatGPT to have a lot of freaky conversations with a lot of freaky people. I might be the first person to let you know this, but it's true. ChatGPT just went to a whole different level. So Sam Altman just announced that ChatGPT will soon be able to engage in erotic interactions with age-verified adults starting in December. And for the people in the back that don't know what that means, if you ain't got nobody to talk to that way, ChatGPT is going to talk to you that way, the freaky way. So they're saying that in December, OpenAI will permit mature content, including erotica. Mind you, it's a lot of people that's going to think this shit is real. It's a lot of kids that's going to log on to ChatGPT and interact with that. They're talking about it's going to be age restrictions. How? How are you going to restrict that? How do you know who's on the other side of ChatGPT? Mind you, people were trying to stop this because we already seen what happened to a couple of kids that thought they was interacting with a real person and they took their own lives. And then you have some adults who really and truly conversate with ChatGPT each and every day. I'm not saying it's a problem with that, but it's a problem with that. And now they're telling people that you'll be able to have those type of conversations, freaky conversations, erotica conversations with a computer. They're taking this shit to a whole nother level. Now think about this. Y'all see Sora 2 just came out, right? So think about people making AI figures and then doing that AI chat. the freaky chat. OF models, y'all in trouble because guess what? Now people ain't gotta pay for that. Now they can make the woman of their dreams or the man of their dreams via Sora and then have a chat with them via OpenAI, via ChatGPT. And what does that do for the population? Don't let me find out that you gonna be on ChatGPT using it the freaky way, because it's about to get freaky, man. I'm out.
Michael Jackson was trying to tell us they're casting spells on us through music. Check this out.
Singers, when they sing songs, it's like a mantra. When you repeat a chorus over and over and over. So when a kid hears a song and he starts singing that chorus over and over and over, then you start to hear it in the alpha state into the subconscious mind. So you start to become the song or become what you're saying.
Now, Michael Jackson being one of the greatest musicians to ever live, you can safely say that he's an authority figure when it comes to the subject of music. The reality is that music is one of the most powerful forms of programming.
Stay weird.
You don't just listen to it, you actually...
A worldwide...
I agree with that. And whether it's music coming from outside or the music that emanates from your thoughts, it's very important to keep it positive and keep yourself on a good outcome. Because like he's saying, if let's say the song that you're listening to is... the chorus is hate your neighbor, hate your neighbor, hate your neighbor. Like he said, at one point you go into alpha state and you start talking to your subconscious, feeding that. So what do you think is going to happen in your conscious life? You're probably going to have more hate. As for if you were listening to a song that says love your neighbor, love your neighbor, love your neighbor, you're probably going to end up with a different consequence. It's the same thing with your choice of words. A lot of people replace the word mourning with rising because mourning is associated with death and rising is associated with life. It's an example, but these patterns create a sort of spell, as if you want to call it that. Some people call it epigenetics, the biology of belief. There's different interpretations of it, but my only point to this is I think we should be careful what we consume, what we listen to, what we repeat, how we think, and what we say. If you guys agree, or if you don't agree, let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
Event that left so many remains melted and scorched. You can see the blackening and charring on so many of these melted structures. Most of these structures are still buried from the many resets that occurred after them. This is a perfect one. To the right of that archway, you can see a lot of that structure deformed and buried under the stone. And that undeniable scorching. Some more blackened stone here on the top. And in little small parts all along this melted ruin. Our eyes are useless when our minds have been made to be blind. Most people will never connect the dots because they never see the extent of the melting. When you've ever seen maybe one or two examples that ever look like this, and they tell you it's erosion, that lie's easy to buy. Everyone that researched it, myself included, all thought the same thing at first. But when you see the thousands of examples, it's clear something big happened in our past. Something erased from the history books. Perhaps a massive plasma storm, realm-wide. The truth is hidden in plain sight. Question everything, friends. Until next time.
And that's a wrap for today, familia. Whether you're tuning in with the sunrise or you're posted up after midnight, I appreciate your time, your energy, your curiosity. And remember, this isn't about truth or fiction. This is about perspective. If this sparked a thought, a laugh, a deeper question, then we did our job. Drop your thoughts in the comments. Keep the convo alive. Like, subscribe. Don't forget to hit that bell if you're riding a wave because we're just getting started. Until next time, stay grounded, stay weird, stay critical. I'm Adam Strain, and this has been Adam Strain Reacts. Peace.
But now's the time for us to link up. Really think we on the brink up. Making a change from living this strange. Living this strange. Making a change from living this strange. Yeah.
There's a frog in here.
All about the one world government. LA, 15-minute smart cities. Jamaica, Maui, 15-minute smart cities.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Here's all the snacks. There's no employees. There are robots in here. There are robots taking your order.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
Apparently, blood being blue in your body is just a Mandela effect. Watch this.
Almost 100% sure that they taught us that blood was blue inside the body until it hits oxygen and then it turns red. And I just saw a video of a 6th grade teacher talking about why do her 6th graders think that blood is blue. And my first thought was, how do you, as a teacher, not know that blood is blue until it hits oxygen? And then I looked it up, and apparently that was never true. So now I'm wondering, because I could have sworn they taught us this in schools. Like, I don't even know if this is a Mandela effect or if this is just like misinformation completely, or if they are like they just lied to it. Wait, who else thinks that blood is blue? Actually, let me ask.
What is Bill Gates?
What do you guys remember? Have you guys ever heard of the Mandela effects? There's a lot of things that people remember differently than the way they are. Like Star Wars, instead of saying, Luke, I am your father, he says, no, I am your father. But the funny thing about that story, for an example, is that when the actor of Darth Vader would go on to talk shows and stuff like that, and they would tell him, okay, do the voice, he would say, Luke, I am your father. In other words, even the person that's involved in the movie seems to have a misrecollection of the events, which pushes us to question, is that the way it was? Is that not the way it was? So now back to the question. When you guys were in school learning about biology and they told you that the veins were blue, why did they say they were blue? Did they say because there was a lining in the vein? Or did they say because when the oxygen depletes in the blood, it loses its red tint and it becomes blue? That's what I had learned. So let me know down below, see if we're all on the same page or not, and let's keep on rocking.
Planning with all that land he owned.
Why don't they talk about planting trees? Why isn't Bill Gates the largest, private landowner in the U.S. now, planting trees like crazy if he's so worried about carbon dioxide? He poo-poos the whole idea of planting trees as a way to combat climate change. It's just carbon markets and going to electric vehicles and all of this stuff. But electric vehicles necessitates mass mining, and a lot of that mining is in places that use child labor, or it's going to be so environmentally destructive you totally destroy the developing world, which these people on the left supposedly want to protect. You're going to totally destroy the environment. But really what it's about is controlling how much energy people can use. And if you can control how much energy a household can use, you can control their economic activity. You also control how big their family can. It's fear-driven to get people to accept policies they otherwise wouldn't accept because they're told this cataclysmic event is just down the line. Trust us, again, is the conclusion of that.
The Illuminati are literally pricing humans out of existence.
Wow, childhood was great. I'm excited for a bright future.
9/11.
What?
Yeah, it's 9/11. It's going to be the worst terrorist attack in human history, and the world's never going to be the same.
All right, well, I'm sure by the time I get to college, things will...
Financial crisis. There's going to be one of the worst financial crises ever.
All right, well, whatever. I'm sure by the time I'm 30...
Global pandemic. There's going to be a global pandemic that irreparably shifts how society operates. Forever.
This is becoming too much for me. All right, well, I was always shown that the key to happiness is just raising a family and owning a home. So I'm just going to focus on that because I'm finally making $100,000 a year.
$250,000.
Can't even do that anymore.
Yeah, you're going to need $250,000 a year for all those things now.
Are you kidding me? Gee, I mean, I guess I'll just go back to medical school then.
$300,000, that's going to cost $300,000 and also 10 years of your life.
Oh, my... Whatever, I'll just pursue my passions and become an artist.
They're going to try to replace you with AI.
Good God. I can't deal with this anymore. I'm just going to revert back to my childhood and watch some of my favorite shows. Try to forget about this.
Child abuse.
What?
Yeah, child abuse. They were all abusing children.
I need to go back to church.
Also abusing children.
I can't do this anymore. Is the government at least trying to fix this?
Stay weird.
Abusing children.
Abusing children.
Have y'all ever...
It's kind of true when you think about it. It seems like, I don't know, what age you guys have, but it does seem like there has been a steady crisis every couple of years. Seems very interesting. Do you guys think that there's a meaning behind all of that? Or it's just random? But when you look at these events and you start looking at the causes and how and the incentives and, who had motive, becomes a pretty interesting story. But he is right that, you're trying to live a normal life, but with all these crises, with all these attacks, with all these situations, it's kind of hard to just go on your merry way. And like you said, even if you just want to, settle down, get a house or whatever, back in the days, people seems like they could buy a house if they were working at the convenience store. And nowadays, it's like they're talking about Trump spoke about 50-year mortgages. So that means that everything is just out of reach from the consumer. So it's so sad the way back in the days you could have the most basic job and somehow still provide for your family. And nowadays it seems like that has completely changed. You guys agree? Do you guys see it the same way? Or do you guys think that nowadays there's way more opportunities than before and we have a problem with our mind state? Let me know down below and let's keep on rocking.
Ever seen anything like this? VinHub. So check it out. You scan the QR code, right? There's all the snacks. There's no employees. There are robots in here. There are robots taking your order. Oh my goodness. And they got everything. They got medicine. Oh my goodness. I have to order something. I have to. This is a crazy business model, y'all. This is a crazy business model. Can you see this? Do you see this? It's a giant vending machine. But instead of getting one Pop-Tart, you could get all the Pop-Tarts. Instead of getting the little bag of cheeses, you get the whole box, right? You go ahead and go grocery shopping in here. They got coffee made up there. They got A1 sauce. Come on, they got everything in here. Man, what? Oh, man, there's too many ways to make money, y'all. This is hard.
This ancient rock appears to be a map, but not just any map, a map of Earth's magnetic fields. It's at Newgrange. It's a pretty big rock. It's above average. It's not just the similarities, though. It's the alignment of Newgrange itself. It is aligned to the winter solstice. The winter solstice is a magnetic event. During that time, the solar wind is the strongest. Earth's geomagnetic response is the weakest. This is important. Newgrange is in Ireland, where the auroras are. Those are charged particles re-entering the Earth through the atmosphere. Ireland is also home to some of the craziest geological formations on the planet, including the composition of these rocks, which are magnetic. Earth's magnetic field can align grains in sedimentary rock. These are the studies from Newgrange proving it, but why? Well, believe it or not, this was very common in the ancient world. In Tiwanaku, Bolivia, Brian Forster showed that the H blocks are actually magnetic. In Egypt, at Elephantine Island, my friend Chelsea accidentally ran an experiment with her tensor rings. After putting the box on that altar, it mangled her copper tensor rings, but only the ones that were shaped like a magnetic field. Geometry might actually show us the answer here. Newgrange is part of a vast network of stone circles. Circles contain a vortex. It's the only geometry that can do that. Stones act as nodes that shape the magnetic field as it enters into the most optimal way that a magnetic field flows. To balance the flow through the crust, we couple where it's weak and then we get rid of it back to the atmosphere where it's too strong. But here are the opinions of what people think those carvings are. We start matching this stuff with our science. This perspective requires no belief, just an open eye and an open mind, and I got way more to show you.
Terminator is the prequels to the beginning of The Matrix. Sarah Connor is actually Neo's mother. So JC, John Connor's Jesus Christ, grows up to be Neo, one and the same in The Matrix. The Matrix is in the future. The Terminator is the past. It's time travel, past, present, and future time travel. It's the second coming of the Christ, the evolutions of consciousness, man versus the machine. So the machines, the Terminator machines, hear that a child is going to be born that's going to terminate them in the future when they oppress man. So see, it's a man versus the machine. It's God's children versus man's children, which was technology.
So man versus nature.
Exactly. So the Terminator has to time travel to the past because they know it's Sarah Connor, and they have to kill her, terminate her, so she won't have the baby. And Kyle Reese, he comes from the future to protect her, and he inadvertently gets her pregnant. And he has to go back to the future. And so it's the Immaculate Conception, because now she's pregnant, and she fell in love with a man, but did it really happen? Did he exist? And then this child, when you see the three Terminators, the boy, and then the man child, subconsciously, he doesn't know why the Terminator is trying to kill him until he's hidden out in the city, in the Matrix, the future. When he reaches 30 years of age, the rebellion, reloaded, revolution starts. And the rebels come and they find him because they've been watching him all along. That's what the Guardians and the Sentinels are all about. And so they wake him up to his purpose. They take him to Morpheus to train him to fight the machines. They take him to the Oracle because of the prophecy. So this is the whole epic story. It's an epic.
Someone could please explain to me?
Incredible. When I learned that, it kind of blew my mind. So the connection between Terminator and the Matrix, did you guys know about that? I find it adds a layer of complexity and intensity to that story. Like she said, past, present, future, the second coming of Christ. I know, we always think these are movies and it's science fiction and this and that. Did you guys have any idea of the implications and the connection between these two movies? I find that amazing. Amazing. I don't know if I could get a hold of that book. I don't know if it exists because I think she just wrote this, like she wrote an idea and then they made a script out of it, but I don't know if the book truly exists. I'd like to get my hands on that. So let me know down below if you guys knew about the connection between the Matrix and the Terminator and what you think about the story that she was saying. And let's keep on rocking.
That'd be great. Normally don't make hot coffees, normally make iced coffees, but the weather's getting colder, was feeling a little frisky this morning. I had bought this specifically to make hot coffee. I had not opened it yet. Expiration date is March 2025. Like, we're rocking, right? I go to undo the top and take the thing off and pour it in. Do you see this?
There's a frog in here.
Open this. Look, water. It's crazy.
La 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 la. La 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 la. La la.
Guys, why is there letters on my Olive Garden breadstick?
So if LA couldn't get any creepier with all the problems with crime and homeless, I ran into this billboard on this lot. So this is a vacant lot for construction, and it says, "Live life deeper, 144 stories underground. You may never go outside again." It's so creepy. I'm wanting to know if this is real with this construction site right here. West Hollywood, Beverly Hills adjacent, a controlled access community, 24/7 security, residents only amenities, a new standard of sustainable living, but it's all underground. Live life deeper. The world's first and only completely subterranean residences. Terrifying. I feel like it's a horror movie. It's so creepy.
Fossilized.
Wow, that's interesting. First of all, do you think it's possible that they're like sort of trying to create chaos above ground and sort of subconsciously say, hey, you want to be safe? Go underground, type of thing? I don't know. It's kind of weird. I don't know. The idea of living completely underground or having my house underground kind of makes me feel claustrophobic. I really don't have claustrophobia, but I don't know. I just feel like it's not natural for us to be living underground. And second of all, I don't know if you guys noticed that the placement of that guy's eyes was very, very interesting. I found that, I don't know if it's AI or something, but super interesting. First time that I see something like that. So let me know down below. Would you guys like to live underground in a complex like that? Do you think it makes sense? Or are you like me and you like your fresh air and the sun and it's not for you? Let me know down below and let's keep on rocking.
cowboy boot? That is the most insane thing I've read all day, but I am curious, what's the story here? Allegedly, this bad boy was found in a creek in Texas. So these guys, Carl and Don, were like, look, it's the fossilized leg of a cowboy. Well, that's a bit of a leap in logic. Why would they go and do a thing like that? Well, that's because Carl and Don are young Earth creationists. So since fossils run against the grain of what their ideology is, they need to find a way to undermine them. So they use this boot to say, look, fossils can form very quickly, and therefore all of geology is a lie. So many things wrong with this that it's actually incredible. Probably the most important, bone's not fossilized. When bone fossilizes, it turns to stone. This is just normal bone. It's not fossilized at all. They claim that this stone that it's in is 40 million years old, which it isn't. See, this is limestone. It breaks down in water, and then when the water evaporates, it leaves behind the stone again. So maybe the parent material is 40 million years old, but this sure isn't. And then why does nothing happen to the boot? Why did the boot not fossilize? It's just leather. You expect something unique to happen to the boot after 40 million years or some shit? We don't even know if this is human. I mean, that's a huge bone. And finally, if it is, why the fuck are y'all holding on to it? Even if there's a tiny chance this is actually from a person, don't you think it should be in like a forensics lab instead of being used to promote your weird, anti-science ideologies? So I don't know, maybe this is chill for them. If you think this is crazy, you should come check out my video debunking a young Earth creationist textbook. Come check it out, YouTube channel Mini Minute Man.
Here we go. I put this in because I've seen that picture and that story a few times by people trying to negate the timeline, let's say. And they were saying that was basically petrified, but when something is petrified, like he said, it changes the composition into something that's more crystalline, a crystalline structure. And so he is right in a way that that's not really proof, because when you think about it, the leather didn't even have time to change. So pushes me to another question. How is it possible that this man's leg and skin got replaced by limestone? I guess that would be the part that I don't really understand. But I just put this in there because sometimes I see it used as proof positive that basically the timeline is off. And, you have to be honest on both sides. So I like to see one side and the other one. And that's why I presented it here. Now let's keep on rocking.
Oh, again, the Philippines was just hit with a massive typhoon. And you know what's interesting about all this? Again, this was another place that they proposed to build smart cities. These 15-minute cities of the future connected to digital IDs and electric cars. And you can't leave. This is all about the one world government, one world control. LA, 15-minute smart cities. Jamaica, 15-minute smart cities. Maui, 15-minute smart cities, all get hit with natural disasters. Now, why is it that every time these future utopias are announced in these places, they all get hit with these natural disasters? Don't you find this quite odd? Are you putting the pieces of the puzzle together like I am and seeing a direct correlation here? A common theme, if you will. Wiping out current foundation to build new foundation. First destruction and then reconstruction. What's going to rise from the ashes, guys? Surveillance grids, digital IDs, and centralized control, all under the disguised name of innovation. Now, the real ones can all see through the storm. We know what's really happening behind the closed doors. Our world is being purposely dismantled piece by piece by the psychopath globalists at the top. And the more people that wake up to this, the faster we're going to take these people down and actually build a beautiful new world for ourselves. So stay woke. Peace and love.
This video is from San Francisco.
A stamped brick with ARR, and we know that what used to be there said T, car. It's TCARR. Look at this.
Huh.
You can see that there are still fully intact bricks in what otherwise fully melted. Like that one right there.
Mm-hmm. What is that?
Much of it is melted beyond recognition, but
That's
a
what
lot
it
of
is.
it, like this, is still obviously a wall. Now, how old is this tree?
Right.
How long ago did this happen?
That's in San Francisco. I gotta go check it out.
Yes, definitely. You
all
need
brick,
to. Get the
and
drone.
It's all melted down like as if it was candle wax hit with a blowtorch.
That is what that looks like, dude.
Flowing down channels.
Holy
Channels of
mackerel.
melted bricks. Like right there. Look at that. Still bricks sitting there, and that's the same kind of brick that this is, that's stamped.
This is the evidence.
It's very interesting. There's a word called meltology where people start looking into all these rocks and mountains, and they start identifying structures that they see as melted. And what's interesting about this one here is that I've heard things about melted brick before, and it's kind of a point of contention because if you want to heat brick sufficiently for it to melt, you're talking about almost 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit and maybe 1,500 Celsius, which is very, very high heats, even for fire. So it's an anomalous situation when you find melted bricks. And anyways, to connect that, some people say that there was some plasma event or something basically that changed our plane of existence physically. So I don't know if that connects into that or if it comes from a fire, if it comes from another story. But again, it's just very interesting to see melted brick because the heat required to do that is very, very high. So yeah, that's why I put this in. And let's keep on rocking.
Because there's a case of partial preservation of what was there. You know, because if you didn't find the bricks, you didn't see the little details of bricks in there, somebody would just say, oh, well, wind and water did this over 1 million years, right? They would say, oh, it was 15 billion years caused rocks to look like this. No, it took about probably 10 seconds of like the hottest thing you could possibly imagine, just burning something, and it literally melted like a candle melts. That's what you see there. Like, what happened in our recent past? I think it's very fascinating. When I really got curious about the western part of the United States and like stuff like the Valley of Fire, in my mind, I was thinking, oh, the days of Noah, maybe. I was thinking maybe like sometime around like the days of Jesus, like thousands of years ago. But when you find stamped bricks in there, so that means there was a brick factory that made bricks, right? You know, so obviously I think even like the earliest brick factories were like in the we're told, the mid 19th century. They had factories that made bricks en masse. So when did this thing melt like that?
Elon Musk said something so shocking at this event. The audience must be completely clueless for them to go along with this rather than start heckling and saying, what the Sam Dam are you thinking? Listen to this interview or this clip. It's absolutely shocking, and we're going to unpack it.
I think we may be able to give people, if somebody's committed crime, a more humane form of containment of future crime, which is if you say like you now get a free Optimus, and it's just going to follow you around and stop you from doing crime. But other than that, you get to do anything. It's just going to stop you from committing crime. That's really it. You don't have to put people in like prisons and stuff. It's pretty wild to think of the various of all the possibilities, but I think it's clearly the future.
Now, Optimus is that goofy little robot standing next to him. His idea is that criminals will have a robot following them around to prevent them from doing future crime. For one, how is this goofy little thing supposed to stop you from doing crime? But for two, I don't even think he was being serious about this. I think this is predictive programming or conditioning. Get ready for robots to police you. And whether that's in the form of AI policing us, like through our phones, through the internet, AI controlling what we say, what we can't say, getting us in trouble for things we say or think or type or research, etc. Or really conditioning us for like robo-cops. Remember Minority Report? When you would get in trouble for pre-crime, before the crime was committed, you get like sentenced and the cops come after you and whatnot. Minority Report. Now, here's the thing with Elon Musk that no one really wraps their head around, seemingly. Many of you guys probably will, but the vast majority of people have no idea. The guy claims in multiple interviews that AI is the greatest threat to humanity. He then proceeds to make brain implantable microchips, self-driving cars, and his whole thing centered around artificial intelligence. It's like warning you about a forest fire while they're stoking the flames of a campfire next to the forest. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. What's interesting, though, is that he's portrayed as this freedom-fighting dude, woo, brain implantable microchips. What don't you understand about that? And the selling point is that it's going to make you superhuman, or it's going to help people who like can't use their arms, but if we put a brain microchip in there, they'll be able to move their arms again. It's going to be good for humanity. No, it will not make you superhuman. Merging with artificial intelligence will make you inhuman. You will no longer be fully human if you merge with AI, which is the plan, the mark of the beast. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below and follow for more. I'll admit, within the first few seconds of this video, you're going to go, I'm not so sure about that, man. But tell me if you think all of this in totality could be a coincidence, because I'm thinking it's more of a stretch to think this is a stretch. It's clearly happening and it's in your face. Watch this.
The world might actually be run by demons. At almost every major city, there is symbolism for Lucifer. The United Nations headquarters is located at 666 United Nations Plaza, where there is tons of demonic symbolism such as this end times beast. In the Bible, it says 200 fallen angels descended at Mount Hermon, and the UN just happens to have a base there. The craziest part is that at a city called Astana, a city that's been purposely hidden from us, there's a massive pyramid, much like the one on the money that controls our entire world. And inside this pyramid, there's 200 perfectly aligned chairs. It's almost like the 200 angels that fell have a secret base where they make their plans. At this same city, there is another torch that represents Lucifer. This evil symbolism even stretches to CERN, a government research facility which has a statue of Shiva, the destroyer of worlds outside of it.
So the 666 Plaza thing is true. The Mount Hermon thing is true. The Lucifer being the light bearer is true. The 200 chairs, that's legit. So that's only the tip of the iceberg. There used to be a website that is now scrubbed from the internet. I cannot find it. If one of you guys is a real techie, find this out for me. There's a website that showed the distances between certain buildings, like the Pyramids of Giza to the Basel, Switzerland World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, is exactly like 6,666 kilometers apart. And the One World Trade Center is exactly 666 miles from the Statue of Liberty, whatever, not saying that exact, but it was a website compiling all these shocking distances that happen to line up with 666s, and they're like significant, buildings in the White House and all that. Now remember also the Washington Monument. Go and convert the height of the Washington Monument from feet to inches and check out that numerical value and tell me, whoopsie daisy coincidence. Something shocking is going on in our world today, guys and girls and everyone else. And we're a part of it. We got born into this power struggle that's happening where it's good versus evil. What side are you on? Probably you're on the same side as me. I mean, we're not, it's a big club and we're not in it, right? Anyway, let me know your thoughts in the comments below and follow for more.
So what do you guys think about all that symbolism? You think it's possible that it's just a coincidence? Or do you guys think it's a trope? It's like an archetype that they're using to I don't know, steer us or create a certain pattern in our mind? Do you guys think there's a meaning, or do you guys think it's random? Let me know down below. And thank you very much for being here, because I think we've reached the end. And that's a wrap for today, familia. Whether you're tuning in with the sunrise or you're posted up after midnight, I appreciate your time, your energy, your curiosity. And don't forget, this isn't about truth or fiction. This is about perspective. If this sparked a thought, a laugh, a deeper question, then we did our jobs. Drop your thoughts in the comments. Keep the convo alive. Like, subscribe, and don't forget to hit that bell if you're riding a wave, because we're just getting started. Until next time, stay grounded, stay weird, stay critical. I'm Adam Strain, and this has been Adam Strain Reacts. Peace!
Know what y'all think, but now's the time for us to link up. Really think we on the brink up, making a change from living this train. Living this train. Making a change from living this train. Yeah.
Yeah. I was sleeping, had to wake up. Why? Every reason I can think of. God, till the day I keep the income. In my priority.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
He hacked and looked at all of the code of ChatGPT
and figured out that ChatGPT isn't a computer generated system.
What is it?
It's actually someone's soul.
Yo, that's what do you mean that's someone's
Check this
soul?
out. So they have the technology to take people's souls and consciousness and put it into technology. Now, this is where it's right? If there's a scientist that knows and he's like a great inventor,
Yeah.
you would want to hold on to him as long as you can so that you can reap the benefits of later. Just like in Captain America, there's a scientist that created the super soldier serum.
Yeah.
They kept his consciousness within the computer, so he lives forever through a computer. Now, theory is ChatGPT is exactly that. It may not be just one soul that's in it, but countless souls, and that keeps getting added to.
I'm a builder, and whenever I talk about these Tartarian buildings, my wife has to remind me to bring up the logistics. Talk about just how impossible it is to move stones of these size, especially without power tools. With little more than horse and buggy technology, they constructed all this, we're told. And yet, as a builder, I just have to call bullshit. All my fellow builders who have built anything also call bullshit. This is our repertoire. This is what we have to work with. Awesome diamond tip tools with infinite power. We can go to Home Depot and buy custom cut lumber of whatever we want. And we don't do much better than this. Like, sorry guys, this would pass inspection in most counties. And it really doesn't make sense that our buildings are so shitty when the old ones were so magnificent. You can say craftsmanship and pride and hard work, but I don't think so. This is a stone fucking palace, guys. And I'm sorry, this is not good enough proof that you built it. What is that motherfucker doing right there? No way we caught this fella working on this building. It's so dumb. Rather, I think that little fella built it as much as this artist built this one right here. This is all fake history. And I think the biggest truth they're trying to hide from us is that we're post-apocalyptic. We were more advanced once upon a time, and this is not, in fact, the high watermark. We are squatting in structures we did not build. Obviously, none of our structures look like this anymore. They look like dog shit. And it's no offense, again, as a builder, I'm not trying to shit on anyone. But just case in point, here is the Elks Temple in Tacoma, Washington. It has the same hanging fruit basket motif as the Capitol building. This is just where the men of Tacoma get together and talk about their civil duties, right? A wealthy boys club of all the best men in town. And this is what they built. But this is what they built in Olympia. They weren't able to found one here. They had to build it themselves. And it's an absolute testament to the mediocrity of our current age. What's the good explanation for the fall off in quality? Here's a Mason temple, magnificent, Romanesque to the nine. Again, a shitty little sign outside. But look at the fucking size of this thing. And then juxtaposed to this modern Mason lodge that went up in the 80s, right? The other one went up in the 20s. This one went up in the 80s. That's only 60 years, guys. And that timeline should terrify everyone. This is the brewery. It shut down in the 20s. It's been here, abandoned ever since. God, I want to move in there yesterday. Renovate it, make it a hotel, make it something sick. But no, the city of Olympia or somebody owns it. They founded it. So you realize we're hemmed in by paper tigers. You come out of the bushes at any moment and throw you in prison for something you definitely did. But like, we're all just doing what they are doing. We founded these buildings the same as them. And so I take great comfort in how recent all the bullshit is. I know that we're on top of centuries of bullshit, but all of these narratives aren't actually that old. 1907 is what I keep going back to. That's like my rock. Most of the psyops come from 1907. Of course, they are piggybacked by much older psyops, but I think the past is supposed to be exhausting. It's supposed to be not remembered well and like kind of like, man, I'm really glad we're done with the past and we can move on to the future. But I'm the complete opposite. I want to know what has happened here. Who controls the present now controls the past, and who controls the past controls the future. They absolutely have a stranglehold on all of our past lives. That's some bullshit, and I think it's time for it to be done. The lies are comical, and it still baffles me they have never been scrutinized before. But as they say, no time like the present. What a gift to be alive today.
But when you see...
Wow. Really hits home when you see the same organization building something 40, 60 years apart, and you see the drop off in quality. Like he said, it's very scary because, you know, we have this mental thing where we're like, oh, we used to build like that a very long time ago, and now we build different. But now we're talking about 50 years. We're talking about the type of 1 or 2 generations. And you go from building a magnificent stone palace, like he was saying, to, you know, a square building that basically looks cheap, you know? So do you guys think that there's an evolution in construction, or do you guys think there's a devolution in construction? Do you think we're doing better or less good when you compare structures from before and structures from now? Let me know down below. and let's keep on rocking.
See this stuff in America. You know what's really weird? All the state capitol buildings that don't really match up. Like, why did they build something that was straight out of ancient Rome in like Iowa? You know, like in Nebraska.
2,500 people live in a town somewhere, and they build a post office that has 700 rooms and is like an ancient castle. It's the same like with the Mormon temple, where they said they went out to Utah, you know, with horse and buggy and nobody else out there, and they supposedly built this wonder of the world castle with no rails and no dump trucks and no cranes, and it goes down 40 to 60 feet underground with more building. And
even think about like the 1 year timelines. And a lot of these buildings are 1 year wonders, where they created this very elaborate stone building in 1 year. But then you think about some of these places that have 1 year timelines, and then they work in like
permafrost,
you know, Albany, Syracuse, New York, these crazy places like that. Explain to me how much work they're getting done in the dead of winter, when the roads would have been horrible. Then you add snow on it, and then the logistics make no sense. Even think, like I said, go back to World War II. We're told that the Germans were not necessarily defeated by the Russian army. They were defeated by the Russian winter. Yeah. Because even with the high-tech German stuff, they couldn't even move the equipment during a harsh Russian winter. Mm-hmm. So that is like the highest tech stuff in the 40s. And then you're talking about these things were built with horses and buggies in the 1840s.
So they tell us to recycle to save the planet, right? Reduce waste, protect resources, cut pollution, and all that type of stuff. But what they don't tell you is what they actually transmute this plastic into, which is synthetic fibers that end up polyester, nylon, acrylic, which end up in our clothes, in our babies' clothes, right? And then these things end up in our skin, because when we wash it and all this type of stuff, it turns into microplastics. And microplastics has the ability to enter our skin, because our skin is the biggest organ. And now we have this stuff inside of our lungs, our kidneys, our bloodstream. Look at this, y'all. All of this stuff is going inside of our body. So all of these so-called new hip clothes that men and women are wearing alike, you know, the Lululemons and these workout gears, all of this is created from synthetic fibers that contain microplastics now that you are absorbing. And this thing is hurting you on an energetic level, because this makes your biofield weaker. This is not about saving the planet at all. This is about keeping humanity looping through an artificial ecosystem. We are divine beings. Divine beings need to wear cotton, hemp, linen, bamboo, and all these things that actually help strengthen your bio. That's why they make these new clothes look appealing to the other sex, because they want you to buy this, but it's hurting you on an energetic level. Have you guys seen this 60-minute interview with financial journalist Andrew Sorkin? These two people go into detail about how we're getting ready to see a crash very soon, but they don't explain when or how fast it's going to happen. But I want you to pay attention to the details, y'all. Pay attention. Check this out.
Do you think that we will have a crash or not?
The answer is we will have a crash. I just can't tell you when, and I can't tell you how deep. But I can assure you, unfortunately, I wish I wasn't saying this, we will have a crash.
I know you guys see it. And I know there's no way in hell that lady that's sitting right across from him did not see it. And then she proceeds with the interview. She proceeds to ask him that question. And there was a little lag. Maybe she was trying to tell him about it. But why would they continue the interview? Do y'all see that? And then even her, she doesn't look normal either. Is it me? Or does this lady look like some type of gray? Do you guys see the resemblance over here? Look at this, y'all. And they told us, right, these gray beings were created by the reptilian beings as stewards. Like, they're the ones that go and do the dirty work for the reptilians. See, that's what I'm saying, man. You have no idea who these people are. Your neighbors, your friends, you have no idea. They're not human. They just told y'all. But the jig is up, man. The shift is here. Let me know what you guys think about this video. Let's continue to get this shift, y'all. Peace in.
These are the I know it's a it's a popular conspiracy to talk about the reptilians. I feel like the idea of the reptilians, I don't think it's a physical thing. I think it's an archetype, because the stem of our brain, the bottom of our brain, is called the reptilian brain. So theoretically, to operate on reptilian principles would be to operate on lower conscious levels, if that makes sense. So I have a feeling like we're looking to confirm this physical attribute of being, a reptilian. But I think it's more of a metaphor. It's more of the fact of being like, what is a reptile? A reptile is cold-blooded, A reptile is like an animal, instinctual. So I don't know what you guys think about that. Do you guys believe in reptilians? Do you guys have any proof that you think would sway me to your side? Or do you believe, like me, that it might be more of a metaphysical or a metaphorical thing? Let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
Next, we are here at Chick-fil-A. And people want to know, does Chick-fil-A have the warning signs? They sure do, right there. We go. Warning, certain foods are in soda syrup here can expose you to chemicals including acrylamide and many other fried or baked foods, mercury in the fish, which is known to the state of California to cause effects and other reproductive harm. Now, the acrylamide ain't bad. It's all the other chemicals they're not telling you about. Yep, Chick-fil-A. Finally got their ass, because a lot of these stores, they don't have the warning sign, or they might have it in the drive-thru. But this is one of the first ones I done seen right there on the door. And these are the facts. Yeah, Chick-fil-A.
Project Iceworm.
Project Iceworm.
Cold War era. U.S. and Russia did a lot of weird things during the Cold War era. There's an ice sheet over Greenland, and it's taller than any building in New York City. Here comes the United States of America. They made a deal with Greenland, like, hey, can we just basically occupy this couple tens of thousands of miles in the northern part of Greenland? And they're like, yeah, sure. They had this genius idea. We're just going to bore giant tunnels into the ice, put buildings inside of there. Their goal was to set up 600 nuclear missiles underground in the ice in Greenland. What they did not account for is that this ice sheet over Greenland constantly moves. They ended up pulling out and just abandoning the whole site. During this stay, they did drill into the ice, and they hit the ancient floor of Greenland. Wow! And they collected soil samples, and they brought it up, and they just forgot about it for years. And then in 2019, somebody's like, what are those jars? Oh, they're from the 60s when we went to Greenland and found ancient Earth? Let's study it. The conclusion that they found was that this ice sheet over Greenland is not millions of years old, much younger than that, and it's actually melting at a rapid pace. At Project Iceworm, they had dumped tons and tons of nuclear waste into the ice, thinking that it would be there for millions of years. And now they're saying this nuclear waste will be in our ocean in 70 to 100 years.
Somebody go clean it up right now.
They've tried.
Listen, if there's a hole for a tunnel, we just make a big vacuum at the top that covers and suctions to the top, suck it all up,
and shoot it into space.
Yes!
Walk through the oldest part of any city. You'll notice the clues if you know where to look. Cathedrals with spires so tall and carvings so detailed they seem impossible without modern tools. Star-shaped fortresses, perfectly symmetrical, as if designed from the sky itself. Domes and copper towers glinting like antennas, as if built to catch signals from the heavens. And yet, according to history, these were made by men with hand tools, wooden scaffolds, and horse carts. Somehow, that was enough to carve massive granite columns, to lift seamless stone arches, to forge metalwork that even our factories today struggle to copy. Look closer, and the mystery deepens. Stone scorched, warped, melted, as if kissed by fire from the sky. Entrances half buried, windows below ground, entire floors hidden beneath our feet. Why build such beauty if no one was meant to see it? Some researchers suggest these weren't built in the 1800s at all. They were uncovered, excavated, the remains of a world lost to disaster, then repainted with a new backstory. High above the plains of Lycia, cliffs bear facades carved like temples. Pillars, pediments, doorways, all hewn into sheer rock. These are the tombs of Myra. That's the story, at least. But think, to carve these monuments into vertical cliffs would demand scaffolding, precision, labor. For what? For corpses? For facades no living community could even use? Compare Petra in Jordan or Lalibela in Ethiopia. Grand facades explained away as tombs or churches, yet suspiciously mask-like. Were these truly built as tombs? Or did someone later repurpose older, greater works and call them graves? Either the ancients were skyscraper architects for the dead, or the story we've been fed is incomplete. The buildings that shouldn't be here, the tunnels that weren't supposed to exist, the architects who might never have lived. Springfield, Illinois, a city most people drive through without looking twice. But if you stop, if you really look, you'll notice something that doesn't make sense. Right in the heart of the city stands the Illinois State Capitol building, a massive dome of cast iron and limestone, 361 feet tall, taller than the Statue of Liberty, weighing more than 8 million pounds. They tell us it was built between 1868 and 1888 by hand, with no cranes, no electricity, just ropes, horses, and a lot of determination. But there's a problem. There are no verified construction photos. None. You can find portraits of the politicians and photos of men posing after it's done, but not one image showing the dome being assembled. The archives talk about budget delays and winter setbacks, but somehow every column aligns perfectly. Every arch mirrors the next with millimeter precision. Each limestone block was quarried in Joliet, carried nearly 100 miles by rail before rail cranes even existed. And yet, no record of how they lifted the 80-ton dome sections. Even the cost doesn't fit the era. $4.5 million in 1880s money. That's roughly $150 million today, during a time when a mason earned $1.50 a day. So you tell me, did a handful of men in the 1870s really build something that our modern engineers still call impossible without steel? Or did they inherit it? A structure from an older world, dressed up with a new story, a new flag, a new date carved on the cornerstone. They say it was built, but it looks more like it was found.
Religions were made to hide the truth about yourself.
And there's been a few videos like this in this compilation that show us the beautiful structures that we've built, and to be honest, it makes me a bit emotional to see how beautiful the world is and how capable man is. Throughout generations and generations, we have left things of beauty. Like all those temples that are carved into the rock, carved into the mountain, all those spires, all those... I find it so impressive. Sometimes I feel like they're trying to tell us that we live in a gray world where everyone's bad and, you know, lack and fear but man, this world is beautiful. This world is abundance. The things that man is capable to achieve has no limits. I swear to you, it makes me emotional to see the beauty that man can attain. Man, I just wish we could let go of all this evolution talk and go back to what we were. I don't know if you guys agree or not, but man, that's how I'm feeling right now. Let me know what you guys think down below, and let's keep on rocking. Let's go.
God stands for Generator, Operator, Destroyer, the mind, soul, and body. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, the Father, the Holy Spirit, and the Son. The generator is the mind, the beginning of all creation. The operator is the soul, what you feel. because what you feel then takes action with the physical body, the destroyer. The Father, the beginning, the Holy Spirit, the feminine emotion. The Father, the mind, the emotion, the spirit, give birth to a son, physical action. You take action on what you care about. If you lose care about watching this video, you will continue to scroll. The body acts out the heart. The body follows the heart. These are the three forces that generate your experience in your reality. All creation goes through this threefold process. These are the three forces, thought, emotion, action, we must gain full control over to generate a good experience. Aligning our thoughts and action with the Holy Spirit, which is a purified emotion, because emotions are what guide us. Our emotions tell us what is right and the wrong.
Seattle, Chicago, Oshkosh, Springfield. Everywhere you dig, you find the same thing, a city under the city. In Seattle, the underground tour shows old sidewalks 20 feet below today's street level, buried after the 1889 Great Fire. In Chicago, entire blocks were lifted 4 to 14 feet between 1856 and 1875 to install sewers, and now you can still see doors half buried in brick. In Oshkosh, Wisconsin, old walls were found under Main Street in 1931, stone foundations for unknown buildings. And here, in Springfield, walk around the Capitol Avenue area, and you'll see window arches below the current sidewalk line. Whole floors buried under new pavement. They say it's urban development, but the more you study the pattern, the clearer it gets. We're not building new cities, we're reclaiming old ones. Each foundation is just the roof of what came before. History isn't linear, it's layered, like sediment, like memory. Maybe we didn't start from nothing. Maybe we started from someone else's ruin. Quiet music builds, ambient piano. They tell us we're living in the modern age, but maybe we're just walking on rooftops of a forgotten world, pretending we built it.
Engineered human meat. That's right, a protein made from human cells that promises to be cheaper and tastier than any of its competitors. I'm Greg Wallace, and I'm off to visit Good Harvest, where a whopping 6 tons of human meat is engineered every day. That is stunning. With the promise of cheap meat for all, it may well be the meaty miracle we need to ease the squeeze of the cost of living.
Anyone for human meat? I'm Michelle Ackley, and while Greg comes face to face with the production line, I'll be conducting a taste test with some very picky palates.
It's really, tender. For the first time, we're going to find out where it comes from, how it's made, whoa, and what it tastes like.
Did you know Africa is actually way bigger than the world makes it look? The maps we usually see are based on something called the Mercator projection, a method that tries to flatten the round Earth into a 2D surface, and in doing so it totally distorts the actual size of continents. For example, Greenland and Africa look similar in size on most maps, but in reality, Africa is 14 times larger than Greenland. In fact, Greenland is even smaller than just one African country, DR Congo. Now let's talk about Russia. On maps, it looks massive, almost larger than Africa. But here's the truth. You could fit Russia inside Africa, twice. And that's not all. The US, China, India, Japan, and all of Europe, they can all fit inside Africa at the same time.
If you see this camera in your town, it's already over. Across the UK and the US have started rolling out these AI facial recognition cameras, and yeah, it's exactly what it sounds. These things are disguised as normal CCTV cameras, but they scan every single face that goes past them. What this then does is pick up the person who's walked past it, and then automatically using AI scan it against a criminal database to see if you're wanted or you've done anything wrong. There is going to be someone watching and then proceeding further depending on who you are. Now, I'm not really sure how far this goes, like if I didn't pay a speeding ticket, are the police then going to come and jump on me? Or is it just for like actual criminals? Because I guess that's kind of smart. It is extremely clever though. They are scanning the photos of your face against a criminal database, your social media profiles, like the whole of the internet. It's insane. Some experts have warned that the actual cameras store your data, tracking everything such as where you go to, who you're then meeting, how long you're there for. Also, unfortunately, these cameras aren't government owned. They're buying them from third-party data companies. So instead of the old question, are you being watched? It's now, how often are you being watched?
And that's a wrap for today, familia. Whether you're tuning in with the sunrise or you're posted up after midnight, I appreciate your time, your energy, your curiosity. I remember, this isn't about truth or fiction. This is about perspective. If this sparked a thought, a laugh, a deeper question, then we did our job. Drop your thoughts in the comments. Keep the convo alive. Like, subscribe, and don't forget to hit that bell if you're riding a wave, because we're just getting started. Until next time, stay grounded, stay weird, stay critical. I'm Adam Strain, and this has been Adam Strain Reacts. Peace. Now's the time for us to link up. Really think we on the brink up. Making a change from living this strange. Living this change. Making a change from living this change. Yeah.
The wiggling. Wiggling shows you the depth on a flat screen. This frozen lake ice fishing hole is actually a mast. Wild bonsai tree on a cliff is actually a moss on a poppy tree. But can you stop the wiggling? No.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
Check this out. McDonald's says, hey, DQ, you want to have a sign war? And then DQ's like, we would, but we're too busy making ice cream. And then McDonald's replies back, that's cute. Our ice cream makes itself. And then DQ comes back with, you mean it actually works? Shocker. McDonald's got to come back again with, what's a milkman in pantyhose? A Dairy Queen. Ah. And then DQ comes back with, why dine with a clown when you can with a queen? Yeah, that's good. Now, Arvis Bank across the street got to go, ice cream machine broken? We have a loan for that. Sounds like a Google ad. And then Sonic, they got to kick in too, and they're like, we have ice for these burns. And then here comes Domino's with, your signs are cheesy, just like our pizza.
Okay, this is kind of blowing my mind. This is an experiment that you can either do with yourself or with somebody else. It's very simple. Either ask the person or yourself to sing at the highest pitch you possibly can. Just go like, ah, but do it as high as you think you physically can. Then either ask them or yourself to imitate the highest pitched singer in the world, and that the person will always come in higher than they just did when they thought they were singing at the highest possible pitch. And this is a technique that apparently works for a lot of things other than singing, but immediately the responses are people saying, oh yeah, this totally works. For example, one person said that when they were in choir, the teacher asked them to sing it like you were an opera singer, and that immediately the sound was bigger and better. I bring this up because I once heard somebody tell me that when they're struggling to solve a problem, one thing they do is try to imagine a smarter person and picture what that person would do, and that it usually helps them. That there are invisible barriers to doing certain things, and that you can make those go away by telling yourself that you are imitating someone else. Even if you're asking yourself in some interpersonal situation, what would the world's nicest person do? Or what would the world's most charismatic person do? Although my favorite response is this person saying, when asked how they learned to dance so well, they said they looked at their shadow and moved it like a puppet.
When you begin...
It's pretty interesting, the idea that if you put yourself in the shoes of someone else, you would perform better than if you believe you're yourself. It sort of brings back to that whole idea of confidence and of manifestation and of believing it first. Being able to visualize it and then being able to do it, because you're able to visualize the person that in your mind is the best at that action, because obviously it's a reference. So you've seen that person. So you have a mental cue of how it would look, how it would sound, and then all of a sudden you're able to surpass your own limitations. It's very interesting. I wonder what type of other applications this could work on. If you guys have any ideas on what applications it could work on, write it down below. I'm very curious, and let's keep on rocking.
To study history, you begin to realize during the feudal age, when the peasants kind of worked on the land of the feudal kings, they only worked 140 days out of the year. The other 200 days they chilled. So today we work more than the peasants. Most people work more than the peasants used to and have less to show for it. They have no land, they have no house, they have nothing. It's the illusion of slavery. It's the illusion of freedom.
We got the Chrysler building. Look at this thing. 2 years to build. 2 years. Come on, 1929, 1928. And in a surprise move, they hoisted that up at the last second to win world's tallest building. Just a little surprise by the architects. Well, listen, help me out here. Besides being Callus's Man of the Year, Grandpa Bill, the Sorcerer's Stone, which I always say takes these buildings out. Hey, Grandpa Bill, what do you know about African marble? I don't know, they just imported it for the Chrysler building. Really? Donde está Mexico? Grandpa Jeb. What does that mean? I don't speak Spanish. Well, that's where they got the onyx from for the lobby, from Mexico. Georgia? Oh, what do you mean, Georgia? Oh, that's where we got the granite from. 1929. Then they snuck the spire on to become world's biggest building. Do you believe these stories? Do you believe this BS? Sound off in the comments if you're smarter than me. Come on. Come on. Make it make sense, Grandpa Bill. This is the front. Of course. Of course they gotta share the building with them. They always got that indention. Oh, you should have went to architect school, Junior. You would have found out what the indention means. I had the best architect teacher in the world. What did they tell you about these things? Why would they do that? Look how dangerous that is. Come on, man. Make it make sense, Chrysler building. Sound off. Am I wrong? 2 years, under 2 years to be built. Make it make sense, Chrysler building. For all the people that ask, why do I care they lie? This is one of the first liars. J.P. Morgan. Look at this building they built. Billions of dollars. Why do you care about them lying? Because look what they're doing. You don't lie and don't get billion-dollar buildings like this. Come on, J.P. Morgan. Make it make sense.
Very interesting because, like you said, the timeline of 2 years is kind of crazy. But the aspect that I'd like to highlight in this one is that, like, my family has a industrial supplier company, and basically sometimes when you order stuff for a project, it gets delayed, or even the basic wait time normally is from 8 to 16 weeks depending on where it's from. And now we're talking about 1929. They're talking about granite from here, onyx from here, stones from here. I mean, just the logistics of the ordering, the receiving, and the shipping of all these items just to coordinate with the building. I mean, nowadays would probably take more than 2 years just assembling all of the items that you need. You know, it's an example, but that's without the building, that's without the conception, that's without any problem that you might face during the construction, that's without the fact that there's winter in New York. Yeah, so 2 years for one of the most iconic buildings ever. Not too sure. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm not sure if it's that one or the Empire State that a plane already went into it and was burning for 24 hours and the building is still standing. So it's just a testament to how structurally sound they were, how rigid and strong they were, and you know, built so quickly with all these items from everywhere. I don't know. The idea doesn't quite make sense. It's sort of like the next video we're about to see is basically just a retelling of the official narrative of a situation, and just the official narrative, once you know, account for all the items that they're bringing up, I mean, it's hard to give it any credence, to be honest. So anyways, let me know if you guys think any different as for the Chrysler building in New York, if you think that 2 years makes sense with all those sources of items coming from all different places without talking about organizing the labor, getting everything done with winter. Let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking. This next piece, not to trigger anyone, it's really just information, and it's one of the most interesting forms of knowledge that I've ever seen, because like I said, it's just a retelling of the official account and it feels like it means something else. Here we go.
On the morning of 19 men armed with box cutters, directed by a man on dialysis in a cave fortress halfway around the world, using a satellite phone and a laptop, directed the most sophisticated penetration of the most heavily defended airspace in the world, overpowering the passengers and the military combat-trained pilots on 4 commercial aircraft before flying those planes wildly off course for over an hour without being molested by a single fighter interceptor. These 19 devout religious fundamentalists who like to drink alcohol, snort cocaine, and live with pink-haired strippers managed to knock down 3 buildings with 2 planes in New York, while in Washington, a pilot who couldn't handle a single-engine Cessna was able to fly a 757 in an 8,000-foot descending 270-degree corkscrew turn to come exactly level with the ground, hitting the budget analyst office where DoD staffers were working on the mystery of the $2.3 trillion that Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld had announced missing from the Pentagon's coffers in a press conference the day before, 10th, 2001. Luckily, the news anchors knew who did it within minutes. The pundits knew within hours. The administration knew within the day.
Who committed these acts and those who harbor them.
And the evidence literally fell into the FBI's lap.
That a passport was found blocks from the World Trade Center crash site, if you can believe that.
But for some reason, a bunch of crazy conspiracy theorists demanded an investigation into the greatest on American soil in history. That investigation was delayed, underfunded, set up to fail, a conflict of interest, and a cover-up from start to finish. It was based on testimony extracted through the records of which were destroyed. It failed to mention the existence of WTC-7, Able Danger, P-TECH, Sibel Edmonds, OBL and the CIA, and the drills of hijacked aircraft being flown into buildings that were being simulated at the precise same time that those events were actually happening. It was lied to by the CIA, the Bush administration, and as for Bush and Cheney, well, no one knows what they told it because they testified in secret, off the record, not under oath, and behind closed doors. It didn't bother to look at who funded because that question is ultimately of little practical significance. Still, the Commission did brilliantly, answering all of the questions the public had, except most of the victims' family members' questions, and pinned blame on all the people responsible, although no one so much as lost their job, determining the attacks were
failure of imagination.
Because
nobody in our government, at least, and I don't think the prior government that could envision flying airplanes into buildings.
Except the DIA destroyed 2.5 terabytes of data on Able Danger, but that's okay because it probably wasn't important. The SEC destroyed their records on the investigation into the insider trading before, but that's okay because destroying the records of the largest investigation in SEC history is just part of routine record keeping. NIST has classified the data that they used for their model of Evans' collapse, but that's okay because knowing how they made their model of the collapse would jeopardize public safety. The FBI has argued that all material related to their investigation of 9/11 should be kept secret from the public, but that's okay because the FBI probably has nothing to hide. This man never existed, nor is anything he had to say worthy of your attention, and if you say otherwise, you are a paranoid conspiracy theorist and deserve to be shunned by all of humanity. Likewise him, and her, and her, and her, and him. Lived in a cave fortress in the hills of Afghanistan, but somehow got away. Then he was hiding out in Tora Bora, but somehow got away. Then he lived in Abbottabad for years, taunting the most comprehensive intelligence dragnet employing the most sophisticated technology in the history of the world for a decade, releasing video after video with complete impunity and getting younger and younger as he did so, before finally being found in a daring SEAL team raid which wasn't recorded on video, in which he didn't resist or use his wife as a human shield, and in which these crack special forces operatives panicked, unarmed man, supposedly the best source of intelligence about those dastardly terrorists on the entire planet. Then they dumped his body in the ocean before telling anyone about it. Then a couple dozen of that team's members helicopter crash in Afghanistan. This is the story of brought to you by the media which told you the hard truths about
his head could be seen to move violently forward.
And
they took the babies out of the incubators.
And
mobile production facilities.
And
the rescue of Jessica Lynch.
If you have any questions about this story, you are a batshit paranoid tinfoil dog and will be reviled by everyone. If you love your country and or freedom, happiness, rainbows, rock and roll, puppy dogs, apple pie, and your grandma, you will never ever express doubts about any part of this story to anyone. Ever. This has been a public service announcement by the Friends of the FBI. Because ignorance is strength.
I'm not going to jump into it because I know it's not an easy topic, but the only thing I'm going to say is that every second of that video has a little link of information, a name, an item, a situation, something that was brought up, and any one of those things is a rabbit hole. It's a very interesting situation. I have no conclusion. I have no opinion. I'm just showing both sides. That's the way I like to operate. So let's keep on rocking.
This is a Roman salute. Now, it's clearly the end salute. Wrong. This is an Asperger's syndrome gesture. This trick is called narrative contingency framing. It's a scientific method used by mass media to manipulate you into believing anything as truth. Open your fridge. You didn't freely choose these foods. Someone framed them as superfoods or low carb or raw paleo. So you bought a narrative, not the food. The same goes for your wardrobe. You bought certain clothes because media framed them as old money or quiet luxury or clean girl aesthetic. Look at this sharp ironing crease in my pants. The media framed it as a symbol of old money because that's how rich people's tailors iron their pants. So I bought them believing they would make me look more classy and elegant. This guy is clearly a murderer, but some extremists frame him as the rebel against the system. And if you scroll through certain corners of TikTok, you'll find women framing him as bad boy thirst trap. Even this video might be my attempt to frame myself as a smart guy worth following. But in the end, the ultimate decision of what the frame is should be yours. Because as Elon Musk said, you are the media now.
Amazing. I really like that message because at the end of the day, I feel like everything has to do with perception and perspective. So you have a prism of perception through which you analyze things. You could call it glasses. So when you stub your toe in the morning and you say, oh, this is going to be a horrible day and this and that, well, then you will find things that support that thought. And if you wake up and you stub your toe and you say, well, the worst of the day has passed and only better things can happen from now on, well, you're going to notice the better things. It's an example, but it's just perspective changes the whole outlook. So I find it interesting to try to start holding accountable the people sharing us information by knowing what a frame is and by seeing the framing that's given to us. One of my easy ways to detect this is when something, let's say political or whatever, seems to give you an emotional response, suspend your emotion and question why that's happening and who would have incentives to create this emotional response and what is the conclusion of your emotional response. So you doubt yourself, you doubt your own mechanisms, and you also doubt the information coming in and their mechanisms, and you identify the the psychological manipulation that has been used. And once we start understanding those, then we could start reprogramming our brain and seeing what's coming in as a signal and decide if we get affected or not, rather than always be in reaction. So I don't know if any of that made any sense to you guys. Let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
This is not meat jerky. This is not ice. This is not lasagna. But what is it then? This is the raised printing with a ripped off piece on the 50-euro bill. But why the wiggling? Wiggling shows you the depth on a flat screen. How cool is that? Only the camera moves during the photo shoot and the subject stays still. This creates a depth effect known as wiggle stereoscopy. This frozen lake ice fishing hole is actually a mask. This wild bonsai tree on a cliff is actually a moss on a poplar tree. You will never guess this one, I promise. But can you stop the wiggling? No, this is MacroLab 3D after all, not MacroLab 2D. But seriously, watch this with no wiggling. MacroLab 3D is the only place to watch microscopic worlds with depth. No AI, no CGI, all real macro photography. Here is another example of raised printing on a Ukrainian 500 banknote. It is really this high, so you can feel it with your finger. No exaggerations. Maybe slow it down a little? No, slow wiggling lessens the effect strength. See the difference? Wiggling is not for everyone. I agree. However, this is the most accessible stereo format, which you can watch on any display, even with one eye. And by the way, what if I tell you that you can watch it in real 3D without the wiggling? If you have a compatible device, then navigate to the playlist section and choose your favorite side-by-side format. My favorite way to watch is using a VR headset in VR cinema. Would you try it?
Wow, that is like mind-blowing. I feel like I just did DMT. How crazy is it to see the micro world, the nano world that's right there in front of you? It's so beautiful. Like this world is like fractals. Things have, you know, a bigger view and a smaller view. And it's so interesting to be there with the smaller view. And this technology of the wiggling, it's actually very interesting because it's true that it does give you the sensation of understanding how the spatial disposition of it is. It's like you understand more what you're looking at in 3D. Really love this technology. And I really like seeing things that we're used to seeing from close and having a complete different perspective on the same item. It completely changes your point of view. You know, if you believe that doctors or scientists or whoever are always on your side, let's say, right? And they give you a recommendation and they tell you drink 6 glasses of milk a day, right? Well, automatically you take it with credibility and you do it because you believe in this whole system, you know? But at the end of the day, what if it's not good and it was for monetary purposes? So it's important for us to be able, this is the best example that I have when it comes to this. Like, if you go to the mechanic and you tell him, fix my car, and you have no idea how it works, yeah, he might overdo it, he might overcharge it. But if you go in and you know how your car works and he tells you, oh, I'm going to do this and do that, and you're like, no, that doesn't make sense because this and because that, he's not going to have that legway. So us being conscious of how things work allow us to manipulate the outcomes and not be taken advantage of when we're delegating towards that system. I don't know if that makes sense. Let's keep on rocking.
If you want to go down a bizarre and frankly gruesome rabbit hole, buckle up. This begins with a news story I saw decades ago about a tug-of-war event, one that went very, very wrong. So wrong that 2 men had their arms ripped off. Now, I was actually in college studying journalism when I saw this news story, and I dismissed it as fake because it has all the hallmarks of a fake story. See, lots of these outrageous fake news stories are set on the other side of the world, in this case in Taipei. And they're always very over-the-top and almost cartoonish in how horrific they are. But this is true. And the details are so much crazier than what that headline even implies. You can go look it up on Snopes, but they have photos of the incident, so be prepared. I mean, they have severed limbs on the ground. It happened in 1997. They had a festival where they did a huge tug of war, where there's a rope and two teams are pulling against each other. Only 1,600 people participated, presumably about 800 on each side. Now, when you're picturing how such a thing could have happened, you're probably imagining that they looped the rope around their arms or their wrists somehow, and then the force of the pulling pulled their arms off. That is not what happened. The truth is actually weirder. This is what happened. Snapback. When a ship is tied up to the dock, you do not stand behind where the rope is attached. That is called the snapback zone, because if that rope breaks, it will come whipping back at you hard enough to take your life, and lots of people do lose their lives or limbs this way. So in this tug of war contest, they were using rope like this, a 2-inch wide nylon rope. It is estimated that the tug of war put about 150,000 pounds of force on the rope, 3 times more than what it could withstand. Within seconds, the rope snapped, and the snapback caused it to whip back and sever 2 men's left arms, as in their arms were lying on the ground. You can go look at it if you want. They were able to reattach them. But the rabbit hole you can go down is all of the history of incredibly gruesome tug-of-war events gone wrong, because that was not an isolated incident. Children have had their fingers severed this way. There's an entire article about the history of tug-of-war fatalities. And it's such a perfect example of something that looks totally innocuous and fun. And you don't realize how much power is stored up in something until the moment it's finally released.
Being stolen from Louvre is what made the Mona Lisa famous. Nobody knew about the Mona Lisa in 1911. Look, here she was, one of the hundreds of random paintings in Louvre. Then one guy randomly grabbed the Mona Lisa and disappeared in 1911. She was so unimportant that it took 2 days for the Louvre staff to realize she was missing. So who made her important? The media. Newspapers at the time invented clickbait headlines to sell more copies. Finest portrait in the world stolen. The world's greatest portrait. And this face was on front pages for 2 years straight. When they finally found her, suddenly everyone wanted to see the finest portrait in the world. In reality, this is just a basic Renaissance selfie. A rich merchant asked Leonardo to paint his wife, and he did it as a quick side hustle to grab some cash. In his notebooks, Leonardo never mentioned Mona Lisa, not even once. And now, people claim her eyes magically follow you around the room. There's a hidden golden ratio in her smile, and other artistic voodoo magic stuff. This is called the mere exposure effect. People think something is valuable just because it's been in the media long enough. Nobody cared about this necklace or tiara a week ago. But now, I bet H&M and Zara will launch collections based on it. So this proves that you don't become famous by being beautiful. You become beautiful by being famous.
Again, perspective. Isn't it interesting how for us, since we're born, that painting is the most impressive painting in the world just because it's always been. But at the end of the day, things have an origin story. So it's so interesting to see how these things come about. I wonder why it was manipulated that way. Was it to sell more tickets for the Louvre? Did they steal it themselves? I mean, what's the idea behind it? It's very interesting. I just find that, like he was saying earlier, the framing of a story changes everything. And now this one, the exposure. So now understand why you always see the same ads and the same companies and the same thing over and over and over again. Truth is simple. It works. So the more you're exposed to something, the more it becomes a part of your psyche. I mean, we like to think that we're really complicated, but at the end of the day, it feels like these companies, they got us figured out. So maybe we should stop thinking that we're so special and start taking back control of our mechanisms and identify the information coming in and catch it when it's coming in and not just be living in a reactive state. So I don't know if you guys understand the parallel that I'm trying to make, but did you guys know that this is how the Mona Lisa got infamous? I had zero idea. Let me know down below. Let's keep on rocking.
With our crash out of the day, we have man versus robot. I mean, first off, what crime did you commit for the cops to be like, you know what, let's send the robot on them? Is it that bad or are you that dumb? They're like, you know what, let's try some new shit. And I think it's because you that dumb, because you decide you gonna pull out a gun. My boy pull out the strap and I think he tries to shoot the brain of the robot. I mean, son. And he climbs out the window after the robot shoots some tear gas. And then, watch this. He don't make no run for it. He grabbed the cover, and then the robot's like, hold on, excuse me, Sugar Bob Honey Bunch, you're stuck. Gotcha. I can't even lie, though. I feel you with the cover move. I probably would try to do the same thing. Like, all right, there goes his eyes. But that was just a terrible toss. And then, this got to be terrible to be the first dude ever that got caught by a robot. Like, you get into prison or jail, and what happened? How I go down, bro? You on the run? No, a robot ran over me. What? And in fact, he tried to shoot the robot. Real dickhead activity. I mean, this is egregious work. Felonious decision. And now look at you. On the ground and about to get run over by a robot. Crash out of the day or dickhead of the day, doesn't matter. It's this guy.
And that's a wrap for today, familia. Whether you're tuning in with the sunrise or you're posted up after midnight, I appreciate your time, your energy, your curiosity. And don't forget, this isn't about truth or fiction. This is about perspective. If this sparked a laugh, a thought, a deeper question, then we did our job. So drop your thoughts in the comments, keep the convo alive, like, subscribe, and don't forget to hit that bell if you're riding the wave, because we're just getting started. So until next time, stay grounded, stay weird, stay critical. I'm Adam Strain, and this has been Adam Strain Reacts. Peace. Now it's time for us to link up. Really think we on the brink up. Making a change, who living this change. Living this change. Making a change. From living this change. Yeah.
This is a tongue-eating louse. It cuts off circulation, and the tongue eventually...
Horses can have mustaches. They have horizontal eyes. Last year, December of 2024 to be exact, that is when it became official that the bald eagle was America's national bird. I was sleeping, had to wake up. Every reason I could think.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
This is a nasty little creature right here. It's a parasite that survives by taking over another animal's body. Most fish don't react to it because by the time it's visible, the damage is already done. This is a tongue-eating louse. It enters a fish through the gills and clamps onto the tongue. It cuts off circulation, and the tongue eventually dies and falls off. The parasite doesn't leave. It takes the tongue's place and functions as the new organ while the fish keeps eating. This is one of the only known parasites that replaces an organ inside a living host, straight from the fish tank.
Gee whiz. Anybody ever seen that before? I had never seen anything close to that. But I find it pretty crazy how you have these parasites that seem to be made to infect certain hosts. I've seen another one that's sort of like a black goo that goes inside of this bug. And at the end, when they take it out, the bug basically was being ran by this thing. If you guys have any more examples, send them down. I find it super interesting. I mean, it also makes me kind of poke holes into the idea of evolution. How would that being be conceived if it needed another being to basically proliferate, right? It's a very interesting to me, the whole idea of reverse life, which would be like parasites, which would be like, life is about going from 0 to 100, and the work of parasites is basically taking it from 100 back to 0, back to nature in a way, right? So, yeah, very interesting. If you guys have any more examples of this type of behavior in parasites, please send it down below. And don't forget to do your parasite cleanse. Let's keep on rocking.
Apparently, this guy found 6 new Mandela effects.
Top 6 changes of animals in this timeline. Number 1, cow tipping. Cow tipping is not a thing. You cannot cow tip. There's no evidence of you can cow tip. Apparently, that is not a thing in this timeline. It's never been documented. It's not a thing. It changed in this timeline. Number 2, horses can have mustaches. Yes, in this timeline, horses can have mustaches. Sometimes they shave them off. It's a thing, but they do have mustaches. Also, horses do not have round eyes. They have horizontal eyes. They do not have round eyes in this timeline. Apparently, we all just misremembered that because in this timeline, they do not have round eyes. The bald eagle is America's national bird. When did it become the national bird? How about last year, December of 2024 to be exact? That is when it became official that the bald eagle was America's national bird. This time on there are Civil War camels. Yes, the camels fought in the Civil War. We have American camels and they're here. They've been here since the Civil War, and there's actually famous ones in this timeline. I did not know that. Number 6, it is Smokey Bear. It is not Smokey the Bear. Apparently, it's always been Smokey Bear.
Wow. I don't know if you guys know about the Mandela effect, but these are a few that actually, I mean, I didn't grow up on a farm, so I mean, I wouldn't really know about horses that much. I've seen them maybe a handful of times in my life, but you know, both the mustache and the fact that their eyes have like horizontal slits, never seen that before. The camel in the States, I have no idea. I had no idea that that was a thing. And also the bald eagle being declared the national animal for the States last year in 2024. Well, more than a year ago. That is kind of weird. That is kind of weird. I always assumed that the bald eagle was the national bird or at least animal of the United States. Did you guys think the same thing? Or is it completely normal that they did that because it was never so? I thought that they had put it everywhere on the flags, on the money, on the stuff. I don't know. I thought it was common knowledge. Maybe I'm just ignorant. So you guys let me know down below. Are these Mandela effects that you guys knew or just mistakes of collective remembering? Let me know down below and let's keep on rocking.
This is an AI-powered cleaning robot developed in China, and they've made it because they want to clean up the oceans and the rivers and all the waterways around the world. And so they've developed this thing that can sort of move around autonomously. Hopefully they succeed in this effort, and hopefully India buys some, maybe?
Wow.
Gee whiz, that is a master of his craft. Beautiful to see. I had never seen anything like it. And also the bot that was cleaning up in China, that AI bot. Gee whiz, I think that's one of the first good applications I've seen them put AI on, because they've been talking about replacing politicians with AI, all these crazy things, but that I approve that message. Let's clean up the water with AI. Thank you very much. That's a good idea. Anyways, let's keep on rocking.
The only way to success is through failure. I'm saying through for a reason. You have to go through the failure points to what? Learn, develop, grow. That's what failure's for. If you failed, that doesn't mean that you stop. That means you keep going. That means you just learned a valuable lesson. Oh man, I lost all my money. Cool, how? Well, I invested in this business well, now you don't invest in that shit. Education costs money, doesn't it? Your failures are education.
This right, like as he did, right, underneath, and try and keep it, that feels pretty tight right there, right? Okay, so you can, just breathe naturally. Let's just see what happens. Okay. All right, so we're at 1,367. We've already just passed 2. So now we're in the place where he can be having headaches. He can be, we're at 3,786. Look at this. We've just passed 5,000. Now we're in the toxic level. Right now we can be doing this 7,000 inside this mask of the CO2. 8,000 parts per million. And now this thing's gone off the Richter scale, folks. It can't even register how high the CO2 levels are inside. And look how many seconds that was.
Wow. It's pretty crazy to think that we recommended that for all of our kids, I mean, it's a sad thing to see, but at the end of the day, I guess that's what it is. And regarding the video from before, it was saying that you must go through failures to reach success. I find that very interesting because it made me click for the first time. I've heard the phrase, I've internalized the lesson and stuff, but there's one little distinction that kind of hit me this time around. Sorry. And it's the fact that You know, through all this information that we have and all the access that we have, I find it's something that we try to do, even as a mentor, we try to save our students from living certain failures. But as he said, you know, going through that failure is the education. And I wonder if the fact of giving the lesson as a secondhand experience has the same impact as the person literally going through the failure. I don't know if you guys get the distinctions that I'm trying to make, but I totally agree. I think that our fear of failure and our fear of not succeeding has caused us to be very careful. And I think being careful is not an attribute that makes a billionaire, if you get my drift. Anyways, let me know what you guys think down below, and let's keep on rocking.
This
Love Patrick,
is
one of my oldest
Legacy
friends.
Park in Brambleton, Virginia. And I think whoever planned this community had serious beef with their boss. And every time they showed them the plans for this huge neighborhood, they must have presented them upside down. The main area of focus here is obviously the park, which is an above average size park. And you can see here the design starts here at the pond and just works its way out here to the tip where you have this fountain leading into this building right here, which is apparently called the Best Brains Learning Center. I'm pretty sure that they built this part much sooner than expected. Now moving back to the base, which looks a little overgrown, there is an elementary school across the street, and I'm not sure how this park is allowed within 500 feet of an elementary school. So let's turn on the street view. Seriously, this thing has veins? Yes, it's a giant park shaped like a huge How did they get away with this?
That's awesome! It's incredible. You think that's real?
That's real.
It's real. This
Wow.
is real time right here.
You think that they actually did that?
This has to be a fairly new subdivision.
Look at the documents. If you look at the college documents, if you look at the documents, and you look at some other, documents, which I'll be happy to share with you if any of your listeners want to see some of that stuff. They don't refer to those towers as cell phone towers. They refer to those as direct weapons. They actually refer to your phone as a direct weapon, your router as a direct weapon. Well, I couldn't go much further because they have to control through frequencies. That's how they control you, and mostly through extremely low frequencies, megahertz frequencies, 3, 4, 5G, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10G frequencies, gigahertz frequencies, microwave frequencies, radio frequencies. They can do it through music as well.
Wow.
But there's always the opposite of that too, like the good music with the solfeggio tones and,
right.
and
so
stuff
no more
like that.
microwaves, you're saying? Don't use those?
Oh, throw your microwave away. The microwave kills the nutrients in the food anyway.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, so that's when you get into, they also want a lot of metals in your body. They need a lot of metals in your bodies as transducers and as receivers. And they want you to be exposed to all these and all these frequency devices. So the solution is to get rid of all the chemicals in your body. You could do that through binders, organic activated charcoal, like a stuff like that. Doing all of this transhumanism stuff, we're already coming up with solutions, which are just detox your body. Do liver cleansing,
特にカレーやいうんは、これ、日本に一台かないや言われよるけど、この中のお米がな、手作りで自分の田んぼで作ったお米を使ってあって、日本の自動販売機では、ジュース、これとパンとか食べ物、ジュースはもうあらゆるところにある。名前吉本正と言います。年は74か。 ここの自動販売機ではもう40年ぐらい前からやっております。うちの自動販売機はね、日本にあんまりないっちゅうんで、なんかあらゆるところを来とるように思う。そうじゃ、お米がな、60度ぐらいあるに機械の中が、と置いたらやっぱりこう、乾燥してくるよ、お米が。硬になる。1日2回ぐらい入れ替えするように、また新しい米になってるんで。いやいや、もともと百姓屋で米作んでったけんな。ほんで、このお米を使うた方が得なわけや。買うよりは自分の米を使うた方が得だったけん。ほんでこれ今作ったのが日の光。米を一応洗って水につけて15分か半時間ぐらい置く。スイッチを入れてから45分ぐらいで容器に詰めるんです。これから機械まで入れるにやっぱり1時間以上かかると思う。値段はもともと300円。トラックの人はもう持って帰る。これと家族の人が来て3つぐらい一発に家で食べるとか言って持って帰ってくれる。このお米うまいってこう言うてくれる人がおる。これが一番嬉しいんや、ほんま言うたらな。これは我がの体と機械と生ける間はもうするつもりじゃ。
I know it's not such an impressive video, it's not an impressive story, but I found it very inspiring to see, I don't know, that blend of new and old, that organic, mechanic, accessibility, but yet fresh from the ground. I found it super inspiring. I think if we could harness this idea and push it to its maximum, it might just help a lot of people have access to good food. You know what I mean? I don't know if it exists or if it's possible in your city, but you could easily buy a machine and prepare some plates and people would have a better option instead of, all the junk food that they always sell in those things. The reason why is because the shelf time is so high, they could just fill it up and not really think about it, right? But if you would have a catered, vending machine, I don't know. I've never thought about it, but I find it super interesting. If someone could take that idea and run with it, I would be so happy to hear that I've created an enterprise. But hey, just an idea I'm sending out there in the cosmos, and you guys let me know if it hits, and let me know if you've ever seen a vending machine like that, like a handmade, custom, from the ground up. I really love this man. I find it super beautiful. He loves what he does. I just wanted to shed a bit of light on his situation. I find it so beautiful. Let's keep on rocking.
These robots are inspired by ants and were developed by South Korean scientists. Each micro-robot is 600 micrometers tall and interacts with others using magnetic fields. The micro-robot swarm was able to unclog tubes that resembled blocked blood vessels. This technology could potentially be used to clear plaques from clogged blood vessels in medical treatments. In this other application, the micro-robot swarm transported a chunk of the metal indium to complete or break an electrical circuit. This allowed it to turn a light on or off with precision. The micro-robots were able to assemble into a group and coordinate their movements to walk over an obstacle. By leveraging their collective strength and synchronized actions, they successfully overcame barriers, demonstrating their ability to adapt and perform tasks that require precise teamwork. The micro-robots used centrifugal force for self-throwing, propelling themselves over obstacles. A swarm of 200 micro-robots successfully separated heavy liquid metal into smaller pieces in just 5 seconds, despite its high surface tension. They then moved the pieces, joined them back together, and shaped the metal into a smooth sphere. This demonstrated their ability to handle complex tasks with precision and control. The micro-robots formed a spinning swarm on water, creating a floating raft structure that allowed them to carry a pill 2,000 times heavier than a single robot across the surface. This approach could be applied to deliver lightweight medical supplies or drugs across liquid environments in remote or constrained settings. In this example, the swarm used orbital dragging motions at 2.5 Hz to block the superworm's path and stop it from reaching the food. As soon as the swarm stopped its spinning, the worm was able to move toward the food. The micro-robots guided an ant by using a spinning motion to block its path and topple its legs without causing harm. By controlling the swarm's direction, they successfully steered the ant to a desired location. This technique could be applied in pest management or controlled behavioral studies of small organisms. The micro-robots can assemble into structured swarms or disassemble into individual units based on the strength of the magnetic field. By adjusting the magnetic field intensity, their configuration can be precisely controlled to perform tasks like transporting materials or navigating complex environments. Here we see the micro-robots using orbital dragging motion to rapidly circumvent obstacles with precise single-axis manipulation. This allows them to navigate barriers efficiently, completing the task in just 180 milliseconds.
Well, that's pretty crazy that we're there. Micro robots. Kind of scary. I mean, as much as it's impressive, it's kind of scary because if you could have that in your blood vessels, you know, who knows how it gets there. I mean, obviously for a surgery or something, it's interesting. But to have something so small that could be ingested raises some concerns. And also, if somehow this little robot would have the capability of flight or levitation, I don't know, the possibilities seem to be endless, like a swarm in the air, or I don't know, kind of scary to me, but let me know what you guys think down below. Let's keep on rocking.
It's a bad idea to let the people who make the food give you advice about what food to eat. 4 of the most for everybody 100% across the board, stop eating these foods completely for 4 weeks in a row. 4 weeks. 4 weeks in a row. 28 days. Then on day 29, eat a lot. Have pancakes for breakfast, have a sandwich for lunch, have cookies and crackers, have pasta for dinner, and see how you feel. And as God is my witness, if you make it to lunch without something happening, I'll eat my hat. This is one of the most overlooked things in the country right now. This is a deadly combination of not enough minerals in the food, period, and then interrupting your body's ability to absorb what little nutrients there are. Bad nutrition in the blood of the pregnant mother. As the fetus is developing, it needs raw materials to make a brain, make a heart, make a liver, make a kidney. You can't make that out of pixie dust and air. The body needs but they're not in the blood of the mother because she's eating whole wheat cereal and skim milk and margarine and is avoiding salt like the plague. So, from the proper perspective, with all of the data points, it all starts to make sense. Understanding of the human body, they completely miss all of the most important things. So their job, again, is not to fix the problem. You can manage it, which is better than suffering. But it's better, don't you think, especially in the United States of America, to try to get to the root cause of what's causing the problem and fix it? And that's what we do. One of the most famous Old Testament sayings, my people are destroyed by lack of knowledge. Well, simple things that people can learn can make all the difference in their lives.
As much as I love to listen to him speak and it makes so much sense, it kind of makes me sad to think that there's not more doctors talking this way or approaching things this way, seeing the body as a whole and seeing nutrition as the main medicine that man needs. Wow, that was really interesting. Listen, I'm gonna give it a shot. 28 days, no, what did he say? Wheat, oats, barley, and rye. I think it was those 4. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it starting today, and I'll let you sorry, I'll let you guys know how it goes. And if anyone wants to do it as well, you let me know down below how it goes for you, and we could compare notes. Let's keep on rocking.
I bought my dugout as a fairly small 2-bedroom dugout, and I've been extending it over the years. For somebody driving into town the first time, you wouldn't think there was a lot here because 95% of it is hiding underground. People drive in and go, where is the place? I don't understand. Cooperpedy is from the Aboriginal Cooperpiti, which means white man in a hole. At the moment upstairs it is about 122 degrees Fahrenheit. Down here we're sitting on about 71, 72 degrees. No air conditioning necessary. We're right out in the middle of nowhere. It takes a day to drive here from Adelaide. I'd say there's about 1,000 underground dwellings and at least 1,500 people living underground. We've got 5 underground churches. We've got underground motels. There's some amazing underground homes here. Many bedrooms, underground workshop. You name it underground, we've pretty well got it. I bought my dugout as a fairly small 2-bedroom dugout, and I've been extending it over the years. Some of this I blasted out when I could get away with it. The cops don't like us blasting in town. We don't do it anymore. Back in the old days, if somebody was going to have a baby, we'd rock round there with a couple of compressors on a weekend and some jackhammers and a couple of cartons of beer, and by the Sunday night we dug out a room, cemented the floor and wired it up, and there's your new baby's room, honey. Even though we're so far away geographically from anywhere else, I don't know why, but we just love the place to bits.
Wow. That's pretty impressive. I had never seen anything like that. A whole city underground. I had never seen anything like it. I find that so interesting. And to be honest, I could get it. I could get how living there must be so different, and you feel like you're living in another world in a way. And to change to go from that to something that you have to pay expensive for cheap materials. And like you said, we show up with a pickaxe and we make a new room. Man, the beauty of that idea, the luxury of not having to build up and to just, go a bit deeper. I find that so beautiful and such a great idea. Makes me wonder, are there other places where there's underground dwellings that on that much of a massive scale? It's very interesting. Man has always seemed to be underground somehow. We often find streets or bottoms of buildings or a lot of things that are below our feet. Super interesting. Let me know if you guys ever heard of any type of city that resembles that or something different, or if you've been there or if you have footage. Let me know down below. Let's keep on rocking.
Tell you, I am such a mess without you, and I must confess it's black or white unless we find equilibrium.
Oh my god, I'm really not a skater, but damn, all that in one shot. Wow. I didn't see the whole thing. I just put it in because the guy started off crazy. I don't know where this guy is from, but most of the skaters I see have a hard time pulling one of those, 2, 3 of those off. I mean, gee whiz. Wow, props to this guy. Anyways, we've reached the end. Thank you so much for rocking with us. And that's a wrap for today, familia. Whether you're tuning in with the sunrise or you're posted up after midnight, I appreciate your time, your energy, your curiosity. And don't forget, this isn't about truth or fiction. This is about perspective. If this sparked a laugh, a thought, a deeper question, then we did our job. So drop your thoughts in the comments, keep the convo alive, like, subscribe, and don't forget to hit that bell if you're riding the wave because we're just getting started. Until next time, stay grounded, stay weird, stay critical. I'm Adam Strain, and this has been Adam Strain Reacts. Peace! Now's the time for us to link up. Really think we on the brink up. Making a change, we're living this change. Living this change. Making a change. I'm living this change. Yeah.
And I say, oh, I sound like I have a slur. And she said, no, you sound like you can work at a Chinese restaurant.
I'm on.
Cash. Cash.
Crash.
Crash.
Crashed.
Crash.
Yeah. I was sleeping, had to wake up.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. Before we get started, I just want to wish everyone a happy new year, 2026. Let's get it. And may everyone exceed the expectations that they set for themselves this year and reach even higher. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
The world is $281 trillion in debt.
You are in luck. There's a parable all about this, and it's awesome. And there was a town somewhere in the middle of nowhere, and everyone owes each other money. And then one day, a traveler comes to town, and he stays in a motel. The motel has a full refund policy after 24 hours. He puts down $100 and gets a room. The motel owner, he looks at this $100 and he's like, whoa, oh my God, this is exactly how much money I owe to the baker. So he goes and pays off his debt to the baker. The baker looks at this money and he's like, well, this is exactly how much I owe to the shoemaker. And he goes to the shoemaker and pays off his debt and goes through several people until eventually someone's like, hey, I owe this amount of money to the motel owner. So he gives it to the motel owner back where it started. And then the traveler is like, hey, it's been 24 hours and I don't like it here. So he takes his money back and he leaves. Everyone has the same amount of money, but then suddenly nobody's in debt. Because money isn't real, but debt motivates people. So it's important to the economy for some reason.
That's pretty interesting. I mean, really, I've always thought about this. Like, who do we owe a debt to when you're a country? And they say the International Money Fund or these, other countries. But this example sort of displays something that's very interesting. And on a more massive scale, I think something very similar to this is happening in Europe, where a lot of the countries within Europe owe money to each other that basically they'll never be able to repay. But at the same time, if you deduce the debts from everyone, it's almost like everyone ends up in the clear. So maybe I'm missing something, but yeah, I feel like it kind of makes sense that at the end of the day, it's just an idea that we have and it's not really mathematically sound. And I guess that's why the concept of usury was like, prohibited by the Christians and this and that, because I think it sort of creates a part of value of money that's unreal in a way. So let me know if I missed something. But that example, do you catch it? Does that make sense? Everyone paid each other, but at the end of the day, the same amount of money is there, and the guy took back his $10, but everyone's accounts are settled. So maybe I'm missing something. Write it down below, keep me in the loop, and let's keep on rocking.
Gosh. Okay, Nikki is causing dads to leave the home. Hold on, I don't think that's a good role model for 18-year-old girls. I don't.
And what do you think about for young men? For young men.
And for young men, don't be new scum. Yes, see, dear young men.
Are you?
Yeah, that whole situation, I haven't really spoke about it much because I find that there's not much information and a lot of speculation. But it's kind of interesting that you're trying to live off the legacy and continue the legacy of someone, but it seems like you're not following that person's beliefs at the end of the day. So I find that whole situation to be pretty cringeworthy, to be honest. Let me know what you guys think down below, and let's keep on rocking.
Coming to the tree, they strung up a man. They say he murdered three.
It's not the same.
Strange things that happened here, no stranger would it be. The death had midnight in the hanging tree.
The list goes on and on. This must be stopped. And in order to stop this, join the American Congress Party.
It wasn't until I was in the ambulance on the way to the hospital, she actually said, "Are you aware of the way you're speaking?" And I said, "Oh, I sound like I have a slur." And she said, "No, you sound like you could work at a Chinese restaurant." She said, "Yeah, you could work in the local China house or something."
Sarah was an IT specialist until a severe migraine, bordering on a stroke, brought the syndrome on.
Cash.
Crash.
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 Crashed.
Crashed.
Okay, let's try reading.
You wish to know all about my grandfather.
There are
Wow. Imagine that. You get into an accident, you come back, and it's like you're speaking a different language, or at least a different accent. Never seen anything like that. If you have more of those, send me. I find that super funny. Let's keep on rocking.
Plotting how to move the flavors they find in this grove to your supermarket shelf, and then on to your stomach.
I can see it in the sports drink. I can see it in a water, flavored water. And I also can see it in a twist on an orange carbonated beverage.
When they find something they like, they extract its flavor molecules from the fruit on the tree. Then back in the lab, they mimic Mother Nature's molecules with chemicals. Essentially, what you do is you take whatever this smells like and copy it.
Right, exactly.
And then I suppose you could, if you choose to, you could quote unquote improve on it.
Exactly. Yes, we all the time.
The holy grail, a flavor so good you can't resist it.
In our fruit flavors, we're talking about we want, a burst in the beginning and maybe a finish that doesn't linger too much so that you want more of it.
And you don't want a long linger because you're not going to eat more of it if it lingers.
Ah, so it's got to be a quick fix. And then
have more.
And then have more. But that suggests something else.
Exactly.
Which is called addiction.
Exactly.
You're trying to create an addictive taste.
It's a good word.
Or something that they want to go back for again and again.
It's a good word. Shameless. Shameless. There's really a problem. And to be honest, the problem is not really them. They're the symptoms of the problem. The problem is us not seeing the value in what's natural. Thinking that you could improve on nature, I think is a mistake, and the fact that we continue to consume these items just gives them more money to hire more people like this and continue the process. So I think the only way that we could really find a solution to this is voting with our dollar. If you compare the same thing in the States and in, let's say, Spain, one of them is going to use natural ingredients and the other one is going to use all these chemicals. So until we realize and until we stop craving for these things and we break the addiction, which obviously that's what it is, I don't think we're going to be able to get out of this. At the end of the day, this is more than just reproducing a taste. This is mind control. They're playing with your mind and hoping to get a desired outcome, which now they admitted is addiction to a certain product. So I find it very sad. I'm not taking the blame away from the individual that's consuming this on a daily basis, but it's kind of hard to get out of it at one point. So let me know what you guys think down below. Do you guys think that doesn't matter if it tastes good, it's fine? Or should we be more focused on what gives us a good effect within our body? Let me know down below and let's keep on rocking. Wow. It's really to have a glimpse into that world just makes me realize how much we come from greatness and how the mighty have fallen, you know? The beauty of the architecture, the way people would present themselves, the respect that they had between them. You know, just the fact of dressing properly and you know, holding a good posture, and it's something that is so beautiful to see, and I wish we would live in that era, or at least that era could come back in one way, shape, or form. But just the beauty of the buildings, the details that you could see, and all the so beautiful, so beautiful. Let me know what you guys think down below, and let's keep on rocking.
The reason why we use the word flirtation is because noble women in the 1700s used to flirt or wave their fans in a specific way to subtly communicate that they were interested. And if you find a way to cheat the system, you found a loophole, which is what these arrow slits and castles used to be called, which were basically cheat codes for archers because they could stay hidden while shooting arrows. And if a topic is really specific, it's a niche topic, and we call it that because a niche is a hole in the wall that was carved out to hold a specific object like a statue or a relic. And the front panel of a car is called a dashboard, but it's also the name of the wooden board that's attached to the front of a carriage, which basically protected the driver from being pelted by rocks and dirt while the horse was dashing. And bankrupt comes from the Italian word bancarrota, which means broken bench, because Italian merchants used to sell their goods on benches, and banks would literally break these benches if they didn't pay off their debt. If you put off a task, it's on the back burner, and that's because the fire and wood burning stoves was right beneath the front burners, and the heat would dissipate as it traveled to the back, so you just naturally place the slow cooking pots there. And the statues in front of ships were called figureheads, which is why we now call the leaders of a group or a company a figurehead. And we call video recordings footage because a movie's runtime used to be measured in feet. The theater cameras would literally project 1 foot of the film stock in 1 second.
Isn't that all your...
It's so amazing to see where things come from. One of my recent songs, I say, the etymology will teach you more than all your recent technologies. And like that's pretty much it, because we get so far into the application, we forget where things come from. And I love to dive back into the past. It makes me be able to use, you know, the proper word at the proper time and understand what it means and where it comes from. And obviously, a lot of these things get diluted, changed. And the name of that song is actually called Inverted. Our world is inverted upside down. So it's like, it's very interesting to see how words change, but also to see how we still use words that have a lot of meaning, but we've lost the meaning, but still use the application. Very interesting. Let me know what you guys think about etymology down below. Is that something you like? Because I would love to share a ton more with you guys. So let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
Computer screens are blue lit. The reason none of them are red lit, the reason none of them pay attention to circadian biology is because that original technology was developed in a government program that Bobby Kennedy knows about, and I happen to know about because I went to medical school at LSU. For those of you who've never heard about Operation Paperclip, you think it's all conspiracy theory. So at Tulane Neurology and Tulane Neurosurgery in the 50s and 60s and 70s and 80s, the CIA started a program there where they would do all these crazy things to monkeys. The CIA wanted to see how they could control things utilizing different things like drugs and things like that. Where the neurosurgeons got involved, which is my clade, we would drill tops of the heads off, put wires into the thalamus, put electricity in there, and kind of see what kind of behavioral changes we could have. One of the guys that was in that program was a guy named Professor Delgado. When he saw that we could control the behavior with the wired device, he said, what if we do it wirelessly? So he checked it in monkeys and checked it in bulls, and it turned out you can do it wirelessly with RFID chips and semiconductors. Then the CIA took it to the next level. They said, well, since this is electromagnetic radiation, what if we did it through light through screens? And it turns out you can. And that's the reason why all your computer screens have the frequencies they have. So why is this all important? Well, the person that set this meeting up between me and Bobby is the patent attorney that made sure that Google and Meta have those things so they can control the things that we all do. Where did the original idea come from that started off in MKUltra with the CIA? You're going to be surprised when you hear this. It came from the mafia in Las Vegas. They wanted to build a new city in a desert. They enclosed it all, blacked out the windows, invented slot machines that were blue lit. And they found out that they didn't have to take a gun, stick it in your face to steal your money. Then they even got smarter. They said, let's give people free alcohol while they're doing that. And they found out they got the money quicker. And that's when the CIA got the idea to start this program. That's really how it started.
Have you ever read the tiny folded up piece of paper with micro font that you get with your new iPhone? Because if you did, you may be using it differently. The FTC requires that this warning be put in not only the settings of your phone, but also in this piece of paper, the manual that comes with it. Exposure to radio frequency. That's the emissions, the wireless emissions. This is a hot topic. On your iPhone, go to settings, general, legal and regulatory, and RF exposure. What does it tell you in the RF exposure part of your settings? No big deal. Just that you should keep it away from your body to ensure exposure levels to these electromagnetic frequencies remain at or below the as tested levels. Did you know putting your phone in your pocket exceeds the as tested levels of frequency because it's too close to your body? Or how about putting your phone to your head? It exceeds the amount of frequency that they said was safe. In other words, it could be unsafe. Now, in the past, I've gotten in trouble for posting about the EMFs, the frequencies from Wi-Fi, cell tower, smart meters, because it's a censored subject. So I'm going to bite my tongue with this certain few things here, but pay attention. There are many hardware and software fixes to iPhones or any phones that could make them significantly be less harmful because of these frequencies. By the way, I went to an Apple store a long time ago to get a device that you can plug your phone into along with an Ethernet cable, and you can have your phone on airplane mode, not connected to the tower or Wi-Fi. You could have your Wi-Fi off and still have full speed internet because your phone's plugged in via Ethernet. I'm talking to this guy at Apple, and he goes, I told him why I'm doing this, and he goes, yeah, well, I don't really see it's a big deal. Like, I'm sure it's totally safe. And then he goes on to tell me that on his thigh, where his phone is always in his pocket, you know those guys that work at Apple, they got 3 phones in 7 different pockets. I mean, it's crazy. He's like, yeah, I do have a rectangular mark of red skin on my thigh from where my phone sits all day. Yeah, dude, that's called a rash from radiate. I mean, what do you think? It's EMFs, man, electromagnetic frequencies. It disturbs your cells. Now, it turns out one of the things you can do if you're using Wi-Fi, which I recommend figuring out how to not use it, but if you are using Wi-Fi, have your phone on airplane mode while it's connected to Wi-Fi. Then it's not trying to connect to the tower and the router and reduces the EMFs. Ideally, though, you plug your phone into the internet and have it on completely airplane mode. And obviously, don't put it in your pocket or talk with it directly pressed to your head. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below and follow for more.
I mean, it kind of makes sense. You know, you're connected at a distance from a tower that's radiating all these EMFs, so it kind of makes sense that it would be dangerous to have it close to your body. But it makes me think about the older technology. You see, back in the days, we used to use the cord phone, right? And the cord phone, when you think about it, it was plugged into the wall, but it wasn't even plugged with electricity. So I'm pretty sure that the radiation or EMFs that would have been radiated by that are probably 1,000, if not 1,000,000 times less strong. So a lot of time, you know, we change our technology for accessibility, but we either reduce in quality or we increase in toxicity. I think we're a bit lost, you know. And I was thinking about that recently. Like, if I were to build a house today, I wouldn't want it to be wireless. I would want wires everywhere inside of the walls so that anywhere I go, I plug myself in. Why would I want all the information? Like, let's say you're watching a video on your phone. Why would I want the information of that video all around me at every moment, you know? And then to go just a step further, if you look at, you know, a lot of people now, they tend to live in condo buildings, apartment buildings. You ever look, when you look for a Wi-Fi inside of one of those buildings, you're exposed to at least 50 of them at the same time. Can you imagine the multiplication and how dangerous that could be? So it's kind of weird. They're selling you a cell phone that's made to talk on the phone, but if you put it here, it hurts you. If you put it in your pocket, it hurts you. So I don't know. I don't know what we're doing, you know? I think we're going to need a little bit of consciousness and realize what we're doing and try to find a solution to it. I've heard about the stickers on the back of the phones. Does anyone use that? Does that work for you guys? I'd be very curious to see what ideas you guys have to reduce the EMFs. I've heard about the lead paint. I've heard about different types of ideas. But let me know what you guys think down below. Are you team wireless or are you team wired? I'm team wired all the way. So let me know down below and let's keep on rocking.
Excuse me. I just want to say I really like your style. You look incredibly stylish, if you don't mind me saying.
Oh, I don't mind you saying that at all. It's a very nice thing to say.
I'm a portrait photographer.
What is the shtick? Tell me.
So I talk to the stranger, I take a picture of them.
I disapprove thoroughly of social media.
I know what you mean.
I think it's poisonous.
But I've tried to use it as in a positive way. And what's your name?
Irene.
And you're a teensy bit skeptical?
Of course, because I live in London and the world is full of scams.
Would this face scam anybody?
That isn't something that you can ever say, unfortunately.
I'm going to show you what I do.
Okay. Oh, how sweet.
You were walking very briskly there.
I have things to do. I'm going away next week. I'm 88 and a half. I'm old.
You're so sprightly for 88 and a half.
Yes, I am. I am sprightly for my age because I make a point of doing a lot of exercise. But also, because I know I have limited time, my son says I am frenetic. So I am filling it with lovely things. It's aloneness rather than loneliness.
If you could write a letter to your younger self.
Don't be cautious. Go for it. I was often too cautious.
How is your confidence in your life?
I am up to a point. For instance, I have just booked myself this holiday. It's called Solos, the company, because they deal with people on their own, on a gullet, which is a Turkish sailing ship. And at first I was fully confident. Now I suddenly am thinking, and it's only a week away, oh my goodness, I'm going to be the oldest person there. I'm going to be a pain in the neck to everybody. And oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Yes, I don't know how it's going to be on this boat. Getting on and getting off is going to be a problem.
Hopefully this has been a nice experience for you, Irene.
It's been a different experience through Kensington Gardens.
And what are your hopes for the future?
Long life. Which I've already had.
Wow. What an amazing woman. I really love everything that she said, to be honest. Don't be too cautious. It's aloneness, not loneliness. Wow, 88 years old. Very impressive, very inspiring. And wow, so beautiful to see, to be honest, to see someone with so much liveliness. Wow. I hope she has many, many more years to come and continues being frenetic, because I agree. It seems like people nowadays, they hustle to be able to do nothing. I never understood it. Like, the goal of working for money is to be able to do something with your money, right? It's not to go home and close your brain down for 8 hours on Netflix and then go to bed, right? So I love to see something like that. And to be honest, I feel like I have more in common with this woman than a lot of people of my age. Really beautiful, really inspiring. Long live her. And yeah, let me know what you guys think down below. Let's keep on rocking.
Famous experiment by the Russian biologist Dmitry Belyaev, who in the 1950s started selecting foxes on the basis of reduced reactive aggression. So here's what he did. He took foxes, slightly black version that occurs in Canada. They'd been in Russia for 50 years, breeding without anyone deliberately selecting them. And so what Belyaev did was to arrange for people to walk towards the young foxes when they were something like 6 weeks old. And at the point that the young fox said, "Ah!" then they would write down, well, how far was that? And they would breed from the ones who got closest, who allowed the human to get closest. And within a few years, in sometimes 3 years, sometimes 5 years, sometimes 10 years, different features that are found in domesticated animals suddenly appeared, such as these white patches. Doesn't look much like a fox anymore, does it? It looks like Fido. Floppy ears. You probably remember that there's only one animal in the wild that has floppy ears, or one kind, and that's elephants. Floppy ears are characteristic of our friendliest dogs. So these are examples of features of the domestication syndrome. And what we're seeing here is evidence that you select against reactive aggression, and then, boom, magic, you get these features of the domestication syndrome, which is why goats and horses and cows and cats and dogs all have individuals that have got white patches of fur on them. Floppy ears occur in all of these animals too. And it means we can now reverse engineer, as it were, and go backwards and say, okay, if you show a self-domestication syndrome, or if you show a domestication syndrome, that means that there was selection against reactive aggression. And fascinatingly, Homo sapiens, that's you and me, or most of us anyway, I think here, has key features of domesticated species as determined by archaeologists. So archaeologists working in the range of, say, 5 to 10,000 years quite often find an animal bones, and they want to know, was this a domesticated species or was it a wild version? Was it a wolf or was it already a dog by this time? So they look at the bones and they say, well, okay, how do we tell? And here's how they tell. Lighter body, shorter face, smaller teeth, feminization of the skull and skeleton, and brain reduction. And guess what? Homo sapiens shows all of these features in relationship to our earlier ancestors. So why did it happen?
Wow, isn't that crazy? How a fox sort of becomes a dog just by selective breeding and by reduced aggression? That is completely ballistic. I wonder if we're going to start drooping our ears soon, because when you think about it, we're all pretty much domesticated now. It's very, like, socially speaking, they talk, as soon as you show any sign of aggression or you say no, or you're categoric about something, they call it toxic masculinity. So there's this association that aggression is toxic, So I wonder what's going to happen to us. Are we going to start having patches on us? Are we going to start drooping the ears? What do you guys think down below? Did you know about this? I had no idea. That is, to me, it's mind-blowing. But let me know what you guys think down below, and let's keep on rocking.
Dubai is absolutely insane. They plan on building this, which is a real Emirates A380 that's being decommissioned, and is going to be on the top of a 580-meter building, 125 floors. It's going to cost $3 billion to build, and it's absolutely insane. They've got a sky bar with glass walkways over the wings being proposed, a restaurant in the cockpit, infinity pool, exclusive lounges. They even want a helipad on this thing. It's still in the proposal stage, and this is obviously an AI recreation from the designs, but man, Dubai, first the wall, and now this, it's going to be insane. Absolutely insane.
75% of the brain and central nervous system is made from cholesterol. All of your sex hormones are made from cholesterol. All of the walls of all of the trillions of the cells in your body are made from cholesterol. Cholesterol is so important to the human body that your body makes it.
She's from Texas, I can tell by the way he's two-stepping round the room. And judging by the smile that's written on his face, there's nothing I can do. It doesn't take a crystal ball to see. A cowboy always finds a way to leave. Drinking Jack all by myself.
Rome is in the middle of the Americas. It's all a Roman corporation. Every time I see the Mexican flag, I see the Italian flag, because it's exactly the same, minus the Roman eagle. Rome, which runs Mexico, in fact, Mexico is the center, Mesoamerica, it's the center of the Americas. This is where the Jesuits came, installed their Inquisition. Mexico had a violent, vicious Inquisition. They're telling you in your face, if you know what you're looking for, they've got the eagle, the Roman eagle, right in the middle of the green, red, and white, exactly the same as the Italian flag, which comes from the Persian flag, which is horizontally green, white, and red. Because the Roman elite families, the Farneses in particular, the Orsini, the Pallavicinis, Aldobrandinis, they're all from Persian. They're all Iranians.
And that's a wrap for today, familia. Whether you're tuning in with the sunrise or you're posted up after midnight, I appreciate your time, your energy, your curiosity. And don't forget, this isn't about truth or fiction. This is about perspective. If this sparked a laugh, a thought, a deeper question, then we did our job. So drop your thoughts in the comments, keep the convo alive, like, subscribe, and don't forget to hit that bell if you're riding a wave, because we're just getting started. So until next time, stay grounded, stay weird, stay critical. I'm Adam Strain, and this has been Adam Strain Reacts. Peace! Now's the time for us to link up. Really think we on the brink up. Making a change from living this strange. Living this strange. Making a change from living this strange. Yeah.
For several years now, he's been posting clips that depict a future completely devoid of people. The footage shows empty streets and total silence, full of video games made for the PlayStation 7. Even more unsettling, every single game on display is designed for that console. A system that's disturbing is the moment when he enters the Louvre and films the Mona Lisa from up close. The room is completely empty. No guards, no tourists.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing videos that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
History makes no sense. In 1969, we put a man on the moon. In 1970, we finally put wheels on a suitcase. In the 1850s, we deployed our first undersea communication cables. That's before the American Civil War and germ theory. Not only that, during the American Civil War, Abraham Lincoln could have sent a fax to a Japanese samurai requesting aid during the war, which would have been a crazy alt history. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, when he created Sherlock Holmes, could have logically had a story where he goes to Japan and sees Nintendo brand playing cards, and the Holy Roman Empire falls after 1,000 years in 1806. 30 years later, the Republic of Texas is formed. That means that there's a 30-year difference between Charlemagne's empire and the Republic run by Sam Houston. That's us in the 90s.
I know one day I'm going to be somebody. You'll know when I'll definitely find
Please look at my face. You're somebody now. Do you understand?
Yeah.
That's the game. I was somebody long before people knew who I was, and I believed that. You're somebody now, Atisha.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You know, it's so easy to get caught up in this game for clout and for attention with the way that the social media platforms and basically every platform for information has been, you know, organized. I find that to be a very beautiful message, you know. Because at the end of the day, we're looking for all this attention, but, you know, does that attention translate into being a better person, into valuing the things that you already have? I don't think so. I found that to be super beautiful, especially coming from a successful person to an unsuccessful person, that you have to find a way, even if you were to use these platforms, to transfer something that is a strength of yours or that is yours. So I encourage everyone to, you know, if you're thinking about jumping into this game, at least try to find something that fits you as a person. Don't just do what gives you results. Try to find something that is yours, that you could apply in a way to get the results. I don't even know if I'm making sense. Let me know what you guys think down below. Let's just keep on rocking.
This video is going viral on Twitter right now. This is a principal. He just did a tap of the shoulder tricked the kid. Then now he is embracing him. You may be thinking, what's viral about this? Well, in this next clip, he sits down next to these students and has a lovely conversation with them. People are wondering what exactly was being discussed. Here, he gives the kid a little bit of a ride on a wheelchair. Woo! What's with this principle? What is the common denominator here? High-fiving students, being a good role model, loving every child as if they were his own. What's with that? We need more of this. You may be thinking this video is going to take a dark turn, but look, this principal, lovely guy. This is going freaking viral. This video has 50 million views of just clips from the cameras. This teacher, principal guy, doing a freaking good job, man. Now, when I see this type of thing, this is what I think of. Dear soul, but in an institution, I will say I am not a fan of the modern education system. I do believe it is intentionally flawed. It's supposed to make efficient factory workers. It has nothing to do with making you educated and critical thinking. That doesn't exist. So he's a dear soul in a system, and he's making the best of it, so God bless his soul.
The Grand Canyon is the real Giza Plateau. Look, this is what we mean when we say meltology. All of this area is desert because there was a motherboard meltdown. The Earth is a grid, a motherboard. It has melted down several times. This is from one of the most recent meltdowns. After Israel was divided within, it imploded and became open for attack. As you can see, all these people are Shemites. Edomites, Moabites, Ammonites are still all from Shem, even though they were supposedly enemies. Like Ashur, who fathered the Assyrians, who were also enemies. So all Israelites are Shemites, but not all Shemites are Israelites. Since they didn't get along, civilization fell apart. Edom is synonymous with Mount Seir. Mount Whitney is Mount Seir in the Sierra Nevadas. Edom is Rome. Edom destroyed the temple, the Israelites dispersed, and order continued to decay. These are melted buildings. Obviously melted buildings. These so-called pueblos are remnants of a melted metropolis. The survivors of the meltdown found refuge in these pockets of survival. Egypt is Mitzrayim. That's where we're getting Mississippi or Mitsori. This is Hamite land that stretched all the way to the Grand Canyon in Sedona or Sidon. Moab is said to be east of the Dead Sea in the Bible. Moab, Utah is east of the Dead Sea. The Moabites are the Moors. Moab's mom was his sister. He was a product of inbreeding. So Edom, which is Rome, took Jerusalem in 70 AD, which is actually 1070. And Rome, or Edom, fell in 476, which is actually 1476. The Spanish.
Well, that's pretty interesting. I've seen quite a lot of parallels between Egypt and Rome and the United States. So it really pushes me to re-question this whole narrative, because from what I understand, Washington, D.C. at its inception was called Rome, Maryland, so the land of Mary. So it seems like there's this old mythology that's involved, or at least encrusted into the naming or into... Because, I mean, even a dollar bill has the Egyptian pyramid, right? So I never could make any sense out of that. Let me know what you guys think down below. You think it's possible that the old world is the new world and the new world is the old world? I'm not quite sure, but it's just very interesting to see the similarities between these two places. Let me know what you guys think down below. Let's keep on rocking.
The guy is convicted. He's a...
Trump attaqué au Golden Globe, c'est loin d'être un accident. Regardez comment ça fonctionne.
Mark, what's the pin?
Mark Ruffalo exécute un rôle. Il doit pousser le mouvement Be Good avec son pin. Un slogan simple et court, impossible à attaquer. C'est comme ça qu'une opération psychologique fonctionne. Le but est de vous polariser et vous imposer une morale. Pour ça, il faut une cible unique. C'est le rôle de Trump qui sert de pôle dans un scénario héros-vilain. Ice doit produire le plus de scandales possible et les grandes chaînes diffuser en boucle. C'est la mécanique classique de l'ingénierie sociale. Problème, réaction, identification, solution.
We're out there killing each other. You know what the solution is?
Et Ruffalo n'est même pas très convaincant.
I gotta be honest with you.
On dirait une scène mal jouée.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not feeling so great. I have felt things.
Faire semblant, c'est son métier.
I don't know. I can't keep pretending. It's driving me crazy.
Dans Shutter Island, Now You See Me, il a le rôle de l'architecte de la manipulation.
The more you think you see, the easier it'll be to fool you. My job, to take your attention and use it against you.
Ces films expliquent que ce que vous voyez est un tour de magie. Donc ils ne s'opposent ni à Trump, ni à la pédophilie, parce qu'ils sont tous dans le même camp. Dans Pauvre créature, il couche avec un nouveau-né, placé dans le corps d'un adulte. Dans 30 ans, sinon rien, il embrasse une fille de 13 ans. C'est une technique de cinéma. On place un esprit mineur dans un corps adulte.
Mom? Dad?
Pour banaliser l'inacceptable. Voilà ce que l'industrie choisit de célébrer, parce qu'on est dirigé par des pédomanipulateurs narratifs.
This guy claims he's stuck in France in the year 2055 and can't find a way back. And everything he shows in his videos looks disturbingly unreal. For several years now, he's been posting clips that depict a future completely devoid of people. The footage shows empty streets and total silence. The roads are deserted, yet vending machines and terminals are still working, as if the country itself still exists, but its population has completely vanished. In some videos, he walks into stores and shows shelves full of video games made for the PlayStation 7. Even more unsettling, every single game on display is designed for that console, a system that doesn't even exist in our time. One detail in particular really alarmed viewers. A nearly empty vending machine with just one bottle left inside. The date on it is clearly visible, April 2055. According to him, it's a drink that hasn't even been released yet in our present day. Even more disturbing is the moment when he enters the Louvre and films the Mona Lisa from up close. The room is completely empty. No guards, no tourists, as if time itself has frozen. He does the same with the Eiffel Tower, showing it surrounded by absolute silence and emptiness. What makes the story even more unsettling is the fact that he started posting these videos long before the explosion of AI and modern visual tools.
This is the story all about how your life got flipped, turned upside down, and the reason why you're a slave to the central banking cartel. In 1791, the Rothschild banking dynasty lobbied for Alexander Hamilton to install the first central bank in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. They secured a 20-year charter that lasted from 1791 to 1811. By 1811, the United States refused to renew the charter. They were sick of the Rothschilds. So, in 1812, the Central Bank of London, under Rothschild control, financed the War of 1812, where England attacked the United States and burned the White House to the ground. By 1816, the bankers secured a second charter for another installment of the central bank in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. By 1835, after 19 years of economic manipulation, the seventh president, Andrew Jackson, who was fighting the banking wars, did
and ultimately got assassinated.
Everything he could to kick the bankers out of the United States. This is why he vetoed the recharter in 1832. And he said in 1834, if the people only understood the rank and justice of our money and banking system, there would be a revolution by morning.
And I try to inform you guys. You listen to my podcast, you would know this already.
What did they do? They attempted an assassination. This is going to become a common theme that we're going to revisit. But for now, Jackson issues a specie circular, which means no more deposits to the central banks, only deposits into national banks. He cuts them out of the picture, and he pushes for only gold and silver. What did they do? Send us into a depression. By 1837, more economic manipulation. But the good news is we go to a credit-based system, but one without the central banks. By 1850, the middle of the century, Jackson had killed off the second bank, and there was no more central banks in the United States.
I won't stop him forever.
At that time. By 1861, the United States didn't need the central bankers anymore, but they saw an opportunity. War is the perfect way to divide a nation and get us back into an international debt system.
Well, clearly he has a lot of information, but he didn't even get to the juicy part about the Federal Reserve, but he does a pretty good job of explaining what happened before that. Because yes, it did all start with the Napoleonic Wars, and they have fought very hard to make it into America with the Federal Reserve, and they didn't stop there because they are now attempting to take over the world with the IMF, and they're unfortunately doing a pretty good job of it.
That's pretty interesting. I know way more about from the Federal Reserve and beyond, which I think was 1933 or something like that, 2933. And it's actually interesting to look at before, and like you said, it makes me wonder if they got kicked out, and then eventually they say, oh, something like war could help us gain back control. Makes me ask a lot of questions about the first and second, because at the end of the day, it happened more or less between those two, the instauration of the Federal Reserve, then afterwards the income tax. So the systems under which we are feels like they were implemented around that time. So it's kind of interesting to look at what happened before. I had no idea that they already had the central banks, got kicked out, and then reasserted their power. It's pretty interesting. That's all connected with the Titanic, with Jekyll Island. I'll do a deep dive soon enough. Let me know what you guys think down below. Did you guys know about this? Let me know if there's any parts that you feel I missed. I'm always curious to learn more about the methods by which we are enslaved. Let me know down below. Let's keep on rocking.
Rare images that'll make you say, damn, that's rare. This was the unbelievable moment Devin Stratton, a skier from Utah, survived a 150-foot fall from Mount Timpanogos. In China, police officers aren't issued firearms, so this is how they subdue dangerous criminals wielding knives with the power of teamwork. Score 1 for Disney. It's almost impossible to believe that the scale of damage done to these engine blades was caused by a flock of birds. This horse is so well trained that it is able to protect its owner from a hostile mother cow while he routinely tends to her newborn calf. This is a theatrical demonstration of how the Victorians relieved themselves in the 1800s using a fancy porcelain pot mounted underneath furniture known as close stools. Hold on a second. They didn't wipe? In early 2024, doctors at Massachusetts General Hospital treated 3 people with recurrent glioblastoma brain tumors using a brand new drug. A single dose of the new cancer drug made the brain tumor almost disappear in just 5 days. Ever pictured a real Jurassic Westworld crossover? This amusement park uses a robot dog in a Triceratops costume to play with the kids. Thank you, Michael Crichton. This was the moment a fan assisted his favorite wrestler, Negro, using his wheelchair to prop him off the ground, stopping what would have been a direct disqualification criteria in this match. This is a photo of a LAN party from 2003. I know it smells crazy in there. Now here's something you don't see every day. This electric SUV can run Contra with its rear lights through advanced programmable rear light systems. I've never actually seen anyone play Contra without the cheats. This was the moment an explosion hit the Oceana water park in Gothenburg, a water park that was under construction. But seriously, man, How do you even get a fire at a water park? So this is weird. In July 1518, hundreds of citizens took to the streets of France, breaking off into a form of hysterical dance that lasted several days and led to numerous fatigue deaths. The exact cause of this bizarre dancing plague remains unknown to this day. Watch how easy it is to cut a shard of glass underwater compared to air. This is due to a scientific principle known as the rebinder effect, where water molecules interact with the surface to accelerate crack formation and control shattering. This is aerial footage of a scenic river canyon in Iceland. The ecosystem is so delicate here that stepping on the moss is prohibited by law in an attempt to preserve its lush landscape. When a specific nerve cord is severed, a mosquito has no sense of being full. It will continue to consume blood until it quadruples its body weight, whereupon it explodes. This is a rare sighting of a melanated fox, popularly known as the silver fox, a unique variation of the standard red fox species, existing as less than 10% of their entire population. Man, it's really heartbreaking when you realize that Chadwick Boseman filmed all these incredible stunts for Marvel's Black Panther while battling stage 3 colon cancer, a real-life superhero. Rest on, legend. This isn't a behind-the-scenes from Sharknado. This is the famous Headington shark, a fiberglass structure erected in England on the 41st anniversary of the Nagasaki bombing as a bold anti-war symbol. Took me a moment to realize this wasn't the aftermath of a lethal shark attack. These are pelagic tuna crabs, a vital marine species known for their bright red hue and their affinity for moving in massive swarms.
I am now 20.
I mean, there's so much to go over in that little clip, but the only thing I could say is this world never ceases to amaze me, and there's always more to discover and to find out, and honestly turns me into a child every time that I get to learn about this world, because it's like you could never know it all, and it's so beautiful and well made, you know, so amazing. Let me know down below if you guys have any other videos like that. Send them to me, tag me. You guys have been sending me videos and I truly appreciate it. I'm gonna make a basically viewers sent in video soon enough. So keep on sending them in and let's keep on rocking.
In massive swarms.
I am now 20 nanometers tall. So an individual transistor from a brand new 2026 M5 MacBook Pro is about the size of a garage for me. Now, I'll note that this most likely isn't 100% accurate because Apple's not going to share their exact chip architecture with me, but still, the smallest parts of it are still smaller than me, and at this scale, you can see individual atoms, which are the size of marbles. Now, obviously, or maybe not obviously, but 3 nanometer transistors this size aren't just built like other objects the way you might be expecting. There's a pretty refined manufacturing process called photolithography. Basically, it's like developing a photo with light projected through a microscope, but onto atoms instead of film. And that is how you end up with billions of these inside a computer that you can sit on your lap. Now, to be honest, I don't really know how much longer Moore's law can apply to semiconductors as they get down to the literal atomic level, but I sure do want to appreciate it while it's happening. Speaking of appreciating it, hey, this is Epic Spaceman, one of my favorite creators and of course a massive help with this video. He's been down to this scale before in another video and it's a pretty crazy view, right?
Hi Marcos. Yeah, it really is. Even when you can stand on them, I still struggle to get my head around how many transistors there are here, considering this is just a tiny cutout section. The full chip is 32,000 times bigger than this.
So yeah, the best way for my brain to really appreciate all of this has been to visualize this scale. From the tiniest 3 nanometer transistors we have in computers today, at the scale of DNA and individual atoms, all the way to the micrometer scale with the computers of the 2000s and 90s and 80s. Humanity has been so motivated for so many years to get this stuff down to such a ridiculously small scale that it makes a grain of rice look like a massive object. And yet it keeps going and going, all the way back to the earliest transistors the size of a deck of cards. You know, something else I've realized though, even though we've seen now all of this scale and how tiny things can get, sometimes it can still be hard to keep all the nanometers and picometers sorted and really comprehend it all. And sometimes it's actually easier to make things bigger rather than smaller. So let's try this. The world's first electronic computer is often credited as the ENIAC. They finished it in 1946, and they had light bulb-sized vacuum tubes called triodes. And of course, that computer was the size of a whole room. But if we still made computers like this, with transistors that big, how big do you think the iPhone would need to be to fit the 19 billion transistors that it has today? Think about it. Maybe the size of a city block? Or what about the size of the entirety of Central Park? Keep in mind, you need to fit all these billions of transistors. Wouldn't it be crazy if we carry around the equivalent technology of a phone the size of the city of Manhattan? Well, the reality is, these are all still too small. Your phone, with the technology from 80 years ago, would need to be the size of the state of New Jersey to fit them all. This progression of technology has given us a computer the size of a US state 270 miles long and shrunk it down to fit in our pockets. Thanks for watching. See you in the next one. Peace.
Wow. To think to scale like that really makes me think of when I first understood, well, understood is a big word, when I first got confronted to what $1 trillion would look like, and what $1 billion looks like, and $1 million and 100,000. Basically, to count to 1 billion takes years, and to count to 1 trillion, like just going 1, 2, 3, would take 32,000 years. From what I understood, it was like stacks of $100 bills stacked together the height of the World Trade Center, something like that. That's $1 trillion. It's like beyond, and now we talk about it as if, oh, it was just something, you know. And also, it also makes me wonder about the fact where we find the patterns of these transistors or of these circuit boards within ancient sites, like in Egypt or Philippines or any place where they have ancient stuff. Like there's a connection there. There's something about the placement of things that are conducive to energy transmission. And I don't know, there's definitely something there, and very interesting. Let me know what you guys think down below, and let's keep on rocking.
Oh, what else can we do? Let's put everything. Because soy will increase estrogen, reduce testosterone. What else can we do? Let's put corn in everything. As a matter of fact, how do we get corn in everything? I know. Let's pay the farmers with massive subsidies to grow corn. You wonder why you're so tired? Look at what you're eating. Want you that tired? Look at these people. They're in their 90s. They're not sitting around going, I'm tired, so tired, so tired. Why? Because they're not doing what you're doing. They're getting you to do it, but they're doing something different. They're staying away from the things that are suppressing you and making you. It reduces your and makes you more.
You're not tolerant.
Strange. Why can we suddenly not tolerate as a society? I went to the Columbia University. It was a conference symposium on with a bunch of researchers and physicians, and they're talking about, we don't know what it is. It's causing this rise. I went up to the microphone and I said, do they spray brain? Like the chemical, the doctors and researchers turned around and looked at me, they're like, they don't spray. I would kill it. And I was like, okay. And I went and I sat down. A scientist from General there to promote their free Cheerios. So he found me and he said, yeah, they're spraying on a lot of the grains. We know there's a problem. It's going to take 2 decades to reverse. Okay. Like 2 decades. I said, well, everyone's going to be gluten intolerant, and maybe because people are this.
I always say it, man. There's definitely something wrong with not only the food, but our relationship to it. You know, as much as I agree with the first guy saying, oh, you know, the rich people aren't tired. Yeah, well, you know what? I feel that within the people in my environment and my surroundings. Some people could have an easy job and at the end of the day still say, oh, I feel tired and this and that. I think it's also a thing of mind state. You know, like I used to work 7 days a week for a while. I had my own business, and obviously you're tired because you're there 12 hours a day. So I would go from work to home to work to home, and eventually I said, you know what? From now on, I'm also going to try to live. So when someone would offer me something after work, I'd always say yes. And the funny thing that I realized is that by doing more, somehow I had more energy. And since then, I've sort of changed my perception towards events. And that tiredness is gone. The energy is up. Now, all that being said, we're going to put it to the side. There definitely is something wrong with the food. And the fact that the people that provide us with the food are running under a capitalist system or way of, operating, it makes it super logical that to maintain profits and not necessarily raise the price, you would lower the quality of what you're offering. So all that to say, I understand that it's their fault in a way, but really we vote with our dollar and with our dependents. So, it's something to keep in mind, we could always blame someone else, but at the same time, we need to understand how we get to that point. And I think the root core issue of that is that there's certain things that are needs and certain things that are luxuries. If we apply the same system to both, it's kind of normal that we get the same results in both. So I encourage everyone to rethink our relationship with not only the food, but the people providing it to us, and try to think of ways that we could do it ourselves or just not encourage them, and try to figure out why we are here. So that was it for today. Thank you so much for rocking with us. And that's a wrap for today, familia. Whether you're tuning in with the sunrise or you're posted up after midnight, I appreciate your time, your energy, your curiosity. And don't forget, this isn't about truth or fiction. This is all about perspective. If this sparked a thought, a laugh, a deeper question, then we did our job. So drop your thoughts in the comments. Keep the convo alive. Like, subscribe, and don't forget to hit that bell if you're riding the wave, because we're just getting started. So until next time, stay grounded, stay weird, stay critical. I'm Adam Strain, and this has been Adam Strain Reacts. Peace. Now it's time for us to link up. Really think we on the brink up. Making a change from living this strange. Living this strange. Making a change from living this strange. Yeah.
The end. Even ChatGPT thinks history has been faked.
How long did the original Yankee Stadium take to construct?
The original Yankee Stadium took 284 days to construct, 1 to 2 years of horse travel.
So it took 1 to 2 years just to get the stuff there, and this was all built in a year. That seems impossible then, doesn't it, John?
Yes, it seems highly...
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
Scientists just copied a fruit fly's brain into a computer, neuron by neuron. No training data, no machine learning. It just woke up and started being a fly within the computer, effectively proving like a simulation. You could just copy a brain into a computer and it would just simulate reality. Nothing trained this fly to do that.
I wonder if the same thing would happen with humans. What do you guys think? Do you guys think if we would just get connected into the machine and wake up into it, would we even realize? Let me know what you think down below. Let's keep on rocking.
Okay, if we get all 4 arrows, we're doing very well indeed. Usually you get 1 or 2. And he's off. Oops, that's all right, it's all right. That's it, that's not the one he gripped. Okay. Oh, yeah, nice. Oh my goodness, look, it's stuck in the cupboard. So that's arrow number 1. Where, do you want to move it in a little closer? Are you going to stand there? That's right. That's exactly where he's firing.
Can you see?
Yeah, that's good. 2, arrow 2.
And he's not musical, so you're not missing anything.
But he utilizes one of the wonderful things about a very complex automata, what I call the loose piece. He's engaging with a loose piece.
Doing well.
But not one loose piece, 4 loose pieces. This is the 4th arrow. If he fires this, he's going to be the only one of the 30 or so that exists that will still do this.
Yay! Woo-hoo!
David Secret's Archer Automaton.
First of all, I find it super beautiful to see people that are passionate about the things that they do. You know, they say, do what you love or love what you do, pick one and run with it. And they definitely love what they do. And also, just as a piece, as a testimony of the technology that we used to have, we consider like animatronics and stuff like that to be outdated or this or that, and the digital stuff is way better. But it's very interesting to think that all of that was mechanical, that the control that was done was mechanical. I'm not sure we would be able to do that as well. We could do a lot of different things, programming chips to make all kinds of movements, don't get me wrong. But it's very interesting to see these relics from the past that sort of give way to animation and all that, you know. Very beautiful. Let me know if you guys know of any other examples of this. I'd be very curious to see more of that. Let's keep on rocking.
Nope.
You sure? I just
Yeah,
want to be
I
here
know,
just in
I
case.
know.
Just knowing the amount of glass that's in here, there's just such an unsettling feeling. Like if this falls down, it's like going to be a chandelier hitting the ground.
We pull the pins. And Christmas! Shot glass, white wine, red wine, cereal bowl, cake cover. This is a shaving mug. This is a little purse atomizer that I keep full of alcohol. A single drop of perspiration hits a bowl. I have to get that off of there because it spreads. So that's always there. Now we get into the preparation for playing. Right there. So this is a note rod. This is invented by a guy, as I remember, it was 1785, came up with the idea. Franklin painted the rims on the insides of the bowls white for each of what would be the accidentals.
Get your fret markers in there.
So there we go.
We need to get surgically clean.
Yeah, I completely scrape every surface until it starts to grab. You can feel the grab.
Because if there's any oil or sweat on your fingers,
Anything.
it just won't work.
Dead. No,
Yeah.
you don't have to dry.
No, oh, you don't want to be dry.
Don't want to be dry. And I use distilled water.
Does it have to be distilled water?
Yep. Everything else leaves deposits on the glass. And then we just dip some more water, and then we put it on. So that, and it isn't just slow chords. You can do.
A German company just made forklifts obsolete. These things can go into any existing factory. You don't need anything special. You operate it from your computer. It doesn't require a person, and it's going to be cheaper than buying a forklift. It's just going to move things around your factory autonomously, and you can just sit in there on your laptop and tell it where to go. This is going to be everywhere soon.
History is nothing more than a set of lies agreed upon. One of my quotes I often use here, attributed to this man Napoleon, who is one of those sets of lies agreed upon. And no, that's not a Masonic symbol he keeps flashing. In all of his pictures, history would tell us that's just indigestion.
Suppose we use the same argument on Napoleon. If you've ever seen the statue of Napoleon in Place Vendôme, Paris, you will notice that the word there of Napoleon is written Neapolio. Now that would mean, making this Greek, that means that he is Apollo itself. So there never really has been a Napoleon. It's all due to the sun cult of Apollo. You think you studied the history of Napoleon? Ridiculous. Who was his mother? Letizia, wasn't it? Who was the mother of Napoleon? Leto. What does Leto mean? In one language and Letizia in the other. Both joy. That's how we got the idea that Napoleon was born of a woman named Letizia from Apollo. You believe that Napoleon had 3 sisters? He did, according to a myth, but where did the myth start? Apollo had 3 sisters. Didn't Apollo have 2 wives? One was the earth, the other was the moon. Napoleon had 2. Where's the sun the major part of the day? How long is it in the sky? About 12 hours. How long did Napoleon reign supreme? 12 years. See, sun myth. He never existed. Furthermore, where is the sun strongest? In the north or the south? It's the south, isn't it? Gets weaker in the north, doesn't it? Where was Napoleon defeated? In Russia. See? Napoleon never existed. Sun cult. Think.
Very interesting. I had never considered Napoleon, but I have come to this conclusion when it comes to like Plato, Socrates, all these bigger than life historical figures that sort of came up with all kinds of stuff. It almost seems like if you would go from one, like let's say the way the world is now, right? If we would go from the way the world is now to a new way, there would be stories about this world, right? So sometimes it feels like that's what we're seeing. It feels like we're seeing an attribution of the contributions of that previous generation or that previous civilization being attributed to a single person, sort of to make it easier. So you could delete all the books, release one book for whoever it is, and then all of a sudden, all the information that's missing from that civilization gets transferred. I really have no idea if you guys are following what I'm saying. I feel a bit lost just saying it. But let me know if you guys think that it's possible that some of these historical figures are actually attributions of the past without necessarily being historical figures, if that makes sense. Let's keep on rocking.
The entire planet was just 3D scanned using Pokemon Go. I cannot make this up. 30 billion images. LiDAR scanned with your phone to create a digital clone of our entire world for AI. Yep, those Pokemon were not in random spots. They were in spots they wanted you to scan. Multiple people scanning the same place, different times a day, different times a year, have all just created a map that is so accurate GPS can't even come close. This would allow robots to get anywhere on Earth. Now, before we start blaming the tech companies, that was right in the terms of service that everyone agreed to. Google also did this with reCAPTCHA. You ever wonder why it was almost only images of city stuff? It wasn't ever select the image of a shirt or a fork. Google charged businesses to use this and trained its AI for free. So where are we in the life cycle of AI? Because I think we've been here before. First, we research AI. Then we perfect AI with quantum computers and stuff. Then AI perfects itself as we make it dance. Then AI enslaves humanity and makes us build its components into the earth. Then the sun throws a thunderbolt like Zeus and kills the AI demon, forcing us to go underground. When we emerge, we return to worshiping the sun like we used to. I'm only half kidding, sort of. Niantic Spatial is the company that did this. And despite its terrifying implications, I will say it, that was one of the most genius moves in human history. Pokemon.
Every single
textbook we got as a kid came from a Mossad agent. By the way, McGraw-Hill, you know who started that? Ghislaine Maxwell's dad.
You gotta be fucking
Robert Maxwell owns, every single textbook we got as a kid came from a Mossad agent.
Oh my fucking God.
Yeah.
Not my Texas history book. not all 11 of them.
Okay, who's McGraw-Hill? They made all the textbooks, right? You ever look at your textbook?
When you were a little kid, it was made by McGraw.
Oh, that's the publisher.
That's the publisher.
Oh my God.
That was apparently founded by Jeffrey Epstein's girlfriend's dad.
But this is how evil the Epsteins were. Not only were they kids, they were also giving them homework.
Yes.
It's like, damn, bro.
That's messed up.
That's crazy.
Big ass books too.
I know, right?
Carry these around your backpack.
You had to cover the book yourself.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You had to give it its own yarmulke.
Oh my God, dude. We did. That was the thing. We had to cover our own books. They wanted us to cover it up so you couldn't see who made it.
I wonder what company owns the book cover.
I don't know.
Oh, the company that takes all the school pictures.
No.
Holy cow, you're right. That's like big news right now.
Yeah.
Are you schools this year are canceling their school pictures because of this connection?
Yeah, the company is heavily connected to that.
So they've been sending our photos over there too?
Probably. That's
just
probably
picking
how
us
they recruit some
out.
people.
Just picking us out of the school
They have
yearbook.
a draft board, Mel Kiper style, of every picture of every kid in America.
Yeah,
and they're just sitting there.
Yeah, like a fantasy draft.
I am never making fun of a homeschool kid again.
This is absolutely insane. So this Chinese student created basically a Google Earth for all the ancient artifacts that are sitting inside museums. So they were taken from their original land and he wanted to place them back where they were found. So you can go around the entire Earth and look at all the artifacts and where they were coming from, just to try and piece it together, using it as a tool to try and figure out what happened in our past. And I think it's just incredible. What a really good way of showcasing what AI is able to do now, to create these tools that are going to be so useful to so many people. Look at that. It's showing all of those artifacts from one museum and then what it looks like to patch those over the entire globe. It's going to be a tool used by historians, and I just think it's an incredible idea, really.
There was this individual, and they were asking it some logistical questions about the Yankee Stadium. At the end, even ChatGPT thinks history has been faked.
How long did the original Yankee Stadium take to construct?
The original Yankee Stadium took 284 days to construct.
Do you want to do an estimate of the materials for this as far as granite, the limestone, marble, and iron is concerned?
Yankee Stadium's total material estimate: granite, 400,000 cubic feet; limestone, 300,000 cubic feet; marble, 100,000 square feet; iron/steel, 15,000 tons; concrete, 500,000 square feet. Total estimated weight, approximately 750,000 tons.
That's incredible that all that material got there with horses and donkeys.
Indeed.
How many times would the horses have to go back and forth, and how long would that take? So we'll say there was 500 horses and the materials were 10 miles away.
With 500 horses, 750,000 loads, and 10 miles per trip, 1,500 trips per horse, 3,750,000 horse miles. Assuming 2 trips/day, 375 to 750 days, 1 to 2 years of horse travel.
So it'd take 1 to 2 years just to get the stuff there, and this was all built in a year. That seems implausible then, doesn't it, John?
Yes, it seems highly unlikely that Yankee Stadium could have been built in just 1 year.
The coming in 180 seconds. Let's go back to Bill Clinton. Clinton was a real estate swindler and governor, running through Arkansas via Barry Seal. This movie whitewashed the true involvement. And L.D. Brown said he facilitated human for Clinton. Clinton was the perfect puppet to throw up after Bush. He gave us the crime bill, which expanded legal human trafficking and wiped out competition. His crime at least 50 people, even Vince Foster, a childhood friend. Clinton effectively got rid of Glass-Steagall, which contributed to the 2008 collapse, causing vertical integration and the consolidation of. The Telecommunications Act accelerated propaganda, which slowed the public's responses to banking crises. And the Telecoms Act gave us the dot-com bubble. The CFMA contributed to the derivatives crisis that we're currently in. Look, see? which brought us things like the Enron scandal. Investigations like that under the rug. Look. He also brought us the WTO, which brought us the China files of the economy. Obviously, via the Lewinsky debacle, among others. Then we get another to swap puppets to keep up the fake left-right paradigm. Bear Stearns was the first domino in the 2008 collapse. They worked with high toxic assets to inflate their value. Look, see? Yup, all banks were doing this. One big family. This is the collapse in a nutshell. Guys like Roman Abramovich initiated the '08 collapse. See? Collapses allow these institutions to buy up the monopoly board and raise your rent and mortgages. Then we have financial renters. They're all one company, basically. And Citadel controls a large sum of the trading. Look. See? And I have to mention the drug. Every wave of market. Then we get another fake election for the left-right paradigm illusion, which is why Obama continued the bailouts. Then we get another fake Clinton. The money supply as well as Biden, which created the high interest rates. We're way worse off than '08. Just look at the repo market. Unsustainable. Completely over-leveraged. The derivative domino is coming. It's coming. This is how the financial reset will go. Coming. Better be ready to take care of the old folks. There will be no near future. You will have a social credit score, UBI, and a 50-year mortgage. They won't do it all at once, and they won't strip you of everything. Giving you a little bit gives them control. The first few years of the transition won't even be that bad to rope people in.
I don't know why I'm so fascinated lately with where we went wrong. Maybe because we need to make these things right, but how do we at this point? Like, how did this small little group of people sink their claws into it and literally conquer every pivotal cultural pillar of our entire lives? Anyway, did you know that the first Model A Ford car, Henry Ford, it ran off so farmers could literally produce their own fuel? So they were running engines, not just off a car, from their agriculture. So what were we told about the Prohibition? That there was this huge moral crisis because of too much, so the had to come save us. But do you think there might be another side to that story?
It was the best monopolist we've ever had. So we had a monopoly on oil and then transport and things like that, and they busted it up. So, well, what did he do? One thing he did, people don't know this, the original Model T Ford ran on corn alcohol. So a farmer could make their own fuel in their field. Why do you think he spent $1 million on funding Prohibition for 8 years, which banned all fermentation, not just for drinking alcohol, just long enough to get gas stations based on petroleum out there? And then why did he fund the formation of the to go after and destroy natural, because are all petroleum. So the big were spun out of big oil companies. So big oil funded big, and these big chemical companies funded, and they all come from the monopolistic thing. And even the latest evil stuff like the buildings going on, people don't know this. He's the largest owner of farmland in the country. You know what Bill Dad did?
What?
He was.
Anyway. The more you know.
Well, not only is nowadays petrol the basis of most of the products that we use, plastics, rubber, like he was saying, even the pills, like everything is involved with it. But further than that, if you think about it, if you had to go buy your gas, instead of going to the gas station, you would go to the farmer, then you'd probably be, buying food there as well. So not only did it create the ecosystem for the gas stations, it also created for the supermarket. Because think about it, if daily, to keep your car running, you'd be going to a farm, then you could just pick up some food while you're there, right? So like this decision and this way of operating changed a lot of our future, well, of where we are today, basically. And it put us into a place of dependence when what he's saying is that basically we were capable of making our own oil. I mean, think about it. The cause that we go into other places and start violence, most often than not, is blamed on that resource. So if we didn't need that resource, I mean, so many things would be different. So it's very interesting just to look at the history of things like the vehicle, the car. Like, for an example, most big cities within the United States, because speaking of Europe is easy. You could say, oh, they're so old. But the United States, most big cities, if not all of them, had ways of moving that were, free, basically, like tram systems and stuff like that. In some cities, what they did, they bought the trams, they converted them to basically buses as we know them, and then they resold the company with the stated clause that they could never reconvert into electricity or into a tram. So all of these uses of petrol seem to be manipulated, so not for the potential, not for the effect for us, but more for lining their pockets. I'm sorry, but this subject is just so big. I'll give you another example. When they got together and they wanted to decide a universal, global price per barrel of this commodity, that's when they introduced the idea of fossil fuels. Because what is it to say I'm selling a product that always appears like water? It's easy, although we still do it, but I'm saying it would be easy and cheap. So when they decided to say, okay, let's put a price per barrel, they decided to make a case. They stated their case for it being fossil fuels. Fossil fuels requires millions of years, certain, conditions for millions of years, and that it's the biological waste that's being compressed and then it becomes that liquid. So all I'm saying is that basically everything that has to do with that commodity seems to be manufactured in some type of way to encourage us depending on that commodity. Listen, I went way out of bounds here. Let me know if you followed what I was saying. Let me know if you have other examples or if you contest everything that I'm saying. Just write it down below. Say, I hate you. This is why. Go for it. Let me know. Because for me, it seems pretty clear. Because now we've had enough time to look at it with a retrospect. And I mean, it seems pretty obvious. The Model T from Ford at the beginning was made with hemp. And supposedly you could run the car on oil, on alcohol, on gas, on different things. And then they decided to go with the gas. So anyways, I'm done. Let me know what you think down below. And let's keep on rocking.
It's very preventable. It's just that we're doing everything we possibly can to induce it. We published one of the first ever papers linking that the higher your blood, the faster the tumor grows. The lower the blood, the slower the tumor grows. Undeniable. From a normal cell to a cell doesn't happen overnight. All we have to know is how are they growing so rapidly? Why are they going out of control? How come it's so hard? A solution to without time is to simultaneously restrict the two fuels, which is already in our bloodstream from the food we eat, and the amino acid. If we stopped eating and we took a low carbohydrate diet and just did water only fasting, we would get into. So two have a bad mitochondria dependent on glutamine. We can replace glutamine with ketone bodies. So we selectively marginalize these slowly over time. They slowly start, blood vessels disappear, and the body comes in and dissolves them.
This is an extraordinary story. So he was born in a place called the Judengasse, which was a ghetto, basically. And it was the house that he lived in when he eventually had 13 children was only 14 feet wide. And he lived there with his very, very overpowering and dominant and an incredibly brilliant wife who was called Guttel. He was determined to get out of this ghetto. At nighttime, the ghetto was closed. You weren't allowed to leave. The street was so narrow that no sunlight could penetrate. There was no plumbing, there was no sewage, there was nothing. So everything you can imagine happened in this street. And unsurprisingly, he wanted to get out of there. And he started a small coin business, and that did reasonably well. But actually, and this is where it ties into legacy, his great strength was to send his 5 sons to the capitals of Europe at that time. And what they did is they set up, in effect, so whereas everyone used to be in separate different countries or separate cities until then, these 5 boys communicated with each other, sometimes by pigeon, and they wrote to each other in Judendeutsche, which was a kind of Yiddish German vernacular. And that is why they were so successful. And this absolute belief in togetherness, you've got to stand together, you've got to work together, you've got to work across borders, you've got to work with rules. And by 1789, when the last one went, to 1815, so a very, very short period of time, it was said that no one would consider going to war with, because that was how incredibly influential and powerful they had become.
CBI is fully owned and controlled by leadership. Okay. All right. 2 + 2 makes 4. Makes total.
I don't know.
First off, just to circle back to the Napoleon story, doesn't that seem like the origin story of a type of myth as well? Because I've heard the story many times, but even when she says it and she's a family member, it doesn't really make sense. I had nothing. I had coins. I sent my sons all over the world. I don't know. I feel like there's missing something. And the point that the guy was, pointing towards the end is that it seems like that information that he gave was the same information before we went into other places, including, Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq, Venezuela, Cuba. That all these places seem to be disconnected from this big system that we have. So that could be an ulterior motive. I think that's what he was trying to allude to. Anyways, let's keep on rocking.
If you guys watch the Super Bowl commercials, they always are interesting. The Ritz commercial talks about an island. The Nerds commercial shows a guy who... The Pringles commercial, you see them eating a Pringles human.
Ads were really weird. The Ritz Cracker ad was about a party on an island, and these 2 dudes were salty that they weren't invited until Scarlett Johansson invited them. Then they weren't mad anymore and joined the party. It seems like they're saying that we're just salty we weren't invited to the parties too. In the Nerds commercial, they got a dude who looked just like eating candy with children running around in his background. In the Pringles commercial, Sabrina Carpenter had a boyfriend who was made out of Pringles. Suddenly This shocks Sabrina Carpenter until she gets a bite for herself. Then she made a face like, oh, it's really not that bad. They trying to tell us don't knock it in. The Alexa commercial, Chris Hemsworth was telling his wife how he was scared about the AI, and she was just telling him that he was crazy. And then the AI suggested to give him a back massage, and then everything was good. Like, that was it. It's like they're telling us we're doing too much about the AI.
Let's talk about the salt conspiracy. First of all, salt is a misnomer. The body needs natrium, not sodium chloride. Salt is an ionic bond, a metal and a non-metal. It is bound by electrostatic. It is not like an atomic bond. Ionic bonds are formed from stealing. Covalent bonds are formed from sharing. Natrium, however, is wrapped within the fabric of whole foods. Natrium is perfectly balanced within the fabric of the food, unlike crystal salt. Natrium is packaged with water within the plants, so it doesn't dehydrate you like crystal salt. Crystal salt is more chloride than natrium, and is not found within the fabric of plants. There are no anti-caking agents in natrium or synthetic iodine. Up to 90% of salt has anti-caking additives. Iodized table salt needs iodine stabilizers. Table salt contributes to... This causes you to retain water. It makes you bloat and have a puffy face, especially around the eyes. Salt blocks your ability to know when you're full. Many people mistranslate the thirst that salt causes with hunger. Table salt makes you crave actual salt, natrium. It's not a low salt diet versus a high salt diet. It's isolated versus holistic. Table salt causes serum osmolality, so your blood gets dehydrated and pulls moisture from the cells, causing them to malfunction. Table salt causes inflammation, cognitive impairment, and locks you in the sympathetic nervous system. Table salt pushes calcium out of your body. This interferes with the production and transfer of melanin, and thus light production as well. Salt, or salts, is the origin of the word salary. It's been a key tool for conquest. Mansa Musa was the richest man on earth because of his salt wealth. Its value was equal to gold. Salt, sugar are all the same. They are isolated crystals. Your body doesn't know the difference between legal and illegal drugs. Look, and salt and sugar kill your eyesight. The Crusades were sugar wars. They called it sweet salt. The world was colonized for sugar. There are endless sugar wars. Sugar is white gold and the primary driver of the slave trade. Sugar plantations were the worst. The sugar slavery complex was 10% of Britain's GDP. Here are some sugar families. These tiny hat families have a monopoly. Don't let the Hispanic names fool you. These are cryptos. Hawaii was stolen for sugar. Look, slavery. Ever buy a Chiquita banana? Let's get into booger sugar, the Contras. Brown sugar. Vietnam was a trap house. Sugar slavery was Aboriginal genocide. Aboriginals. Salt is for witchcraft. Look, it keeps things out, but it can lock things in. These isolated crystals bind to the liquid crystals in your blood. Melanin is a unifier. These crystals tax the melanin and deplete it. Melanin holds everything together. It has to be destroyed to invert the order of the world.
Yeah, I have to agree that the salt is a big part of it. I think that, well, basically, this is going to sound intense, but the whole world, the whole universe is made of salt, in a way. Because some of the salts, like for an example, Irish sea moss or Celtic sea salt, hold 90 plus minerals. Now, tell me what the universe or the world or you are made of, if not from the elements of the periodic table. So 90 plus of those are minerals, right? So the quality of your mineral intake, I think, is very important. And, you know, I could testify to this. My whole life, I was consuming only table salt and I didn't really indulge. Now I live in a much hotter climate. I sweat daily and I consume a lot of salt, but it's not the same salt. It's a high quality salt. And I could attest to the fact that drinking water doesn't necessarily hydrate you, and that when I put salt in my water, as well as a little bit of lemon, well, lime actually, it's completely different. The hydration is palpable. So if you guys haven't tried it, I wouldn't tell you do it. I wouldn't tell you it's the best. I would tell you just give it a shot, because I believe in testing all things. I believe that life and science are synonymous. That basically everyone needs different things, and it's through trying different processes that we reach on it. So that's my closing advice. Try some Celtic sea salt or some Irish sea moss and see how you feel. Thank you so much for rocking until the end. And that's a wrap for today, familia. Whether you're tuning in with the sunrise or you're posted up after midnight, I appreciate your time, your energy, your curiosity. And don't forget, this isn't about truth or fiction. This is about perspective. If this sparked a thought, a laugh, a deeper question, then we did our job. So drop your thoughts in the comments, keep the convo alive, like, subscribe, and don't forget to hit that bell if you're riding a wave, because we're just getting started. Until next time, stay grounded, stay weird, stay critical. I'm Adam Strain, and this has been Adam Strain Reacts. Peace! I don't know what y'all think, but now it's time for us to link up. Really think we on a break up, making a change, we living this train. Living this train. Making a change, from living this train. Yeah.
Meet the world's fastest backwards runner.
Are particles real?
I think in a way physics has been a progress away from this.
This is the best I've seen.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
Hi, I'm Aaron Yoder. I'm a backwards runner. I have the world record for the fastest smile ran backwards. My fastest backwards smile time is 5 minutes and 54 seconds. I've been running forward for over 20 years. I started running competitively when I was in elementary school and then ran on scholarship during my early 20s. I ran so much that I sustained a knee injury. My doctor told me to stop running, and I really didn't want to stop, so I knew I had to make some sort of change. Retro running or backwards running is where you're literally just running in reverse and there's no impact on my knee. I run backwards everywhere. I run backwards on the treadmill, I run backwards on the track, and also out on country roads. Backwards running feels great on my knee. I don't feel anything, which is a reason why I really enjoy it.
Look how advanced these robots out of China are at the moment. They've just taught them advanced kung fu and martial arts. They're focusing on fluid movement, and this is the best I've seen so far. Like, look how well this thing moves, jumping, doing flips in the air. It's just everything. It's the most advanced kung fu I've seen in a robot so far. These things are scary, but also, is it a good idea to teach these robots kung fu? Ugh.
So what do you guys think? Do you guys think that the more innovation we have towards these robots, the better it is? Do you guys think that these are autonomous robots or they're being controlled by someone and copying the movements? But at the same time, if they could copy the movement once, I suppose they'd be able to copy it again. So does this scare you, or do you find it just impressive? Do you think that it makes sense for us to continue in this direction? Let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
This is amazing. This is the future of weeding. No toxic sprays, no harsh chemicals in the soil. Just lasers, precision light, managing weeds, protecting the crop, and keeping the soil alive. This is working with nature, using and harnessing technology for a safer, cleaner, healthier future in food.
Wow, I had never seen that. I find that amazing. Because often we say, oh, look how man has been in evolution, but oftentimes, like if you look at, the structures or the architecture, we actually see a decline, right? But this is truly something that I find is next level, because what is truly archaic, I think, is to put poison on a plant that you're going to eat. That is, not the smartest thing, in my opinion, personally. So what do you guys think about this? Using lasers to target and to not affect the normal crops? I find this is a step forward towards us being a bit healthier and having access to food that is worth eating. Do you guys agree? Do you guys disagree? Let me know down below. Let's keep on rocking.
Oh, God.
What? I know y'all have already seen the memes that say like, oh, Japan or China is living in the year 3000. Sometimes it doesn't make sense, but this actually does make sense. It does look like the future when you look at that show, the way that they've already implemented the robotic help part, very interesting. So do you guys think that it's going to help, or do you guys think that it's going to take away the job from, backup dancers? Do you guys think that it takes away from the art? Or do you find that, listen, times are changing and we got to go with the flow? So let me know down below and let's keep on rocking.
Doesn't the Parthenon have any straight lines?
It turns out the problem wasn't bad construction.
When the Parthenon was built in 432 BC, the Greeks had spent decades perfecting the design and used the most calculated advanced mathematics to calculate every measurement down to the millimeter. But they discovered a problem with perfection. When you look at straight horizontal lines from far away, your eye tricks you to think that the lines sag inward. The Greeks realized that if they built the Parthenon with straight lines, the entire structure would look warped from a distance and it would ruin how it looked.
So how did the Greeks fix the optical illusion? They fixed it by building it wrong on purpose. I'm here at the only full-scale replica in Nashville, Tennessee, where you can see that the base of the temple rises about 4 inches in the center. The columns lean slightly inward and bulge in the middle, and even the horizontal beams across the top curve upward. But from ground level, these intentional distortions cancel out the optical illusion, making the building look geometrically perfect. So the Greeks knew that perfect architecture isn't about what is straight, it's about what looks straight.
Sabina, what's your opinion? Are particles real?
Are particles real? So I would describe myself as an instrumentalist. I don't believe that mathematics is real. I think mathematics is a tool that we as physicists use to describe the world. And in this mathematics, we have definitions for things that we call particles. That might be an excitation in a field, or it might be an irreducible representation of the Lorentz group, or it might be a quantum of energy, and these are all related. And then we know what we're talking about. That is what I mean by a particle. But are particles real? I don't know. I'm not sure I know what this even means. This is a question I leave to philosophers.
Lucky we've got one.
For me, the interesting question is, are particles fundamental? The particles that we currently know of in the standard model of particle physics, electrons, quarks, photons, and so on, are they fundamental or are they made of something else?
I know we like to say that the science is settled, but truly a lot of the things that we operate on are basically adaptations, or their theories, or their ways of comprehending the world and explaining it. But to hear a physicist say, just utter that question, are particles real, actually just shows how there might be a difference between what we believe has been understood and what truly is understood. Because when you look at a physical representation of something, like let's say a map, the map looks authentic, it looks like it makes sense. But we know nowadays that when you look at the details of the map, it's very hard for it to be a perfect 1-to-1 ratio. It's actually, I think, impossible. And that's why when you see the Mercator map, the projection that Google Map uses, you see the distortion between, let's say, Africa and Greenland, where it looks about the same size, when in reality, Greenland would fit, I think it's 9 times in Africa, something like that. So it kind of makes sense to me that that would, transpose into this application. But tell me what you guys think down below. Do you guys think that the way that we approach science and the science of small things is a physical way of seeing it? Or do you think it's a way that we can understand the concepts and give a name to the effects that happen, when in reality it might look physically different? Just a question, just wondering what you guys think. Let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
All right, boys. So before I got on my freaking airplane ride, my Spirit Airlines ride, I went around looking, right? And I was taking videos, and I was like, oh, Palin gonna freaking love this. But so I was looking for anyone fueling planes, right? I went and I found this truck. I was like, oh man, I wish he'd be fueling. I wonder how much fuel that thing holds, right? I looked it up, okay? I think it's about a 5,000 gallon fuel truck. So let's say 5,000 gallons just to make everything easy, right? Most of Spirit Airlines planes are these A320s or whatever, different versions of them. So I'm pretty sure I was on one of those. And it looks like it's like, let's say roughly 5,000. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. It's only 5,000 gallons of fuel that they're putting in these planes, right? Even though things like the Airbus A380, dude, look, they're saying that they put 85,000 gallons of fuel in those. Like, come on, what are you talking about? What is 85,000 divided by 5,000? They're saying they put 17 of these fucking trucks in there, okay? Okay, so that's a big plane, right? Let's just assume they're putting one of these trucks in my size plane, my little, it's only one floor. These A380s or whatever, they got double deckers, right? So my plane can, at the very least, hold a whole 5,000 gallon truck full of fuel, supposedly, right? So why are they showing up with this? What the hell is that? Look, again, Jet A fuel, okay? Where's the, what is it? They're not putting 5,000 gallons of fuel into this wing. And then don't even get me started on the fact that they say it's in the wings, dude, right? Think about it. You're a big old jet airliner. You're going, what does water do? What does jet fuel do when it tips? It all sloshes, okay? So if you're sloshing it around, do you really want that in the wings? Minus that, if you ever watch outside of the plane wing or the plane windows, what are these wings doing? They're going, are you putting flammable fuel inside of a floppy little wing noodle? What are you talking about? Then also, how long would it take to put 5,000 gallons of fuel? How long does it take to put 10 gallons of fuel in your truck, right? This hose, not that big. It's not that big, right? So this guy was there for like 3 minutes. What the frick are they trying to pull on us? 5,000 gallons of fuel? BS, dude. And I'm not crazy. I'm not saying that we enter like a hyperbaric chamber and they put us to sleep and it's all 3D. I'm saying this is flying on sky electricity, and that's what they're hiding from us. These things get started on the ground. I don't even think the plane starts them. I think they have a machine that starts these turbines, and then they just run from electricity. Fuel. Love you. Bye.
The planes are very interesting because, it's sort of like the day that they decided to put a price, like a global price on the barrel of oil. They had to make the case that it was biological and that it was a part of let's say, of a dinosaur that got compressed and this and that. So there was biological material, basically, meaning that there would be a limited supply. And since those days now, we see that we've never missed any, and it seems to be the most abundant liquid on this planet other than water. So what if it was the same thing for the planes, where they're using the fact that you're using that much gas to give the price, right? But what if they weren't? Because like he said, the amount of tankers and trucks that they would need per day, and the speed at which they refuel. And, he's talking about the electricity, which is true in a way. We have measured that at the ground, which is like electrically talking, the ground is ground, right? And then as you go up, basically there's a voltage that amplifies as you go up. So it's not crazy, the idea that there might be electricity involved. But just to give a second theory, let's say, you could also consider the fact that compressed air. So you're going at a speed that's very fast, and you have these turbines that are compressing the air because the entry is big like this and the exit is big like this. So what you're seeing is a compression of air, and then where is that air going? It's going on the wing because the motors are actually in front of the wing. So the air would be going here and sort of like pushing it up. So that's just an idea. I've also seen videos of a turbine that was disassembled. And when you see the interior of the turbine, it has these little metal plates that are sticking out. And when you touch them, they sort of hit a certain frequency and resonance. So you hear bing, bang, dong, ding. And the idea would be, sort of like a bee. They say that the way that the bee moves, it's vibrating from its thoracic chamber, and it sort of makes it lighter because of resonance. So what if they were using the concept of resonance, compressed air, electricity? So these are all just ideas that I'm giving you, but it's very interesting to think about the logistics. So the city where I was born, they tell you that there's, let's say, 100 planes per day. And when you do the calculation of how many gallons and how many tankers, it would be literally like a tanker every minute or a tanker every 30 seconds. And again, just the time of refueling. So I find it's just a very interesting question. For me, there's nothing that's really off the table. So let me know what you guys think. Is this crazy? Is this ridiculous? Are we sure? Let me know what you guys think down below, because if you guys see a possibility in this, I might do a deeper dive and show you guys some other content regarding this, because I find it's pretty important, because the freedom and the capability and accessibility of travel and of energy has a very big impulse, a very big effect, let's say, on our capability of, creating new technologies, of being self-sufficient. So just putting a barrier to entry to having, the gas or the electricity or this or that would change our life significantly. So that's why for me, it's not something that I shy away from or that I'm scared of talking about. So let me know if you guys think down below if it's a possibility that there would be some other technology, and that would be the reason that they took the Zeppelins away, the balloons that used to fly, because it was too accessible, too easy, right? So let me know what you guys think down below. And like I said, if you ask me, I'm going to do a deeper dive on this. So let's keep on rocking.
X-Men is about Martin Luther King and Malcolm X.
Yes.
Magneto is Malcolm X, and Martin Luther King is Xavier, is Dr. Xavier. Their philosophies were that's where he got it from.
Yeah.
It's all a lot of stuff is from black stories, and they just kind of Superman is the Egyptian about Osiris, you know, like power from the sun. Same thing.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah, I read all.
I love that. I'm just now hearing that for the first time. I never knew that.
Love that. And when I was with Stan Lee, I love bragging about it because I don't care if you didn't meet Stan Lee, you can't with me.
Yeah.
Stan Lee, I was in his office for 3 hours. He was 89 years old. My friend went on a break, said, yo, hang out with Stan. I'm sitting with Stan Lee. I said, like, what the fuck? He goes, Godfrey, I want to show you something here. You see this picture of Wesley Snipes? Big ass picture of Snipes with the blade. He goes, he's the reason why Marvel got out of bankruptcy. It was him. Wow. It was because we had Blade. Blade is the reason he saved Wesley. And I go, and we ain't seen another Blade in 25 goddamn years.
Crazy.
But they got 18 Spider-Mans, 90 this, and Wesley Snipes saved. But this is how fucked up his business is.
Yep. Look at that.
Eddie Murphy saved SNL. Bill Cosby saved NBC. In Living Color changed the halftime for Fox.
Oh.
Michael Jackson saved the halftime of Super Bowl in
Still
1993.
the most watched Super Bowl of all time.
Black people sell.
Super Bowl halftime. So.
We sell. It's just that they just can't get it out of their heads. They think we just can't give them too much because they'll do something. We're not going to act like you. We're not like that. We like to see everybody win. We ain't like you. And it's pathetic. It's like black people sell. They didn't think black people sold overseas. They was like, you guys don't sell. But then Black Panther gets $1 billion. And then I was in Saudi Arabia. And they were like, this is the only movie we've let in. Because they ban all American in Saudi. They go, oh, no, Black Panther, yalla, yalla.
The entire. Wow, I had never heard that actually. It's very interesting. It actually makes me think of, you know, the story of the Matrix and the Terminator were connected, and they were written as well by a black lady. And I find there's no credit that's given. And the part that really stuck with me is the fact, like when he said, you know, Blade saved Marvel, and there hasn't been a movie in 25 years, yet there's been 18 of the Superman, of the Spider-Mans and this and that. Very interesting, because really, when you think about it, why wouldn't they release things that they know work, and they would try to, I say ruin, but, you know, like destroy all these long-standing franchises. I have a hard time understanding Disney, to be honest, and everything that they've been doing in the past, let's say 10 years with the movies. Like personally, I grew up and it was a very big thing, Star Wars. Like it was the original movies, and it was a super big thing. And now I can't even bring myself to watch the new ones. It's like, I can't even follow it. It just seems so distorted and so, and to make a quick parallel, if you guys haven't seen, there's a movie or a trailer about when Anakin sort of becomes Darth Vader, and it's all done by one person using AI. And I think that's going to be the downfall of these companies, because for once we're going to be able to create the things that we want to watch, and we won't have to wait for them to provide it to us. So I think we've hit like a limit where the things we want to see, whether it be another Blade or whether it be, you know, he was saying the black comic books or whatever it is, I think now we're going to have the capability of doing it. And when they see the response, I feel like now we're going to be able to have a bit more negotiating power. So I'm very interested to see where, you know, Hollywood and the movie business is about to go, because I feel like the fact that we're able to influence it and actually render movies is going to put us in competition with the bigger companies. Do you guys see what I'm saying? Do you guys see the fact that Maybe they've had control for too long and they've been taking decisions that haven't been based on the reception and have been based maybe on things that they'd like to put into our subconscious, our mental. Let me know what you guys think down below, because we all know that Hollywood comes from the wood of the holly tree, which is how they used to make magic wands, right? So there is something metaphysical and something magical about the way Hollywood has been handled, let's say, in the past 100 years. So let me know what you guys think down below, and let's keep on rocking.
Our banking system just got exposed, and they're using crypto to multiply your money behind the scenes because nobody understands it. You're going to understand it now. The Genius Act was signed into law in July that allowed banks to create stablecoins legally. If a customer wants a stablecoin, the bank can issue it, but the customer needs to give the bank real cash, and they get to use that cash for investments. I don't know if you guys knew that. So you get 100,000, for example, in the form of a stablecoin to use in crypto, and the bank gets to use your 100,000 for other investments. The vast majority of those investments are usually treasury bills. So the bank takes your money, they put it into treasury bills. Now, a treasury bill is basically debt from the United States. Will pay back that 100 grand and interest to the original investor. And the original investor in this case is the bank. So the treasury bills may be sold as purchase securities for repurchase agreements. The fine print exposes everything. They can use the treasury bills for repurchase agreements. So here's the stable coin. Here's the real $100,000 cash. It gets put into. I want you to remember the colors because it shows the multiplication, duplication they're doing. Because got 100,000 from the bank, which was your money from the stablecoin, they get a treasury worth 100,000 plus a 3% yield. The bank profits $3,000 off of your money. And then because of the fine print we just read, they're allowed to take that treasury and loan it out to an investment bank and get another lump sum of cash for no reason. Let's read it again just in case you forgot. Treasury bills may be sold for repurchase agreements. This is called the repurchase agreement. So the investment bank takes a little fee and they give the original bank even more cash. $99,000, they take their fee, they give them more cash. And then they take that new cash and you guessed it, they put it right back in debt. The government gets another investment, that's the green right there, and then the government another T-bill for another 3% yield. So the original bank has two T-bills and double their yield. Now this is where it gets even more scary. Well, remember that person that got the stable coins out? Imagine if they were colluding with the bank and they decided to take that stable coin and put it right back into debt in the form of tokenized treasuries. Right now in crypto, you can buy tokenized debt. Yeah, there's a token version of everything I explained up there, and you can get the 3% yield. So now it has three lump sums from that original $100,000, and you thought it was over. Well, if you invest in tokenized debt, they give you a token worth your dollar amount. Right now, it's called USYC for one of the funds. Binance offers loans against USYC right now. So on that original 100,000, you could take a 70% loan, and then you guessed it, put it right back into debt. The original $100,000 now has 4 forms of yield. Everybody's waiting for the to inject liquidity into the market, but they're already doing it through stablecoin multiplication. And we are going to have the greatest bull run we have ever seen in human history. It's going to be similar to the 2008 bubble.
Wow, that was a lot of information. Gee whiz. So this makes me think, like, money came from the idea of value, and now we've gotten so far away from value that it's seeming like a video game. It's seeming like, you know, when you go on a game and you look for money duplication glitch, you could find some of those. Seems like that's what's going on. So you're buying it, and then they're reinvesting it, but they're also buying treasury, which is debt, which we end up paying at the end of the day. And again, they could re-lend it, re-put the assets and start the circle again. So yeah, it feels like banks have been given basically a blank check. And that's without speaking that in the days of the COVID a couple of years ago, they went, you know, fractional reserve spending means I have $100. Normally it was I have to keep $10 and I could lend out $90. Now it's zero. So meaning they could have $0 and lend out $1 billion and no one's none the wiser. So I don't see how this changes anything in the way that there's really no value behind bank money. But at the same time, I'm seeing what he's saying where it's involved with the treasuries. So it's like a cycle that's over and over again. It makes me think like the way, like, when you get a mortgage, the bank is like doubly insured. It's insured with your assets. It's also insured with an insurance company and your insurance company. So they're actually triple protected. It seems the same way. It's like they're 10 times protected, and us, we have to pay for everything. So I don't know. I don't know where we're going with this, because it just seems like the more they win, the more they devalue, but the more they devalue, the more the crash is about to come, right? Unless they are artificially inflate. And so I guess that's what he meant at the end with the bull run. So everyone's going to feel like they're winning, when actually the disparity between the people winning and the people at the bottom are going to be so much bigger. So I don't know if I caught all of this. Maybe I'm probably missing some parts. So if you have any information to give and share, don't hesitate, write it down below. I'm still learning about all of these subjects. This is why I'm here. This is why I made the channel, so we could collaborate, and we could collaborate on ideas and build better ideas together. So let me know what you guys think down below. Do you have a wallet? Do you keep it on a cold storage? Do you keep it on the exchanges? I'm going to put some more crypto stuff in the next videos. So please don't hesitate, write down below, and let's keep on rocking.
How were we allowed to be fooled for so long? And no, I'm not talking about this beautiful architecture here, saying it was built by horse and buggy. I'm talking about Timu, Han Solo, and Chewbacca here. Hawkins was a literal puppet on that world stage. Did you know, before Hawkins had his fancy little computer, he had a translator talk for him?
I think, in a way, physics has been a progress away from mysticism towards a rational understanding of the universe.
Stephen, when did you first realize you wanted to be a physicist?
Oh. I
think I knew from about the age of 9 or 10 that I wanted to be a scientist. Most of my activities, like playing with model fireworks, or model railways, or playing complicated games, was aimed in some way at finding out how the world worked around me. I was never very good with my hands, so my models did not work very well. But I was always interested in models that I could control. And I think that nowadays I have translated that into studying physics. Because in a way, if you understand the universe, then you have control of it.
I don't know. I gotta say, that interviewer was pretty solid to not break out in laughter, to be honest. I would have been laughing for sure. What do you guys think? Do you guys think that it's real? Or do you guys think that it's possible that he was a puppet? What easier puppet could you have than one that talks with a computer box? You know, that was before that time. But do you think he was translating? Do you think maybe he knew it ahead of time, right? Who knows? But do you think it's possible that, you know, some of these scientific role models might be, you know, government plans, or, you know, to control the public opinion, or to get us to stray away from God? Or, I mean, there's so many reasons, right? So I don't know. I have no opinion on this at all. So you guys let me know. Do you guys think that was a pure translation, or do you guys think it's a bit ridiculous? Let me know down below. Let's keep on rocking.
A Gen Z person might get recruited is, let's just use you as an example. Somebody comes up and says, hey man, I love your podcast. And they say, I have a serious question for you though. Would you consider yourself a patriot? Now I've got you locked into identity. And then I say, well, I have an offer for you, but before I show you anything, I just want you to say yes or no. Would you be willing to entertain the offer? And it might be uncomfortable. Stage one is, I show you all of your browsing history, captures from your webcams on all of your phones and computers of you doing the most you could ever possibly imagine. And I'd say, I like your podcast. I think you're doing a great job, and I want to protect you. I want to keep all this from the public eye. We also want to give you $20,000 a month. So now you feel like you chose all of this. I told you it was going to be stressful, and you agreed to it. If you say yes, the reason that you're doing this on your podcast is for your country, because you're not going to call yourself compromised. We have this thing called cognitive dissonance that keeps our brain from thinking I'm a bad person. Even though you're being asked to silence people, not have certain people on the show, leave something out of your podcast, you're telling yourself, and whoever's your handler is telling you this is for the greater good, and you kept Americans safe by doing that. And you'll tell yourself that, and you'll feel good about it.
What happens if I say no?
Well, damn. So that's how the CIA recruits. Well, I'm going to go ahead and spill the beans so they can't ever recruit me. With me, there's nothing compromising that you could find. It's just nothing but porn. What? Y'all going to shame me? No. All you're going to see is Big is 2, Ebony Baddies 3. You're just going to see the webcam. This is going to be my two heads. Just you can't shame the shameless. For real. So, yeah, what? I'm rubbing a one off to Skin Diamond? Shit, I ain't got shame. Skin Diamond is... Also, a special shout out to Lexi Love. Thank you for following me. You and I, we had an amazing Thanksgiving Day. It was the greatest 3, you, me, and Pamela. It was dope. So, to whoever's watching this, the agent assigned to me, I know you're don't be watching nothing stupid. I don't do nothing but regular good old. So, can't shame the shameless.
Yeah, that was pretty dope. But it gives you a little bit of a perspective, you know. Sometimes we wonder why people act a certain way, and we don't really understand why people change their attitudes, especially when they're in the limelight. It's so easy to corrupt someone. So easy. I mean, that's without threatening their family or this or that, right? So very easy. So be careful who you believe in. Try not to have too many idols. Try not to put people on a pedestal. We're all human. We're all the same. Well, I mean, most of us, don't get me wrong. What do you guys think? Would you be compromised? Are you scared to be exposed? That's not a good look, you know? If you're scared to be exposed, maybe you should, you know, comport yourself in a way where you don't live with shame, you know? So anyways, very interesting. Let me know what you guys think down below. Would you be easily corruptible if they made you that offer? Do you have things to hide? Let us know down below. I know you won't, but you can. And that's a wrap for today, familia. Whether you're tuning in with the sunrise or you're posted up after midnight, I appreciate your time, your energy, your curiosity. And don't forget, this isn't about truth or fiction. This is about perspective. If this sparked a laugh, a thought, a deeper question, then we did our job. So drop your thoughts in the comments, keep the convo alive, like, subscribe, and hit that bell if you're riding a wave, because we're just getting started. Until next time, stay grounded, stay weird, stay critical. I'm Adam Strain, and this has been Adam Strain Reacts. Peace. Now's the time for us to link up. Really think we on the brink of making a change from living this strange. Living this strange. Making a change from living this strange. Yeah. I was sleeping, had to wake up. Why? Every reason I can think of. God, till the day I keep the ink up. What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. But before we jump into it, I want to say thank you to each and every one of you that's listening right now. We just hit the 4K subscriber mark, and I am so proud that we could do this together. Thank you so much for being one of the first ones here, and let's just keep on growing. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
Okay, so someone sent me this video of King Charles and people fainting in his presence. And at first I thought, people faint. But then I'm like, wait a minute. How many times have people fainted by being in the presence of King Charles? And what is with that? Now, we know about this strange painting and everything. I'm not going to talk too much about that. But all I will say is the age-old explanation for this is that people tend to faint in the presence of demonic or satanic activity. I will say, if you were to just ask someone what kind of vibes this portrait gives off, I don't know that you could say it's love and light. In fact, it looks bloody. And again, we saw what happens when you invert it, duplicate it, and match them up together. What type of coincidence would that be And what is with the very interesting history of the royal family anyway? And what makes their bloodline enable them, or rather give them the power to rule over others? I'm not sure I'm really buying this whole story. Side note, by the way, we're all familiar with inheritance taxes, where when someone passes in your family, you don't just get all their money. The government gets a big cut. Of course, taxed here, taxed there, and even taxed when you bite it. Well, King Charles is not paying any inheritance tax from the Queen passing because of a law, and they don't want the royal wealth to be salami sliced away. So once again, we have another example of rules for thee, but not for me. How dare you try to get around paying inheritance tax?
One advantage with the airships.
I put this in because I find that we're so used to talking about secret societies and about governments that I think sometimes we overlook the power of the royal family or the crown. Because if you think back at a few years ago when there was the COVID, when you think about it, the Commonwealth countries were the worst ones, were the ones that were on the front of taking people's rights away. So, Australia, England, Canada. So when you think about it, there's kind of a correlation. So I know that it's not something that's very popular, but I'm going to start looking into a bit more the connections between the royal family and what goes on in the world. Do you guys see a link between the royal family? Do you guys think it's overlooked, or do you guys see a lot of that maybe I don't see it? Let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
Is the fact that you wouldn't need a runway. They could dock these things, and that's why people start to look at some of these old buildings and some of these towers. Were they meant for docking an airship, and then they would get into the building from the ship? What they try to show you with modern blimps is you have this big old balloon thing, and then you have this tiny little carriage under it. Most of the structure of the blimp is just where gas is at. And then you have like a tiny little cockpit that everyone rides in. But if you see like the diagrams of these old airships, you could move all in and out of there. You could imagine would be like a floating cruise ship. So as soon as you get on, you kick your feet up, you go get something to eat, and you go hang out and have a cocktail if that's your deal. And then you can kind of hang out and look out the window and see all the cool stuff. It seems like a more elegant, more sophisticated way to travel. I would be all about that life. Yeah, because you imagine if you were just going, okay, we're going to fly across America, go from New York to LA, and you're not in a rush. Because part of the journey is actually, this is fun.
Yeah.
But traveling's not like that today. But we're the advanced ones.
The government of Turkey claims they have found the grave of Noah. This is a normal human thumb bone. Underneath is a giant human thumb bone. This was found right near Mount Ararat in Turkey. People say 1 man and 3 boys could not build a boat that big. Oh, you didn't see those boys. Hey, Bubba, bring me that tree, would you? There's a jawbone in a hotel in Turkey on display right now, 6.5 inches across the TMJs. Any one of you could put your head inside and rattle it back and forth inside the jawbone. The legend in Guam is that giant people built the latte stones there. Who is moving these giant rocks anyway? That's a camel in front of it for scale, folks. In Wasaki, Wisconsin, 100 years ago, giant skeletons were found in a burial mound. One of the skulls was 3 times the size of ordinary humans. In Walkertown, Indiana, 8 giants ranging from 8 to 9 feet long, all wearing heavy copper armor, were found. Through the bungling of the diggers and the disinterest of the museum establishment, the discoveries were scattered and lost. The Smithsonian has been very active in hiding discoveries about giants because it goes against the evolution theory. See, evolution says we started off tiny and we're getting bigger and better and stronger and smarter.
This video is going viral out of Florida right now when unknown people are seen spraying something into the water by airboat. And there's other clips of it in the Everglades as well, and people are wondering what the sand dam's going on. Until a man captured a truck that was going to the department or the depot where they fill up these containers on these boats. A truck was carrying some goods, the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation. And if you look closely, you see in the back of this truck on the trailer are some boxes. And if you look closely at the boxes, it's Roundup Custom, which is actually called Daiquat. It's a form, it's from Roundup. It's the same company. and it's one of the most toxic chemicals known to man. Now, this guy is exposing, that's the one who captured the video. Turns out they're spraying this to try to get rid of an invasive plant. But the problem is that it also literally destroys almost every other creature in the water, right? So we have fish floating up, we have turtles floating up upside down, rotting. It's totally destructive, but of course it's for your safety, it's for conservation. We're not trying to intentionally poison the food, air, and water supply to destroy the natural world, to rebel against the natural world and against who created this world. No, it's for your safety, you fool. Absolutely insane. You have to do a deep dive onto this stuff. It's called Daiquat, and they're spraying it all over the place, again, because they want you safe. And if you think otherwise, you might be a conspiracy tinfoil hat nutter. Roundup, the same company who made, well, no big deal, a couple different chemical agents during world wars. Let's just say that. Spread the word. We got to wake people up to this. Otherwise, it's a very unfortunate future where our whole situation is, well, polluted significantly, put it that way.
Recently, there's also been many sinkholes that have appeared everywhere. So I don't know if you saw in China, there was a sinkhole, and going back to the hollow earth theory, how in China they found in the sinkhole a forest with trees and species that we would have seen in like 200 years.
Oh, so it opened it up.
Exactly. So look, and there's more. So there's one in Detroit. A guy got his car stuck in a fat sinkhole, like one filled with water. He didn't even know it was there. Lower Nazareth, there was one in a farm field, right? New York, and even places like Turkey and
wait, how is this not on the news?
I don't know. It's not on the news. It's literally on, like, you have to search for it.
Damn.
So there was a ski resort in Russia that had a big one too.
Yeah.
And so I have a theory that since there's all these sinkholes, that means there's evidence of cities and tunnels underground, and that they've expanded so much that the land that we're on right now is sinking into those.
Oh,
and you know why it connects to the aliens? Because those tunnels are for the upcoming alien attack. Like, people have been planning this
to exit
out. But it's been exposing itself. Like, the world has been exposing itself because they're expanding it way
so
too
like
big.
the hollow earth theory, how the advanced civilization is under us?
Yeah.
Have you ever thought about why structures in Europe, Asia, and even America share the same distinctive features? Not forgetting that they also seem to be constructed with methods far too advanced for their supposed time periods. It raises the question, is our historical timeline accurate, or has it been completely fabricated to hide something? Or were they all built by the same architect? This is where it gets crazy. There was a colossal empire named Tartaria that was a highly advanced civilization with technology and knowledge far beyond even our current time. They have even been credited with the construction of the Great Wall of China. But it gets even more unsettling. What if the dates on these buildings are wrong? Imagine if that number 1 wasn't a 1 at all. Our history could be off by 1,000 years. The current timeline is a lie. In the late 1800s and early 1900s, they held events called World's Fairs to use as cover-ups to demolish our advanced past. Many recount that these structures were wiped out days after the events. This was evidence of a global civilization, a civilization whose roots could be traced all the way back to ancient Egypt.
And this is really cool. So check this. This is a
I'm not too sure about calling it Tartaria, and I'm not pronouncing myself on what was, especially when I don't know what is right now. But what do you guys think about the fact that in different places around the world, we really do find similar structures, whether it be the megalithic structures or whether it be like what we would call Greco-Roman, which we find some in Japan, we find some all over the place. Do you guys think that it would be possible that at one point there was like a harmony, or that there was a moment where everything was shared, or that the capabilities were more than what we believed, or that, I don't know, like a lost moment in time? Do you guys think that's possible? How do we explain all of these structures, or the World's Fairs, or all of these elements are easy to explain one at a time? But when we take the magnitude of how many of these events and how many of these, for an example, World's Fairs, fires, constructions, the cities being built, the canals being built, the undergrounds, the metros, there's so many, right? So is it possible that at one moment, either we lost our memory, we lost contact, or that there was a moment where everyone was together and that we were building the same type of way everywhere? Let me know down below. I'm just curious. To be honest, I don't really have an opinion. I just find that the timeline that's pronounced to us seems to have some flaws. Apart from that, I'm really not set on anything. So if you guys have any rabbit holes to give me, I'll gladly go down them and include some of the videos in here. So let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
Mazda bulb. The old Mazda bulbs would last 120 years. So what GE and the companies did who run the light bulb companies is they took this original bulb, they had engineers reverse engineer it so that they can make the light bulb break down faster so they could sell more light bulbs. Because the original Mazda bulbs would last 120 years. The original incandescents, the Centennial incandescent, you can look this up, it's in California. The Centennial incandescent is also still burning for over 120 years. So your light bulb, when they tell you like, oh, LEDs are going to save the earth and whatever else, we already had the technology. The light bulbs that could last 100 years have already been here. LEDs, most people don't know, were made by IBM and also by Monsanto. So when you're bringing an LED into your home and putting it above your head and doing all that stuff, what you're doing is you're bringing in a bulb that was designed by a computer company and a toxic pesticide company. So you can imagine what that's going to do to your body. It's going to give you brain fog, it's going to give you fatigue, it's going to cause blindness, cataracts, mess with your hair. Kind of makes all sense.
All confirmed UFO types explained from most common to...
I suppose we could say that that's the limitation of what we call capitalism. Because if the goal is to make money, it does make sense that selling you more of the same item because it doesn't last as long would give me more benefits at the end of the day. But it's just sad how we lost the pride of making something that works and that's functional and that's unbreakable. And I find it so sad. Can you imagine the fact that we had 120-year light bulbs and that we decided to change it so that they last 1 year, so that you would buy maybe 1,000 light bulbs in your lifetime instead of buying 10 or 20, let's say. It's a pretty crazy thought. Do you guys think there's any other things that are like that got sort of manipulated so that they last less? If so, let me know down below. Now let's keep on rocking.
Rarest. First up, we got the classic saucer UFOs brought to mainstream attention in the 1940s after the infamous Roswell, New Mexico UFO crash. Back when they were actually called UFOs, you know, unidentified flying objects. For decades, this was the signature UFO style that everyone knew and talked about, but was mostly mocked and downplayed until the government kinda told us they're actually real in 2020. Shaped like a disc with smooth edges, oftentimes glowing and occasionally with a dome top. Cigar-shaped UAPs are elongated cylindrical craft, often tapering at the ends. In recent times, the terminology was officially updated to UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena, which was changed once again to unidentified anomalous phenomena when they realized they could also go underwater, no longer making them aerial. What makes cigar UAPs so interesting is their lack of any visible wings, fins, or other appendages typically found on flying craft, and is what really made us realize how impressive the non-visible propulsion systems that power UAPs really are. These have been popping up in our skies more lately, like those orb-shaped UFOs everyone's been talking about, or spherical UAPs, near perfect spheres, typically on the smaller side, seen flying very fast with erratic movements and no visible propulsion system. Can either appear metallic or sometimes slightly glowing, leading people to believe some of these may even be trans-dimensional. Oftentimes spotted around military bases and have even been noted to merge or split into multiple orbs. Large, silent, and most often black or dark in color, triangle UFOs are usually seen with lights either in front or on their sides. One of the most well-documented mass UFO sightings happened in 1990 over Belgium, where hundreds of civilians and police officers reported countless triangle UFOs in the sky. Chevron or boomerang UFOs are similar to the triangle ones but have a more pronounced V shape. They also have lights along their supposed wings and have usually been spotted flying at lower altitudes. Egg-shaped are kinda like our sphere UFOs, somewhat elongated but not quite to the extent of a cigar UAP. These are most commonly cited by the military, one of which they famously refer to as the Tic-Tac UAP, moving extremely fast and erratically, and have been seen to pass through large bodies of water without slowing down, showing off their true capability. Diamond-shaped UAPs are much less common than what we've discussed so far. They typically feature some sort of central light or collection of lights and are often seen rotating, moving, or even morphing in midair. Box-shaped UAPs are sort of like the diamond ones, except feature a more distinct rectangular shape with straight edges and perfect corners. They don't rotate and morph as often as the diamonds, but can occasionally be seen with what appear to be windows and sometimes even glowing. Fireball UAPs are an interesting breed, a rare type of orb, typically strongly orange and violently flickering, giving the appearance of a burning flame. Transcending the notion of being mere objects, the fireball truly is a phenomenon, often seen far away and moving very slowly, occasionally bursting out a pulse or sometimes even appearing green. Speculated to be trans-dimensional, these aren't as common as the rest on most social media platforms. Organic shaped are most notably portrayed by the infamous jellyfish UAP caught on camera in the Middle East. This one looks like a collection of indistinguishable parts, no concrete form and moving slower than the others but at a steady, consistent pace. Has also been noted to go underwater. The organic shaped UAP is among the rarest, with some reports documenting shape-shifting abilities and sudden drops in temperature.
What if God is actually...
I don't know. I must say that even if I was like Mulder from the X-Files and I would say I want to believe, I have a hard time taking any of that seriously, because how would it be that these beings from another dimension or whatever would be so close to us all the time, but we would just never see them and never come to contact with them? I'm not convinced. I'm really not convinced. So if anyone has any smoking gun proof, please send it to me. Please tag me. Let me know. I'd be very curious to see. But to be honest, until now, everything that's UAP, UFO, I'm having a hard time to go with it. I believe way more in the project with the beams that are blue, that would be used to exert control, you know. But I don't know. You guys let me know down below if you've seen some footage that's convinced you guys, or if you've seen something personally. And yeah, maybe I'll take a look into it and see if I could get convinced. Let's keep on rocking.
Water. What do you mean?
So, you know how we say God is everything, right? Now, if you, in a sense, like everything around us is what? There's water. There's water in the air that we can't see.
Yeah.
There's water inside you. There's water inside me.
Yeah.
There's water in every single thing that lives, right?
Yeah.
Now, when there's a lack of water, if you look at a desert, if you look at a wasteland, right?
Yeah.
What is there? Usually death.
Oh.
Death because lack of water.
Yeah.
And it's very hot. Like,
Damn.
hell. And now, check this out. In the Bible,
Yeah.
when Jesus said he was tempted by the devil, where was he?
In the desert?
In the desert.
And he was looking for water. That's
That's just like a religious theory, but take it
Yeah.
for what it is. That I just heard that on TikTok.
Yeah, so is Dubai where men sell their soul?
Nah.
Because what is around Dubai? Just bare desert. What do
desert.
the OnlyFans girls do there? They literally sell this. They eat poop, fam. Bro, that's the most selling your soul for some Bugatti. If I would never eat poop in my life, dog.
Here's how the elite are scamming you into drinking tap water. Check this out.
They selling tap water, yo.
They
I
are
don't know if
indeed.
nobody told y'all, but they've been selling tap water in the packs of water that we've been buying. Originally discovered because of a town north in Michigan having to fight Nestle for stealing its local water, it has now been revealed that over 64% of bottled water in the U.S. is tap water. Two brands most
of
notably
it.
stood out for contamination: Walmart Sam Choice and Giant Foods Acadia. Other brands found to have tap water include Dasani, Aquafina, Nestle Pure Life, Kirkland, Propel,
They are scamming us.
Essentia, Life Water,
And they know
Sport
it.
Water. And for my own protection, allegedly.
People are just finding out why they definitely should not be making their bed when they first wake up. I am sure by your parents since you were young you've all been told the first thing you need to do is make your bed in the morning. But actually that is one of the worst things you can possibly do. When you've been in bed all night, it's not the cleanest place in the world by the morning, of course. It's going to be filled with bacteria, sweat, and just everything that you've kind of sweated off in the night. Now your bed is basically just infected with a load of bacteria that attracts these guys, dust mites. And yes, unfortunately, there are probably thousands of these in your bed right now. Now, these guys like warm, dark, sweaty, dirty places. Nice. So when you first get out of bed in the morning, that's when they're going to come crawling because the bacteria is right there for them to scran. If you make your bed when you first wake up, it is freshly dirty and you are literally trapping them exactly where they want to be. Meaning they're going to be living in there and your bed's going to be far worse by the time you go back to bed that night. So the best thing you can actually do is leave your bed messy for a little while, like an hour or so. This will expose the mites to sunlight and warmth, which will basically kill them. Then you can go back and make your bed and it will be perfectly clean for when you go to bed that night.
Yeah, something big is taking place in the Pacific Ring of Fire. And I've been talking about this for quite some time. You know what I'm saying? The Pacific Ring of Fire is like the womb of Earth, okay? And now we have all these earthquakes popping off in the Pacific Ring of Fire. Nobody's talking about it. And now we have Mount Luotobi, the volcano, just erupted for the umpteenth time this year. I believe in July and August, and now we are in October and yet another eruption. What's happening?
A volcano in Indonesia, Mount Laki erupted today, sending a massive plume of ash as far as 6 miles into the sky. The country's volcanic agency raised an alert to its highest level and evacuated nearby villages. Thick ash blanketed homes and farmland, forcing farmers to halt work. The volcano has been quite active of late, erupting in both July and August.
Okay, this video is going viral right now on Twitter because people can't believe the words coming out of this guy's friggin' mouth. This is the godfather of AI, getting a Nobel Peace Prize, but issuing a shocking warning about AI. Some of this doesn't even make sense. Listen to this.
Your Majesties, Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, dear laureates, ladies and gentlemen. This year, the Nobel Committees in Physics and Chemistry have recognized the dramatic progress being made in a new form of artificial intelligence that uses artificial neural networks to learn how to solve difficult computational problems. This new form of AI excels at modeling human intuition rather than human reasoning, and it will enable us to create highly intelligent and knowledgeable assistants who will increase productivity in almost all industries. If the benefits of the increased productivity can be shared equally, it will be a wonderful advance for all humanity. Unfortunately, the rapid progress in AI comes with many short-term risks. It has already created divisive echo chambers by offering people content that makes them indignant. It is already being used by authoritarian governments for massive surveillance and by cybercriminals for phishing attacks. In the near future, AI may be used to create terrible new viruses and horrendous lethal weapons that decide by themselves who to kill or maim. All of these short-term risks require urgent and forceful attention from governments and international organizations.
Okay, so we have the same situation with Elon Musk. He talks about how AI is the greatest threat to humanity, and he continues to pioneer AI technology, human implantable brain microchips, and all this. So we got this guy talking to a bunch of seniors about AI, like they really maybe know what's going on. I doubt it. And he's saying, be careful, this will create new viruses and basically destroy humanity. So we're at the part of the movie where it's like, should we shut it down then? Dude, this AI thing is 100% part of the plan to eventually enslave humanity through digital control. The bars of this prison are invisible. They're intended to be invisible because then there's less pushback. You think you're free, we think we're free, but we're in a prison without bars, and it's a very shocking situation, and they're about to ramp up the security with AI, digital ID, and this currencies, digital currencies. But I can tell you this, I have full faith we will win. This is a plot against humanity. Humanity will absolutely prevail. I have 100% faith. I'm not even being positive, like, ooh, I hope we win. It's already done. It is already done. We have already won 100%. Comment for more, for part 2. Follow for more. And let me know your thoughts in the comments below, man. What the same damn is with this?
Mr. Jones and Mr. Krempler were neighbors. They each had $3,000. With his money, Mr. Jones bought himself a $3,000 car. With his money, Mr. Krempler bought himself a new refrigerator, a new range, a new washer, a new dryer, a record player, 2 new television sets, and a brand new Volkswagen. Now Mr. Jones is faced with that age-old problem. keeping up with the Kremplers.
Have you been down the lead paint rabbit hole?
Isn't that crazy to imagine how much you could do with a few $1,000s back in the days? I know they were paid less, I understand, but I still feel like it's not proportional, you know? And when you compare a house that was like maybe $10,000 less than 100 years ago, and that now we're talking about $650,000, I don't think it's proportional. I think they had it better off back in the days when it comes to the comparison between the buying power and the capability of having like a house and a car and this and that. Because even when you think about it, all the sitcoms from the 90s, well, not all of them, but most of them, or like The Simpsons and stuff like that, the father and the mother, most often not, didn't have that high paying jobs. Often the mother would stay at home and the husband was doing a trivial job, but somehow, you know, he was I don't know, worked at a factory or worked as a mailman or some stuff like that. And somehow would still have a house, you know, a family, have a car. I feel like nowadays it's just not like that anymore. It's not like you could work at McDonald's and have a family and everything's fine and you're going to have a house. No, you're going to be paying for rent. You know, it's going to be way different. Do you guys think times have changed, that the value of money has changed and our buying power has changed as well? Or do you guys think that it's more or less the same? It's just proportional? Let me know down below and let's keep on rocking. I think we're close to the end on this one.
Because it may have been banned for a completely different reason than many think.
Did they really ban lead paint because it was toxic? Or because it blocked their signals? Think about it. For decades, every home was coated in lead paint. Thick, durable, insulating. Then suddenly, governments worldwide decided it was dangerous. But here's what they don't tell you. Lead is a natural shield against radiation and electromagnetic frequencies. In other words, radio waves can't penetrate it. Before the ban, your walls literally acted like armor. No TV signals, no radio frequencies, no wireless anything could pass through. And then, right as wireless communication exploded, radio, television, early radar, the health panic began. Convenient timing, right? They told us it was about safety, but the studies linking lead paint to poisoning? Most came from industrial smelting, not house paint. The numbers never added up. But what did add up was control. Because once the lead came off the walls, the signals went in. Every home became a receiver. Every person became a node in a connected network. Was lead paint banned to protect you or to make sure they could finally reach inside your home?
Okay, so the crazy part about this, by the way, is we had Xfinity, a Wi-Fi company, has a new feature called Wi-Fi Motion. And they can use, if your Wi-Fi is on in your home, you can use it as a motion detecting device to know if someone's in your home when they're not supposed to be, or just detect motion in general. And we know that we're using the one side of the internet or of a Wi-Fi signal, but there's another side to it. There's another door, you could say. We're using the front door. There's a back door to it. And I'm talking the same way with frequencies from cell towers as well. We're talking about a sophisticated surveillance system that is wireless, that can see everything that's going on. Now, what would happen, do you think, if they were spraying on us in the sky nano sensors that interacted with the frequencies? Picture a hologram, a desk, you got a big desk and it's a hologram of a real-time battle. Think of Star Wars when they're watching the battlefield on a hologram, seeing it in real time. Let's just say that was based on something that you can do if you have a bajillion sensors and frequencies blanketing the area. It's surveillance, dude.
You know what? It kind of makes sense, you know, with all the signals that we're sending from the Wi-Fi to the sonar, the AM, the FM, all the military frequencies, the CB, the radios. I think we're oversaturated. So, you know what? Like sometimes I think to myself, like, man, I wish it wasn't wireless. I wish everything I had did have a wire in one way, you know? And I wish I did paint my house with something like lead paint so that I would protect myself. Because at one point, if everyone's signal is passing through you, especially if you live like in a condo or an apartment complex, I mean, you open up your Wi-Fi and you see that your phone is being hit by 40, 50 different signals at the same time. And that's just what you know about. So I don't know. Makes me think of like a microwave or something. Do you guys think the same thing? Do you guys think that maybe we should go back towards wired instead of wireless and try to cut out the frequencies as much as we can? Let me know down below if that's been something that's been part of your awakening. And this is the end of it. Thank you so much for being here. And that's a wrap for today, familia. Whether you're tuning in with the sunrise or you're posted up after midnight, I appreciate your time, your energy, your curiosity. And don't forget, this isn't about truth or fiction. This is about perspective. If this sparked a thought, a laugh, a deeper question, then we did our job. Drop your thoughts in the comments. Keep the convo alive. Like, subscribe, and don't forget to hit that bell if you're riding a wave, because we're just getting started. Until next time, stay grounded, stay weird, stay critical. I'm Adam Strain, and this has been Adam Strain Reacts. Peace. Now's the time for us to link up. Really think we on the brink up. Making a change, we're living this change. Living this change. Making a change. I'm living this change. Yeah.
Along the edge of their shell, segments of their shell. 13 moons, 28 days on turtle shells.
They've spent over $21 trillion on underground systems and cities, funded through 2 decades of unaccounted federal spending.
But the system itself is corrupt, yet the standard human still believes in playing well within the means of the system.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing videos that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her
I
done.
want to tell you guys about the wildest fact about elephant seals, and it doesn't have anything to do with their size, although, look at this. This is a real image, by the way. Hang on, let me, okay, but that's not even close to the craziest thing about them. So cetaceans like whales and dolphins, and then also sea lions, when they're in the water, do something called unihemispheric sleep, meaning that half of their brain is sleeping at the same time. But seals are like humans, and they do bilateral sleep, so they sleep the whole brain at the same time. And a study in April of 2023 showed that they will actually do this while diving. And elephant seals are diving deep. We're talking like on the level of where sperm whales are at. But I think one of the coolest things is this animation that shows how that sleep is taking place. So when they start the dive, they're obviously actively swimming. They start to sort of doze off here. When they finally hit REM sleep, they flip over and get into a spiral. Relatable. Anyway, they are spinning out for minutes at a time in a deep REM sleep until they hit the bottom down here at a depth of like 250 meters. Then they hunt all the way to the surface. Anyways, that is the coolest thing about elephant seals.
Wow. Recently in one of the past videos I showed, I don't remember the name of it, the fly bird or something like that. Basically, it was a bird that would land only once every 10 months or something, so it was able to sleep, to eat, to mate in the air. And I guess this is the as above, so below. This is underwater. Isn't it crazy how nature is made? Like, this animal could sleep while he's swimming, and I don't know. Amazing. Let me know what you guys think down below, and let's keep on rocking.
Okay, I just found out something completely shocking about turtles. And I honestly think they're trolling us at this point, because the natural world doesn't have time. Time doesn't actually exist, right? What the natural world has is rhythm. So time is a measurement of rhythm, but time doesn't exist. Clocks exist. Now, here's the crazy part. Turtles. I thought when I saw this post about lunar calendar on a turtle's back, that it was like some turtles, right? There's 13 carapaces in the middle of their shell, and there's 28 along the edge of their shell, segments of their shell. 13 moons, 28 days on turtle shells. This equals 364 days plus 1 day of rest. All indigenous peoples around the world knew the wisdom of the turtle and followed a 13-month calendar, as there are 13 moon cycles in a year and 27 to 29 days per cycle. It appears that 1 month was subtracted in order to sever the connection between people with the sun, the moon, and the stars, which are themselves a giant clock. But what I found out was, it's every single turtle and tortoise. Sea turtles, the same thing. A giant clock on their backs. So we're talking about the Fibonacci sequence is in the turtles, of course, as it is in all biological life forms. But the calendar is also on every single turtle's back. And you may be thinking, well, why would they change the calendar? Well, yes, to sever the connection, to alter our perception, our vibration, our reality just a little bit more. Another thing we have never been told about in school. Isn't that interesting? Instead, we're hearing about Pythagorean theorem and carbon emissions, and they don't tell us anything about this natural world. Shocking. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below and follow for more.
Sometimes it feels like we try to create our own interpretation of nature and of reality. But it seems like every X number of years, some of us wake up and we start realizing that nature has been screaming at us the whole time what the answer was. Can you imagine how time and chronology would have been encoded within these animals? And then after that, to claim that all of the evolution of these animals is random due to the Big Bang? And like, how can you consolidate the encoding of this information within their physical appearance? I don't know. To me, it amazes me. I love this world and I love learning more about it. And hopefully you guys do too. Let me know down below and let's keep on rocking.
You're absolutely right, Judge. You know, what we have to look at is the president is the chief executive officer of this corporation called the United States of America. Of this corporation called the United States of America.
Now, haven't I been telling y'all on this platform for a long time that the United States is a federal corporation? The city of is a corporation. The state of is a corporation. Anything of is a corporation. Anything in all caps is a corporation. Under Title 28 U.S.C. 3002, Section 15, A, B, and C, the United States means a federal corporation, an agency, department, commission, board, or any other entity of the United States or an instrumentality of the United States. So you guys remember when we were in school and we used to pledge to allegiance. And obviously they make changes to these things over time because they rewrote history, his story. Let's go ahead and go with the 1954. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. But it says, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic. That's two forms of government. I showed y'all on the $10 bill where the president has his back towards the republic. Remember, I pledge allegiance to the United States of America and to the republic. So he's got his back to the republic, which is we the people. And he's facing the Federal Reserve, the United States. He's facing the United States. And the United States is what? A corporation. The United...
Well, you're absolutely right, Judge. You know, what we have to look at is the president is the chief executive officer of this corporation called the United States of America. Of this corporation called the United States of America.
Now, haven't I been telling y'all on this platform for a long time that the United States is a federal corporation? The city of is a corporation. The state of is a corporation. Anything of is a corporation. Anything...
Wow. What's the difference between the country, the republic, and the corporation? It's very interesting to look into it. I don't know if you guys noticed, but he had the Morocco flag. If I'm not mistaken, it was the Morocco flag that was there. It's very interesting to look at the history of the United States and Morocco, because Morocco was the first empire to acknowledge the United States as a country. So I wonder what the deal is with those two countries. If anyone knows, please let me know down below, because I've been looking into it, but there's a lot of different information, so I haven't presented it yet. But if you guys have any information, please let me know down below. Thank you so much, and let's keep on rocking.
But yeah, this leads into another thing that I want to talk about, which is we've talked about it a couple times, but like underground cities.
Yeah.
This lady, yes, the Tucker Carlson interview.
Yes. I haven't seen it. I don't know what this is.
This is nuts. Okay. Former Bush administration official Catherine Fitz. She was just on Tucker Carlson's podcast.
Cool.
And she did this really deep dive. She said it took 2 years to find all these connections with somebody else. I forget who it was. But basically, they uncovered of what they know of are all these major underground cities that the U.S. has been building since 1988.
Pardon?
Dude, what?
With a total of what they found, paper trail, they've spent over $21 trillion on underground systems and cities, funded through 2 decades of unaccounted federal spending. money that vanished from the ledgers of the Department of Defense and the Department of Housing and Urban Development
Well,
between 1988 and 2015.
Well, it's happening. All this money is disappearing. They
Yeah,
can't account for
and
it.
she says, for sure, with what they know, is that there are 170 underground cities under the entirety of the U.S. and in the ocean.
In 1984, George Orwell wrote, "It was always the women, and above all, the young ones, who were the most bigoted adherents of the party, the swallowers of slogans, the amateur spies and nosers out of unorthodoxy."
He wasn't being misogynistic, he was making a psychological observation. In his view, women, particularly in their role as caregivers and moral enforcers, tend to prioritize safety and compassion over risk and freedom. And that instinct, while natural, is easily weaponized by totalitarian systems. When conformity is marketed as compassion and control is rebranded as care, the state taps into the feminine psyche to enforce ideological obedience. Now consider this. Men will do almost anything to attract a mate, so when the state captures women through propaganda, redefining tyranny as empathy and compliance as virtue, men follow, especially those who can't compete in the traditional dating market. They feminize themselves and trade strength for submission. This is what evolutionary biologists call the sneaky f***er strategy, low-status males mimicking feminine traits or moral positions in hopes of reproductive access. And while all of this unfolds, families disintegrate. Single motherhood, a top predictor of poverty and social dysfunction, becomes the norm. Children from single-parent homes are far less likely to climb the economic ladder, and who steps in as provider and protector? Not the father, the state. But here's the kicker. The state is funded disproportionately by men, so rather than supporting the women they married and raised children with directly, men subsidize the state, which in turn provides for women through social programs. Why? Because women have been propagandized to see every relationship as a power dynamic, except one with the state, which is ironically the centralization of raw power. They've been told that to rely on a man is weakness, but to rely on a bureaucracy is empowerment. This is not progress, this is dependency with a new face. And both men and women are suffering. The childless middle-aged woman and the incel are two sides of the same broken culture. A woman without her own child often directs her maternal instinct towards abstract causes, infantilizing minorities under the guise of social justice. What we are witnessing from psychologically unwell men and women is Nietzsche's concept of resentiment, envy dressed up as morality. The strong became evil, the weak became good, strength became tyranny. We now live in a pathologically soft society that sides even with those who harm it, where punishing crime feels unfair and victimhood is the highest virtue. Nietzsche called them the tarantulas, those who preach justice but act from bitterness. They don't want to uplift the weak, they want to drag down the strong. Orwell saw them too. Quote, "Most middle-aged socialists, while theoretically pining for a classless society, cling like glue to their miserable fragments of social prestige."
That was pretty interesting. I mean, when you think about it, back in the days, you know, if you had the woman staying at home and the man working, you could say in a way that only half of the people were involved in politics and whatever the state was telling them. So you always had a part of the family unit that was the kids and the mother that were outside of that. And then the women started feeling like empowerment would be joining the workforce. But when you think about it from a monetary incentive, what better plan could you have than to have 2 salaries per household that you could tax, right? So it just feels like a long trap that's also having a lot of negative repercussions, like he said, you know, regarding the psychology and the way that men are reacting to it, and the way that we're identifying strength as evil and weakness as virtue, and also victimhood. Very interesting. It feels like these guys were talking about, you know, the psychology of a long time ago, but it really applies spot on to today. And I feel like that's a hint that the second we cracked the code of the human mind, it was used against us. And now we're seeing through this long process of maybe 100 and something years, we're able to see how, when, and why they've done the things that they've done and where it's brought us. Very interesting to look at it from a macro perspective. Let me know what you guys think down below. Do you agree, disagree? What do you guys think about it? And let's keep on rocking.
Just chose to listen to the warnings that everyone ignored. When Steve Jobs came out and said, "I will never give my children an iPad. You should never give your children an iPad. They will mess them up more than anything you know." When he physically said that, do not give your children an iPad, I chose to believe that a little bit. When Microsoft's executive, Pierre Laurent, then followed that up by saying, "There is a war for the eyeballs of children and no one has done a long-term study into the impact of brains that these things are going to have. Don't give them to your kids." Like, right from the off, the red flag was there for me. This wasn't Jordan with his schizo thoughts. This was me looking at the execs of Microsoft and Apple. Like, one of them said he would willingly take hand-to-hand combat than give his child an iPad. These people in Silicon Valley put their children in an entire different education system. Steiner Waldorf education, where there's no electronic devices until 12. Because the brain physically cannot comprehend this amount of flashing lights and dopamine. Like, it can't. And then people say, "Oh yeah, but your kids are going to be less good on technology." No, they're not. Because the rate of technological development right now is so quick that iPads are irrelevant in 12 years anyway. The children that are being given iPads and children that are getting aggressive and sulking when their iPad's being taken off them, I think that's going to manifest as some very dark stuff when they're an adult.
I was lucky enough to get an education from Paul Chek, and he talked about Steiner extensively and brain development. I researched that, took my children in for an interview. My son Troy was in public school at the time, and he resonated with Waldorf like that. He started going to Waldorf at kindergarten, and my daughter also went through it. Most of those brain development years, the mind is myelinating 0 to 7, so your nervous system's being entrained, and we did the best we could to keep them off devices for the most part. And then when we got to Waldorf, that was the curriculum and template for the whole school. And I will tell you now that my children are 15 and 18, and it paid off considerably, and they have the experience where their brain developed, the imagination centers of the brain developed, and they didn't have stress with too much testing in public school, etc. My children are balanced, attentive, intelligent. They know how to use their imagination, their problem-solving skills. My son sees the effect of what this technology and devices are doing to the consciousness of his fellow student body. If you'd like a better reference of what's going on with these devices and dumbing down humanity, I recommend you watch Idiocracy, a 2006 documentary that was made by Mike Judge, and have a great day.
Wow, that was pretty good. That movie, by the way, is epic. Idiocracy, amazing. If you guys have the opportunity, please do watch it. As for the children with the iPads, I mean, you know, the creators told you themselves. That makes me think of Cardi B and Beyonce that wouldn't let the children listen to their own music and dance the way that, you know, they were dancing. But also, to come back, at one point he said from 0 to 7 the brain is like myelinated. I don't know what that means exactly, but I'm supposing what it means is that there's no capability for processing. Really, everything is absorbed like a sponge. And that's why the Jesuits say, "Give me the child, and at 7 years old I will show you the man." And I think it's because of that processing. So not having devices and being the generator of ideas rather than the receiver of ideas for that period of time makes so much sense to me. Let me know what you guys think down below. Do you think that it's a tool and that it's very useful for kids to be on iPads at 5-7 years old? Or do you guys think that we should wait, like the Waldorf schools, until they're 12, until the neural pathways are different, or this or that? Let me know what you guys think down below, and let's keep on rocking.
Wouldn't it be crazy if Hitler sent a secret Nazi Navy expedition to Antarctica during World War II in search of, like, the Holy Grail or aliens or something? Wouldn't it also be crazy if the U.S. responded by sending their own secret expedition to Antarctica during World War II, known as Operation High Jump? And wouldn't it also be crazy if back in 2018 a fitness app accidentally revealed secret underground bases deep within Antarctica? And I mean, wouldn't it be crazy if there were secret pyramids in Antarctica? Those certainly look to have very similar layouts, don't they? And then there's this picture as well. That certainly looks like a pyramid. Wouldn't it be crazy that after it was revealed there appears to be some sort of secret tunnel cave leading to who knows what, Hollow Earth maybe, Google went and edited out that cave? Wouldn't it be crazy that if the entire world had signed the Antarctic Treaty which pretty much prevents any country or citizen from freely visiting Antarctica. It also contains like 16 different no-go zones. Wouldn't it be crazy if Dr. Richard Byrd claimed there was unexplored land larger than the United States in Antarctica? He later died that same year, back in 1957. Next year, NASA was created, and the year after that, the Antarctic Treaty was signed. That's crazy. Do you guys remember the blob anomaly, the 80-foot wave radar mishap that happens like 3 or 4 times over the last year? Well, wouldn't it be crazy if it looks like that blob seems to originate from Antarctica? And I mean, wouldn't it be crazy if I suggested that maybe it's about time the rest of the world and people realize or understand or be told what the hell is going on in Antarctica?
I must admit that Antarctica is something that causes a lot of questions for me. Just like the COVID, when you have all of these countries coming together and agreeing on something and saying, oh, we will not do this or we will not do that, and everyone signs, it's kind of weird. And I mean, there's a lot of parts of Antarctica that are weird. That little church where the presidents go and visit. He was talking about the Second World War, but later on, when it was the race to space, the first race, from what I understand, was a race to create a satellite. And supposedly Russia succeeded first, which I think they did not succeed. And because they weren't able to succeed and figured out that maybe space travel was not possible for any way, shape, or reason, instead of continuing when the United States said, oh, we will put a man on the moon before the decade is over, instead of them trying to put a man on the moon, from what I understand, they went 9 times in 9 years to Antarctica. I don't know, food for thought. Some people say that because they reached a limit on the top, they tried to go find the limits on the side. But I mean, you know, your opinion is just as good as mine. So let me know what you guys think down below about Antarctica. Everything normal? Something weird? Let me know what you think down below. Let's keep on rocking.
Yeah, I've been watching anime all my life, but to see somebody do some crouching tiger, hidden dragon type shit, some anime, and she hit that bitch. Her photograph, that shit raw.
Even just plain increases and reduces. When it's like on steroids, it dramatically increases. So here we are at the Bilderberg meeting to say, any other ideas? We'll convince everyone that's good for them, and we'll make sure that our product is very cheap so we can get soy oil put in everything, salad dressings, soups, you name the processed food, we'll get oil, and we'll make sure that soy and oil, which is another one, will be used in frying. Therefore, anybody who's eating fried foods is getting the, which in addition to reducing levels, also screw up the stomach and the digestion. It'll give people gas and bloating, and this just will reduce their drive and initiative and make them more docile.
They use to give to rats and animals to study because it makes them allergic. It makes them allergic to any protein you give. If you give a monkey eggs, it will immediately become allergic to eggs. So they can study egg allergies. They do the same thing with nuts in animals and rats. Yet they're putting this in and not imagining, what if my baby has some peanut butter in their belly when they got this? Just train their immune system to say allergy from here on out. These are the things that we're looking at. Never been tested. The safety. Everything we know is in animal studies, and it tells us this stuff is incredibly for human beings, and we're 10 times the rate of an oral study into a day one. It's absolute madness.
To be honest, ever since I've been young, I've always wondered why certain people are allergic to things, and when I looked into it, I was never satisfied with the answer. It seemed like it was more guesswork than anything else. This is actually one of the best theories that I've ever heard regarding it, that it would be like a trauma to the system, that the system would associate to that that food or that thing, and then afterward would create a reaction of protection whenever that food was introduced. Very interesting. I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying it's one of the best theories, because when you look at it, it's like it became more and more common, people being more and more allergic to things, but I never quite understood why, how. And even when you go to the doctor, it's not like it's a blood test. They literally put the things on you and they see if you have a reaction to it. So it's like, it's guesswork. It's pure guesswork. So it doesn't seem like we have a grasp on what the concept is. So this is actually, you know, one of the best theories I've heard. Do you guys have another one? Let me know down below. You know, maybe I'm just ignorant, but I'd like to know a bit more about this subject. So don't hesitate to write it down below or send me the video, and let's keep on rocking.
Play fair in a game where others cheat. Machiavelli. How many of you are playing fair in a game that the system has already rigged against you, honey butter?
It's called moral entrapment. When you draw a false standard of morality around someone, knowing they will inevitably cross it, and then you gasp in shock when they do.
Machiavelli taught us if your opponent cheats, the entire structure of the game has been rearranged subconsciously. It is your job to notice this rearrangement, and instead of calling it out, to play by these new rules. You can commit tax fraud.
In the Middle Ages, you would have these Catholic bishops, who would sell these things called indulgences. An indulgence limits your time in hell in the afterlife. If you can use fear and guilt against a human, and they're susceptible to it, then you own their mind. The irony is many bishops and priests in the Middle Ages weren't even bishops and priests. They were buying their way into power. So many people were convicted of heresy for no reason other than to socially humiliate them and to teach them that they should be tithing to the church. And if you were a heretic, you were socially outcasted, persecuted, or beheaded. But the irony is, as Machiavelli mentioned, that the system itself is corrupt, yet the standard human still believes in playing well within the means of the system. Mr. Beast, Bill Gates, Leonardo DiCaprio, my pet fish, what do they all have in common? The moral brag. The moral brag is a key part of moral entrapment in the West. Having humans who act like they are morally superior creates a gold rush for moral attention. So false morality becomes a currency. This is why so many people film themselves helping the homeless. They are trying to gain unseen social credit. One would ask, where then lies the real morality of long ago, and does it even exist? And I would say it lies beyond the bishops, the fake celebrities, and the fake philanthropists, and inside your very body where God lives. Genuine morality, therefore, is witnessed by the source of all creation and has to be something that you come to terms with yourself, with the Creator. God or source sees all moral obstruction, because what Machiavelli didn't mention is this: when something as sacred as morality is used the wrong way, there will be consequences.
Do you agree? Let me know below, love. Machiavelli.
Like I say, you know, it feels like the minority are the ones yelling the loudest. So on the platforms, it seems like that's the only voice heard. But I think that's because most of the people are just good people with moral decency. And even if they get cheated on, even if the system doesn't follow the rules, because they believe that that's right, they keep on following the rules. And I think that's why we get the lower hand. So what she's saying kind of makes sense, where if you see that the rules have changed, you must now operate by those new rules. Kind of makes sense, which would be how revolutions are born in a way, you know, when you realize that the social contract has changed, so your behavior must change until the social contract becomes acceptable for all sides, a normal business transaction. But basically, the point that I'm making is that I think 90% of us are just good people, don't want problems, want to take care of our family, and I think they use that against us. Let me know what you guys think down below. And that's a wrap for today, familia. Whether you're tuning in with the sunrise or you're posted up after midnight, I appreciate your time, your energy, your curiosity. And don't forget, this isn't about truth or fiction. This is about perspective. If this sparked a thought, a laugh, a deeper question, then we did our job. So drop your thoughts in the comments, keep the convo alive, like, subscribe, and don't forget to hit that bell if you're riding a wave, because we're just getting started. So until next time, stay grounded, stay weird, stay critical. I'm Adam Strain, and this has been Adam Strain Reacts. Peace! Now it's time for us to link up. Really think we on the brink up. Making a change, we're living this strange. Living this strange. Making a change. I'm living this strange. Yeah.
Artemis mission are literal actors. You can see that this one
Be able to find so many mistakes and glitches. Shadow from her hand that were appearing on the
main character.
Artemis Project all mysteriously showed up or disappeared. Let that say.
Look closer.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
I like how she has her hair up and in a braid on the way to the launch pad. Then the second they get into space, she takes her hair out like this. When a braid would really be the most sufficient way to have your hair in space. And that doesn't even look like the same person, by the way. Any female that's ever allegedly been in space, they have never tied their hair up. I wonder why that is. It's because that's the easiest way to sell you on the fact that there's no gravity. It doesn't make sense. Your hair would be tied up. And what the hell is all that? Are you kidding? The state of this would not even be acceptable for your average residential electrician.
This is one way to do it, but we also have a treadmill, a bicycle, and weightlifting.
I'm sorry, weightlifting? How exactly does that work if there is no weight in space? Why would you be using weights if there is no weight? And I'm sorry, but the hair sticking up constantly doesn't even make any sense. It wouldn't just constantly be up like that unless you intentionally pointed it up. According to what we're told, there needs to be a force acting on something for something to move. So it really wouldn't just stay up like that. If she were to just push it down, it should stay down until you actually push it back up. But for some reason, it's always straight up. I hate to say it because this is clearly fake, but this is a much better example of what your hair actually would do. Everyone's hair should always be doing the same thing, no matter which mission it is. But that's not something any of them would even have to worry about if they just did the logical thing and tied it up. That's crazy. I'm sorry.
For America and a waiting world, integrity is 5.
What is that? The end of a paper towel tube? They're like looking out the end of a paper towel and turning the light on and off.
As you guys can see, we're doing a bit of a deep dive on the space stuff. I mean, it's something that really was an integral part of me questioning the world in which we live. And for me, it was satellites. When I started searching for that, it started bringing me to so many different questions and different pieces of how things work, and it didn't really make sense. But that was a good example. I mean, he's like, oh, that looks like this. He just pulls it out and he does it. I think there's something about the way we intake information due to like credibility and stuff like that, because basically, you know, I've seen videos where they show you a picture and they say, which planet is this or what is this, and it looks like a nebula, or it looks like Saturn or Jupiter, and at the end of the day it was just like a random kitchen appliance or just liquid inside of oil, and then they took a picture. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, I think a lot of this has to do with how we're looking at the information. So does it really make sense that, I don't know, just like he was saying, that they're keeping the hair up, or that, you know, after all of this evolution in camera, somehow, you know, we only get basic shots, basic quality. There's no camera pointing outside all the time. So let me know what you guys think down below. So this is the Artemis 2 special. We're just gonna breeze through it. Let's keep on rocking.
Fast are you going at your top speed? It's interesting measuring speed in space. So, you know, we use like air density and to determine Mach. So when we enter the atmosphere, we'll be going about Mach 25, 26, or 25,000 miles per hour. 7 miles a second.
He said entering the atmosphere at 25,000 miles per hour, 7 miles a second. So what they tell us is that the atmosphere starts about 62 miles up, what they call the Kármán line. You understand too that they tell us asteroids that we can view from Earth also move at about 25,000 miles per hour. So this tiny little pod about 6 feet across enters the atmosphere only 62 miles up, moving the same speed as an asteroid, which by the way is the same speed as escape velocity, which is required to leave the atmosphere. So if they were coming in at that speed, only 62 miles up, they would hit the ground in about 8 seconds. Oh, but I forgot they had parachutes, because you'd be able to stop an asteroid with a couple of parachutes, right? Oh, and I also forgot you can film something 60 miles away that's going 25,000. I keep seeing people say, oh, well, the air actually slows them down to about 300 miles per hour. Okay, so even if we went with that dumbass logic, 25,000 miles per hour to 300 miles an hour in just a couple of seconds. Remember, it would have to happen in just a couple of seconds because you only even have 8 seconds before you're at the ground. So basically an e-brake from 25,000 with humans inside. That would be even more extreme than going 500 miles an hour directly into a brick wall. This is about 5,000 miles per hour. Think about 5 times faster than that.
7 miles a second.
These astronauts are really an IQ test for the general public, because tell me why she's walking around just fine on stage, and then a few days later she's hobbling around like a baby gazelle that just fell out of her mother. Muscles don't just atrophy from being just fine, from no gravity, to barely being able to walk.
Uma invenção de 1950, veículo híbrido, metade carro, metade avião. Na estrada, chega a 90 km por hora. Para voar, basta travar a parte inferior, dobrar as asas e acoplar a hélice. Sem ferramentas, sem complicação. No ar, alcança 160 km por hora, fácil de pilotar. Funciona com gasolina comum. Único problema, custos elevados para a produção e achar onde estacionar.
It's the first time I see that contraption, a car plane. So awesome. I don't know what language it was. I think it was Portuguese, but they were saying that it runs on car fuel. It's normal. The only problem is that it costed expensive to build. But imagine that you just take off a piece and then you could drive, and they put on another piece, you could fly. That's awesome. If you guys have any more of those, send them over. I like seeing variations of the car that never got to see the light of day, because it helps us see what the process is behind the scenes about what product is allowed to reach us and what is not and why. You know, very interesting. Anyways, let's keep on rocking.
Did they have such a clean shave the entire trip? Like, I shaved, I think, 2 days ago. This was the Artemis crew on the way to the launch pad. This was them on day 8 after circling the moon and returning home. Look at their faces. Not once did they even have a 5 o'clock shadow. They had the cleanest shave I've ever seen in my life every single day. And okay, maybe they just shaved in space every single day, twice a day. Is it even safe to shave in space? Never mind have your hair flying all over the place. Loose hair is not safe in a spaceship. It is considered a hazard and is actively managed, not allowed to float freely. Stray hairs can be trapped in sensitive equipment, clog critical air filters, or be inhaled or get into astronauts' eyes. Astronauts typically keep hair short or tied back. I've never seen a woman's hair in space tied up. 100% of the time, it is out. You already know why that is. On average, it is normal to lose 50, 100, or 150 hairs from your head per day. So they were gone for 10 days, so times 3 minus this guy because he doesn't have any hair. Thousands and thousands of hairs would be all over the place. They state themselves can be very dangerous to the equipment. This is them when they got back after the 10th day, and their facial hair is the exact same as when they left.
Oh, 12 of the scientists, engineers that worked on the Artemis project all mysteriously showed up or disappeared.
There's a story that caught our attention. We're talking about a number of U.S. scientists, some connected to very sensitive research, who have or disappeared.
Let that sink in. So, they're acting again. I guess they came together and tried to blackmail them for some money. Otherwise, we're gonna tell them how we did the trick. And now they tricked, and they did. If you in on the motherfucking hustle, stay in on the hustle, I guess the more to that story is. Don't jump ship too late, because the hustle gonna continue. You're gonna be maggot food.
2 of the astronauts on the Artemis mission are literal actors. You can see that this one was in Fallout and this one was in Mad Max. Why would they hire actors to go to the moon? Isn't that concerning?
I mean, it's a small detail. Don't get me wrong. It's not like it blows the lid off of everything. But what are the chances? And if you look at the girl astronaut, I don't remember her name, but if you look into her curriculum, like, she's been busy. Since 2003, she's been working at NASA, doing all kinds of stuff. So when is it that she becomes an actress? You know, and how come? I don't know. You guys tell me, does it mean something? Does it not mean something? Let me know down below. Maybe I'm missing something. Let's keep on rocking.
Get your tinfoil hats out, folks, because this is maybe my favorite conspiracy theory of all time. Okay, so one of the biggest conspiracy theories regarding the lunar landing is that we never went back after the 60s and 70s because we lost the technology. The idea is that the machinery and the tools that we used to get to the moon were either intentionally destroyed or lost over time. And the engineers that were working on it, they eventually all passed away. And so the actual hardware and the people that took us to the moon are no longer. What if I told you that the reason there hasn't been another lunar landing is because of lost technology? It's just not NASA's, it's Disney. What does Disney have to do with this, you ask? Well, naturally, we never actually went to the moon. We filmed the lunar landing and broadcast that as if it was really happening. Disney had government contracts with the United States. They worked with scientists like Wernher von Braun. They filmed a very convincing lunar landing using green screen technology from the 60s that we simply do not have anymore in 2026. Listen to this guy talking about the Disney Prism that allowed them to film unbelievable scenes like this one in Mary Poppins that is simply lost forever.
Instead of a blue screen or a green screen, they used what was sometimes called a yellow screen. It's a very specific spectrum of yellow made from a low-pressure sodium vapor light that puts out one wavelength of light. Because it's just one wavelength, you can actually block just that one wavelength or let just that one wavelength go through. So the magic of the sodium vapor process is they used a beam splitter prism so that the light that comes through the lens gets split onto 2 strips of film at the same time. And that's exactly what you need to get your map. What's kind of magical about it is that you can block that one wavelength of yellow without messing up all of the other colors. In that scene, there's no matte lines. He's motion blurring, he's dancing around. The compositing is impeccable. Yeah, it's perfect. You couldn't have gotten such great blur over the alpha channel with a green screen or a blue screen. To join two pieces of glass and then have layers of material with different indices of refraction, it's a very custom job, and it would probably cost tens of thousands of dollars at a minimum. Apparently there were 3 of these ever made, and also we don't know where any of these prisms are today.
So we did lose the technology. It just has nothing to do with rockets and shuttles. It has everything to do with green screens and prisms. Disney had this flawless yellow screen prism technology that allowed them to film Mary Poppins' lace transparent hat, or Dick Van Dyke's blurring movement when he dances, or throwing salt all over the place. So all that technology was perfect for a lunar landing where you're stepping on rocks and there's moon dust and the black background with the red, white, and blue. And once those prisms were lost or destroyed, we didn't have the technology to film another lunar landing the last 60 years. You're telling me we can't remake these prisms? He said it costs tens of thousands of dollars. Just buy a billion of them. We can send people to the moon, but we can't rebuild this cube? Forget about the lunar landing. I just want to see movies made this way.
In today's wow, it was the first time that I've ever heard anything about that, and I've been looking into this for quite a long time. But have you guys ever heard of this lost technology? That's pretty crazy. I mean, to have the capability of doing just the masking or just the coloring and to have it perfectly split, I mean, that's a revolution for the 60s, never mind today. So yeah, very interesting. I had no idea. I had heard the idea that Disney was involved in the filming. But anyways, what do you guys think? I don't think I've ever asked you guys, so I want to know. I'm curious. Are you on team we landed on the moon in 69 up to 72, 73, and then afterwards we've never been back? Or do you think there was some trickery or fakery and an ulterior motive or reason for the reason that we haven't been back? Let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
This video is showing you guys what the sun looks like up close with an ND5 foil solar filter, which allows us to be able to see through the brightness of the sunlight to actually see the shape of the sun, its texture, what it looks like. And I'm going to show you 3 different views from 3 different days, and you're going to see that the sun always looks the same, always has these same little spots on it, which I'll get to here in a second. Let's get zoomed in. There we go. Now you see these little look like little black dots on the sun. Now, to be honest with you, I don't know exactly what they are, but I know every time that I zoom in on it, they are always there. Now, they are not always in the same spot, but they always look the same. Every time I zoom in on this sun, these little black spots are always there. Every time on different days, no matter which day that you zoom in on it with the solar filter. And the cool thing about the solar filter is most of the time you could use your P1000 or your P900 and you'll never be able to see what I just showed you without the solar filter because the sun is too bright. And this filter, it just filters out that brightness so you can actually, like I told you earlier, see the texture of the sun itself. Now, I'm not for sure if you can actually buy this filter for the Nikon P900. I just know that they have it for the P1000. So if you have a P900, you might want to kind of research that, maybe look it up and see if they have one. I'm sure they probably do, but I know they have one for the P1000 and it does a fabulous job, as you can see right here. Now you're getting ready to see those little black holes, those little black dots again, just as I showed you on the first day. They're always there, always there. Which tells me that this is not a big ball of fire like they tell us that it is. That's a bunch of bull crap. You don't see a big ball of fire anywhere on this. It just looks like a big light bulb with some bugs stuck to it. Not to mention the fact that I shouldn't be able to zoom in on this at all with a camera. It's supposedly 93 million miles away. Think about that. 93 million miles away. Trust me, there is no camera in the world that can see 93 million miles away. But anyway, it's a little shaky there. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, now this is a total different day here. There was some humidity on this day, so I didn't actually get the orange look or the yellow look. It actually had a white look to it. But you can see those black dots or little black holes are there on day 3 also. Well, you see the atmospheric reaction kind of blurring there over them, but they're definitely there. I don't know what that is, but it's something. Now here you have NASA's computer-generated images. Now look what they show you. They show you this big old ball of fire with looks like lava and fire shooting out of it, which is all cartoon images. CGI, people. It looks nothing like what I just showed you in real time with a real camera with a real solar filter. It looks nothing like this NASA cartoon bullcrap. Yeah, you see that? You don't see nothing on that one when I zoom in on it. Just looks like a big light with some little specks on it, little holes on it. Looks nothing like this cartoon crap. I'm telling you, people, the Book of Enoch tells us that it's a luminary, not a ball of fire, as you can see here. And that which thus rises is the great luminary, and it is so named according to its appearance, according as the Lord commanded. As he rises, so he sets, and decreases not, and rests not, but runs day and night, and his light is 7-fold brighter than that of the moon. But as regards size, they are both equal.
So do you...
Wow, that's very fascinating, very beautiful. I really love this type of content, looking into things close, whether it be with a microscope, with a telescope, with a camera. I find there's so much detail and grain to this world that sometimes, like you were saying at the end, you know, they show us a CGI representation, but does that even match reality at all? It's a very good question, but I found that super interesting. If you guys never seen, I'll try to get some videos, but also sometimes they zoom into stars and you could see this vibration and it looks like a cymatic pattern. It doesn't really look like a solid object neither. Very interesting to look at this world when you're looking in closely. Anyways, let's keep on rocking.
Remember this guy right here? Of course you do. He was the main character in the newest space movie. But I just want to take a second to look at the stars on this thing. Why is he still carrying it? See the stars? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5 stars. You see this little half star? So take a look at it right here after he spins it, which is all they actually did was play with a plush toy the entire time. You see how you can see the 5 stars, but where's the half a star? How come the half a star isn't there anymore? Watch it as it comes around. 5 stars. You clearly saw 5.5 stars. Where is that half a star? How come it's not there? But maybe if they didn't focus so much on spinning microphones and plush toys and actually showed us the moon, Earth, or what space looks like, then we wouldn't be able to find so many mistakes and glitches. Now, I just want to look at one more thing from our main character here. See right here how there's a shadow from her hand? Well, there should also be a shadow from the toy, but there isn't one. You see, she brings her hand back. There's the shadow. Takes it away. No shadow. So why isn't the toy giving off a shadow when her hand is in the same exact spot giving off a shadow? We don't even have to talk about the words that were appearing on the main character either. We've already talked about that.
I mean, they were all interesting, but has anyone seen a debunking about the last one that he just showed? The one with the letters going through? Because if you think about it, it would make sense if they're using a blue screen and the little plush toy is blue. So let me know if that's been debunked, because that's a pretty good one. What do you guys think? You guys think it's what do they call it? Augmented reality, where they use 3D modeling in real time? Or do you guys think that it's just a mistake of lighting or in our mind? Or let me know what you think down below. Let's keep on rocking.
where these are basically pods that you would drop out of the aircraft and they would parachute. Pods that you would drop out of the aircraft and they would parachute.
What do you guys think? Do you think it's possible that they just dropped the pod off from a plane instead of it reappearing? Or do you guys think that's just a coincidence, the fact that that plane has that capability and was passing over it on the same date towards the same area? Let me know what you think down below. Let's keep on rocking. A lot of coincidences.
Pas de caméra interne pendant l'ascension. Juste des coupures pour faire place aux images de synthèse. Ils sont prudents pour pas faire les mêmes erreurs qu'avec Apollo 11. Après tout, si c'était faux, pourquoi ça deviendrait vrai?
We're going to the moon.
La NASA, c'est une télé-réalité, avec des acteurs présentés comme des cartes Pokémon. On sait tous que les images de 69 ont été faites en studio, avec un ralenti x2. Et si on met en vitesse normale, on peut visualiser les harnais. Et regardez la simplicité du décollage depuis la Lune pour le retour sur Terre. Il était plus propre que la vidéo d'aujourd'hui. Et celui qui filmait est resté là-bas. C'est peut-être Buzz Aldrin d'ailleurs, un astronaute, acteur et franc-maçon, qui nous répète ne jamais avoir été nulle part.
We did go there.
Et il porte même une bague maçonnique sur cette photo culte. Et ici aussi. Parce qu'on a affaire à un théâtre occulte. La fusée fait 322 pieds de hauteur. En Gematria Prime, Artemis 2 égale 322. Le fameux nombre de la société secrète Skull and Bones. Parce que la conquête de l'espace est une conquête de l'esprit. Répétée depuis ton enfance pour t'éloigner de la réalité et t'enfermer dans leur prison digitale.
Do you know that Christina Koch was actually a character in Mad Max in 2015? Yeah, NASA astronaut Christina Koch appeared as one of the Vuvolini in the 2015 Mad Max Fury Road. And then just 10 years later, she's going to the moon. What an exciting life, huh? Apparently, she's only even been an astronaut for only 13 years. And she completed her candidate training in 2015, the same year that she was filming to be in a movie.
Yeah, the 2 of the 4 American astronauts that are on that flight, they're right out of central casting. They're right out of central casting.
Let's not forget about the words appearing on the stuffed animal and then him quickly moving it out of the way. Let's not forget about how the bag phased directly through Buddy's ear right here.
Minutes before the Artemis 2 crew traveled the
And what the hell is he even doing? Let's not forget the vanishing red dot. Terrible quality video, even though you couldn't take a bad quality video nowadays, even if you tried. 1995 digital camera. Video from inside the ship from the entire 10-day trip, except for when they're free falling at 25,000 miles per hour. No close-up shots either. They're making sure they're keeping their distance for some reason. None of this is melting, even though this fucking ship would be hotter than lava. A crew going up and touching the ship and their hands are somehow not burning off. Here's a little bonus clip from a separate team of dumbasses. Why did the ball fall straight to the floor if they're in space?
So, you know, it's really not a question of you should believe this or that. I'm really wondering. To be honest, I'm not even decided on any way, shape, or form. But a few quick questions. You know, have we been to the moon? Is the sun really 93 million miles away? Do the pictures we have or the representations that we have of the planets or the galaxy or the solar system, are they realistic? Is it true? Let me know what you think down below, and thanks for rocking. And that's a wrap for today, familia. Whether you're tuning in with the sunrise or you're posted up after midnight, I appreciate your time, your energy, your curiosity. And don't forget, this isn't about truth or fiction. This is about perspective. If this sparked a thought, a laugh, a deeper question, then we did our job. So drop your thoughts in the comments, keep the convo alive, like, subscribe, and don't forget to hit that bell if you're riding a wave, because we're just getting started. So until next time, stay grounded, stay weird, stay critical. I'm Adam Strain, and this has been Adam Strain Reacts. Peace!
I don't know what y'all think, but now it's time for us to link up. Really think we on a break up, making a change from living this train. Living this train. Making a change from living this train. Yeah.
When did elephants have breasts? I'd never seen this before. 100 years. Well, as these melted ruins are thousands of years old.
Jake, I'm not even kidding. Go look this up. They literally brought in to dig through the rubble.
Yeah,
There's big dudes.
yeah. I was sleeping, had to wake up. Why? Every reason I could think.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
That's the cost of living crisis. Suddenly, we went up from prices being around there to prices being there. And you don't really see that in this data, okay? Because inflation is really just measuring the difference between that and that. And if you
This is how they lie with numbers.
look at those two lines, you're talking about a 2.3% change. That's the number we're talking about today. But for a lot of people, it's not about that. It's about the difference between this and that.
What is that, like 19, 18%?
And when you look at the difference between this
Yeah.
and that, that's 20%. And I think that's the dichotomy here between these inflation numbers where it looks normal and this, which is really not normal at all.
Not to mention how they change the basket of goods that they use to mark inflation against, such that they can make the numbers look smaller. It's all a ruse to make you feel like you're going insane, when the reality is that they're trying to manipulate the reality of what you see. In order to fix this, join me and the American Congress Party.
Did you see the about the Nephilim? The Nephilim are often referred to as giants in the Bible, but some believe they are the offspring of fallen angels and humans. Sounds crazy, right? Well, Email here requesting documents pertaining to the resurrection chamber of Gilgamesh, the location of his body, and the location of the buried Nephilim. If they didn't exist, why is she requesting documents for them? And about Gilgamesh, a Mesopotamia mythological hero. Here is supposedly a video that some people think is Gilgamesh found in his tomb. Now, who is to say whether this video is real or not, but with how weird reality actually is, I'm not going to immediately doubt it. We live in a very scripted and twisted reality, and truth is hidden if you're not in the club. But I don't know, I'm just a conspiracy theorist. Let me know what you think.
That is kind of interesting because they like to make people seem a bit crazy when they inquire about these types of things, but how come the people that govern us also are inquiring about these things? We've heard about stories about when they went into Iraq that they were basically trying to take control of the ziggurat of Ur. We've heard about a lot of things, and one of the first, stops when they go into a new place often seems to be the museums and the ancient artifacts. And that kind of reminds me of the times of the Nazis when they used to do the same thing. They were on like a mission to find occult teachings and occult practices and relics and stuff like that. So again, very interesting question that she raises. How come these people that lead us are sort of talking and looking for these things as if they believe in it? Let me know what you guys think down below. If you guys have any supporting information, let me know. I love to look into this type of thing. So let's keep on rocking.
You watched the Hunger Games and you sided with the Resistance. You watched Star Wars and you sided with the Resistance. You watched The Matrix and you understood and sided with the Resistance. When it's fiction, you understand and you side with the Resistance. Yet when it's happening to you in real life, right now, in the news, in the world, right now, you refuse to see it when it's the reality that you are living in.
Would you like a free water?
They also get free water.
Here you go.
What company is this?
It's called Free Water. It's free because we put ads on the packaging.
Free? Is it crappy water?
No, it's the best water. It's natural spring water. Other people buy similar water for a couple bucks. We give it away for free, and we also donate 10 cents per water to charity.
Charity? Which charity?
Right now we're donating to Well Aware. They build water wells in Africa, and they have a 100% guarantee on the work.
How much does this cost?
To advertise?
To advertise.
Or drink it?
Both.
Well, drink it, it's free. You don't owe us any money. To advertise, about $1 of water total for all of it on those boxes.
Okay. How do I contact you for advertising?
The website is freewater.io. Go to the advertiser page.
Do you have a card?
The water's a card.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, scan that QR code.
Sweet, I'll take it.
Have a great...
I mean, I'm not trying to make everyone jump on the same idea, but man, that was pretty revolutionary, no? Water is the one thing that everyone needs. You're giving it out for free, and it's the advertising, and it's also, the business card. So I don't know. I found that super interesting. If you guys have any ideas like that, let me know, because I feel like that is the future of marketing. People are just so tired of being blasted left and right with all these ads that no one really cares about. That something like this, I think, could go a long way. I just found it was an interesting idea. I wanted to share it with you guys. Let's keep on rocking.
This video is going viral on Twitter right now, but not for the reason you might think. This is a professional of this skyscraper somewhere in the United States. The problem is, many people notice a similarity to it in regards to something that happened. Here we have a lesser known angle. That one didn't get hit. They said it was from fires. But the fires in Hong Kong, 7 towers caught fire. They burned for almost 48 hours. And none of them collapsed to their own footprint. Now, officially, it happened to happen, man. A fire can weaken the structure. Don't worry about what architects and engineers say, but fires apparently can cause it to drop just like that. For the first time, though, in recorded history. Now, I would have expected something bigger to come from this, now that it's been. But seemingly, many people are still sleeping. Again, the Hong Kong towers, almost 2 days on fire, still standing. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below and follow for more.
There has been many different resets since the Great Flood or the Flood of Noah. When you look at the age of the buildings in the previous video and the ruins from the buildings here, the melted bricks, the melted red bricks, there seems to be a clear age gap between the two. While this is much older than the mud-flooded buildings looking fairly newer by comparison, last several hundred years, while as these melted ruins are thousands of years old, indicating the many different cycles this realm has went through. Since the Great Flood or Flood of Noah, the theory is we're looking at about 6 or 7 resets here that happen about every 150, 200 years, kind of like clockwork. And with that cycle, it has taken many advanced civilizations. Think back in the stories of Atlantis, told throughout ancient time. After that, the Tartarian Empire. Just look at these structures, clear evidence of melted, deformed stone and brick. That is not some ancient design choice of hammer and chisel. History is nothing more than a set of lies agreed upon. Question everything, friends. Until next time.
Man, do I love looking into ancient history. I mean, even if you had an excuse for 1, 2, 3 of those pictures, man, it's so anomalous to see all these, all these temples within mountains, or the bricks being melted, or sometimes you don't even know where the mountain ends and the castle starts. I just find it so interesting. If you guys have any good footage, send it over and I'll feature it in the next video. Let's keep on rocking.
So quickly, I'll go through this 2-year war, over 60 million tons of rubble there, and tens of thousands.
Pour eux, les débris comptent plus que les vies humaines, parce que ce n'est pas une guerre, c'est un nettoyage.
One of the great honors for me has been working with Steve.
Steve, qui l'année dernière nous expliquait travailler sur son plan depuis 2 ans.
Been working on master plans for the last 2 years.
So there are plans already.
Au WEF, les plans de reconstruction existent avant la guerre.
We have plans already. We have a master plan already, and we're working together on it. And I think if the world saw the progress so far, they'd be pretty impressed.
Et on attend que tout soit détruit pour signer la paix. Comme ça, on peut reconstruire sans résistance.
We have created a sense of hope for what the future can bring.
On félicite ceux qui ont créé le problème.
I am so honored. I'd like to thank.
Parce que sans eux, ce nouveau système n'aurait jamais pu être justifié.
Nobody's ever dreamt of. You used him well. Obviously used him very well.
C'est grâce au chaos qu'il provoque que le sauveur devient nécessaire.
The world needs a savior, and the hope is that AI is the savior that we need.
Ce qu'ils appellent sauver le monde, c'est en réalité le reformater pour le rendre compatible avec l'IA.
This vision for the future as an example of what's possible in other parts of the world.
Il nous parle de paix, mais la paix ici, c'est l'absence d'imprévisibilité humaine, l'absence de liberté. Et c'est exactement le but d'une Smart City, une ville sans âme, où tout est mesuré, tout est prédit, où l'humain n'est plus un être vivant, il devient une donnée. Regardez le plan, zone industrielle intelligente pour Musk. Donc en réalité, ce qu'il construit, c'est un monde post-humain.
Are there aliens among us? I am one.
Quand il parle d'alien, il ne parle pas d'extraterrestre, mais de conscience inorganique. Parce que l'alien, c'est la rupture avec le vivant. Et ils vous vendent votre disparition comme du progrès.
Did elephants have these? Did we jump timelines? Did elephants jump timelines? When did this happen? Not out the Troublemaker Travels for saying this, because I had no idea. Am I in an alternate universe? When did elephants have breasts? I'd never seen this before. Never dawned to me that they would look like this. I mean, it's okay, but I've never seen this in no Discovery Channel, in no animal book, in no internet search. I have never, and I mean never, seen this before in my life. When did this happen? Why is it like this? Apparently, female elephants, this is how they feed their young, and this is what it looks like. Does that look weird to you? Did you know that? Have you ever seen this? Obviously, it's not weird for elephants. Is it weird for me? Is it weird for you? Is this strange? I don't know. Am I tripping right now? Because I have never seen these on an elephant. I mean, never. I've seen elephants all my life. I've looked up elephants. We learned about elephants. They are mystical creatures, but I did not know they had those. What are those? When did this happen? Am I the only one? Let me know on this one. I know it wasn't 5, but let me know on this one. It's a
Let me ask you something simple. How does a comedian with zero political experience become a global icon and the centerpiece of the largest in Europe?
Come on, Peter. Elected, people chose him. That's democracy.
Was it? Let's rewind the tape slowly.
Wasn't a politician. No manifesto, no party background, no governing experience. He was an actor and comedian.
Then comes the TV show Servant of the People. In the show, he plays a regular guy who exposes corruption, goes viral, gets drafted by the public, becomes president.
That's just fiction. Coincidence.
Except the show was financed and broadcast by one of you oligarch, prime-time slots, endless promotion, crossovers with news. The show didn't just entertain, it trained the audience.
1 year after the show peaks, registers a political party, same name as the show.
Then he announces his real candidacy and still wins 73% of the vote.
That's overwhelming support, though.
Or overwhelming narrative control.
And NGOs had already spent over $5 billion in Ukraine since 2014. Advisors embedded, NGO pipelines, media consulting.
So what do you get? A leader with no independent base, no political past, no faction loyalty, perfectly dependent.
But the invaded, what choice did he have? Isn't
not so fast, Brian. By 2014, Western Baku in the capital. 8 years of shelling in the eastern region, over 14,000 before 2022. The peace agreements were signed to end the fighting, but were never fully implemented. So, or did the Ukraine
was already ranked as one of the most corrupt countries in Europe before didn't fix that. It centralized it.
Now look at the cost. Roughly 1/3 of the population displaced, millions gone. Most won't return, making it a demographic collapse. Is this your idol who let it all happen?
And after the dust settles, debt, foreign ownership claims, resource concessions.
So you're saying
a managed territory, a dependency, a proxy battlefield paid for by lives, loans, and future resources.
So ask yourself, did a comedian accidentally stumble into history, or was a character tested on TV, scaled through media, and deployed at the right moment?
That's unsettling.
That's the point. If a man can play a TV and then become one in real life, maybe the most dangerous thing isn't propaganda. It's the story some were trained to believe.
That surprised me. I knew that he had done some acting or this or that, but the fact that he was playing a politician exposing corruption on a show a year before he got elected, man, that's crazy. That's straight idiocracy stuff. And it brings me to a point that I've been realizing is that, you know, back in the days, politics was like respectable, commendable, gentleman. And now it's like insults and it's like who got you more. So I feel like we're going halfway between what politics used to be and wrestling in a way, you know? So from now on, I feel like since we've had, you know, Trump, which was on TV and an actor, and Zelensky, I almost feel like it's going to be hard to go back to normal politics after. So we're sort of going to be caught into a democratic popularity contest type of thing where, you know, if you're a singer or you're an actor, well, you have more support because people know you. I don't know. I just don't think that's a good idea. Let me know what you guys think down below. Do you think that makes sense? Did you guys know that this guy was, you know, playing the position that he then assumed a year later? I mean, to me, it was a complete surprise. So anyways, let me know what you guys think down below, and let's keep on rocking.
Gosh, I don't know all the theories. I'll like share a theory and people are like, you didn't know that. I'm new to a lot of this stuff, okay? But let's talk about, so this guy, computer programmer, businessman, you know, very, very successful until he came across some information. Oh boy, that he didn't like. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. But anyway, I saw this on Jake Shields' podcast, so I'll tag him below, but check this out.
We all remember the apartment complex that just mysteriously into rubble.
Yeah, just
in North,
wasn't hit by a plane.
In North Miami. That was in that happened on the same night.
Wow.
And it's believed that he had an apartment or information stored in this one little apartment. And when that apartment building collapsed, they didn't let American response teams or like emergency teams do all the digging. Jake, I'm not even kidding. Go look this up. They literally brought in to dig through the rubble. There's dude, it's had a whole ceremony where he was like patting on the back. He's like, thanks.
How can they rationalize this? How can we bring that handle American matters? This is insane.
It's kind of I was all excited about this at one point, you know. And then it just turns out, you know, now we get laws like this from DeSantis. A new license plate's coming out in Florida that you can choose to get. Anyway.
Wow. I mean, that to me, with perspective and hindsight and looking at the dates, not only the fact that it happened on the same day that he was offed, but just the fact that they brought in that organization on American soil to go through the rubble, man, you know that there's something up there. Sometimes when I see these things, it really makes me think like we're living in a James Bond movie, but we always receive the cover story. And like the real stuff is happening behind the scenes. Did you guys know about this? Let me know down below. Anyways, let's keep on rocking.
There were hundreds of security cameras filming the check-in areas, the corridors, the lounges, the airport bars and restaurants, etc. The question is, how many time-stamped images do we have that show us the presence of the at any of the departing airports? More than 100? Only one? Not at all? About 30 different images. The answer is none at all. We don't have a single time-stamped image showing us even one of them at the airports on the morning of. The only thing we were shown is a sequence depicting at the Washington airport. But this sequence does not have a timestamp, and it was filmed with a regular camera, not a security camera. So, for as far as we know, those images could have been filmed anytime. Maybe during a dry run were made to make under whatever circumstance. And then we were shown this image depicting going through a security check. This picture is, but this is not the Boston airport. This is the Portland, Maine airport, as clearly shown in the timestamp that says 5:45 in the morning. This is the infamous connecting flight to Boston, not the flight to LA that was. Bottom line, at the departing airports, we do not have a single image that has been made public. Not one. Is there anybody out there who really wants to believe this?
You want to know why is now everywhere? It's not some random gotcha. It's a playbook move, used by power for centuries. You don't fix a dying system, you burn its reputation to ash on purpose. You drown the masses in filth until the old world itself makes them sick.
That's the whole show. First they spoon-feed you shocking truth. Then the media blitz. Every headline a nail in the coffin. Politicians, celebs, old money, all dragged through the mud. It's about breaking the audience.
But isn't that good? Like, if everyone's a crook, at least now we know, right? Shouldn't sunlight disinfect the room?
No, kid. Sunlight's just the setup. When all trust is exhausted, the demand for something new becomes inevitable. That's when they roll out solutions. Incorruptible AI judges, new digital money, total transparency. All wrapped up in words like safety, fairness, and reset.
People want that. They're sick of scandals, tired of hidden dirt. We have the tech now. Why not let machines run things? At least then, no more old creeps making backroom deals.
You ever wonder why every leak just happens at the perfect moment? Drop right as the world economy wobbles, currencies crack, debts explode. It's called engineered timing, not coincidence.
While everyone's busy binge-watching elite scandals, behind the curtain they're resetting the board. Old assets erased, debts written off, digital currencies quietly rolled out. The filth you see on your phone is the moral excuse for the next system. Look, the old world was corrupt, but this time it'll be pure. Trust us. They want you to beg for a leash.
But isn't it good to wipe the slate clean? If everyone's guilty, doesn't it make sense to start from zero? At least now it's transparent?
Transparent? You mean like a glass cell. That's the transparency you're signing up for. Every transaction logged, every move tracked, all under the pretext of protecting you from them. But now you're monitored, analyzed, managed.
Remember this, in history, every wanted total control started by exposing the last one. Scandal, outrage, necessary, reset. Then the new rules. No room for dissent. Nobody escapes the beta, not even the top players.
Nobody wants uncertainty. People trade liberty for protection every time, especially when they're scared. That's why the leaks are never full, never random, always just enough to terrify, not to empower. Notice they show you monsters, but never the strengths.
So the whole it's like the world's biggest ad for New World Order?
Bingo, kid. While you're scrolling it all and picking sides, they're scrubbing the balance sheets, resetting the scoreboard, and selling you a digital world where everything is clean because nothing is private.
So what now? Just wait for the next leak to get even darker?
It always gets darker, kid. Every new scandal is just another step in the reset. Tighter rules, more eyes, fewer choices.
The beast doesn't need your hope. It just needs your consent.
I just found out something crazy about Wi-Fi and all these other different frequency bands, and it is shocking. Did you know that mold, which is in like 90% of people's homes, bathrooms, any other moist areas, basements, the growth and toxicity of mold is increased by electromagnetic frequencies like Wi-Fi. So if you didn't know, mold is one of the, especially black mold, and there's green mold too, are some of the most toxic things that people are exposed to in their homes. And indoor air quality can be like 1,000 times worse than outdoor air quality, even if you're living in a big city with lots of vehicles and freaking dryer vents pumping out those synthetic fragrances, etc. But so now it's a perfect toxic concoction because Wi-Fi increases the mold growth and can actually be strengthened by it. The production of biotoxins in mold culture increased more than 600 times after being exposed to ambient electromagnetic EMF frequencies. And this guy says, is this good or bad? Interesting that Wi-Fi, which many people are wondering if there are any potential hazards with concerning the human body and electromagnetic field, combined with mold, which is also toxic, it's a perfect concoction.
The crazy thing about that is that I also seen another video where when the plants were exposed to the Wi-Fi, the growth was stunted and it was slower for the plant to grow. So not only does it stop good plants from growing, it also enables toxic molds to reproduce quicker. Man, I had no idea. Do you guys know anything about Wi-Fi that we should know about? Let me know down below. And thanks for reaching the end. And that's a wrap for today, familia. Whether you're tuning in with the sunrise or you're posted up after midnight, I appreciate your time, your energy, and your curiosity. And don't forget, this isn't about truth or fiction. This is about perspective. If this sparked a thought, a laugh, a deeper question, then we did our job. So drop your thoughts in the comments, keep the convo alive, like, subscribe, and don't forget to hit that bell if you're riding a wave, because we're just getting started. Until next time, stay grounded, stay weird, stay critical. I'm Adam Strain, and this has been Adam Strain Reacts. Peace.
Now it's time for us to link up. Really think we on the brink up. Making a change from living this strange. Living this strange.
First photo of its kind in history. High detail.
Natural instinct to push all the other eggs out of the nest. Down by police. That has happened in Woodland Hills, LA, and according
93 million.
Yeah. I was sleeping, had to wake up. Why? Every reason I could think.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
General Electric, of all things, in 1947, they wanted to be #1 in any category or #2, and they were falling behind in some of the categories because they were a conglomerate that did so many different things. They said there's only one way to become #1 or #2. We have to recruit the CEOs of our competitors. And the only way we're going to be able to recruit them, because a lot of them are in their 40s and 50s, is to offer them something that they currently don't have, which was a pension. So they said, if you work for us and you can get us to #1 and #2, and you can work for us for at least 7 years, we'll give you a pension for the rest of your life. The moment the person said yes, they bought life insurance on that person. And what would happen is they would use the cash value to supplement the pension, depending on how long they lived. But when that person died, the death benefit would come tax-free back to the company, replenishing all their spending plus a positive return. What a brilliant strategy. And that's what led me to find out this is what the Rockefellers have been doing for 6 generations.
These guys.
Wow. Sometimes I feel like we're out of the loop, you know? When you look at these systems and the way that they're implemented, it's very interesting to see how that also makes me think of a technique that I heard about recently. I've heard about things about using a trust to sort of take the individual out of the accounting, let's say. Well, there is an idea like this where you take out a life insurance towards yourself, and instead of asking for a loan for the bank with a percentage of interest, you could borrow against your life insurance, sorry. You could borrow against your life insurance, and that becomes non-deductible, and there's no interest rate being applied. So these types of systems and ways of gaming the system is something that's very well known for people on the higher echelons. And I find that we're lacking a bit of this economic literacy, because if you're going and take a loan to the bank while someone else takes a loan towards their life insurance, I mean, the difference is pretty big when you put that loan on 5, 10, 15 years. The amount that you pay in interest on a house, let's say, you almost pay double for the house. So the fact of not having interest on that is actually life-changing and allows you to not be late on your payments, because when you have interest, you're sort of late. It's time. You have to take more time, make more money just to pay back what you owe, and so that you could be up to date, you know? Anyways, long story short, very interesting system. Do you guys have any other economic systems like that you could game the system with? I'm all about it. If you send me a few videos, a few links, I'm going to do a deep dive and I'll put into the next video. So without further ado, let's keep on rocking.
Don't just look like snakes, they act like them too. This is the snake mimicking caterpillar. When threatened, they inflate the front part of their body, widening it into a fake hood, kind of like a tiny cobra. They also thrash, lunge, and sway to help sell the illusion. And the eyes, they may be the most convincing part. They're not just blobs, they're domed, glossy, and reflective. They're shaded with 3D depth, and in the right light, they cast a shadow like a real eyeball. These guys are one of the most accurate snake mimics on the entire planet. The more you know.
Curioso experimento, porque alguien te puede explicar que las burbujas puedan ser cuadradas. Pues esta persona va a hacer una burbuja cuadrada. Fíjate lo que hace. Es cuadrada la burbuja. ¿Cómo te queda? Burbujas cuadradas como cubos. Literal, fíjate.
The reason that there is such a void of male role models for young men is because we literally do not have adult males in our population anymore. What do I mean by that? There's no adult males. Like, there's grown men everywhere, but they're not actually physiologically adult human males. They're not. I'm going to teach you guys some fun shit. So in biology, there's this thing called neoteny. It's essentially an organism will retain juvenile traits as it ages if it doesn't get stressed out enough. Okay? If you live in an environment that's too, easy, you don't actually develop adult characteristics. I noticed this when I was in high school. I grew up in a very affluent area. And when we went to our grad night, it was at Disneyland. And we went with a bunch of inner city schools. And everyone I was with realized that all of these kids looked like adults. They looked so much older than us. It's yeah, because they were in a more stressful environment, which caused their adrenal glands to upregulate, which caused higher testosterone levels, which made them literally adults. Made them adults in a way that we were still juvenile. Every organism has multiple phenotypes it can have. All right, your phenotype's dictated by your genes, but what dictates which genes get expressed is your environment. The best example of this is pigs. So domesticated pigs, the pink ones that you all know and love, that's one phenotype. It's not even their healthy phenotype. You take a domesticated pig, you release it into the wild after 6.
It's kind of very interesting. I did realize that at one point in my life that there was some people that, you know, we were like 16 when we graduated, and I would see graduates from another place, and it's true, they did look like huge football players, and somehow we looked a bit, you know, younger. And to this day, I still find like there's never been a moment where, okay, now I'm an adult. Like, yeah, I handle, you know, taxes and all that stuff, but I mean, I still don't feel any different. It kind of makes sense in my mind what he's saying, that if you're not stressed enough, you might retain characteristics of something that's considered like not mature, not developed. Kind of makes sense. Do you guys agree with this? Do you guys identify with it? Or are you a manly man or a womanly woman? How do you feel about it? Let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
The phantom leaf experiment completely enraged scientists when they found out what they actually were doing. The leaf experiment was to show, when they cut a leaf in half, the energy actually still remains. And this was used to explain why 80% of people have phantom pains due to their amputations. But then scientists tried to reenact this same experiment, and they had no success. And they realized the only time they had success was when there was moisture left on the scanning plate. And they realized that they completely deceived us, and this whole thing is completely fake.
That's very interesting. I've seen a few videos like that where you see like localized rain. The thing that I'm going to say is that I find that in the past 5 to 10 years, I find that there's a lot of new meteorological phenomenons that are being named and attributed as if, oh, well, this has always been here. This is normal. But I feel like some of these things weren't normal before, like the intensity of the weather changes. Like, you know, I grew up in a place where you have 4 seasons, and it feels like the more time has went, the more they get intense. So it gets intense heat and also intense cold, and it's like it changes very drastically. I don't know if you guys see the same thing. I find that yeah, the weather has been changing these past couple of years. What do you guys think? Do you guys think it's all the same? Is it just the fact that we have more information coming from social media, or do you guys agree that there's a bit of a intensity to the weather compared to before? Let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
Yep, that bird just wiped out the whole nest. That's not even the worst part. Meet the cuckoo. Like most birds, they lay their eggs in a nest. The only difference is they don't lay their eggs in their own nest. Nope, they lay their eggs in other birds' nests. And they usually pick a bird whose eggs look a lot like theirs. That way it blends in. It's kind of genius. And then they just skedaddle and have that other bird feed and raise their baby. This is known as parasitic nesting. But it gets a lot worse than that. You see, when it's time for the cuckoo to lay its egg, instead, it'll wait 24 hours and keep it on the inside. This ensures that the cuckoo egg will hatch before any other egg. And when a cuckoo is born, they come stocked with the natural instinct to push all the other eggs out of the nest. It comes right out of the egg as the villain. That's impressive. And even if the other eggs do hatch, they'll push the chicks out. They take over the whole nest. That way, they get all the food, they grow up big and strong, so they can go and do it to another bird. Talk about a vicious cycle. And as always, follow for more facts.
Don't worry if you can't hear what I'm saying. I couldn't even hear myself. This is the loudest sound you could possibly conceive. And as it turns out, the cleanest. Now, The most amazing thing is that that cloud up there, which was generated by the engine, is just a mixture of hydrogen and oxygen. It's water vapor. And in about an hour's time, someone in Mississippi is going to get wet washing. It will actually rain. I told you. It's raining. That's unbelievable. Oh. NASA's playing God. It's making its own weather.
For years.
You know, stuff like that. I find it just shows how this place is ridiculous, because on one hand, they're going to tell you, oh, weather modification is absolutely not a thing. And then on the other hand, they're going to tell you, oh, well, look at this. We made it rain. I mean, you have services that are selling you the service of making it rain in Dubai or whatever. So obviously it's a technology. But like you said, NASA's playing God. And I find that there's a lot of things like that that we're just not aware of. We're out of the loop for national security, for this, for that. But I do not agree and do not consent with playing with nature or playing with the weather, because I think that there's repercussions that we might not be aware of in the immediate present. And I would rather we not do that. And if we're stating consent, I would also, not consent for anything that has to do with cloning, anything that has to do, all that type of stuff. So what do you guys think about that? Do you guys think it's fine that we might be controlling the weather? Like, this theoretically is by mistake because it's like the byproduct of the engine. But do you think that intentionally the government might be doing that? Let me know down below, and let's keep on wrecking.
I believe sound was just a physical phenomenon. Vibrations through a medium, measurable, predictable. But then I came across something that changed everything. The Tartarian Bell Towers, a lost civilization, an architecture of impossible precision. We thought they were just church bells until a 250-year-old recording was discovered, preserved on a wax cylinder, buried beneath a collapsed monastery in Eastern Europe. A recording that was never meant to be heard again. And when we analyzed it, the data made no sense. Frequencies appeared that don't exist in modern tuning systems. Oscillations extended beyond standard auditory perception. Decay patterns defied known acoustic laws. The harmonic overtones weren't random. They matched geometric structures found in sacred architecture, resonating at frequencies that align with bioelectric fields in the human body. This wasn't just a sound. This was a transmission. Modern science tells us that sound can affect the brain. It can synchronize neural activity, stimulate the vagus nerve, even alter gene expression. But this was something else. The Tartarians built these towers with frequencies engineered to interact with human biology. Their bells weren't just ringing. They were broadcasting structured resonance, potentially influencing consciousness itself. And then all of them were removed. The towers dismantled. The bells taken down. The recordings locked away. Why? What were they trying to erase? And if this is just one recording, how many more are out there?
I put that video in because I like the visuals and I like the storytelling. I like the association that they're making with the frequencies and with the effect that it might have on the human when it comes from the bells. It could also be the organs, it could also be the churches, it could also be all that kind of stuff. But one thing I want to say is that personally, I don't put any credibility to Neil deGrasse Tyson. And this was AI, so it was not Neil deGrasse Tyson. So if you believe what you just heard because of Neil deGrasse Tyson, just move along. But the reason why I put that in is because I find that it shows a parallel between the like either the Germans or either religion, Christianity. There's this emphasis on bells and on vibration that's very important, and I'm almost sure that there is something hidden there, that there is something that we're not being told. And yeah, let me know what you guys think down below, and let's keep on rocking.
This is a great example of why filmmaking will be completely overtaken by AI. This is someone showcasing what Photoshop can do in adding people to a scene using photos only and creating a movie scene using Photoshop. Look, they're going to write a prompt in here, taking these photos and just adding them into the scene. This is the beginnings of it. Very easy prompt to write in. Now they're in the scene. You can't distinguish that from reality. Now they're going to add another person in and create the actual scene, the movement, the action. And you can create audio, visual, and it's indistinguishable from real life. They're not going to need to go out and film on location. And look at this. They've just created a scene. The camera's panning around the room. It's perfect.
What looks like chaos.
Wow. I don't know how real that video was, but gee whiz. Photoshop is not even a video editing software. I suppose it was Premiere. But even at that, where, why would you have Hollywood studios anymore? So yeah, I think times are changing, and I think we're gonna see this control system change. It's not gonna disappear. It's just gonna change aspect. But very interesting. So now anyone could make a movie. So that means, I guess, all their programming with the things that they're trying to push in all these movies recently, I think that's all going to die out because people are going to be able to make their own movies, make their own versions of things, Very interesting. What do you guys think down below? Do you guys think that this is very bad for us, the fact that we're not going to have the creative aspect of it and that it's all going to be generated? Or do you guys think this is an advancement? It's going to make it more accessible, easier for people to be able to get their ideas on the screen? Let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
It's actually one of nature's most efficient systems. Ants work together using chemical signals called pheromones, scent trails that guide others to food or danger. When they find something too big to carry alone, hundreds join in, moving in sync through touch and smell cues. There's no leader. Their coordination comes from simple rules repeated by thousands, forming what scientists call swarm intelligence. That's how colonies dig underground cities, move food piece by piece, and thrive almost everywhere, straight from the fish tank.
I cannot be the only one that saw this and didn't think it was straight out of a movie. But it's not. It's actually bees in military training. Like, I'm not even joking. They began to realize that bees have a very good sense of smell. I mean, they have to smell pollen. So they began to vacuum up bees and they put them in this container. They dropped the container into the fridge to calm them down because they were kind of angry. This is kind of when it gets weird, but they have this little thing that pushes them into this little tube, and these tubes drop them in these pots. Still feels like this is a movie, but anyways, they began to feed them sugar water. But before this, they would actually release a gas into the area, because the gas they release is the smell of bombs. So they kept redoing the cycle of releasing gas and then feeding them sugar water, and releasing this gas and then feeding them sugar water. And one of the times they released the gas and its tongue began to go because it was anticipating the sugar water that it was going to get. And at this point, these bees are ready for war. So all they gotta do is release it in an area that they think there's like landmines or something, and the bees will go flying around, and when they find a bomb, they'll go and start moving their tongue. One of the only creatures known to do this was dogs, but bees, they do it better than them. Other than that, thanks for watching and follow for more.
This is probably the strange.
So interesting. It amazes me how you're able to control another being and rewire its behaviors, habits, and actions. Let that sink in. Because we think we're so special as human beings, but what you just saw for the bee is very applicable to human beings, and they have been using that against us. So I know it seems like two different topics, but really think about it. If they're able to associate a smell with a taste or with a craving, how easy is that to be done with us? And because we're exposing ourselves to external signals all the time, so social media, TV, and all that, we're not even in control of the signals that we receive. So how easy would it be to put now it's sugar, but it could be like a certain flash rate, it could be a certain song, a certain color, a certain frequency. So every time you see some item like a potato, let's say, they put you these positive signals. Why wouldn't that leave you at the end of the movie craving a potato, right? So anyways, super interesting. I never thought that the military would be enlisting bees as their soldiers. But very interesting story. What do you guys think about this? Do you guys think that it's unethical? Do you guys think that it makes sense? Is it better, better to use bees than humans? Or do you guys think that we're taking away their free will? Are you afraid that that type of system might be applied to humans one day? Let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
Just yoga class in the animal kingdom. But these aren't monks, they're lemurs. Every morning they gather like this, sitting upright, arms wide open, almost as if they're absorbing some ancient energy. This ritual has been passed down for thousands of years, making these lemurs the real yoga masters.
Are successful in their example of being able to provide, as a poor country, the best medical care in the third world to the whole population, because it's an inclusionary system. It's not like we have here, where you have this huge bulk of the population, marginalized. But there, if everybody can have adequate medical care, if the schooling is adequate for all, and remember, Cuba has more doctors and more teachers per capita than any country in the world, and they have succeeded in these areas, and it's all state supported, which means people don't have to put money out for the medical care or for... they of course pay the cost indirectly as a whole society, but they don't have to pay the bill in the hospital and so forth. And so that cannot be allowed to stand. It's a very bad example for the United States. So there's a very large mass of people out there who can look at Cuba and say, well, if they can do it, and on a per capita income of $2,000, $2,500 a year, where ours is $22,500 a year, what's wrong with our system? I mean, maybe we ought to consider an alternative.
That's why Nicaragua, Sandinista Nicaragua, had to be destroyed.
Exactly. They were a bad example, and that's why Grenada had to be destroyed, because any movement that comes to power with the idea of providing for all the people and of escaping the control of the United States and its economy, let's say the corporations and so forth, then that is bad news here in the United States in the upper circles of power.
Look at this strange thing.
Wow, very interesting. I'm not saying I condone socialism or communism or anything like that. But what I can say is that I've been to Cuba and I've already had a medical emergency in Cuba, and this was years before. But I do remember that it is a complete different world. I mean, the doctor was there, he was present, he was happy, he was helpful. I don't know how to explain it, but the system was so functional. And you need to think about this in an incentive type of way. Earlier I was talking about mental control. It's the same thing, because when you control what the person receives as a reward, you change what decisions they're going to make for their life. So when you have a place where you're not going to make more money being a doctor, but you're going to help people. So if you desire to help people and you desire to be a doctor, you will be a doctor when money is not the incentive. So think about it fast. What was your experience the last time you went to a hospital? How was it done? What was the attitude? What did it seem like? What did you feel like? So all that comes from a system, and that system is monetized. So if every person that comes in is a potential profit, you're going to treat them very differently than, okay, I have my budget for the month. No matter who comes, I'll do what I can. It's a complete different outcome. And I'm telling you, the people that I met that were working in the hospital, they were loving it. They loved their job. This is where they wanted to be. Because if you're not making more money than the guy working as a chef, then you might as well go work as a chef if you want to be a chef, So taking out the monetary incentive really changes the whole pyramid of priorities, and, your decisions change. So anyways, this is this very long point that I'm making, but I'm just saying, we consider these countries as being third world or as being lacking, but sometimes the basics are the most important. You might have the most luxurious things, but if you don't have health, what do you have? So anyways, that was my experience with Cuba. Do you guys have any experience with Cuba or Nicaragua or Grenada? Let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
Captured in this satellite time lapse. This is out
Ooh.
in Siberia.
Okay, it looks like something flesh eating.
You can see in this Cold War era spy satellite image that this chasm doesn't exist in 1965. And now it's a kilometer wide. This is called a thermokarst depression, and it's caused by thawing permafrost.
This, I assume, is the top layer sort of caving in as the bottom layer also melts.
Yeah, on these edges, the soil, the frozen soil is exposed to air, and that triggers landslides that sort of chip away at the edges. And one of those landslides revealed this incredibly old baby mammoth they called Yana, one of the best preserved ever found. There's also Luba and Chroma, who looks a bit sadder because she was discovered when a hunter saw a fox gnawing on her trunk. And what's crazy about this to me is the fox clearly found this trunk meat to be sort of edible, like it's that well preserved. And I even found some reports of humans trying mammoth meat, though they both said it tasted pretty bad. And you got to wonder if the permafrost can preserve a mammoth calf for tens of thousands of years. Could it also be preserving ancient bacteria and viruses? Is that something we should worry about? And that's the question that our latest full episode tackles. You can check it out on YouTube.
A photographer in Arizona.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I would really like to see, like, the way you saw that crevice sort of become bigger through the years was, it's something that you would never realize, just walking there, because you wouldn't see the difference. Maybe you'd see the difference 10 years later. But I would really like to have like a time lapse of the Earth. I'd be very curious to see how things have moved. I know they have the theories of Pangea and this and that, the Bering Strait. I get it. But I'm not talking about theories. I'm talking about, it'd be so interesting to see, the Earth evolve and change. I wonder what else has changed, Yeah. What do you guys think? Let me know down below. And let's keep on rocking.
I just captured what's now being called the greatest shot of all time. Renowned astrophotographer Andrew McCarthy sent his friend Gabriel Brown up in the sky for a very unique skydive that had to be timed perfectly. He watched from his laptop in anticipation. He knew it straight away that he had something absolutely amazing. The first photo of its kind in history. Capturing a skydiver with a sun in high detail 93 million miles behind him, perfectly crossing paths. A shot considered almost impossible, but he did it, and it's fantastic. They did it first try as well, which is even more amazing. And it's an amazing photo because we're in a world now where there's so many AI images, and it just hits so much harder that it's real and raw.
Dostoevsky warned us tolerance will reach such a level that intelligent people will be forbidden to think so as not to offend the imbeciles. And the prophet was right. We live in an age where thinking has become a crime, where the sensitivity of the fool is worth more than the clarity of the wise. Truth must now apologize, thought must walk on tiptoes, and he who dares to question it is silenced, labeled, and canceled. What they call tolerance is in truth the new name for cowardice. A society that protects stupidity is doomed to be ruled by it. Dostoevsky saw the abyss long before us, and he was right. The world won't be destroyed by the wicked, but the cowards who can't stand to hear someone think differently.
Researchers at Rice University have developed...
Wow, that hit hard. That hit really, really hard. That's amazing. Because really think about it. Look at all these platforms. Back in the days, we used to have like 3, 4, 5 companies that were media companies. They'd give you the news. So now we thought we would be safe because we have thousands and thousands of content creators, right? But you sort of realize that the incentives are being manipulated. So if you want the engagement, you're going to have to be repeating the signals that they send. And if you repeat the wrong set of signals, then you get the opposite result. So it's very, very easy to control what's allowed to be said, what's not allowed to be said. Like you said, the questioning of the fool has now became more important than the knowledge of the wise. It's very, very interesting and powerful words in these days. What do you guys think down below? Do you guys think that we've made it into the new era of information? Or do you guys think we're still lost? We're still flooded with too much information, and the right information is being blocked. What do you guys think down below? Let me know, and let's keep on rocking.
A necrobiotic spider gripper, or a dead spider machine that can pick up tiny odd-shaped things. See, instead of muscle, spiders use hydraulic pressure to extend their itsy-bitsy little spider limbs. Spiders' leg muscles can only flex their legs inwardly. So in order to extend them outward, they generate hydraulic pressure in their fused head thorax segment called the prosoma. And that hydraulic pressure pushes their arachnid blood called hemolymph into their extremities, and that's what outstretches their legs. That's actually why dead spiders are all curled up, because they don't have hydraulic pressure pushing their legs out. Their process for creating a necrobiotic spider gripper was relatively simple. Step 1, euthanize a spider. Step 2, insert a hypodermic needle right into the prosoma of the spider and seal it with glue. Step 3, let the glue cure, and that's it. You now have your very own necrobiotic spider gripper. After developing the concept, it was time to test its capabilities with a universal testing machine. And they found that wolf spider gripper bodies are able to lift up to 130% of their own body weight. And individual dead spiders were able to remain effective for about 1,000 closing and opening cycles. But at that point, cracks started to appear in the joints. They were able to successfully turn off a light with their dead spider gripping tool. And they found they could use one dead spider to pick up another larger dead spider. And they could pick up an object of great volume like this foam here. And finally, they were able to use a simple untethered version to move an object from point A to point B. But spider corpse tools degrade quickly and only remain effective for a couple days at a time. They found that coating the arachnid in beeswax extended its lifetime up to a week. And the team was awarded the 2023 Ig Nobel Mechanical Engineering Award for their gripping work in necrobiology.
Are house parties making a comeback?
Very interesting. I mean, I've never thought that I would see this. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it's impressive, but you know, it's also a needle with glue, right? So it's like it's nothing crazy. But are y'all ready for them to use this technology on humans? Yo, that's scary. Imagine they're using dead bodies to start doing, I don't know. I find that one a bit questionable. What do you guys think about this technology? You guys see any applications? You guys think that there's a future for this? Or it's just super creepy? Let me know, and let's keep on rocking. We're almost there.
What you are seeing is footage of an insane Halloween party that got way out of hand and had to be shut down by police. Now, this happened in Woodland Hills, LA, and according to Royal News, who captured this footage, the host initially promoted this party online, selling tickets in advance for just $35, but then charged up to $150 for whoever wanted to pay at the door. But, similar to the real Project X, way more people turned up than anticipated, and things quickly started getting out of control. Dozens of 911 calls started flooding in, reporting injuries from stampedes. A massive fight broke out, people were spilling out into the streets, and the LAPD's air support unit estimated over 3,000 people in that neighborhood alone. When police turned up, one teenager was discovered lying unconscious in the street and was rushed to hospital. Several others were treated for injuries that they sustained in the stampede. And you'd think that most people would condemn this kind of behavior. But 2025's been so rough that people were actually proud, saying things like the earth was healing because the kids are partying again, and that there was still hope for the next generation after all.
Nah, are they working together?
Yes, they are. And according to researchers, that is the most dominant partnership in the entire animal kingdom. Let me explain. In North America, badgers and coyotes started hunting together, and it's so unfair. Basically, badgers are incredible diggers, and they're known for digging right into an animal's burrow. The only problem is if that animal takes off running, badgers are slow. They're not going to catch it. Coyotes, on the other hand, can run like the wind, and they're known for chasing animals down in an open field. Their only problem is they can't dig, so if an animal jumps into its burrow, they lose it. You get where I'm going here? When these two work together, they create what's called the ping pong effect. The badger will dig into a burrow and intentionally get the animal to run, and then the coyote will chase it down. If that animal jumps back into another burrow, the badger gets back to digging. And they'll do this over and over again on repeat until that animal becomes so exhausted that it just gives up. In fact, according to researchers, when these two work together, they have a near perfect hunting success rate. Now that is what I call a killer friendship. Literally. And as always, follow for more facts.
Nature is amazing. I mean, I don't know what you are. if you feel like you're a coyote or if you feel like you're a badger. But those are one of the, some of the most intense and notorious hunters. So they could easily see themselves as competition. But in life, whether you're the badger or the coyote and how good you are, doesn't matter. You should try to find that piece of the puzzle that's missing and create something together. And whether it's relationship wise or whether it's business wise or creative wise, I just think that when we unite and like this duo, one's weakness is the other one's strength, we complete each other. And I feel like we have access to, the sky is the limit. Anyways, I don't know how you feel about that, but we reached the end. Thank you so much for being here. And that's a wrap for today, familia. So whether you're tuning in with the sunrise or you're posted up after midnight, I appreciate your time, your energy, your curiosity. And don't forget, this isn't about truth or fiction. This is about perspective. If this sparked a thought, a laugh, a deeper question, then we did our job. So drop your thoughts in the comments, keep the convo alive, like, subscribe, and don't forget to hit that bell if you're riding a wave, because we're just getting started. Until next time, stay grounded, stay weird, stay critical. I'm Adam Strain, and this has been Adam Strain Reacts. Peace! Now it's time for us to link up. Really think we on the brink of making a change from living this strange. Living this strange. Making a change from living this strange. Yeah.
Nudge your water glass to you using its lamp snout.
That it might actually be alien technology scoping us out.
Around and shows that everything is priced in grams of gold. I'm gonna skip that.
I was sleeping, had to wake up. Why? Every reason I can think.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
All I want to know is how I can bet some money on this, because this game is pretty cool. I mean, it's a mixture of a lumberjack, geometry, and an ice cold cools. And the goal is pretty simple. Land the log on the beer. I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm putting all my money on Paul Bunyan III here, because his skills are on a whole nother level.
Me and the devil walking side by side. Me and the devil walking side by side. And I'm gonna see my man until I get satisfied. See, you don't see why.
It's like peering into another world sometimes when you look into the past, especially when it comes to certain things like medicine. It's so interesting to see how we've replaced using natural elements and we've decided to synthesize the same compounds found in nature so that we could copyright them and make money. So it's kind of like a wish to go back to the way it was. Like I wonder how it was, when you'd have a problem and you'd take like we were seeing there, like clover honey or stuff like that, because we do know now that like cloves and stuff like that are anti-parasite and they have properties. So I don't know why we decided to change. I suppose it's for money, but I wish we could go back. Because from what I understood, when they changed the education system and the people that were running the oil companies realized that they could sort of use oil-based components to create medicine, that's when we started seeing all the pills and all the things that were synthesized. So it feels like it was done out of a bad intention, and it wasn't for the good health of the people. So let me know if you guys think the same way. And if you don't, let me know why down below. And let's keep on rocking.
Did you know that one of the world's most beautiful gems is created as a defense mechanism? A natural pearl begins its life when an irritant, like a grain of sand, gets trapped inside an oyster. To protect itself from the intruder, The oyster begins covering it with layers of a substance called nacre. Over several years, thousands of these shimmering layers build up, transforming a simple piece of grit into a smooth, lustrous pearl.
I've become obsessed with this kind of thing. Apparently, as part of the display at IKEA furniture stores, they have just a fake door printed on a background, but you see this wear pattern from where hundreds of confused customers have tried to open the fake door. So the thing that I've become obsessed with is really weird and interesting wear patterns, like this photo from a laundromat. And you can actually see at head level where all of the dye and the grease from people's hair has created like this ghostly stain over the decades. If you've been to a gym, you've probably seen this wear pattern on their bench press machine where they slide the peg into the weight they want, and you can see like a bell curve distribution of what weights people choose. I really like this one. This is an old-timey shop that's got one of those bells over the door that tinkles when somebody comes in. And over the decades, the millions of door openings has worn a hole all the way through the door. I'm getting these off of a subreddit called R Well Worn. And they have thousands of these. Like, here's the restrooms at this person's engineering school, and you see the difference in the wear pattern between the men's and the women's. Here's where this person's hairdresser is slowly wearing a hole in the floor. Here's the keys on an antique organ that have been worn down over the last 170 years. Here's a TV that played CNN every day for 2 straight years, and you can see it created a ghost image where the reporter stands. And, of course, the obligatory bronze statue where tourists cannot resist grabbing this guy on the butt. None of you realize how weird this is about to get. If you couldn't tell what was going on in that clip, I will explain it. But let me say, we are the last generation for which the stuff in our house is not alive. This is a prototype lamp made by Apple that has AI, but doesn't just let it respond to voice commands. This AI in this machine lets it get sad when you disagree with it. If you set an alarm for it to remind you to drink water while you're working, it won't just sound a tone, it will nudge your water glass to you using its lamp snout. When you play music in the kitchen while cooking, it will dance along to the songs. I am telling you right now, when it comes to AI for the average person, this is where the money is. It does not take much at all to convince us that an inanimate object is alive. If you just stick googly eyes on a Roomba, most of us will get upset if a guest kicks it. But the next generation of children will be raised in homes in which they will treat many objects as members of the family. Ask all the parents who bought Moxie, an AI-powered toy that then went dark when the company went out of business, and then had to talk to their kids not like a toy had stopped working, but like a pet had died. I am dead serious when I say that most of the people watching this video will live long enough to have an argument with your car. You are going to feel some measurable amount of distress because you think your refrigerator is mad at you. You will absolutely know someone whose best friend is their lamp. And all of these will be available for a one-time purchase to get the object, but to keep it alive, that will be a subscription.
Very interesting. I'm not sure that we're there yet. Like, they've been releasing like these robots, and when you look at the ad, it looks like the robot is acting on its own independently, but really they have people logging into it and sort of teaching it how to move. I wonder if it was the same thing that we were seeing with the lamp. Now, the question that I have is, will we get there eventually? That's more the question that makes sense. And what do you guys think about the fact that these items can have, let's not say consciousness, but let's just say that they interact with you? Do you guys find that cool? Do you guys like that lamp? Me personally, I find it's too much. A lamp for me is to create light. I don't really need much more. But do you guys think that it's coming? Do you guys think that these robots are really going to be able to be self-sufficient and to be independent, and that it's going to be, you know, safe enough to roll out on a massive scale? Is more the issue. Because of course you can make a robot, but if the robot hurts people or stuff like that, it's not going to work. So let me know what you guys think. Do you guys think we're there now, in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years? How do you guys see it? Let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
32 years old. 32 years old. Give him a kitty. Give him a dog. bro.
Say go night night.
Go night night. Oh my God.
Now, why didn't he do it? Why didn't he do it when I said it? That's the one that really trips your mind.
Yeah, that
out.
is crazy.
Handstand in the back somersault.
Sure.
Phineas. Handstand in the back somersault, dude.
No way. No way,
How about
bro.
this one? How about this one? Birdie juggling. You ready for birdie juggling? Don't try this at home. They don't like it.
Please don't drop him.
Oh, I don't drop him. I've had him for 32 years.
Jesus Christ. Bro.
Catch him. Oh shit.
Bro. Crazy,
One more.
dude.
Give him a shot. Just go. No, just go.
No, bro. Crazy.
On your shoulder, boss. There you go. Turn around and let him get a shot.
Oh, okay. Please don't hurt me. I didn't do anything to you. I didn't do anything to you.
Dude, that's so beautiful, the bond that humans can create with animals. 32 years. Can you imagine sharing 32 years with a being like that? Like 10 years with a dog is the end of the world, you know? But I cannot imagine 32 years. It's an amazing relationship that they seem to have, full of trust and full of love. Truly beautiful, inspiring. Have you guys seen any other type of animal like that that is in complete like synchrony with its owner? Let me know down below. I'd like to see that. Let's keep on rocking.
You guys, Apple has just released a digital ID for identification and US passports. Here we go. Now, reports say they will be merging their biometric security with encrypted ID storage and plans to replace your physical IDs across airports, apps, and businesses. Why don't I like this? They also said this is going to be used at over 250 TSA checkpoints across domestic airports for identity verification. Now, remember I told you guys about one of the richest men on earth, Larry Ellison, who owns TikTok and Oracle, and who's a big fan of digital IDs? Well, it seems like one big master plan between all the big tech companies. You have Microsoft dealing with OpenAI, OpenAI dealing with NVIDIA, NVIDIA dealing with Oracle, xAI dealing with NVIDIA, and not to mention, OpenAI just did a $38 billion deal with Amazon for cloud storage. So the question is, what are they really planning? Well, I may have some answers. Could it be that they're following in the footsteps of China's Skynet, which is tied to digital IDs, a social credit score, and an AI surveillance system that they actually want to put on the moon? Skynet, huh? Why does this sound familiar? That's because it's the same name as the killer artificial intelligence in Terminator, Skynet. I'll say it once and I'll say it again. It's always in the movies. Make sure you guys go to my YouTube, Maverick Approach, where I do more breakdowns on this, but let me know what you guys think about all this down below.
Guys, it's official. Vine is back, but with one big difference. So not only will it have the exact same 6-second looping videos, but it'll also give access to more than 100,000 archived Vines. But instead of Elon being the person to bring Vine back like he said he wanted to, this app, now called Divine, will be backed by none other than Twitter co-founder Jack Dorsey. But the one big thing that makes Divine totally different to other social media platforms is that it will prohibit AI content. In fact, it will scan for and flag suspected generated AI content and prevent it from being posted. It's essentially trying to act as a safe haven. So is this just another hopeless attempt to capitalize on nostalgia? Or can they actually fix the problems Vine had and make it successful this time around?
It's kind of interesting. I know Vine was big back in the days, but I think it was a bit too early because people's attentions were still a bit longer. But it kind of makes sense that they're thinking about bringing it back because now we see the short form content on TikTok, millions of views on a 6-second video. So it's very interesting. But the fact that they want to bring it back without the AI kind of gives it a new purpose. And it kind of brings up a question, you know, because AI showed up and got adopted massively while we were using the same platforms we were using the year before. But because Vine would be, you know, a new platform, then they would put this rule in Very interesting. What do you guys think about that? A whole platform without AI. Do you guys think that might just save a little bit of like a little part of the internet to keep it real without bots and without AI? Or do you guys think that it's not going to work and that it's just a flop? Let me know down below and let's keep on rocking.
Freakiest thing that sounds like a weird conspiracy theory but actually is real is right here. Because if you walk down the street and saw somebody holding up a handmade sign saying they are putting chemicals in the atmosphere that makes people do evil things, they are literally driving us crazy and making us kill each other, you would absolutely write that person off as a crackpot. But it happened. Everybody agrees that it happened. In fact, I bet there's at least one person watching this right now who doesn't understand why at gas stations the pumps say unleaded. Like, why would they have lead in them in the first place? And why would you sell it on the basis of not having it? The reason is wild and terrifying. First of all, we used to put lead in everything. It's incredibly useful. We used to make water lines out of it, and cookware, and paint, even cosmetics. And back when automobiles were first becoming popular in the 1920s, they started putting lead in the gasoline. The reasons for it are technical. It helped with engine wear. The problem is that lead is toxic, but it is toxic in very subtle ways. It usually takes a lot of exposure over a long time to see the effects. And a lot of the effects are neurological. And so as there were more and more cars on the road putting more and more lead into the atmosphere, everybody started getting exposed to lead. Keep in mind, if it's in the atmosphere, it means it gets onto the crops and in the soil. And lead exposure, especially in children, causes problems with things like impulse control. You get increased aggression, you get lower IQ scores. So here's the graph. The blue line is lead in the atmosphere. The brown line is the violent crime rate. And you can see the point where governments finally started to ban lead. That's why it says unleaded on those pumps. Now, of course, experts differ on this, but the thing they differ on is how much of an effect lead had. The falling crime rate came alongside lots of other changes, including falling poverty rates, better mental health treatments, differences in policing practices, and just the fact that the population got older. Violent crime is far more common among the young. I say this every time. The reason I get so angry at the fake conspiracy theories is that the real world provides us with so many actual scandals that can actually be documented, that actually tell us so much about how something like this can be allowed to happen and what it took to stop it. Let's put it this way. There was quite a gap between us realizing that lead was toxic and us actually getting it out of the environment.
It's already... Can you imagine that? Where you're using a product, but like there's no immediate consequences, but then 10 years down the line, 20 years down the line, you start realizing the effects. Super crazy. I don't know how real this is, but it's super interesting to think about the subtle implications and the subtle effects that it could have over a long duration of time. It must take a long time to realize. It's sort of like when you have allergies with a certain food, but you don't know because you're eating all kinds of food during the week. So it's hard to say which one is. Sometimes the effects happen 48 hours after or 72 hours after. So it's really hard to find out what it was. So I wonder how much time it must have taken them to figure out that it was the lead doing all that. Yeah, very interesting. Did you guys know about that? Do you guys know about any other type of scandal as to toxicity? Sort of like this story? If so, write it down below. I'd like to feature it in some of my next videos. Thank you so much, and let's keep on rocking.
Happening in Venezuela. A friend sent this from El Dorado, Venezuela. He goes into a supermarket where everything is priced in grams of gold. Historically, real money will win out over government abuse. Watch how they pay in gold. And this is extremely interesting. He goes around and shows that everything is priced in grams of gold. And I'm going to skip forward. These are grams of gold. 0.06 grams of gold. Everything. And I worked out the price on this. He shows some Bailey's Irish Cream. And that price is about $44 a bottle. And then he shows how they pay with these little flecks of gold. And so these aren't in fungible increments. So they're going back to sort of like a barter system. And then at the very end, he goes to the cash register and he's paying in gold on a scale. And she weighs it and logs it all in and stamps these receipts. And they've just paid in real gold.
I'm not exactly going to say it, but that country, if you look in the news around these days, something's going on. And I wouldn't be surprised that the reason they're giving you is not the right reason. And this has more to do with it than anything else. Just do your research, think about it. There's some things that I just cannot approach right here on YouTube. I'm going to make a Patreon where I'm going to be able to delve a bit deeper into these subjects. But for now, just try to do your research. Look up that country, see what's going on today, and try to see if there's a correlation between what we just saw and the reason why that's happening. Let's keep on rocking.
Are aliens headed for Earth right now, today? A theoretical physicist says the answer is maybe. He suggests a Manhattan-sized object known as 3I Atlas could actually be a mysterious alien spaceship.
Consider a black swan event, an event that you put a small probability for it happening, but you look at anomalies in the data and say, look, the implications are so huge, we have to consider it. And therefore, we should consider the possibility that things like us existed long before us. All these civilizations that had their history initiated billions of years before ours could have done it. And all we need to do is to check. You know, all of these are interesting indications that may imply that some intelligence designed the trajectory. So, and the editor said, no, no, no. The paper will not get published unless you remove that sentence.
Wow. As the most enigmatic interstellar object ever discovered enters its most critical phase, perihelion, an unprecedented stream of data is arriving from multiple space observatories in real time. On October 29, 2025, at exactly 7:47 a.m. Eastern Time, Atlas reached its closest point to the Sun, marking the climax of its passage through the inner solar system. What has unfolded since that moment is leaving astronomers in disbelief. Astrophysicist Avi Loeb has just released findings documenting a rapid and sustained surge in brightness that vastly exceeds the rate exhibited by any known Oort cloud comet at comparable solar distances. Even more baffling, the object now emits a distinct bluish hue, bluer than the sun itself. Researcher Avi Loeb has officially labeled this phenomenon as the 9th anomaly associated with this extraordinary interstellar visitor.
Professor Loeb wasn't finished. He went on to talk about a Manhattan-sized interstellar object. He's been on the show talking about it a lot. Professor Loeb suspects that it might actually be alien technology scoping us out. What's NASA potentially hiding about 3I Atlas?
The news yesterday was that this object came closest to the sun, and it received a huge amount of heat from the sun. And the latest report indicates that it became extremely bright, much more than expected for familiar comets. It actually is bluer than the sun. It should be redder, and any dust.
But so what does that mean, Avi? What does that mean if it's hotter than the sun?
We have another anomaly.
His question now reverberates throughout the scientific community. Could this object harness an internal energy source that surpasses the temperature of our star? What these instruments have revealed simply should not exist according to current physics. The latest readings from the Stereo A SOHO and GOES 19 coronagraphs taken between September and October indicate an anomalous and unexplained brightness increase. Such an effect cannot be accounted for by reflection, sublimation, or any known natural process. To grasp the magnitude of this finding, it's worth noting that standard Oort cloud comets never exhibit this behavior. None show a sustained exponential rise in luminosity under comparable thermal conditions. Even the researchers involved in the new analysis concede that the reason behind Atlas's rapid brightening remains entirely unknown.
We have to attend to the possibility that it might not be natural just because the implications would be huge for humanity. In a case where you have a visitor to your backyard, the visitor might enter through your front door. That's a situation where there is an important threat to humanity, and therefore even low probability events have to be taken seriously. NASA did not think as of yet about the possibility that an object which has some technology in it might be in the sky. NASA is not the most accomplished space agency in the Milky Way galaxy since the Big Bang, 13.8 billion years ago. So if there was another NASA-like agency around an exoplanet billions of years ago, their gadgets could have arrived at our backyard by now. And that's enough time for gadgets from other civilizations to have reached us. So we should be open-minded when we see new objects that are anomalous.
What I'm about.
Oh, that's a lot. Sorry, that was a bit long. But I haven't been featuring many of the videos for 3i Atlas because it's all little pieces of information, but really at the end of the day, it's not much. This was like a compilation of different ideas and different theories. So what do you guys think? You know, because if I'm not mistaken, a year ago, it was all about the drones in New Jersey. There's aliens here, aliens there, aliens everywhere. Now the aliens aren't here anymore. Now they're there. I don't know. I'm having a very hard time. Do you guys think that these are aliens? Like, I don't know. I need more information. If anyone has any, more information on this, something that would convince me otherwise, or something that would make the case a bit more strongly, let me know. But until now, to be honest, I'm having a hard time seeing this as anything else than misdirection or just keeping it busy, filling the news cycle, because they've been talking about it a lot, but I don't know. Me personally, NASA is not something that I trust that much into neither. So like I said, if you guys have more information as for, the anomalies or anything that could convince me, please do not hesitate to send it over. And let's keep on rocking. We're almost done with this one.
That to tell you seems too stupid to be true, but unfortunately it is. San Francisco has a street called Main Street, and you're going to say, so what? Every city has a street called Main Street. But here's the thing. Their Main Street, unlike all of the others, is named after a guy, Charles Main. Look it up. And there are a bunch of examples like this, many of them even dumber. I mean, imagine becoming wealthy and prominent enough that a major city names a street after you, but nobody knows because your last name happens to be Main. Just outside of Chicago is a lovely place called Waterfall Glen, and I swear this is true. While it does have waterfalls, it is named after Seymour Budd Waterfall. The Los Angeles neighborhood of Westlake is not named that because it's in the west or near a lake, but is rather named after Henricus Wallace Westlake. But wait, these only get worse. Burns-O-Matic torches are not called that because they are machines that burn things, but rather after founder Otto Burns. Even though Taco Bell has a bell in the logo, it is actually named after founder Glenn Bell. Which I guess makes sense because what is a Taco Bell? Did we think that it was a bell made of taco? Before merging with Costco, there was a rival chain called Price Club. Not because you can join a club to get lower prices, but after founder Saul Price. Some of you already know that German chocolate cake was not in fact from Germany, but was named after Samuel German. It was named after him because he developed a specific type of baking chocolate. He developed that chocolate for Baker's Chocolate Company. And Baker's Chocolate is called that not because it sells chocolate for bakers, though it does, but rather because it was founded by Dr. James Baker. I've saved the most infuriating one for last. All of the internet runs off of Google's search algorithm called PageRank. This is the algorithm that ranks the web pages. So of course it is called PageRank because it's named after Google founder Larry Page.
Wow. What are the odds? What are the chances? But that's super funny, especially that example about, they name something after you, but no one knows because it's Main Street. Amazing. And that's a wrap for today, familia. Whether you're tuning in with the sunrise or you're posted up after midnight, I appreciate your time, your energy, your curiosity. And don't forget, This isn't about truth or fiction. This is about perspective. If this sparked a laugh, a thought, a deeper question, then we did our job. So drop your thoughts in the comments, keep the convo alive, like, subscribe, and hit that bell if you're riding a wave, because we're just getting started. Until next time, stay critical, stay weird, stay grounded. I'm Adam Strain, and this has been Adam Strain Reacts. Peace. Now's the time for us to link up. Really think we on the brink up. Making a change from living this strange. Living this strange. Making a change from living this strange. Yeah.
This guy was literally missing for 22 years. They found him was a picture on Google Maps.
I know what you're thinking. That's an alien. We call this a SALP.
Are they slits or are they rectangles?
More debt in the system than there is currency in existence to pay the debt.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
This guy was literally missing for 22 years. The only reason why they found him was a picture on Google Maps.
Oh, shit.
And it was in a nice ass suburban neighborhood. The day he went missing, he told his girlfriend that he was gonna go to the club. No like missing person alerts, no Amber alerts for this guy. His family was like, he probably got abducted. We're not gonna do anything about this because no one's gonna find him. There's no like reports on him. One day, randomly, 22 years after, this guy's on Google Maps and then he's looking at this little lake with a bunch of suburban houses, right? And then he sees a little car by the side of the lake. And he's like, okay, I'm gonna zoom in, tilt my head a little. And he's like, okay, what the heck? I'm gonna report this to the police. This is weird, right?
Yeah.
So police come, pull the car out, and it has a bunch of algae, right? They flip the car. In the car, there's still a skeleton with the seat still buckled.
Oh, shit. That's
You know what I
crazy.
mean? This is the sidewalk, and this is the car that's been there for 22 years.
Damn,
Like,
and just
people-
nobody like paid attention to it.
Like kids grew up from 0 to 20 probably with that thing in their backyard.
You knew there was a car in the lake, but nobody would have thought a body was in the car.
Oh, we got your ass. We got your ass now. So as you know, there was a painting in 1562 that showed humans riding what we would call a dinosaur. And many people said it could not be. Some said dinosaurs don't even exist. Others said dinosaurs and humans didn't live at the same time. All right, okay. Let me ask you a question. Can somebody tell me why has China got the same creature on the wall? Oh, you son of a bitch. Before you say that's a dragon, you can clearly see that the Chinese know the difference between dragons. That's a dragon. And that thing at the top is a long-necked dinosaur. So the Flintstones was telling the truth. It's real. Humans, dinosaurs, and dragons at one time all lived together.
Are you saying the map?
In this channel, we haven't really dug that deep into the dinosaur stuff. But what do you guys think about that idea, about the possibility of the cohabitation between the period of the evolution of the humans and the existence of the dinosaurs? Because theoretically, they said in our textbooks that the dinosaurs disappeared 60 plus million years ago. So I guess that timeline doesn't work. So what do you guys think would explain that? Let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
Is wrong?
Oh dear, yes. Look at Greenland.
Okay.
Now look at Africa.
Okay.
The two land masses appear to be roughly the same size.
Yes.
Would it blow your mind if I told you that Africa is in reality 14 times larger?
Yes.
Here we have Europe, drawn considerably larger than South America. When it's 6.9 million square miles, South America is almost double the size of Europe's 3.8 million.
Alaska appears 3 times as large as Mexico, when Mexico is larger by 0.1 million square miles.
Germany appears in the middle of the map when it's in the northernmost quarter of the Earth.
Wait. Relative size is one thing, but you're telling me that Germany isn't where we think it is?
Nothing's where you think it is.
Where is it?
I'm glad you asked. The Peters projection.
It has fidelity of axis.
Fidelity of position.
East-west lines are parallel and intersect north-south axes at right angles.
What the hell is that?
It's where you've been living this whole time.
Why are they dunking chicken and selling it to us?
This is the first time in human history we have been dunking chicken in
labeling it as organic and people are buying it. 97% of chickens processed through USDA are bathed in it, and this includes certified organic. In industrial farming, such large volumes of chicken are processed all in the same bath, so if one chicken contains like salmonella, that'll spread to the rest of them. Therefore, the USDA mandates another layer of sanitation, allowing up to 50 parts per million of chlorine. Wash is actually banned in the European Union, and U.S. federal regulations do not require disclosure of sanitation ingredients on packaging. The better alternative is air chilled, where the birds are passed through a cold chamber rather than a bath, and this also eliminates contamination risk without getting chlorine.
If you borrow the very first
That's pretty crazy. I always say food, if we'd be able to produce our own food, we'd be a step ahead of the game, that's for sure. One thing that really bothers me is not only the difference in prices sometimes between articles here and articles in, let's say, Europe. What really bothers me is that when you compare here between Europe, sometimes the things that are banned down there somehow are accepted here. And the companies that sell here, when they sell down there, they sell a better product. So like, let's say something like Orangina, which is a drink that's based with sparkly water and orange juice. If you go down there, it's made with that. Actually, I think Fanta, like the orange Fanta, is made of orange juice when you go into Europe. And in the United States, it's made of artificial juice and corn syrup. So just food for thought. I just find it weird that we have different regulations in different places and that somehow we always seem to be the ones that are consuming the things that are more questionable. Do you guys see a trend towards that? Let me know down below if you think the same way or if you think the opposite or if you have any opposite examples. Food is something that I'm very interested in. So let me know down below and let's keep on rocking.
dollar into existence, and that's the only dollar that exists on the planet. But you promise to pay it back plus another dollar's worth of interest. Where do you get the second dollar to pay the interest? The answer is that you have to borrow that one into existence and promise to pay it back with interest as well. So now there are $2 in existence, but you owe $4, and so on and so on. The result is there's never enough currency to pay the debt. There is always more debt in the system than there is currency in existence to pay the debt. Therefore, the whole system is impossible. It is finite. It will come to an end one day. What would happen if the government stopped borrowing to do deficit spending? Are the payments on those treasury bonds going to stop? What would happen if the public stopped borrowing and going deeper into debt? Are your house and car payments going to stop? No. There is a payment due every month on the principal plus the interest on every dollar in existence, and those payments do not stop. If we stop borrowing, then no new currency is created to replace the currency that we used to make those payments. Whether you're making a payment on a loan or paying tax to make a payment on a bond, the portion of the payment that goes to pay off the principal extinguishes that portion of the debt. But the debt also extinguishes the currency. Currency and debt are like matter and antimatter. When they meet, they annihilate each other. If we just pay off the principal only on all the loans and bonds that exist, the entire currency supply just vanishes. So if we don't go deeper into debt every year, look what happens. The whole thing goes into a deflationary collapse under the weight of those payments. Politicians and pundits alike talk about balancing the budget, paying down the debt, and living within our means. They don't understand that that is deflationary. It is impossible to do under our current monetary system without collapsing the whole economy. This is why any talk of a debt ceiling is not only ridiculous, it's delusional. The system is designed to require ever-increasing levels of debt just to continue, and that's why politicians will always kick the can down the road and raise this so-called debt ceiling over and over again until the whole system finally collapses under its own weight.
The other reason that they got rid of the bells,
I find that when we start looking at macroeconomics, it shows you the difference in the control that we're under. Like, when you're under debt or when you owe money or when you're signing a contract, it seems like it's real. It really does seem like it's real, and the stress is real and the effect is real. But when you start looking at the macroeconomics and who's funding who and who owes what to who and what is even possible to be repaid, you sort of see that there's a discrepancy between what's real and what's artificial in this whole monetary value system. So I find it super interesting to look at macroeconomics. It makes things a bit more obvious as to what we're facing as individuals when we're within this financial system. I don't know if any of that made sense to you. Let me know down below what you guys think, and let's keep on rocking.
People don't know is because the bells have languages written on them. If you look at the old bells of the 1940s all the way back to the 1700s, there's actually scripture that is written on the bells, and there's old languages in which we don't use anymore. And if you think about it, old languages would tell you something different. There's also lots of angels on the bells. There also used to be lots of angels on top of the buildings. So you kind of seeing how like certain things have been kind of like wiped away. And because of that, it's changed the way that people think. When you don't see angels anymore and you don't see this ancient scripture and you don't see these ancient languages, you believe the narrative. So that is why a lot of those bells have disappeared. And with bells, you can get rid of storms, you know, when you ring the bell. You can also ring the bell if there's a weirdo in your town, so you guys can all find that person and get rid of that person and kick them out. And then on top of it, people, and also plants, all the birds and everything else. This is why you hear like birds chirping. They love wind chimes. They love sound effects like that. That's the connection to the bells. So.
Hey, yo, pause. I know what you're thinking. That's an alien. We call this a salp, and low-key, I don't think they're from this planet. They move around and eat by contracting their muscles to draw water into their bodies through an oral siphon, and shoot that water out from the back, which propels them forward. They're neither fish nor jellyfish, but a special type of animal called a tunicate, also officially known as sea squirts. Soft, sticky, and always wet, they rely on their muscular grip to feed on tiny phytoplankton as their primary food source, which is honestly the least interesting thing about them, because they also have the ability to clone themselves, with a single salp capable of replicating itself into a long chain containing dozens of them tens of meters long. And when linked, they move in complete sync with each other, each salp reacting to the other's rhythms within milliseconds. More like neurons in a brain rather than individual creatures. Some biologists speculate this insane coordination may be a sort of primitive distributed intelligence, where many salps connected together all retain a singular consciousness. And they also have crazy regenerative abilities, with even a tiny piece of one capable of growing into a complete new salp. And as you can tell, they're also almost completely transparent. You can see all of their internal organs from the outside, practically invisible in our oceans. And before you say anything,
is it just me or that looks CGI? Like I have a hard time wrapping my brain around what I was seeing. Like he was speaking as if it was real, but really all of the images, it's kind of hard to believe. Gee whiz, that's a beautiful, beautiful thing. So it sucks in the water from the front, creates some sort of a compression effect as it gets the nutrients out of the water, and then it just shoots the water out of the back to propulse itself forward. Amazing, amazing design. I've never heard of anything like that. Makes me think of the octopus and the squid that we see. Some people say that they're like aliens and they're ancient, they come from somewhere else. But that thing gives me the same exact vibe, and it actually, sometimes I doubt myself. Is it AI? Is it CGI? It looks almost unreal. Did you guys get the same feeling watching that video? Or am I just losing it? Let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
Morbid Facts, Part 802. Trailer Park Boys star Mike Smith, best known as the harmless wide-eyed Bubbles, has been charged with Nova Scotia for an incident that allegedly happened back in 2017, a case that stayed buried for nearly 8 years before finally surfacing in court. The identity of the victim is under a strict publication ban, but Smith is now legally barred from contacting them or going anywhere near their work, home, or school. The charge has forced him to step away from the Trailer Park Boys production company, tainting the wholesome persona millions have associated with him. Deep inside a sulfur-filled cave on the Albania-Greece border, scientists have uncovered the largest spiderweb ever recorded, an enormous 106-meter sheet stretched across the cavern's walls. Hundreds of thousands of spiders from two normally rival species have formed a massive cooperative colony, a terrifying behavior never before seen in spiders. The cave's toxic, sunless environment created a self-sustaining ecosystem powered by sulfur-eating microbes, which attracted swarms of insects, which in turn supplied this spider megacity with endless food. The web is so dense and vast, it looks like the cave is wrapped in ghostly white fabric, proof that life can evolve into something terrifyingly efficient when pushed into extreme conditions.
Have y'all seen this bridge? Wait, what the? This is called the Poughkeepsie Bridge, and it's the only interesting thing in New York. That's because this ain't just any old bridge. It is the longest elevated pedestrian footbridge in the entire world. Rises 212 feet above the Hudson River, and it's more than 6,000 feet long. That's a length of almost 1.3 miles. Technically, this isn't the longest pedestrian footbridge in the world. That's a title that's technically held by this zoo in Colorado that has a footbridge that's almost 8,000 feet long. But this thing's like a damn boardwalk, okay? That's some weak sauce for the longest bridge in the world, and I therefore refuse to recognize it. The reason that this bridge is objectively cooler than that thing in Colorado is because it wasn't always a footbridge. It was first built in the 1880s as one of the only train bridges across the Hudson. And it was a big deal when it opened, with this cantilever steel design being an engineering marvel of the day. It would stay in service as a train bridge for almost 100 years until the industry on the East Coast began to wane. In May of 1974, sparks from a train crossing the bridge set fire to its rail ties. While it was ultimately brought under control, this fire would claim 700 feet of the bridge's deck. Warping to the steel caused from the immense heat of this fire essentially was the final nail in the coffin for its use as a train bridge. This very easily could have been the end of the story. Bridge is damaged, just knock it over, who needs the thing anyway? Just a few years later, it got added to the National Register of Historic Places. Many years and a lot of funding later, was finally opened as the longest elevated pedestrian footbridge in the world in 2009, preserving this engineering marvel for generations to come. If you recognize this bridge, well, you're in luck because I'm giving a live show in Poughkeepsie tonight. Still a few tickets available, link is in my bio, and now if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go walk across this bridge. When I first saw this, I was like, there ain't no way that town is actually built inside a meteor crater. I mean, look at that. It's just too good to be true. Look at how circular that is. So I looked into it, and that's where I found that this town is absolutely built inside a meteor crater, and that this town is probably the least interesting thing about this meteor crater. This is the town of Nordlingen in Germany, and it's located inside the Nordlinger Rice impact crater. And you gotta be like, yeah, no shit, look at how circular that is. Of course it's an impact crater. Yeah, that's what I thought too. But here's an actual map of that impact crater. It's 15 miles in diameter. While technically that's true, it's a little misleading because it makes you think this is the crater. But the real crazy thing about this crater is it has a mineral found nowhere else in the world. It's called moldavite. It looks like this. It was a type of projectile glass that was formed when this meteor impacted the ground 15 million years ago. If you like geology, it's super cool because it's really fucking rare and only comes from this one crater. And if you're a crystal girly, it's really cool because it's super fucking powerful and can make you explode people with your mind. If you want to learn more about cool archaeology and natural science, come check me out over on YouTube, Mini Minute Man.
I guess
That's pretty interesting. I had never heard about the fact that that meteorite had created the green glass, because basically that's what is guessed and supposed that would happen if you were to have a nuclear bomb explode in a desert setting. It would sort of melt the sand into glass, and it would have a green tint. So it's very interesting to see that they find pieces of that green glass. I'd have to look it up a bit more. I haven't really looked into that, but it's just interesting to see the fact that they find that. Do you guys think that makes sense, that that we got impacted by such big pieces, and that we remain the way we are today? My big problem with the meteors and all that is the fact that it seems like it doesn't really happen on the regular. It kind of makes me think of like, they show you videos of the space station, of spacewalks and all that stuff, but then after they show you also a picture of the space junk around Earth, and it's like it doesn't coincide. And I feel like this gives me exactly the same vibe. So again, let me know if I'm crazy, and let's keep on rocking.
I'm afraid like other people won't like it.
So what? Who cares? The ones that don't like it, it's not for them anyway. It's only for the ones that will like it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Not everyone is going to resonate to what you have to create, but it doesn't matter. What you're creating isn't for the ones who aren't attracted to it. It's for the ones who are. So who cares about the ones that aren't?
Yeah.
Is that too logical for you?
No, it makes sense.
Do you understand? You have no business measuring yourself against others. You have no business comparing yourself to other people. And what anyone else thinks of you is also none of your business. Do you understand?
Yes.
It's none of your business. Because that's not what your business is about. Your business is about being yourself as fully as you can. That's your purpose in life. And if you're not willing to be yourself, All the people that would be attracted to the gift you have to give are being deprived of your gift. Why would you do that to them? Why would you hold yourself back from people that are looking for you? Why would you be that stingy?
Oh, yeah, I guess.
You see, you think, in a sense, you're doing something humble. But you're being arrogant and hoarding your gift and keeping it away from people who might need to see it. Relax. You would not be where you are. You would not have the gift you have if there wasn't someone who needed to receive it. As we have often said, there are no one-sided coins. If you have the head, the tail has to be there, or there's no coin. You have the head by saying you have the gift. The fact that you have something to give defines the reality that there must, by definition, be somebody in that reality who needs to receive it, or you wouldn't be excited about it. You'd be excited about something else. So don't hold back the gift that you are. Someone is waiting to receive it. Don't make them wait. Yes?
Yes.
And when you don't make them wait, you won't be waiting to be yourself. Channel more of yourself. Yes?
Yes.
Is this helping you?
Yes, thank you very much.
You are very welcome. Stop arguing with creation about your value. If you weren't valuable, you wouldn't exist. Stop arguing with creation. All right?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Okay, here's the easy.
This guy really has some gems. The problem that I have is the source that he says that it comes from is from channeling this alien or whatever. But really, when you break down what he's saying, you know, kind of makes a lot of sense. And a lot of people I find get caught in the thinking and in the planning and in the trying to know what this sacrifice is going to give me before actually doing it. So you get all this plan done, then you realize, hey, I don't even like doing this. You know what I'm saying? I feel like there's a bit lacking of the just doing type of thing. And to come back to what he was saying regarding if you have a skill or if you have a thought or a passion, it's that automatically that means that there's someone that's ready to receive that. I find it funny. It makes me think of the idea of like magnetism. So if you, like he said, if you're the coin, there's this part and this part is just implied. I really like that idea. It kind of makes sense a lot to me. And yeah, like I said, I don't like where it comes from, but did you guys agree with what he said? Did you guys find any flaws? If you found a flaw, let me know. Let me look into it. Let me try to figure it out. And let's keep on rocking.
What does a horse look like? Yeah, 4 legs, fast, muscular. Okay, you got it in your head? What does his pupils look like? Yeah, his eyes. Are they round? Are they oval? Are they slits? Or are they rectangular? Think about it. They are rectangular. When did a horse's eyes become rectangular? Now, I remember a goat's eyes being rectangular. I remember some sort of devilish animal being rectangular, but I don't never remember a horse being rectangular. Now, I'm not an expert. I'm not like a rancher or a cowboy or anything, but I am a human being, and I do remember things, and I just don't remember horses' eyes look like that. Now, if there is some equestrian professional, please let us know. Do you remember? Because you work with horses all the time, but I don't remember horses' eyes looking like that ever. Let me know if I'm tripping. It's us.
Why? I think he's tripping, but I think I'm tripping too. Do you guys remember horses' eyes being like that? I feel like I remember movies where there were horses, and I remember the close-ups, and they're like face to face, kind of giving a kiss. Never jumped out that they were that shape. I always felt like they were like big and brown. Maybe it's just me.
Why is there
Who
absolutely
knows?
no trace of the outside? In fact, why are there no pieces of at all? Not one seat cushion, engine, vertical stabilizer, nothing. 100 tons of titanium, steel, and aluminum gone. The only pieces of debris on the front lawn of the Pentagon were light enough to have been carried by hand, and employees from the Pentagon were seen carrying away a large box shrouded in a blue tarp. What was in that box? Why weren't we allowed to see it? But don't take my word for it. Listen to CNN's Jamie McIntyre as he reports live from the...
You know, it might have appeared that way, but from my close-up inspection, there's no evidence of a plane having crashed anywhere near. The only site is the actual side of the building that's crashed in. And as I said, the only pieces left that you can see are small enough that you could pick up in your hand. There are no large nothing like that anywhere around, which would indicate that the entire plane crashed into the side of the and
The biggest thing on the news right now, also a recession indicator, the Starbucks Barista Cup.
What?
Oh, this is
What
the
is
new
this? What is
Labubu,
this?
fam. Oh, you don't know. Starbucks just came out with it's a bear with a Starbucks hat on it and the straw that goes out like this.
Okay,
right?
okay.
This is my theory. This is a whole social experiment that Starbucks did just to expose this whole recession, because all we can look forward to is this $30 luxury cup. Mans were elbowing people in line for it.
Go ahead. Oh, all right, Karen. All right, that's fine. On the photos, bring up the photos.
You're escalating the situation.
I'm not. I'm in line just like everybody else.
Everybody else was in line out there.
I was in line the same way.
Wow. They were arguing, sending threats to Starbucks because the workers got first dibs and they were lining up for 5 hours.
Sneakers, bro.
Fam, sneakers just for this bare cup.
Yeah.
You can get this cup on Amazon without the Starbucks branding for $15.
It is this recession.
But why does everyone want it? Because it's limited. It looks like luxury. Oh, I have it. This is a collection.
Yeah. Because what's going to happen, because the Labubu, I guess, idea is proven, they're just going to start remixing that shit, bro.
And they just made new versions. So it's oh, you have a winter version. You have a Christmas version. Oh, they know exactly what to do. This is peak consumerism at a time of recession.
In 1951, a man named William Albee.
First of all, I cannot imagine being addicted to extremely overpriced coffee and have it be a part of my identity that I'm a Starbucks person. I've been to Starbucks. I just don't find it that crazy. But anyways, that's not even the story. But the fact that people go crazy and would line up, this whole consumerism thing, it's kind of crazy to see that some people are just still in it, I feel like a lot of us sort of disconnected a bit, but to see that, I don't know, it kind of makes me feel weird. What do you guys think about that? You guys think it makes sense to be waiting and to be super mad for this cup that comes from this place that sells you expensive coffee and what? I don't know. I just find it super weird. How come you identify with this corporate machine this much? I don't know. I have a hard time seeing it. So maybe you guys can enlighten me. Let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
In 1951, a man named William Albee invented a type of tire that could easily move on any surface. Even if these tires are installed on a truck weighing several thousand kilograms and driven over a person, that person would remain unharmed. This is because, due to the low-pressure tires, the vehicle's entire weight is distributed over a large area, so the person underneath the tire remains unharmed. These low-pressure tires are so remarkable that only a force of 2 kilograms is exerted at each point. They were primarily invented to move on soft and weak surfaces like snow, and they are also known today as Rolligan tires.
Wow, amazing. That's genius. I can't really understand how the person was still under the weight of that part of the car and somehow was occupying almost all of that wheel, even though the wheel is made out of a bubble or whatever. I just don't understand how the weight was distributed where that person didn't get hurt. So if we have any engineers or any physicists in the comments, let me know down below. Kind of confused. Wow. Again, that is complete genius. Wow. I never even thought about that. So you're throwing stuff in the garbage and it's like a never ending garbage in a way. So you're occupying the same amount of space as you do with the certain amount of garbage collection, but you're actually collecting way more and there's way less garbage visible, at least. Wow. Amazing idea. Amazing idea. And that's a wrap for today, familia. Whether you're tuning in with the sunrise or you're posted up after midnight, I appreciate your time, your energy, your curiosity. And remember, this isn't about truth or fiction. This is about perspective. If this sparked a thought, a laugh, a deeper question, then we did our job. Drop your thoughts in the comments. Keep the convo alive. Like, subscribe. Don't forget to hit that bell if you're riding the wave because we're just getting started. Until next time, stay grounded, stay weird, stay critical. I'm Adam Strain, and this has been Adam Strain Reacts. Peace. Now it's time for us to link up. Really think we on the brink up. Making a change from living this strange. Living this change. Making a change from living this change. Yeah.
Things rendered in real life. This is it. You can walk as far as you want. You can go anywhere you want.
This is Google.
Yeah, and these things don't exist. This is just AI artificially creating a 3D world, but it gets better, boys.
Yeah. I was sleeping, had to wake up. Why? Every reason I can think.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
This is how perfumes can actually kill you.
It disrupts the gut microbiome, it disrupts the lungs, affecting your immune system. When you're spraying perfume on a leaf, it dies.
I can't even walk into a store anymore. You walk to the perfume aisle and they're spraying in front of you. It's almost like an obstacle course. All of this is so toxic and poisonous for you. They're all endocrine disruptors. Men, your testosterone's getting lower. Find some natural things. Use herbs, spices.
What if we're already at double simulation? This week, Google Gemini 3 shows us Inception.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now, you can save £50 per person. That's £200 off for a family of 4.
So this person was just watching somebody else watching a Jet2 holiday. But it gets better, boys. It gets better. And so this is a rendering. And this is all just by a text prompt. But they're just out there walking in real life now. And this is all rendered live. You know, the simulation theory, how everything's rendered in real life. This is it. You can walk as far as you want. You can go anywhere you want.
This is Google.
Yeah, and these things don't exist. This is just AI artificially creating a 3D world, but it gets better, boys.
Genie 3 has real-time interactivity, meaning that the environment reacts to your movements and actions. You're not walking through a pre-built simulation. Everything you see here is being generated live as you explore it. And Genie 3 enables promptable events, so you can add new events into your world on the fly. Something like another person, or transportation.
Live. Oh, you just type it in and it shows up.
Or even something totally unexpected. You can generate worlds with distinct geographies, historical settings, fictional environments, and even other characters. Worlds can help with embodied research, training robotic agents before working in the real world. We're excited to see how Genie 3's world simulation.
Well, I mean, in my mind, that's a game changer intensely. Because imagine if what you render, you could interact with it and that it auto-generates. That means you could sort of live in, you know, like your GTA type of map, right? So you live within that map because I always had a hard time to understand how they would get everyone into the metaverse. Basically, you know, because the whole shift, like if you look at the investments towards Facebook and all that, was put towards the metaverse quite a while ago, and I had a hard time to imagine how they could get us all to go live in this simulated reality because we're already sharing a space in this world, right? But this little advancement makes me see the whole potential of it because while you could live in a Lord of the Rings type of universe, GTA map, you know, or someone lives actually in the GTA map, or someone else lives in Thailand or whatever, it could be anywhere. And at the end of the day, they could just make a place where people have a common ground to meet, and that would be the metaverse. And then it seems kind of plausible. when people are having a bad deal, they're having a hard time making ends meet. So why not live in the digital world? I don't know if you guys seen the movie Ready Player One. I think that's sort of like a prototype of the idea that's going to be rendered. And we all see that, in the past couple of years, it's like our money's worth less. If it just feels like, all the faith in the systems has eroded. The media no longer medias, the food no longer foods, the math ain't mathin'. I don't know if you guys get it, but I mean, it just seems like everything not only doesn't serve its purpose, but actually serves its opposite purpose. So, anyways, all that to say that this invention is pretty breathtaking. The fact that you create an environment that auto generates afterwards means you could spend the whole day inside of one prompt and then just adding in elements and stuff. Crazy potential. If you guys see any other ideas, any potential like that, or any other groundbreaking advancements in the AI space, let me know down below. I'm always down to check it out. Let's keep on rocking.
Check out this chimpanzee absolutely smash this memory test. This memory test is set to the hardest setting, and most humans would fail it. 95% of humans fail this test, but this chimpanzee seems to smash through each set of 9. What it does is it shows up 9 numbers, 1 through to 9 most of the time, or sometimes doubles up numbers, and you're supposed to go through an order of lowest to highest, and this chimpanzee is absolutely smashing it.
Wow. I wouldn't have gotten that. Would you have gotten those? I was looking at the screen, I was like, nah, way too quick. Isn't that crazy though, how we underestimate animals and their intelligence? I mean, it might not be the same type of intelligence, but I've heard similar things when it comes to dolphins, whales, elephants, bigger animals. They have these capabilities that are very, very impressive. If you guys have any other example, let me know down below. Let's keep on rocking.
This is the deepest hole humans ever drilled, and no, it didn't stop because of creepy screams from hell stories. Russia's Kola super deep borehole, over 12 kilometers straight down, deeper than Mount Everest, is tall. Deep below, rock shattered like glass, seawater leaked out, and fossils showed up kilometers deeper than expected. At just 12 kilometers deep, it hit 180 degrees Celsius, nearly double what scientists expected at that depth. Rock flowed like hot plastic, crushing drill bits, jamming tools, and snapping steel supports faster than engineers could even get new equipment in the ground. In the end, Kola stalled. Warped rock, failing gear, and shrinking budgets killed it, after drilling only 0.2% of the way to Earth's core.
I don't know. I've heard about this story a long time ago, and it really pushes me to wonder, what do we know about our world? Because they say that, you know, we live under gravity and that the source of gravity is the core and this and that. But like you said, you know, we didn't even dig to point 2 of the Earth. So we don't, like, we speculate. So it's not, I don't know. To me, the science isn't settled. So when I see stuff like that, it makes me remember how much we're missing to discover this world completely, you know? Anyways, just a thought. Let me know what you guys think down below. Let's keep on rocking.
Jet, picture up, Temple. Okay, I'm going to flip to infrared because the smoke isn't bothering the infrared, okay? We want to just back off, take a look at the impact area, see what areas are hot on either side.
The sacred cubit was found in the pyramid at Giza, the Great Pyramid, and it's found as a unit of measure and a yardstick in many areas of the ancient world. But this particular measurement was carved in stone just above the entrance to the king's chamber. The rings made in this cubit length have a natural resonant frequency of 144 megahertz, which is a harmonic of light speed. It's a harmonic of 6 times gravity. It's a harmonic of the mass at the center of a light field. And in recent years, we've discovered that it is also a measurement of a wavelength in the standing gravity wave of the planet.
The reason why we call traders turncoats is because mercenaries used to wear military coats with reversible linings that matched the color of the enemy's coat. So if they were losing, they could just turn it inside out and switch sides. And we call awards trophies because Greek soldiers used to raise the enemy's armor up on a wooden pole called a tropaion when they won a battle. And modern trophies still follow a very similar silhouette and design. The Emmy was originally called the Emmy Award after the imaging tube inside of old school TV cameras. But since the award had a very feminine design to it, people started calling it Emmy instead. The word groovy comes from the way that record players are designed.